the thing is, brother, look, I already feel bad and triggered by the people that were getting killed and burned alive. But then when you look at cats, even the cats are not safe. Like the animals are not safe inside Israel. Like this is the demonic, disgusting entity. I was gonna tell Tan that I have a video of the kids that have a cat kicking contest once a year. Not once a year. They have who can kick the cat the highest. I have a video of that as well. And they like to throw cats. I put the article in the chat. You can read up on it. And they like to throw cats off the roof of the building as well. And not to mention in Gaza, when they were burning, when they were burning people alive, when they were killing them, they even burned a whole bunch of animals. You know, this demonic piece of shit entity nothing is safe. Even the trees they destroyed from 2022 to up till now, they've destroyed 1 million olive trees in Gaza.
That is so fucking psycho, dude.
Oh, you know how long it takes for the olive trees? It takes 40 to 50 years for it to grow, make strong, and it starts giving you olives. You have to look after it. You have to water it right. You got to do it properly. And these motherfuckers, they destroyed 1 million olive trees.
Fucking psychos, dude.
Disgusting animals. And this is why the Tan guy that was in here, I feel bad for the Israeli mothers. Shut the fuck up.
Did you know they don't even work? Palestinians pay taxes for them to live.
Yeah.
No job.
They do. So majority of them, like the secular Jews, they work in the IDF. But there's even some Muslims. There's about 300 to 400 of them, but it takes you out of full of Islam. You become a kafir automatically if you serve in that fucking IDF. You know? And IDF is known to do atrocities against Palestinians. And now it's doing against Lebanese, Iranians, Syrians, fucking all over the world.
Yeah, but guys, I have a question since we're on the topic. I mean, what do you think of these Palestinians who are Israeli citizens, or they call them the Arab Israelis?
So those, I'll give you examples. So if you look into the history, about 47, 48, there was a lots of them. Hey, what's up, Flyer? There was a lot of them. There was about 140,000, according to the historians. They were, according to the historians, about 130,000 of them, they did not leave Israel. They did not leave the new state called Israel because they thought they were not going to be allowed back. So what ended up happening, the ones that were left in those villages, the disgusting Zionist terrorist Jews, they went around to these villages, grabbed them, and they cherry-picked who gets to stay, who doesn't get to stay. They emptied out the villages. They moved them to a different village. And from 1948 up to 1966, they put them under military law. So every little aspect of their life, they were not Israeli citizens. Every aspect of their life inside Israel, it was controlled. Movement was controlled. There was lots of checkpoints. Where are you going? Why are you going? And they would get harassed as well, just like what's happening in the West Bank. The 920 checkpoints in the West Bank, same thing was going on inside Israel from 1948 up to 1966 for the Palestinians. But then after 1966, they did give them the Israeli citizen.
So basically, they get them to do dirty work.
Yes. So they're Palestinians, and they have Israeli, so they don't have full self-determination of it. So if you're a Jew, right? If you're a Jew, they passed a law in 2018. Israel passed a law. It says self-determination exclusively and unique to the Jews, not to the Arabs, Muslims, not to the Arab Christians, just to the Jews. So the state of Israel is built on Jewish supremacy.
Yeah. These, I was going to say, what do you think their role should be, these Israeli or the Palestinian Israelis, whatever you want to call them?
So the role of who? They're just doing whatever they're doing, like they're working, and you know that their areas are underfunded. There's a lot of discrimination against the Arabs inside Israel. I'll give you some service. Back in 2015, there was a survey, 72% of Arab, Palestinian, the Arabs, Christians, and Muslims, they faced 72% of them. They said they faced discrimination inside Israel by the Zionist terrorist Jews. Okay, and there was another survey in 2022, according to Jerusalem Post, was about 37%, right? And then after 7th of October, the rate actually went up again. And I'll give you a survey in 2025, 82% of Israeli Jews, they wanted to take Palestinians out of Israel, out of Gaza. 46% of them, they wanted to kick the Arabs out of Israel. 46% of them, they wanted to destroy everything to do with Palestinian identity and everything in Gaza. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at these surveys of it, it pisses you off that this is the type of demonic piece of shit entity is in there. And Rose comes in here, she's an anti-Zionist Jew. She was born inside Israel. And I respect her, right? She's an anti-Zionist and she does a lot for the Palestinians. She talks about it, she brings awareness, whatever. But at the same time, you have this and they're in minority. They're not in majority. But the Zionist terrorist Jews, they're in majority and they're fucking people up.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I think Israeli society has just been getting. When you really think about it, over the years, Israeli society just got worse and worse and worse. And I think after October 7th, it was just like that was like the climax, and now it's just down this very dark path. I have no idea how this society can reconcile, how this society can, start to humanize Arabs at all, because it's just been so ingrained in them.
I don't know, man. To be like, how do you live with yourself? Like, you go into Gaza, you're occupying their land, you're oppressing and suppressing them for over 50 years. Their history is older than the Iranian Revolution that happened in 79, right? Their history started in 47, 48. And there are some Iranians, they always bring this up. Oh, the Palestinian. I said, yes, their history is older than yours. Because this regime history started in 79, right? And it's a different type of history. They're under occupation, belligerent occupation. The water, they can't even go past 5 miles on water. But Iran allows you to go past 5 miles, so you can go for fishing. You know, but if you have a ship or something, and you're civilian, Gaza, it's the airspace is controlled by who? Controlled by Israel. But in Iran, I mean, if you want to fly a drone, I think they would allow you to fly a drone anywhere in Iran. I don't think they have any restrictions on that.
Yeah, but I think people would start running if they saw it.
You can fly it, but it'll just get.
What did you say, Ahmed?
I said you can fly a drone, it'll get shot down.
They will shoot it down?
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying like those personal drones.
Oh, you mean like video drones?
Yeah, the personal drones. Like, people that buy them and they want to fly it, like, they live in Iran, Iranian citizens.
Oh, you mean like for videography and pictures?
Yeah, video, whatever, you're just for a project or something. I think they would allow that. They don't have problem.
Okay, you needed to specify that, because when we're talking about drones, we're talking.
We're not talking about military-grade drones, bro. We're not talking about military-grade drones. You're talking about military-grade.
That's where my mind is at right now.
Yeah. I'm saying there's a lot of stuff.
I was like, okay, where are the air defenses?
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's fucked up. Like in the West Bank, they can't even collect rainwater.
Yeah, it's like bad Muslim. This is my water. Promised to me 3,000 years ago, my God.
Yeah.
Ilan Pape says that 90% of Zionists don't believe in God, but they all believe that God gave them the Holy Land.
Yeah. He's a historian, Ilan Pape. Benny Morris is another one. Benny Morris was actually defending the ethnic cleansing that happened during Nakba.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah. Are you Christian? Are you Jewish? Are you Muslim, Ahmed?
How about you guess?
I don't know. Are you Muslim? I mean, Iranian majority of them are Muslims.
Yeah, but look at, I don't know, maybe you can guess from my last name.
What is it? Najatem? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
He's Christian. I think he's Armenian.
You're Christian?
No, I'm Jewish.
Oh, you're Jewish?
What?
Oh. I didn't know. So you're Persian Jew.
Yes.
So they call you Mizrahi, right? Or Sephardic?
Actually, Mizrahi really means from the east, right? In Hebrew means from the east.
Yeah, it means from the east, yeah.
And, these ethnic groups of Jews, like Ashkenazi and Sephardic, those were the really old, like Ashkenazi is a term that was used way before the creation of the State of Israel, but,
Yep.
And Sephardim refers to the Jews who were expelled from Spain, but Mizrahi was kind of coined after the state of Israel, and it was used to what is it called? Organize Jews into another subcategory, which was like Jews of the Arab world. Persian Jews typically don't call themselves Mizrahi, although you will find a lot of Persian Jews who have the last name Mizrahi, but they would just call us like, no, I'm a Persian Jew. I'm not Mizrahi. I'm not Sephardic, because Sephardic means Jews who were expelled from Spain, but Persian Jews are Jews who were expelled from Babylon and then stayed in the Persian Empire after Cyrus the Great.
So, Hamid, are you anti-Zionist?
I mean, I really would take a wild guess. I mean, if I was,
I don't know, I'm asking you.
You would have cursed me out by now a million times.
No, I know, and I think you know the talking points, right, from the Zion.
I don't think he's
Look, I respect the anti-Zionist Jews, but the ones that are committing atrocities on that land, they're Zionist terrorist Jews, bro. They're killing babies and whatnot. The IDF is full of it. You know, I don't have a problem with the Judaism, right? I respect the religion, just like it says in my scripture, lakum dinukum waliya din. That means you got your belief, I got my belief, right? And I don't have a problem with Judaism, but I like to call it spade a spade. I got tired of calling people Zionists because then people were confused. What type of Zionists are these? Are these Zionists Christians, Muslims, terrorists, or Jews? What type of Zionists are committing crimes on the land? So I have switched up. And after this so-called war with Lebanon and Iran or whatever, I start saying this because I have to call a spade a spade. These are Zionist terrorist Jews that are serving in the IDF, that are committing atrocities, you know, against people.
Yeah, that's I agree, but I mean, I really just, I'll be really honest. I'm kind of I'm kind of done with the word, using the word terrorist, because it's just been overused by so many people on the right that they call anybody a terrorist. That's anybody who does sign of resistance a terrorist or whatever. And so I'm like, you know what? Terrorists are subjective. So you want to just say committing violence? Committing violence, yeah.
I got you, but look, I appreciate. I think you're anti-Zionist Jew. I really appreciate it. It's in minority, the numbers.
I will tell you this. Look, I'll tell you this. Zionism, people who identify as Zionists, it's because they have an identity crisis. I think in the Jewish community, the overwhelming identity is to be a Zionist, because they never really were taught any other identity other than to be like, because you were a Jew and you were expelled from everywhere else in the world, the only place you have is the state of Israel. Therefore, your loyalty is to the state and nowhere else. And by default, you must be a Zionist. So it has taken the monopoly on what it means to be a Jew. So even if somebody wants to, especially if you're a Jew from the Arab world, it's like, there's no such thing as a Jew from the Arab. It's a fiction. It's a made up name. Right, and so they just say like, I'm a Jew. They never considered me Arab. So, but that just that ignores like how people identify themselves. If your mother tongue is Arabic, you lived in an Arabic-speaking country, or you lived in a Persian, like Iran, your mother tongue is Farsi, or your mother tongue is Persian, then you're a Persian Jew, or you're an Arab Jew, or you're a Russian Jew. Nobody argues against somebody being a Russian Jew or a Persian Jew. So if you say you're an Arab Jew, they say like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. You can't be. It's a contradiction. It's like trying to be left and right at the same time.
Well, does it really matter? If you're a Jew, you're a Jew. Doesn't matter where you're born. We had a lot of Jews in Iraq back in the day.
I know, but yeah. I think, for the Zionists, it doesn't matter where you're born. A Jew is a Jew. But I mean, okay, well, I think it's important because Jewish identity is shaped by all of these different cultures. A Jew from Iraq is very different from a Jew from Germany.
How do you define identity?
Well, that depends on who you ask. I define identity through language.
I'm asking you.
And I identify identity through language and cultural upbringing. So I personally, as a Persian Jew, I feel I have much more in common with anybody who's Persian, even if they're not a Jew. because I have very little in common with other Jews who aren't of Persian origin, and other than the fact that we have the same religion, and even me, I'm not even that religious. So how much in common do I have with somebody who's a Jew from Germany? Unless maybe we get along, we had like the same music, but just culturally, linguistically, I don't have much in common with them.
Ahmed, I have a question for you. So the question is, I'm sure you've spoken to Zionist Jews, right? How do you engage with them? I mean, you have Jewish background. Do they call you like a self-hating Jew?
Listen, I live under censorship, extreme censorship. It's absolutely suicide for me to even open my mouth. So I
Do you live in Iran?
I maybe
No, he lives in America.
live in the U.S. If I lived in Iran, I could be openly anti-Zionist and not fear from it. But I just feel like in the community, in my family, it's just not worth it. If I'm engaging with people who I'm not related to, who are in a different space, where I can express, then I choose to engage with them. Otherwise, engaging with other people, it's just a lost cause. I know it's gonna go nowhere, and it's just gonna cost me my relationships.
So you just have a very hardcore social bubble.
Yeah, unfortunately, and unfortunately, many other anti-Zionist Jews are like that. But with the whole point that I wanted to say, my whole reasoning for being anti-Zionist is not, obviously, of course, the human rights abuses that happen under the name of Zionism. It's inexcusable, and it's objective evil, right? It's a cruelty that I cannot support, and I'm actively against. But part of one of my biggest problems with Zionism, before even you talk about the human rights violations that it commits, it's the identity aspect. It basically says you are a Jew only, first and only, and therefore your any other identity is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You are a Jew, and therefore you must only identify as a Jew and with the state of Israel, and your whole identity is based on the fact that you were kicked out many countries for many thousands of years and were discriminated against, and now that discrimination is your identity. The fact that you were discriminated against by everyone, now you have to internalize that and make it part of your identity, which is why so many other Jews who grew up with this mentality, they feel that the whole world is against them. I mean, okay, yeah, there was anti-Semitism in the world for hundreds and thousands of years, but that we're living in the modern world, and you can't move forward as a society if you think the whole world just wants to kill you because you're Jewish. And I learned, just by making friends outside of my community and giving people the benefit of the doubt that, yeah, no, the whole world doesn't just hate you just for being Jewish. They just care about if you're a good person.
Yeah, that's true. And I actually was doing business with people in Los Angeles, prior to the 7th of October, but after that,
Listen, I made friends with Arabs from like Khalij, from the Gulf, and these are people in LA. And I'm not gonna deny that I had these biases, as a kid, that anybody who's speaking Arabic or who looks Arab, like, oh my God, I should be scared or I should be worried. But I'm not gonna lie, like I'm not kidding. Like I was actually like, oh my God, I didn't know, because when you grow up in a bubble and you're told to be scared of a certain type of people, you don't know any better. And then, but through my experiences is that I started talking to them. I just always gave the benefit of that. Okay, let's see if they're really violent. Let's see if they're really hateful, right? And all I did was just be friendly. And I just feel like a rule of life is if you're respectful, people will be respectful in return to you.
I mean, you're a Persian and a Jew, and you're making friends with people from the Gulf? That's crazy.
I mean, No, I wasn't. It just happened by accident. Oh my God. Yeah, that's like double enemy. Oh my God, that's funny. No, but I'm not kidding. Like even when I first went to college, for the first time I saw up close like women wearing hijab, and I went to college here in LA, and even looking at that would give me like would have some sort of fear inside me, right? And then it just took me a while to get used and adapt to talking to people of different religious backgrounds, like specifically from a Muslim background, and not feel threatened by it. It did take me time.
It's probably because when you were a kid, you learned that from since you were a kid. So yeah, it grows with you.
But that's the thing with Persian, with Persian Jews, there's something that they don't really talk about. Is like the parents of these children, they experience some discrimination in Iran, right? Even at the time of the Shah. Give me one. So what I was saying. Yeah, a lot of these parents of Iranian Jews, they experience some discrimination. Some of them more than others, and that discrimination, it stays with you, and then they pass it down to the children. Now the difference is that those parents who grew up in Iran, they know the difference between just a regular Iranian who comes from a Muslim background but doesn't give a fuck, and somebody who's a devout Shia who does hold some anti-Semitic beliefs. But the problem is when you teach this to your children, and the only thing you teach them is like, oh, I was discriminated because I was a Jew and they were a Muslim, then the children, the only thing they know, the only thing that they learn is not nuance, that there's a difference. They in their mind, they categorize like, oh, so it's like all Iranians, it's like all Muslims who are like this. This is what goes into the subconscious of a child.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that. It's your social bubble. You never got to socialize with different people from different backgrounds, so all different families, which really engraved it in you.
Yeah.
Wait, Owen, have you ever lived in Iran?
I've been to Iran, but I haven't lived there.
Oh.
Bruh, when I was a kid, I had like this Sega. It had a football game. I used to pick Israel because their flag was blue and I liked blue, bro.
Where from Iran are you originally from?
Tehran.
Oh, Tehran.
But I think on my dad's side from Kashan. A lot of Jews in Iran, they came from Kashan.
Actually,
I think during the revolution, some of the Jews were kicked out of Iran. I think it's a pretty big number.
So in the revolution, there was a Jewish businessman who was executed. His name was Habib El-Qanian, and he was a big Jewish, he's a millionaire, philanthropist. He built the Palasco building, which burned down in 2017. And ever since his execution, so many Jews disappeared for their lives, so they just left. But today, as you know, like a couple thousand, 10,000 to 20,000 Jews have stayed in the country, albeit under restrictions, but also not like living under the Nazi dictator.
Right. No, I think the Jews actually thrived under the Muslim kingship, right?
I mean, yeah, of course, compared to
Christian and
medieval.
yeah. But the thing is, this is one of the talking points that they bring up. Like if you talk to the Zionist Jews from Israel, they bring up this point. Oh, it was a dhimmi system. It was this. It was. If you look into it, actually, that dhimmi system, it wasn't all good, but it was really good in a sense where it provided protection.
Listen, yeah, it was a discriminatory system, but it was it was a second-class citizen system, but it wasn't like a straight up, what's the word?
But you didn't have to serve in the military, and they provided protection. If they could not provide protection, they'll refund you the money. You see what I'm saying?
So again, the dhimmi system, it basically meant you're a second-class citizen, but it also didn't mean like you were gonna get killed and what's the word? Like you could still live a life and not be scared for your life, but you were still a second-class citizen. That's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, but even right now, though, I'll give you some examples. So, right now, they have this, what you call it? They actually, I lived in Saudi Arabia. I'm a Muslim, okay? And me as a Muslim, they put me under kafala system. Me, my family, my dad, and everybody, right? Now, the kafala system discriminates. It's like you get treated as a second or third class citizen. There's a lot of things you can't do when you're under kafala system, okay? So I can make the same argument. Coming from a Muslim background, I still get treated as second or third class citizen, you know what I'm saying, in those countries, in the GCC countries, when they put you in the kafala system. So, I don't know, I mean, and it's happening right now in today's world.
Hey, Amir, was that because you're not Arab?
Yep. No, it's not because you're not Arab. Even the Arabs, when they go to Saudi Arabia, right, and if they're from Egypt or whatever country, Iraq or whatever, they do not, what's the deal? But yeah, they'll put you in the kafala system, and the kafala system is everything needs to be, like back in the days when I lived over there, you couldn't even buy a car under your name. My dad had to find a Saudi citizen, and he would be like the primary person on there. And then my dad would be like a secondary or third person on there. And same thing in the businesses or whatever.
Yeah, no, I heard about the property, owning property or owning real estate and ownership over there. Okay, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know about now, but back in the days it was very strict.
So does that limit down to where you're actually from now?
Yeah, you can find out. Anybody else? Oh, we have Dr. Crystal, Pearl. If you guys want to come up, I send you invites.
So what's the latest, by the way? What do you think is happening now?
Well, he tweeted about blocking state of Hormuz. Hey, what's up, Crystal? How you doing today?
Assalamualaikum. How are you?
Alaikum salam. What you been up to?
Nothing. I don't want to interrupt. Go on.
Yeah. We were just talking about the state of Hormuz. He tweeted, like a retarded old man he is, he tweeted about that he wants to put a block on, what you call it, he wants to put a block on Strait of Hormuz. Now, the big thing is that we're going to have to see how he'll do it. Because so far, there's been two carrier ships have been bombed or attacked by Iran. One was Gerald Ford. The other one was, what's the name of the other one? Let me see. The other one was USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier.
So I guess the U.S. I mean, if there's no deal, which I still think is a possibility, right? I'm still betting on that. But what I'm curious is if that doesn't happen, right, within a day or a couple of days, whatever, right, a week or so, do you think that they're just going to create their own choke point now to stop even everyone, which is what they're trying to do with the blockade? So they're going to basically create a choke point for everyone.
For Iran?
Yeah. No, U.S. for everyone. She's going to stop it all.
They can't.
Why?
Because on water, I was reading up this yesterday. I was going back and forth with Samoa, and I was
They don't
able
have
to
to
pull
go in
up.
the straits. They can block everything on the core or everything leaving the straits. They can just literally
That's what I'm saying. Gulf of Oman, wherever they block, Iran has access to.
No, they could block it from leaving, though. That's what I'm saying. They can literally put enough ships there where nothing leaves. And that's what they're going to do. It's not even about the strait anymore now.
So just like these two ships were bombed, and Strait of Hormuz will affect Iranian economy, like inside Iran.
Hey,
And
that's what they're going to do, though. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, but you're not. So Iran has the capability to bomb the shit out of all these ships, and they're going to be
I get it, but you're forgetting these ships that they're going to try to bomb. They have an insane amount of firepower that they're going to be able to retaliate back. It's not like Iran's going to throw some suicide. They have pretty good, sophisticated ships that they're going to put there.
Okay, let me tell you this. Okay, so no matter how hard the U.S. warships try, do you know that how they were able to get through the defense system inside Israel?
They just swarmed many of them and they passed through.
There we go. So let's go with this idea. They have, let's say, 2 defense systems on these ships, or the warship, whatever. 2 or 3 defense systems. Do you know how you overwhelm the system?
I understand what you're saying, right? But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. They're not just going to rely on ships. They're going to do both air and they're going to have naval. Naval is just going to be the force that's blocking it. But that's not going to be the overarching. I mean, they're going to probably have a pretty hardcore air campaign. I mean, it's going to be, if the Iranians, which they're going to try to retaliate out, that's pretty obvious, right?
And how much will this cost the American tax?
Doesn't matter at this point. Doesn't matter at this point.
It does matter.
In Trump's eyes, it doesn't matter.
Trump is trying to get the bill approved for $1.5 trillion.
What I'm trying to say is, like, you're going to go deeper in the rabbit hole. Like, I mean, at this point, right, if you think about it, right,
Okay. Let's go with your analogy. So they're going to have jets in the air. They're going to be flying all 24 hours a day, right?
Yep.
24 hours a day. And those fighter jets, their focus is going to be only to shoot down drones.
They're not going to. By the way, they're not going to do fighter jets. Like, I think you're missing. They're going to have big B-2 bombers that are going to be going in and dropping massive, heavy air campaigns. It's not going to be like flying like, you know, a low radar type shit. It's going to be heavy over that the Iranians will not be able to see or hit.
Okay. So these will be like invisible? Is that what you're saying?
No, these will be heavy, high-altitude B-2 bombers that will be dropping massive, heavy ordnance.
Where would they be dropping?
Wherever they're going to try to hit from. Wherever they have a military point, they're going to try to take it out. Wherever their air defense system is, they're going to try to take it out.
Okay. What's air defense? I don't think Iran has an air defense system.
I don't know what they have left. Whatever they have left. I mean,
I don't think Iran has air defense. I know, but air defense. I don't think Iran has air defense system. I mean,
I don't know. Whatever they have left, I'm sure they have expert military people that are going to strategize. They're going to look at every scenario possible, right? Whatever ground artillery launchers, you know, because they got that F-15 with like, you know, one of those old school Russian-made type launchers from the ground, heat-seeking type shit, right? So wherever they're going to try to have stuff, they're going to have a massive amount of aerial eyes on them, right? So they're going to have all sorts of drones watching, looking. I mean, it's going to be a very heavy military.
Okay, so the big question for you, will the Yemeni Houthis start shooting as well?
What are they going to do? Enter the war now?
I mean, they have shot down a whole bunch of ships before in the sea.
Yeah, how far away are they're going to come in with what?
You never know.
I mean, anything is possible, right? But let's just assume what we know on the table right now, right? Because this isn't a big assumption. Let's just,
And that's not an assumption. They will
it's
jump
an assumption. Everything is an assumption until you see it happen.
in. They will jump in, right? You know this.
Everything is an assumption until it actually plays out. Right? Mir, what am I missing here?
And no, I think, the way I'm looking at things, I think, according to even the person that wrote a paper, he analyzed the situation,
Yeah.
this whole thing. He's an expert. I believe he served in the military, I don't know, like 10 years or some shit.
Okay.
He said it's impossible. It's hard to do it because
Look, and
Yeah.
right now, Trump has his military guy, all the military people that told him no, him and Headsack fired him or got rid of him. Trump has the guy in place right now that will literally do what he wants him to do. And that's the kind of group he's putting together around him. People that he can point fingers and tell them to do, regardless of whatever it is. And that's the type of craziness that's around his circle.
So, I'm saying to you that there's a possibility that Trump is just bluffing, just like he did before. He's just going to extend this time by 2 more days. And he's going to keep doing it. He's trying to play with the oil market.
Well, he has 2 weeks. The ceasefire was 2 weeks, so he can make up his mind, right? So it depends on the
According to the U.S. position is that ceasefire has already been violated by Iran.
Okay, whatever. I mean, these little things that you're looking at, until someone actually starts to go and starts to restart the war in a heavier way, which we don't know, right? You're looking really fine-tuned on things, right? I'm looking at things when they actually happen. How does it play out, right?
But
So,
are you looking at it from U.S. perspective or Iranian perspective?
all perspectives.
You can't. So the Iranian perspective is they're not going to shoot anything until America does a blockade, which would violate the ceasefire. This is the Iranian perspective.
I'm looking at it from the perspective of what happens when I see it. And everything is an assumption until then, because we're all guessing.
No, not guessing. This is a fact. Iran said they're not going to attack until if America does do the, does a blockade.
Okay?
That's a fact.
That's a fact, but it
Okay.
hasn't been proven yet. It's a fact,
Right.
but it hasn't been proven yet.
I mean, that's what they said.
Why? But these things, the way like facts and all that, until it actually happens, it's all assumptions. It's all hearsay. Until they do it, until they move the ship, until a rocket goes back, it's all hearsay.
No, but from Iran, okay, put yourself in the Iranian situation. Right now, it's on ceasefire. If America does a blockade, which will block everything from food, oil, everything,
Yep.
right? And that would, according to the Iranian side, if you were Iranian, that would violate ceasefire, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then the American side is saying they've already violated ceasefire by charging fees, by not, abiding by the nuclear thing or whatever.
Okay.
They've already violated ceasefire. So according to Iran, American position, it's already in violation.
It depends on if look, everyone's going to violate. It depends on who's going to be the first one to blink and who's going to be the first one to actually do something, right? So you're getting into the weeds of things, right? You're looking at the weeds here. I'm looking at the actions, like real actions that play out, right? So yeah, they're going to say that. Oh, you think the Iranians are going to actually fire on a ship right away when it's parked there? Let's see that happen, and then see where it goes.
All right.
I mean, it's all going to play out. Either it's going to get very much more intense, like we're really going to go deeper in this, or it's going to simmer out slowly, depending on it's like a poker game, dude. It's like watching two players at the table.
There is a chance. I believe there is a chance Trump will do something stupid like that. Even when he invaded, when he went in there to rescue that the pilot, we still don't know, was it a bogus mission or was it actually an actual mission?
Well,
Because
it all sounds conspiracy until you really know about it, right? It's easy to come up with conspiracies. Sure, but what would that prove, anyways?
no, so he was testing the waters. He was testing the waters to see if he can reach
I don't think the U.S., especially people around him, would put on such a big act just to test the waters to take that much a gamble. If he wanted to go ahead and do it, right, they have enough intelligence, they have enough training, and they have enough people around them, right, that when they'll just do a surprise attack and go, if Trump is going to invade, he's going to do it in a surprise attack. Just like he did with the Venezuelan, on a day, on a time, and no one fucking knows. He's not going to test the waters trying to go back and forth. That'd be suicide.
he was testing the waters and he went in there to rescue the U.S. pilot.
Well, I mean, that could have been a double-edged sword, two birds with one stone, if you really think of it from that perspective. But I don't think he's just going to all of a sudden say, "Oh, let's go do a dry run and see if we can go in and go out." That would be stupid.
That was a good move, though. To see if he could get closer to
Yeah, I think the real thing is either they do a ceasefire, terms TBD, simmer down, still on the same position, haven't changed it. Either they have some kind of temporary skirmish back and forth, slowly escalate, right, which would then create this choke point, which would slow down reserves, which would stop all sorts of shit. The Chinese would get pissed off, and then they would start backing it and become like the freaking U.S. to the Ukrainians. You know, this thing slowly escalates where shit really hits the fan, and then we're talking all full blown whatever, right? And then you don't worry about Clubhouse anymore if that happens.
We'll be here. I'll be here probably.
You'll be here like that guy with barely any internet if that happens.
Well, you want me to be gone? Is that what you want me to do?
No, I'm just saying, when shit really hits the fan, I mean, you're talking about a massive, like, escalation of that point where it could get there.
I mean, if somebody was to offer me $1 million, I'd probably disappear.
Disappear where? Where do you go?
I'll disappear in the bushes somewhere. You know,
Good luck with that.
the bushes somewhere.
I mean, why don't you start a podcast?
Podcast, bro. You know, I didn't do enough talking as it is on this stage, on this up here. I tried Twitter. Too many glitches on freaking Twitter.
I mean, you always have something to say. You talk with confidence. And you can start a podcast.
I know.
Dude, doing all that stuff requires...
I have to be good at bullshitting though, Zero. You know, sometimes I bullshit as well.
I think also there's name recognition, right? There's name recognition, and there's a lot of time. Like, look at Tucker Carlson. After so many years, after like 20 years, he has so much name recognition, like this image name recognition, he can go out on his own and do it now. Same thing with Joe Rogan, right? They can go out and create these $100 million podcast because they're very well known now.
Yep, that's true. You said it right. So
I just don't think for like a Joe Schmo is going to have the same success.
I'm a Joe Schmo. That's what he's calling me.
No, I'm just saying, if you think about it, right? I'm here from Clubhouse, not going to get a million views per episode, right?
I don't know. I think
actually, well, maybe if Black Rabbi was one of your first guest appearances, right?
What's up, Shane? You want to come up? Shane, he just called me Joe Schmo. I can't believe this.
Your boy Samoa's here, so you get Samoa, Shane.
Oh my God! This guy.
What? Who did you call Schmo?
He's calling me Joe Schmo.
Okay. I want you to know that an attack on Amir is like an attack on all of us.
How do you like a NATO here? You're like a.
I'm like the UN.
Oh, this is the United States of America.
No. But the UN.
You're either with us or
against. Think about it, right? The UN is so bogus; it never does anything. They just come up with paperwork and never do anything. Right? So, I mean, honestly, the UN to me has been like an entire waste of time from the beginning. Like, it hasn't done anything.
Well, they're the ones who laid the second layer sanctions on Iran.
Yeah, who's 90% of the power, the reason for that? That's the U.S. 50% of it's all U.S. influence.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Saul, are you sweating, bro? You almost lost the bet in this.
No, I'm telling you. Before you joined Shane, you should ask Amir. I still hold the same position. I think I told him right now. I said a couple things. Either this thing goes deeper in the rabbit hole, which we're talking about the fan, right? Or it's like in a couple days they'll just simmer out, and then this thing will just go like it's gonna get resolved. Like, that's where my same position doesn't change.
Oh, you're finished. Halas, you're done, man.
No, it's not finished, dude. It's not.
Let me be honest. He has a small chance.
What do you guys think about Iran saying they're opening up the Strait of Hormuz?
Dude.
Bro, what do you
That's like gossip. That's like gossip at this point. All of it's gossip.
What, the official statement saying that they're opening up the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, and tomorrow they'll probably say that the official statement changed in the U.S. Come on. When did this get out? It's all changing. It has to play out in like the next couple of days or so. Then
this was the comment made yesterday in counter to the international
and right now the U.S. Trump just said I'm sending ships there to blockade them.
No, that's the exportation. That's not the Strait of Hormuz.
No, he wants to put ships there to block the Strait of Hormuz. What are you talking about?
No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. He's putting ships at the Gulf of Oman and the export ports of Iran specifically, and only that, they're not obstructing the Strait of Hormuz. They're allowing every country that's outside of Iran to get their shit across.
I mean, hopefully they do.
Yeah, that's what the official statement from CENTCOM was this morning at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
I forgot. So, well, you're on that sit rep, right? So you probably get that in a classified briefing before all of us do.
Well, everybody got it. Just for some reason, you don't have it. Well, I mean, the reason why it was so consequential is because Donald Trump said something stupid. The fucking markets responded. And then the official statement came out.
I was literally looking at futures right now to see where they are in futures right now.
That's exactly what happened. This dumbass fucking...
Futures are down right now.
Yeah, because this guy says, we're gonna blockade the Strait of Hormuz. That means absolutely nothing gets through. And then the CENTCOM comes in, no. We're only gonna stop Iran's exports. So...
Either way, the market's still going to go red tomorrow because there's no ceasefire yet. That's the problem.
There is a ceasefire.
No, there's no deal. I'm sorry. There's no real deal.
Yeah. There's reports that there's a lot of fueling tankers in the air in the Middle East. I wonder what's going on.
Samoa, you better get out there.
Hell no.
You better get out there with your boy Black Rabbi in one of those ships.
Dude, I've been sitting over here waiting for Bitcoin to hit 63 so I can freaking buy something.
So, Amir, what do you think is going to happen with the Israeli Hezbollah thing? Israeli Hezbollah. What's going to happen there?
They'll probably get bombed or something.
No, there's supposed to be peace talks coming up in 2 days.
We're going to have a switcheroo. Iran and Israel are going to go back to bombing each other, and Lebanon and Israel are going to have a ceasefire. And they're going to keep fucking around. Switcheroo and switcheroo and switcheroo.
So they're going to become a shapeshifter, right?
Bro, they wish they can shift like me, bro. I perfected this shit.
This dude Trump says, hey, China, you guys can buy oil from us. It's like, oh shit.
I mean, it's
If America becomes the primary exporter of energy, let's just say in the next like 3 to 4 years, who the hell needs the petrodollar anymore?
Well, how are they going to be able to buy from the U.S.? Because I don't think they even have plants out there, right? They have to where their refineries. I mean, how would that work exactly?
That we export up to 3 to 4 million a day, barrels a day.
Is it on a long haul distance to get it from the U.S.?
No, they would just go to the Pacific.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, they just go to the Pacific.
the big question is the block going to happen or not?
They said 10 a.m.
That's what he said. That's what she
Samoa's
said.
going to be out there at 9:55.
No, there's a difference between like when there's an official statement made by the military, Admiral Cooper, and Donald Trump. Like obviously, I believe Admiral Cooper.
So the statement cannot be changed. There's infallibility here.
No, like when the military says we're gonna do this, of course Donald Trump can say, "Hey, we reached a deal."
Yeah, Samoa. So I still think in shapeshifter, this goes back to you. I still think give it a day, 2, 3, maybe max, that this whole thing is resolved. I'm still in that same position.
I was laughing out loud on mute. If you'd like, I can laugh again unmuted.
Sure.
How many times did this fucker, Trump has come out with his statements saying that he's gonna do this and do this and do this, and then he always walks back from his statement.
The problem is China.
China.
Well, Well, everything has to go through China. Like if you look at him postponing the meeting, the summit, the China summit, it was supposed to be right now. Actually, yeah, it was supposed to be like right now. I mean,
Exactly. That's why I was like waiting this out because he's got to fly to China and he's not going to fly over when this whole shit's happening. So he's going to make sure this thing is done and deal and resolved or whatever way, whatever at the end of the day, whatever the hell the negotiation comes out to be. Who's ever on the top and however this thing is brokered. But yeah, he's going to fly there before this is all. He's going to only fly there when this is cooked and done.
I mean, you can clearly see that if they're trying to damage Iran's export revenue, 80 to 90% of oil is received to China from Iran. So obviously we know who's going to be hit first, right?
Yeah, 90% of oil goes to cheap energy goes to China, right?
Yeah. Either China is going to have to buy more from the other countries, the other GCC countries, right? I don't know. Or maybe China might just fly over and bomb one of the naval ships, right, Amir?
Now, me and Sol, we were going back and forth as well, just like I went back and forth with you. If he was to do a blockade, there's a chance that Yemeni Houthis will join as well. And,
I don't think that's going to happen.
And the type of missiles they're gonna use. So, you want to take a guess?
It doesn't matter, dude, because I just don't think they're going to jump in at this point.
I want you to guess what type of missile they're gonna use.
You're going to tell me that they have something that's so high tech out there. What is it?
They did. There's one that has able to travel 4,000 kilometers. It's unnamed. We don't know the name of it. Do you know? But I'm not even talking about that particular missile. I'm talking about. Give me. Guess the name. What type of missile are they going to use?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, so I don't know.
I think they would use cluster missile.
Okay.
The reason why, the defense system can shoot down the ballistic missile. Okay. But the problem is where the cluster thing opens up and shoots about 10 or 20 of them. And that's what Israel is having a hard time with.
Yeah, but Iran can't use that against the naval ships. It's too close.
Oh, you can.
No, it's too close. Like the way that thing gets delivered is it has to go up like hella high.
Yeah.
And these things have to travel like 1,000, pretty close to 800 to 1,000.
So Samoa, can't they play it from the other side of Iran all the way to the fucking ship? I think it's possible.
I guess.
Just to fuck with the warships, because those are more fucking scary than the actual ballistic missile. Ballistic missile is like kaboom, one attack. But those fucking cluster things, it's like all over the fucking place. It's like 10, 20 of them all over the place. You can't protect everybody, and there's going to be a lot more damage with the cluster versus the actual one missile. And the good thing with cluster is when it gets shot at, the defense system gets used, and defense system shoots at the cluster missile, and the cluster opens up and fucking shoots like 10 or 20 of them out of the little hole. And that's when it gets crazy. Then even Israel was having a hard time with the cluster bombs. And America is definitely going to have a hard time. I don't support it. I don't support fucking America going to war. But at the same time, Iran has the right to do whatever the fuck they're gonna do.
Well, they said we had to pay more for gas.
What did you say?
You guys are gonna be way more stuff.
Chief, where do you live? Canada or where?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Canada before? We haven't heard of Canada. Where is Canada located?
All I know is Canada might be the next part of the U.S., right?
Where's Canada?
You mean Diet U.S.? Diet U.S.
No, he means the northern part of the U.S.
Yeah. We have Let me remind you guys, we're the country that recognizes the Palestinian people. We're the country that condemns Israel for their murderous attacks. So I think
but it's still Canada.
okay, I think we're doing okay.
They kind of did a demonstration.
I think we're doing okay, bro. We're the country that doesn't have a president that sharts on national TV.
No, because Justin Trudeau is out there on the yacht with Katy Perry having fun.
Guys, our head of state is getting standing ovations, and yours is sharting on TV. Like, what are you talking about, right? Like, are we serious?
Shape, are you in Toronto or Montreal, or where you at?
These are very specific, personal questions.
Yeah, man.
No, because I'm coming out there. No, because I'm coming out there, bro.
Toronto, bro. Toronto. Were you going to Montreal?
Yeah, I did Toronto a couple months ago. I'm doing Montreal in the fall.
I support the cause. I'll buy some concert tickets.
Yallah.
Shape today in the Bathurst Street, they had the kind of the, Palestinian. They take the flags, and then it was full of the police station over there. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, it was kind of supporting the Palestine in Bathurst Street, the Jew area.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what Shape says is Canada is the only country supports the Palestine.
No shape, I don't know, man. I just sometimes I feel disappointed in shape. One time he says, no, it needs to be dismantled, this entity, and then all of a sudden you have a Zionist up here, he changes his fucking view. Just I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel disappointed in him. One day,
Maybe he doesn't watch the pills, huh?
No, he knows that this two-state was a bullshit from the jump. He knows all of this. This two-state thing was a bullshit from the jump. It goes against the Likud charter. He knows Netanyahu does not want two-state. Even that Yitzhak Rabin was a genocidal maniac, by the way. If you look into the history, the shit that he has done to the Palestinians. It is what it is. We could have difference of opinion, I guess.
I'm the only thing that's keeping this from being an echo chamber.
I know.
I have to be true to my name, bro. What do you want me to do?
That is true.
You want me to be consistent in my position?
Shape, let me ask you this. Does your family have a similar position as yours?
Oh, that's spicy. That's a 5 chili pepper question.
I know. I'm sure. And
oh my goodness.
the Irish blood. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
And then your parents' Lebanese blood.
Let's just say my family sees things a little more black and white than I do. I'll let you guess which side they're on.
I believe they're on the Hezbollah side.
No comment.
I don't think so. I think they're on Donald Trump's daughter's father-in-law side.
Bro, no, okay. You wanted to be cute, huh?
Do you know who he is?
I know. He's a Lebanese.
He's a pretty rich Lebanese dude.
I know. But he's actually he supports Israel, by the way.
He supports Lebanon.
No, he supports Lebanon, and he's what's that? What type of Christians are those? Shape in Lebanon? There's the one that are like Zionists.
Maronites.
Maronites. He's a Maronite Christian.
Damn, Maronites are Zionists? I never knew that.
You finally taught me something. I've never heard of a Maronite.
Partially. They're not all.
partially.
Some of them are pretty
Hardcore.
Maronites are like they really like go really far back to the old scriptures, right? They're more root Christians, right? Am I getting insane?
No. They're like they're a bit confused. Like Amir said, they're confused souls. They quote Amir.
Very much confused.
This is how they work, right?
They're similar to evangelicals.
I think they follow the Catholic Church. So they kind of they have their alliance to the Western Church. This is why they're confused. They're in the East, but they follow the Western Church. It's very confused. They have Saint Maroon, who was a monk in Syria. So they just got all caught up in Western values. Is the problem.
Oh, they're Catholic, bro.
Evidence, or they are from the Syria?
It says Lebanon.
They're Lebanese. They're
Yeah.
Lebanese.
And
They
they're
follow.
Catholic.
Yeah,
Eastern Catholic.
they're basically Catholic, and they follow. They come from Saint Maroon, who was a guy in a priest or some kind of Jesuit that was in the caves in Syria practicing, I think, a solitary lifestyle, if I'm not mistaken. So, but they're very nouveau. They're very new. They're very modern. They're not the old school Christians. At least not culturally. Not culturally. But we accept all Christians.
At the end, do they pay money to the church, or they don't? That's the main question.
Yeah, they pay.
Okay, so they are not that much modern. Thank you.
Yeah, they're not like Protestants. But the problem is, some of them are very confused, and they think that the Muslims are their enemies. It's a very stupid idea to think that the Muslims are your enemies.
Stupid.
Yeah, but stupid idea. While your Israelis are your friends. This is like the dumbest idea I've ever heard. So they're very confused. There's not too many of them on Clubhouse. One or two confused ones. They're not as confused as Pahlavis, though. Pahlavis are the most confused.
We have Pahlavi in the audience. Raza is here. Raza, you want to come up? Did you change your position? Go on, Ramazi.
No, I was just saying, can you be more confused than a Pahlavis? I don't think it's possible.
Maybe like some of these, what are they called?
Maybe a Shionist. Maybe a Shionist is a little confused.
Who are the ones in India that are hardcore and they hate Palestinians and they don't even know anything about them? What the hell? What are they called? I mean,
They're Sikh.
The Sanghis. They're called Sanghis.
Sanghis. Yeah, those are the most confused I've ever met.
Because they've been colonized.
Bro, like they come in these rooms, they have so much hate to Palestinians. If you try and have a serious conversation, just to figure out how much
They're pretty vicious. They're pretty vicious.
they're brutal, but you try and like kind of get them to get their defenses down. Because I've done this, right? Because I'm a shapeshifter, right? I come in all coy and smooth. I just want to know how much they know.
Smooth operator.
Exactly, operator. And bro, they don't know anything. Like, they don't know anything about the region. Zero.
They just hate Muslims.
Oh.
Chico hates Palestinians.
Mr. Chico. Mr. Chico. Mr. Chico. Salna Zaman. Machara.
He believes Israel is a beautiful country, has a beautiful army. He's from Egypt. He wants to be He wants to be buddy with Israel, right, Chico?
No, mister.
The guy seems to know me. I don't know who is this, but no, I'm
This
not
is Amir. This is Amir, Chico.
Who's this guy?
No,
This
I
guy,
know-
I mean,
know this is Amir. I was thinking about saying, I don't know who the state shifter is.
Oh, the shit. Oh, yeah. Okay. He agrees what I said.
Do you guys think that Mr. Chico sounds like the male version of Fatima? I think so.
I
You
just
know
I didn't hear you, but I'm just like calling for peace. This is all. But I'm just here to check with you guys for all of you who supported war and wanted all of this to happen. So, what do you think?
Supported
would
war?
happen now?
We did not support war.
Why, Mr. Chico?
Because the more you would support Khamenei agenda, you're often for war.
لا يا
I never
شيكو.
supported Khamenei. I don't support
يا
Khamenei.
شيكو. We don't care about this. Stupid.
This is a very stupid.
What?
We don't care about this. The war and the people. We care about the people.
Mr. Chico, you could say is this, or you could say is that.
This or that.
You could say this, or you could say is that. You could say is this, or you could
You
say
can
is
say
that.
with that. I think you get with this because this is where it's at.
I think you guys are in love with Adil Imam.
أنا مصري يا معلم.
I would ignore this. So, what do you think would happen now?
Why? Why you ignore this? What happened? You left? Damn, man, I was getting my Egyptian on, bro. How'd I do, Sheikh?
That was really good.
Thanks for that.
That's very. It didn't sound stupid.
I got to skill. I got to skill.
Do you think it sounded smart?
Nobody's.
It sounded smart. Why you just saying the stupid? I'm just kidding, man. But anyways, Shape, do you believe in victory? Are you gonna win against Seoul?
I like my odds. I really do.
What was your bet that if they keep on attacking Lebanon, Iran's gonna go back to war?
Yeah, but given that
That's,
it hasn't even been 24 hours and they've already walked away from the table, bro, I like where I stand right now.
Yeah, the war has started already.
but did you want it to ceasefire though, Shape?
Of course, I want to ceasefire.
So some people they disagree with you.
Is-
So
Like Mr. Chico.
Mr. Chico.
Yeah.
So
To achieve what? So you want the ceasefire to achieve what?
لا, we don't care about this, Chico. يا Chico.
you gotta say yes.
يا شيكو مش كده.
That's
No,
another
يا
one.
زلمة is Lebanese people. It's not the Egyptian.
مش كده يا سعد بيه.
عمو ليه؟
عمو بابا ليه؟
Anyways, so Mr. Chico, do you
Everyone's
still
trying
support?
to
Do
reach out
you support Israel? Do you support Israel, Chico? Or you changed?
When did I support Israel, Amir? I never supported
Does
Israel.
Israel have a right to exist?
Yes.
Okay, why? Can you get?
يا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
They earned it. They earned it.
Well, they earned it by ethnically cleansing Palestinians. Okay. By
No,
genociding
by
them.
existing, by making a
By
country,
existing.
making prosperity, you cannot deny them that. Like I hate
Okay,
them. I hate them.
let me ask.
Oh,
Let me
you
ask you
know,
this. Let me ask you this. When you went to war, when your country went to war in '67, did you lose the war or did you win the war?
We lost the war in '67, but we won.
During the Yom Kippur, did you win the war or did you lose the war?
We won the war.
How did you win the war in '73?
We took back Sinai.
Okay, what was promised in return? What did you promise in return?
Nothing, just the Camp David Accord.
The recognition of Israel. You don't mention the big part. Recognition of Israel.
Recognition of Israel, yes, okay. So
That was part of it.
Yeah, which is okay.
That was part of it.
Yes, which is okay because they managed to fight. They managed to occupy our land. We kicked them out. Yes, you're speaking to a
You
country.
didn't kick them out. They gave it back to you. You didn't kick them out. They had it under their control. Yes. They had it under their control.
I can't hear you.
I said, yes. They had it under their control. Oh, wow. Chico left. He's been stealing neighbor's Wi-Fi. You got to go to a different McDonald's location, bro.
I'm not stealing Wi-Fi now.
Are you sitting in McDonald's?
It
Go
was
to
a virtual
Starbucks.
tour and we won. It was a brilliant plan with the Saleh Shazli. He was a major at the army. He permitted, like everything was done brilliantly until Sadat ordered to advance without a bridge. This is why our situation got weakened. But this was like somehow some people are suggesting that this was like orchestrated because Egypt was not supposed to do more than that because that's what the Americans. Yes.
Chico, if they captured your piece of land, who won the war? During the Yom Kippur War, they captured Sinai. Okay?
No,
Who won the war?
The exact opposite happened.
No, they captured it. They captured Sinai.
They captured it in 67. But then in the Yom Kippur War, we took it back.
You didn't take it back in 73. You didn't take it back. You got it back in about 79 or something, or 78.
No, we took the other side of the Suez Canal on 73. The last part we took on the 24th of April, yes, that was 81, I believe.
Yeah. So I'm talking about later. Even after the Yom Kippur War, even after the Yom Kippur War, Israel had the Sinai.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a lose-lose. You didn't win the war.
We did win the war because we.
They still had the Sinai captured.
The whole thing. But of course, there was some areas occupied by them. We took it back by negotiation.
But that's later. But 73, you didn't win the war. You lost.
Oh my God! If we just think about it, you know.
Think about what? What should I think about?
We took Sinai back. If we lose the war, they had Sinai.
You did not take the Sinai back. They gave it to you that was in return for recognition of Israel.
There's no such thing. You cannot give back a piece of land like Sinai just
yes.
for recognition.
You did during the Yom Kippur. You did not get it back in the Yom Kippur War. You did get it back in 73.
We took the major part.
Did you get the Sinai in 73?
The major part of it, yes.
Major part of it. You didn't take shit back, bro.
Our army took back the Suez Canal. This was the whole problem. This was like our greatest achievement within this war. But I'm still not understanding why this is relevant here. The world is gonna end because of stupid agendas for people who are.
Hey, Chico, you said that Anwar Sadat order advancing. Why?
What?
Why Anwar? Like you said something about Anwar Sadat order advancing because what was the reason? I agree with you up to the time that you were winning up to the time Anwar Sadat order.
Yeah, yes, that order to advance
did
the
Anwar
troops.
Sadat order advancing?
The reason that they published back then that they were supporting Syria because Syria was part of this war, the other side. But this was stupid. And Saleh Shazli, he told him, this is stupid, do not do this. But still, they did that. And Sadat wasn't stupid. He was a military man, so he knew what he's doing. So what people think, what historians think that he did that, not to advance too much, because too much would have summoned the Americans and other superpowers, and that would have burned the whole region. No one would want this. The same case as what was happening with Gaza, but no one is getting it. People are so stupid.
No, I didn't get it.
My friend, don't be stupid. Give respect to the Anwar Sadat, stupid.
No, why did Anwar Sadat order advancing? So the way I understood it, Egypt like win, and they had a strong presence, and because of the missiles they had, the Israeli airplane could not hit the tank, so it was over. Then Anwar Sadat ordered tanks go inside the area that Israeli airplane could hit them, and they didn't have missiles to shoot down the airplane. So that was
Yes.
the biggest mistake he did. So why did he
It
go
wasn't
there?
a mistake. He did it on purpose. He meant
Why
to
did
do
he
it like
that?
that.
He wanted to lose the war.
Not wanted to lose the war, but wanted to open a back door because he didn't
Back
want
door.
to push too much because that would have got the Americans. And without that, if he didn't push too much, the left side in Egypt or the opposition would have said, "Oh, how would you dare not advance and not wiping out the Israeli people?" So there has to be a reason because after all, the Sadat is not working for the Americans. But like things are more complicated than they seem. There are like many things to be considered.
So you think Ahmad Sadat was a good guy, was not a traitor, that did this on purpose for Egypt to lose?
Of course he was.
Sadat, good guy, you give him respect.
No, Monty, wait, why you are like derailing discussion? I mean,
He's a good guy.
I'm having a serious discussion. Why you're a clown?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
عيب
Calm
عليك.
down.
عيب عليك.
So I'm just curious from an Egyptian.
Ignore
guy,
him.
Ahmad
Ignore Nazi.
Sadat.
Ignore him.
I know,
Just
that's
ignore
why I want him to calm down. So Anwar Sadat, from an Egyptian point of view, this act, which ended up losing the war, was not a betrayal, was a stupid mistake, or was not a stupid mistake. What do you think?
It didn't cause us to lose the war. We didn't lose the war. And it was
Because we lost
orchestrated
all your
mistake.
tanks, we lost everything. After this, they came to took all the synods away. What do you mean? This mistake
No,
was
we
the
didn't
only one
lose.
that-
We didn't lose all of our tanks. We didn't send all of our tanks to that part of the war.
Okay,
We didn't advance.
Yeah, redo the history.
The full tank troops. No. This is
So
not
this
true.
is the way that it happened. So Egypt attacked, got them by surprise, destroyed everything they had, and Egypt had missiles. They could not hit anything. Like the airplane could not come and hit the tanks. Then
I'm telling you, it was done on purpose. Wayfan, this was done on purpose. Because otherwise, if you would push too much, you would get other powers into this war. And we didn't
too
want
much,
that.
they pushed further. Like this, he pushed too much. He pushed enough, and Egypt was winning. Then he pushed too much, and Egypt lost. It's not that he pushed too much. He did.
No, that wasn't pushing. That stupid advance, that wasn't pushing. That was stupid. Pushing would mean advancing slowly. According to that plan, the air defense didn't move with the tanks because it was slow. It wasn't like moving air defense. So advancing slowly would have wiped out Israel, but no one would want that. Why do you think America is
Why
doing
did
all
they
this?
even wanting to advance? You got Sinai back, and you were all good. So why did you even want to advance further? So you are saying
Because
that
that
you
was
just
the
wanted
mentality
to make
back
an
then.
attack.
That was right after Abdel Nasser, Wayfan. That era was just after Gamal Abdel Nasser, and people were thinking like that. This was the mentality back then. Let's wipe out the Zionist people. Let's eliminate them and all of this shit. So yeah, this is why I'm saying they earned it. Like they survived all of this and
Dude,
they
you
pushed
don't make
through and
sense.
they
I have
advanced.
a lot
With
of
the support of
respect
the
for
Americans, yes.
Egyptians, but you don't make sense.
What?
I have a lot of respect for Egyptians, but you don't make sense. You are in a position to win the war. Israel doesn't have any military, and you are saying that we did an act, we lost all our tanks, we lost all our military.
We didn't lose all of our tanks. I'm not saying this. You're saying this.
I mean, that's
No,
what
you're
happened.
saying
After
this.
they advanced, their airplane ruined all your
We advanced part of the tanks. Of
And
course,
then
we
they
wouldn't do a
decide.
full tank
They're
advance. It was calculated. You cannot
How is it
understand it because you
calculated?
cannot understand that we won the war. What?
You didn't win the war, you lost the war.
We won the war. In Egypt, we do have this day as a national holiday every year, 6th of October. We do have a whole city named after that day, 6th of October. I know what I'm telling you. Like, we won the war. I'm an Egyptian. I'm telling you, we won the war. This is not propaganda because I'm not that stupid.
Once the war finished, Israel agreed to pull back. the shuttle diplomacy, at the end, it was Israeli army who pulled back. It was not Egyptian army who pulled back. So you kind of lost the war.
Theoretically, if you want to think of it like this, okay, think of it like this, but we took control over Sinai, and we took it all back after that, so I would call that a winning. Wouldn't you?
No, I mean, at the beginning you were winning. I mean, it was all like they couldn't do anything. But Anwar saw that.
You just can't get the full picture.
I mean,
You know, as a teenager,
and I
for me, as a teenager,
I thought
wait,
that
man,
you are agreeing that Anwar saw
I get you. Yeah, I get you completely.
and then betrayed the
As a teenager, I was considering Anwar Sadat to be a spy. I was despising him, and I was saying like, how the fuck would a president do this?
So that's
But
what I
anytime
heard.
you-
That's why I came to the stage to make sure I heard it
Yeah,
correctly. because that was
if
the
you would
first time I heard
research
it.
more, do more research. What happened? Listen to the people who fought this war. Like, you know, the general who has like put this army, Saad Shazli, he hates Sadat so much, and he died hating him.
I know.
Because-
That was a stupid thing. Everybody agrees. So, but you're justifying it, which is weird.
I'm not justifying it, but I understand why Saad Shazli would hate this, because this was his plan, this was his life achievement, and it was a huge one. So Sadat ruined it by doing this stupid shit. But from a like unbiased point of view, from a neutral point of view, there was like some kind of reasoning for what Sadat has done. It wasn't out of nowhere. It wasn't just a random move. No. Because if you would really understand what's happening right now, like why America is so serious about Iran not having nuclear bomb. Yes, the Iranian regime is unexpected and dangerous, and it's a theological regime, but it's all about Israel. They don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, not to threaten Israel. So, with any real threat to Israel, you would summon the Americans. And the Iranian people are fighting the Americans, and they are doing sort of good. But why? Like, you would go into a fight to accomplish something for your country, for your people. Such fight, why would you have it? What would you get out of it? You know?
I mean, you are talking about Iran. That's. I don't want to go that path with you, but
No, I'm speaking it's the same logic. So, what's happening with Iran right now is because of Israel. The move that
Iran
Sadat
right
did
now is
was
Iran,
because of Israel.
Iran right now is going to recognize Israel, but Iran will do it in the case of we won the war and we recognize you. That's what's gonna happen, right? On the 48.
No, I'm not speaking about
Iran
theoretical
lost the war and
terminology. Wait, man. No. I'm speaking, Iran is being bombed because of Israel. All of this is happening because, really because of Israel.
No, all of this is happening because Trump is an orangutan which doesn't understand anything. This is nothing to do with Israel or anything. This is just a stupid president of the United States. This is kind of American people's fault to put this monkey in the commander of. This is why this is happening. There is no other reason. There is no. Did you guys see the tweet that he's now attacking the Pope?
Maybe he would attack anyone. He's funny. And this is happening not because Trump is stupid, but because Iran has become a real threat to Israel. So
this is happening because Trump is stupid. That's the only reason that this is happening.
Let's add some respect to the Donald Trump. He's the president of America, Leifa. Let's not go down that path. He's a beautiful orange man. He's a beautiful orange man. Let's not. Some people might call him a pedophile, but let's not go down that path. Let's be respectful. We can still be respectful and call him pedophile. It's okay. Respectfully. You got to keep it respectfully.
As long as you say respectfully before.
Oh, we have Alan down in the audience. Wow. Alan's probably triggered. Alan, why do you defend fucking Trump, man, in other spaces? Somebody sent me a clip of you. Why do you do that, Alan?
Okay.
You're just an old man. Like, seriously, you want to debate on this?
I don't like people sending clips of me. Second, I'm so triggered. I'm so upset what you said about Trump. I'm gonna cry. I need to go to my Trump safe space.
Alan, calm down, Alan. Alan, please. This is a therapy room. Amir's therapy room. A safe space. Don't cry, bro. It's okay for a man to cry, by the way, but don't.
I just saw, you know the comedian, if you have time, the comedian Bill Burr, he said...
Bill Burr, yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he said, I just saw a clip, I don't know where it's from. He said, men have two emotions. They can either be mad or they can be fine. If you're any other emotion, if you express any other emotion, those are all gay. So it's like, he went to, one time his wife came in and she said with her, he said, well, I'm sad. She looked at him like, what the hell? And said, oh, I'm sorry, and walked out the door. She didn't know what to do. So, yeah, he's great. He's great, yeah. But, no, Amir, I get it. I don't, I seriously, I don't get triggered by any of that. I expect people are going to be throwing shit at everybody else. What else to do, right?
That is true. Take it like a man.
Yeah, let's just hope the whole world doesn't blow up. Let's just hope for that.
Oh, we're doomed. We're doomed. Kiss your ass goodbye.
Oh, your glass is half full, clearly.
Jeez, yeah. No.
Alan, are you a good troll? I think you are.
No,
he came in here crying, so he is a good troll.
Yeah,
he's a good troll.
Yeah, but I know Amir and I've been in Amir's rooms plenty of times.
Amir and I, good English, good grammar.
Is that what I said? I don't remember. Anyways, no, I just look. Yeah, sometimes I do, but the problem is when you're sarcastic on the internet, nobody gets it. And it's called Poe's Law or something that says no matter how ridiculous you make your troll sound, there's always somebody on the internet who will think you're serious and take it seriously. So I
mean, these are the consequences of smartphones being operated by dumb people,
Yeah, well, but this was even before smartphones, Mazi. I mean, I remember this from 20 years ago. Like, I was the first guy on my friends who got like high speed modem.
Oh, you had the dial-up shit where it made the crazy screeching nails on the chalkboard sound when you...
Yeah. And guess how much you paid for it?
I couldn't afford it, bro. I was in the hood, broke. I couldn't afford it.
Oh, yeah.
My friend had it, though. My friend, I used to go over to his house and use it.
Yeah, and it was like $200 for the box. I mean, it was crazy, So anyways, yeah, I know. I get it. Nobody likes Trump. So, but hey, what are you gonna do?
But Alan, are you, so if down the road, would you vote for him if he was to run for a third term?
If it was legal?
Yeah, I mean, if he changes some laws, or let's say he's successful in getting some laws changed.
Let me put it this way. The Democrat would have to be really good in order for me to not vote for Trump. And the Democrats don't have anybody. That's the first problem. The second problem is because I live in California and I'm aware of how corrupt the Democrat machine is, even if a Democrat candidate said, yeah, I'm not going to do any of the, transgender stuff, none of this, none of that, whatever they said, I still wouldn't believe them. That's because I don't know if you knew this, Amir. I voted Democrat most of my life up until about 2019.
You got tired of Democrats.
So wait, how far back did you vote Democrat?
He's been here for like 100 years.
No, like did you vote for like Mondale, like people like that?
When was Mondale?
Walter Mondale. He was in the 80s, second term of Reagan.
I voted for Mondale. The only time.
You like how I remember that, huh, Amir?
You're an old man just like Adam.
The only other time I voted for a Republican was Bush Jr., his second term.
Ew.
And the reason why I did is because I don't want to open up a can of worms with this.
Oh, the worms are open. The can's wide open.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. It's because right after people don't remember. I remember.
I remembered Mondale. You think I'm not gonna remember what you're about to say? Go ahead.
No. Well, maybe you'll remember this. Right after 9/11, the Democrats collectively came out and said it's our fault that they bombed the towers.
And that?
There may be, but you don't frigging say it. It's like when right after it, it's like your friend telling you, well, geez, I have heart disease. The first thing you say isn't, well, you've been eating
cheeseburgers, right?
You say, oh, geez, I'm sorry, that's horrible news, right? So, that's the issue. It was just, and then it was just that kind of, and that kind of, blind and automatic, we got to blame ourselves. And since they brought it up, or since he brought it up, yes, one can always look at what you did in any kind of interaction that may have contributed to the problem. But once it comes to war, you got to pick a side. They picked the enemy side, and that I didn't forgive them for it, So, but still, after Bush Jr., who I forget who came after, then I voted for a Democrat again. So, and it wasn't until, more recently that I said, okay, I've had enough. This is enough, But,
so
anyways.
Alan, I kind of respect, especially because you have these Armenian roots. But if talking about Democrat and Republican, like correct my history. So during Vietnam War, the Democrat president is talking to Viet Cong for a peace deal, and the Republican candidate does treason and goes talk to Viet Cong and says, do not accept peace, let me become president and I will give you a better deal. Move forward, during Iranian Revolution, Carter is talking to Iranians to release hostages. Again, Carter is a Democrat. A Republican candidate does a treason, fucking treason. This is treason. Pay attention. Goes on the back of US government, talk to the Iranians, do not release hostages, let me become the president, and I will give you a better deal.
I hadn't heard of that. Who was the person for the Vietnam?
Nixon was the president, the
Okay.
Republican, and Reagan was the Republican candidate.
Yeah. And they're claiming that both of them went, like that Nixon went to the Viet Cong.
Yes,
And
Nixon went to Viet Cong. He was a candidate. He was not allowed to talk to enemy in the middle of a war when the U.S. government is dealing with the peace treaty. The same with the Iranian situation. So when you are like doing this, you are a traitor to your country.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that.
Yes, please read your history when you are so
Yeah,
much
but
Republican.
wait,
See
Sam.
how traitor you are.
If that's true, it's still not going to change my mind. You know, I respect. I respect
Transgender is
that.
important. Abortion is more important than the traitor in your country and national.
Yeah, no,
These
but
are higher values.
because the problem let me see, hold on a sec.
I'm still trying to figure out why an Iranian is teaching an American history.
Yeah, that I looked it up. The thing about Nixon was not true.
They're both American, by the way. Okay.
Yeah, but Amir, let me give you a gift. You know Daniel, who that is?
Yes, you mean from the Israeli gay side?
The Israeli what?
Israeli gay side.
No, just call it Blue Day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I was in a room, and you know Sig too, right? Who that is or no? Anyways, I'm in a room.
Who was it?
Sig.
Oh, Sig, I might have seen him.
Yeah, anyways, I was in a room, and it's like, you know, the typical way that, you know, the arguments are going back and forth. So at a certain point, I said, look, my point is, Iran and Israel are fighting. And it's like two little kids, and your big brother is telling you now to calm down. I was arguing over what the ceasefire meant, and he's like, well, they did this. Yeah, I don't care about that. But I kept, at a certain point, I just kept saying, we're your big brother. You need to do what we say. And he completely lost it. It was beautiful. It really was. Because
that's a good one.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, I don't want to insult anybody here, but America is one of the big superpowers. And it's like, yes, there were strong nations in the Middle East. I don't want to offend anybody's ego here or anything else. But America's the big dog. Period. And so if America tells Israel, sit down and shut up, they're supposed to do that. Especially if you claim to be our ally, you need to do what we say. And it's the typical, well, no, we're strong, you know, whatever. But yeah, he lost us, you know.
Daniel lost it.
Yeah. It was hilarious. So.
What about Abby? She works for AIPAC.
Here's the thing, and I've said it before. Abby, as a conservative, is very helpful to the Republican Party. So she does the exact same thing. I hate it, but I give her leeway because she's influential and she's helping as far as American politics. She's very helpful, but Yeah, it's the exact same thing. And you know what it is? And look, we know, I mean, in the Middle East, people love to argue. We argue all the time. I think the difference is there's a certain style of arguing that a certain group of people engage in, which involves interrupting all the time, arguing the tiniest little point, etc., etc. And the point is that if you do that, you may win the argument, but you haven't changed anybody's mind. You've pissed them off, and you've only made them more, only made them more set in their opinion. And it's, you know what I mean, Amir? Amir?
No, I hear you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because, I mean, you've heard them argue before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and let me say, I mean, I appreciate the way you run your rooms as well. I mean, look, I know everybody can hop off their mic if somebody's going on and on about bullshit, but it really, you're not going to gain any friends by that kind of arguing. And that's what and it's like, I'm sorry, they all do it.
100%, I agree with you. Just even my rooms, they get heated as well, especially with Zionists and even those Raza Pahlavi supporters. The ones that support the Raza Pahlavi. They want to see the countries getting bombed, Iran getting bombed. It does get heated.
Well, everybody's scared. It's that simple. I mean, we're all scared. And the thing is, let me tell you though, being more, the left is especially scared because the left is always scared. I mean, when you look at the politics of this country, the politics that the left is engaged in has been, oh my God, transgender people are at risk. If we're not inclusive, if we don't support them, there's going to be murders and suicides. And then black people are at risk. We're going to lose them. It's a crisis situation. Pick any group that they support, and then there's some sort of hyperbolic emergency that they are in the way they speak. So it's, and at a certain point, like from my perspective, I remember in Trump's first term, I was like, oh God, why is Trump causing so much chaos? And then what I came to realize is that Biden became president and the chaos continued. And it wasn't coming from Trump. It was coming from the Democrats. I mean, the Democrats elected Trump this time. You understand that. That what they should have done is said, thank you, Mr. Trump, for your presidency. Have a nice life. And never mentioned his name again. Instead, they went on and on and on for 4 years about how terrible he was. And people were like, yeah, I don't think he's so terrible. And we're sick of you guys crying and complaining. And that's how Trump got elected. The Democrats gave him billions of dollars in free publicity. And so that's why now, I mean, the Democrats are beside themselves, because look, Trump, goes to war with Iran. Now this is actual death. This is not made up, oh my God, some trans person might be killed or might get beaten up. This is actual war where people are dying. You know, I think they're overloaded. They are miserable. Miserable.
I agree with you that Democrats are, yes, yes. But why you guys defend Trump? This is the problem I have. You can say that Trump is the president. We pick Trump because we don't want Hillary, Kamala. That I can understand. They are right. Democrats are like much worse for United States than right now Trump. But why defending Trump's action? This is what I don't understand. He is a disaster. Like, why we cannot agree, at least as an American, that he is really a disaster? Why are you defending him?
Well, look, here's the thing. Trump may, I'll say this, Trump may not be as smart as you think, but he's a lot smarter than the Democrats say he is. Let me just put it that way. And I think the left in the United States has been effective as portraying him as a dummy and an idiot and a loose cannon and not thinking things through, all of that. The problem is he's not those things. Now, here's the thing to remember about Trump, okay? Wait, I don't know. Are you in the United States? It doesn't matter if you are.
I was, and I ran away because of Trump.
Okay, all right. But you know how vicious and cutthroat New York City can be, right? I mean, it's a tough city.
I lived upstate New York, but I can't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And you know that the mafia is there too.
Right.
Remember, Trump built a high-rise building in New York City. He had to deal with a lot of nasty people. He had to deal with the mafia. People forget that Trump was a builder, so what? No, that's frigging nasty business.
Yes, so Trump is a nasty person. There's no question about that.
No, and you know what?
President of the United States, the hand of God? I mean, come on, give me a break.
Yeah, I know, but see, look, we could go back and forth on this, and maybe Trump is too nasty, but the Democrats are too weak. And I think what happens is, and look, we are all familiar with the Middle East and Middle Eastern culture. And with the Americans, and especially the Democrats, they assume when they go to the Middle East that everybody is using Western European culture and Western European ideas and philosophy. And they don't understand that the Middle East is a completely different culture. I'm not saying it's better, I'm not saying it's worse. It's different. And they go there thinking that the people they're negotiating view the world the same way they do. And that's their downfall. And they get taken advantage of. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was on one stage and there was a woman whose family is all in Iran. She said when Obama made the nuclear deal and gave them all that money, that the IRGC just took that money and didn't give anything to the people and used it to fund themselves and other terrorist groups. Now, that may or may not be true, but it sounds like it could be. And to me, it's just the perfect example of the Democrats just not getting it, So,
I mean, your claim is this, basically. they were understanding that Democrats are weak. Obama was weak. Obama went to Iran and gave them whatever they want, not understanding that what kind of nasty people they are. This is kind of your argument. And Trump is a nasty, strong person, and he's just, he's going there and make sure that they do not treat Americans as weak. Is that your claim?
Well, I wouldn't use the word nasty. You can use that as you want. My better word is it's different. And let me just say, let's use the word playing hardball. I can't think of a better expression right now.
Right, like it's strong.
Strong. Yeah.
Yes, he knows the deal of negotiation. Now, Obama came to power, united the whole nations of the whole planet to put the toughest sanctions of Iran and force them to come to the table, sign a deal, completely neutralize their nuclear capability. They put cement inside their nuclear reactor. Irreversibly force them to give up their nuclear capabilities. Trump came to power. Right now, the whole world is on Iranian side. They have not only given up their nuclear capability, they are saying that they're gonna make nuclear bomb. They have taken the Strait of Hormuz, that the world is accepting it. Right now, they are thinking about how legally can give it to them. And you are telling me Trump has won and Obama was weak? That's my counter argument.
And that's a good one. Yeah, that's not a good one. I mean, that's a good one. My only counter would be that I think my perspective would be, and what I suspect is they took the deal but they knew they were going to rebuild. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I suspect.
No, they didn't rebuild Allen. The truth is that they were completely, up to the time that Trump came out of it, then they started rebuilding. But before that, they were not really rebuilding.
Hey, lovelies, how you doing?
Good, how you guys
Assalamu alaikum, sorry. Yeah, pretty good, thank you. Pretty good. What have I missed? Anything exciting?
No, we're just talking to Ellen. Ellen is a Trump supporter.
Oh, God. Okay. I'll steel myself then.
Hey, Joe, is that the same Joe that I know? Joe? Is that the Palestinian Joe? Why he left?
So tell me why you like Trump then, Alan.
Well, I just spent 10 minutes talking about it. I don't want to repeat myself.
Okay.
Alan, your position is really questioned in every room.
Well, of course.
It's very controversial to support what's his name, Donald Trump nowadays.
Wait, say that again. It cut out.
So, at this moment, majority of Americans are anti-war with Iran, right?
Yeah.
So every room, if they find out you're a Trump supporter, they're gonna question your position.
Well, look, here's where, as far as I know, here's where we're at. First of all, as far as this action, Trump is on record in the 80s saying, if I was president, I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear bomb and never allow them to develop it. So he's been consistent with that. So this is not something he suddenly pulled out of his hat to say, "Oh, gee whiz, I want this." What he said, I saw an interview for him, and he said, "Look, the sticking point, the negotiation that just failed, the sticking point, the United States said, our main objective, you cannot have nuclear weapons and you cannot develop them." And he's saying that on Iran's side, they said, "No, we are going to get a bomb and we are going to develop weapons." And that was, aside from anything else, that was the sticking point where they failed.
Alan, do you think that you can trust the American government? I'll give you an article. Before this war started, you know, the foreign minister Oman said they agreed to 0% stockpile. Iran agreed to it.
When was this?
This was prior to the attack, like I think 3 or 4 days prior to it. I'll put the article, it's from Al Jazeera. The foreign minister of Oman said this, right? And even there was even an official in the U.S. government said, "We're very close to it. This is the first time we have a breakthrough," or whatever, because we had brother Fayaz in here. He's a co-mod of this room, so he shared it. I forgot the guy's name. You have to chat GPT or something. I'll see if I can find the name. So what I'm saying is, Alan, what we hear from Trump's mouth or J.D. Vance's mouth cannot be trusted.
Well, it's interesting, Amir, because what we also hear is we can't trust what comes out of Iran's mouth.
Yeah, that's fine. We can't trust either party, but what I'm saying is you have to read between the lines, right?
So what do you think that meant? What?
So if you pick up both sides sources, you pick up American source, CNN, or whatever, Fox, or whatever bullshit, and then you pick up the Iranian state media source. What you do is you try to connect the dots, and then you read between the lines, which one's on the truth, and try to understand it for your side, for your, from your perspective, and then get other people to understand it as well. Because when I look at both these sides, right, I have to sort of like analyze it. That look, this is actually logical. This is logical to me, and this makes sense for me. That it is true. There's some truth to it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I see the way I view it is Iran knew what was coming down the road. So they're saying, yeah, we agree as a stall tactic to try and, okay, we'll tell them we'll agree, then they'll call it off, and then we'll go back to doing what we were going to do. That's the way I see it. I mean, so, I don't know what else.
Because I don't trust the American government, and you agree, right? We went to war with Iran because of Israel. You agree on that, right, Alan?
We had enough reasons to go to war with Iran without Israel.
Let me put the Oman's
Put it in the link. But yeah. But look, would you want the if the IRGC not, and he's made clear he doesn't care about the regime change. His main goal is no nuclear weapons.
I put the article in the chat for anybody in this room from Al Jazeera.
Yeah. If the IRGC lost power, what is your opinion about that?
So look, from American perspective, we don't give two fucks for the regime change. We agree on that, right? We're in agreement on that. What we do care is maybe if America was to normalize shit, and it happened twice already, Every time they came to the table, Israel wants to come in the middle, wants to be the fucking attention whore, right? That Israel is, and wants to go in attack mode. Happened twice, right? And this right here, this third time is going to happen again, and I'm sure it's going to be violated by Israel again. Israel already violated the ceasefire by killing 300 people in one day in Lebanon, and they have injured over 1,000 people. You know, that was part of the ceasefire deal, because Hezbollah it's financed by who? By Iran. So this is where I have a problem. You know, why does America? This is why when you look at the surveys, even Tucker Carlson talked about this. Majority of Americans, more than 70 to 80%, they're anti-war with Iran, anti-boots on the ground inside Iran, and even the recent rescue mission, the one pilot. Do you remember the rescue mission they did? Do you know how fucking it sounded pretty fishy? I'll tell you how it was fishy. Over 150 jets in Iranian airspace. The soldier happened to be near the uranium enrichment program, right? What was he? And there was a report. I think he traveled 100 miles in one day on foot. And the Iranian side, they offered what was it? I think $80,000 to grab him.
I heard it was 60, but yeah,
60 or 80, whatever it was, right? But what I'm saying is, this was all bogus, because why would you have 150 jets just to rescue one person? Usually the rescue mission is a secret in and out. Nobody knows about it. I don't know. It's not so fishy.
Yeah, that I'm not. That I'm not buying. That because rescue missions can be quite expensive. Because remember, the Iran was looking for him too. So there was a whole deception campaign that they mounted to make it look like they were looking in one area when they were actually looking in another area, and there was a misdirect there that they did. So
150 jets to go there just to rescue one pilot. That wasn't fishy.
No, not at all, Amir. Because look, Amir, if Iran had found him first,
Iran did find him. The besieged forces did find him. I actually received a video. But guess what happened? On the ground, there was a fire exchange. And Trump is not telling us there was exchange of fire. Even the Iranian side is not telling us this. There were some videos that were released on Telegram.
Yeah, but if they had captured him and if Iran had captured him and secured him, the political PR, it would have been a PR nightmare. So that's why, and that, again, Iran holding an American hostage again, it would have been you know, and then the left would be saying, oh, this is the Iranian hostage crisis again. Trump led us into this. So, that it wasn't going to happen. That's why they did.
Iran is good at grabbing hostages.
Exactly. That's why I completely, if it was 100 jets or 100, whatever it was, they were going to get that guy back. There was no question. And then if they had beheaded him or something, they would have taken him.
I don't think, in my opinion, I think they would have used him as a bargaining chip.
You know what? I think you're right.
They just want the deal, Alan. You see what I'm saying? The Iranians, they just want the deal. They want America to do this. But the problem with Americans is they just don't want to accept the deal. The American regime that we have, I don't know what the deal is. Israel can have nuclear weapon, right? But then at the same time, Iran cannot have it, even though Israel actually did threaten in 1973 during Yom Kippur War to ban Egypt.
Look. Let me ask you this, and then
sure.
And then you're making my brain work, which is a very bad thing. I try to avoid that as much as possible. You know, that's why I like watching Married with Children. I can just veg out and watch him be tortured.
What, you watch Married with Children? That's a whole show. Classic.
Oh, every married man should watch that. And every man who isn't married should watch it so they know what they're getting into. It is the most accurate representation of marriage on the planet. Anyways, yeah, Peg says, he comes home and Peg says, Al, did you miss me? And he says, with every shotgun blast so far, honey. So, okay. So first I'm in a room. The first I heard, after the ceasefire, first I heard, well, Israel bombed Lebanon and they killed 30 people, whatever it was. And I'm thinking, fuck, okay, there they go again. Then I hear from in another room, well, Iran, then I heard in another room that they said, well, they were trying to do a coup in Lebanon, and so that's why Israel bombed them to kill them, right? And I thought, okay, fine. But then I heard, and I kept going on the internet, the fact that, first of all, saying that the first thing, well, as it finally came out, that someone said, well, they bombed us, and that the IRGC bombed Israel with cluster bombs, etc., etc. All the other stuff, I couldn't verify. According to what I looked up, there was no coup attempt in Lebanon. So I thought, okay, Israel is full of shit. They just took advantage of it. But then I heard that the IRGC used the cluster bombs, etc., in Israel a few hours after the ceasefire was announced, and that was true. Okay? My comment, and this is what really pissed off Daniel in the other room, was I said, look, a ceasefire means both sides stop firing weapons. And even if the IRGC did shoot missiles into Israel, that means you don't get to retaliate. And that's when I brought up that we're the big brother, you gotta do what we say. Now, that's what I know. Do you know something different about that order? I'm sorry that took so long. But as far as I understand it, we declared the ceasefire. We said, okay, we got a ceasefire at the last moment. Then a few hours later, IRGC bombs Israel. And then a few hours after that, Israel bombs Lebanon. Is that incorrect, or is there something else going on?
It sounds like correct, but what I'm saying is this entity is known to violate ceasefire, and that's the problem we have. How do you control it? I don't think Trump can control it. Because if Trump tries to control it, I believe, in my opinion, there's a chance of him getting, I'm outside, so I don't want to say much.
Oh, okay. As in, bye-bye Trump.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think that's unreasonable. There's a former CIA guy. He was the one who revealed that the government was using waterboarding, etc., etc. John Krakauer or something like that. And there's a bunch of interviews of him on YouTube, and he said, everyone in the CIA talks about how whenever they interact with Mossad, it's always unpleasant. That it's just, they will, that Mossad is not America's ally.
They're not allowed to come into the CIA building, right? I saw that video, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, they portray themselves, you know, look, Amir, here's the thing. That's why I said America's like the big brother. I don't think the IRGC and Israel are ever going to get along. And I understand Iran's position that if Israel has nuclear weapons, we should have nuclear weapons too. I understand that.
They never even said that, bro.
So no, it's not Iran's position, by the way. And I was saying this is my own opinion, but Iranian scholars, the people that running the show in Iran, they passed a fatwa. Fatwa is like a scholarly opinion or ruling, Islamic ruling that they're against the nuclear bomb because just like we have international law that protects all the civilians. So from the Islamic paradigm, we have rules of engagement, which means you can't kill innocent civilians, women, children. You can't kill rabbis, priests. So there's a lot of these things, and that's why they're like, if we do have a nuke, that's going to end up killing a lot of civilians, which actually goes against Islam.
Yeah. Well, look. I think. Well, look. For right now, this is where I'm at, and this is where we're all at. For right now, we have a ceasefire. Trump is now going to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and their tankers are going to the Gulf of America to get oil. And we'll see. In the end, if everybody stops fighting, that will be good.
Wait, I mean, Alan, how do you think Trump is going to take over the Straits?
Well, they've already sent 2 cruisers up the strait, and I forget how far up they went. They turned around and they came back.
Yeah, they were warned to get lost, get out of that Strait of Hormuz.
But I mean, that doesn't answer the question. Like, what do you think
Well, through military means.
But they keep their carriers 1,000 kilometers off the coast of Iran.
Yeah.
So if they're too scared to get close, how are they going to open it?
With other ships. The carriers aren't the only military ships they have in that region. And how are they going to do it?
Rio, you heard about
they'll figure it out.
Farmer and a whole bunch of these other people connected to NATO, but they said that we're looking into militarily as well.
Yeah, I heard NATO is trying to cook something up to open the streets.
Yeah, but if they do open it, my whole thing is, let's say America takes like warships over there, 5, 6 warships, whatever. We know that Iran had attacked Abraham Lincoln carrier, right? And then they've attacked another Gerald Ford. That's another carrier ship. It was caught on fire. We have pictures and stuff, right? Now, if there's cases like this, who's to say they're not able to bomb the other 5 ships? And these ships are pretty expensive.
It's not even about the ships. It's like the cargo. Like, how are they going to get the cargo through without having Iran hit the cargo ships?
No, but it's not cargo. America wants to do a blockade. No, America wants to do a blockade.
You're talking about the blockade now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different story.
Well, that's the point with Iran. With Iran threatening any ships that go through, America will be guaranteed. The point is they will.
No, Alan, it's not like they're saying that they're not going to allow Iranian ships to pretty much leave the straits or whatever, do their thing. So I don't even get that. That's like counterintuitive. The whole point was to like open up the Straits of Hormuz.
Yes, so America's America. What he's saying is he is going. It essentially, as I see it, is securing safe passage for the cargo ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
But they can't do that. That's what I'm trying to.
Why can't they do that?
Alan, that would violate. So, I mean, look, Iran is violating international law, but America would violate international law as well by putting a blockade, because that's where they get majority of stuff for the people that live on that land.
Yeah, well, see, Trump calls it a blockade. What he's going to do is he's going to do to Iran what Iran wants to do to America.
So do you think that the U.S. would fire at Chinese or Russian ships?
No, you mean military ships or cargo ships?
Cargo or oil?
No, he said he's going to let everyone through.
No, he's doing a blockade.
Yes, I said he called it a blockade.
Off the Iranian ones.
Yes, but what he has said, he called. See, you're taking Trump literally in a case in which he doesn't mean it literally. He said, Iran said we're blockade, or Iran has implemented a blockade on the strait. So Trump responds and says, well, we're going to do a blockade. But he has also said in one of his, it was either X or Truth Social, he said, we are going to let everybody through. All ships will be allowed to pass. Now, he may block Iran's ships, but as far as China and Russia and he's called out Russia as well. I mean, China as well. He said ships from Europe and China, everywhere, they'll all go through. So what I interpret that as is that he is going to use the U.S. military to ensure, and Navy to ensure safe passage for those cargo ships. And we can all be sure that Iran is going to try and not allow that.
Those cargo ships, they're already safe. The Chinese and the Russian ones.
Of course they are, but what about the rest of them?
You mean the countries that are hostile to Iran? Those are not safe.
So there you go. So since Iran is playing that game, Trump has now engaged them in that particular skirmish.
I looked into the sea mines. I looked into the sea mine sweepers. Do you know how long it takes to clean up like 1,000 sea mines?
It takes exactly 36 hours, 24 minutes, and 17 seconds. Thank you.
So the sea mines, I looked into it. It takes about an hour to 2 hours, I believe, or about 3 hours, depends on the sea mine. You know, how long would it take? For each one. So let's say they got about 1,000 of these, okay? And they got 1,000 of these. It says it would take up to about 5-6 months, 4 months to clean up all. So let's say Iran, let's say America is not allowing the Iranian ship to go through, but America wants the other ship to go through that are not allowed on Strait of Hormuz by Iran, which are connected to Israel and America. Well, all they have to do is put about 1,000 sea mines in the water, and it will take about 5 months for America to sweep all these up.
Yeah, but do they have the ships to do that?
America, I don't think that has the sea mine sweepers, but I think the Europe has.
Yeah, but does Iran have the ships to place those mines?
Yeah, they do. They've placed it before.
Yeah, well, see, well, look. We're all trying to predict the future here right now. The point is, and I think we all recognize, this is where the next battle is. Okay? It's now, we've got a ceasefire. He's not bombing the targets inside the country. And now it's okay. Iran said, well, we're gonna take control. We'll let Russia and China through, but the rest of you, you're screwed. So this is the next battle. Let's see. Let's come back in a week, and either it'll be, oh, that idiot Trump, whatever, or it'll be, yeah, the shipping is resumed. I think that's where we're at.
I think he's gonna extend it. Just like every time, he's gonna extend it.
You think he's gonna extend the ceasefire, Amir?
Yeah, he does it all the time to play with global market prices.
Yeah, but look it. Would you rather he cut it short? Think about what you're arguing for. It's like...
No, I never said that. I was just asking.
No, not you, Rio. I was actually talking to Amir. But this was the funny thing. And this is where it turns in, as far as American politics, it turns into such bullshit. Because Trump is saying, a civilization will end overnight. Okay, that's it. But Tuesday, it's now or never. You better do what So the Tuesday night comes, and he announces the ceasefire, and I think, to his credit, he announces a ceasefire in a way that allows everybody to save face.
He was egoistic.
I know. But that's not the point. The point is the Democrats then start screaming that, oh, he chickened out, he's such a chicken, he always changes his mind. It's like, geez, if he had started bombing, they would have said he was a madman for bombing
the finer couscous.
No, the pearl is called really couscous, not North African. No.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just saying that's what it says on the box.
Yeah, it depends which mark. You're right. Technically, the history was invented in Israel, but it was invented in Israel and called Moroccan couscous. So
that's funny. In Israel, it says Moroccan couscous. In the States, it says Israeli couscous. In Europe, it says pearl couscous. And it's really actually looks like pastina. So it must have come from Italy because it looks like pastina.
here, I hope I sent you a picture of the spread.
Okay. On Insta or on WhatsApp?
WhatsApp, but everybody in the room is a foodie, so I may as well just put it as my PTR.
Nice. Oh, I see the pearl one. It's barberries. Or it's barberry cranberries that they used.
I think it was cranberries, not so rushed.
Okay, yeah, it looks like cranberries. Nice. Is that tahini on the table too? Yeah.
Hummus.
No, it's Smucker's. Smucker's has hummus?
Oh, no, that's caramel.
Caramel, okay. I was like, See, I'm very nosy. I zoom in to see it all. And baklava, nice. Nice fruit salad.
Yummy, yum.
In front of him.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Wow,
I think.
Wait, Alan, are you Christian? Aren't you Armenian Christian?
Yes.
Interesting. Disgrace, honestly, to all Armenian Christians.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well,
Let's be gentle with Alan. He's an old man. I don't want him to get a blood.
I've heard him in the President Trump room. He doesn't need anyone to be gentle.
Are you from Abadansi?
You're really retarded.
Yeah. No, sorry. And if you claim to be Armenian, are you Armenian?
No, but I love my Armenian friends, and they would not stand with your whatever you're saying.
And Armenians and Persians, we get along great.
Yeah.
So I have nothing against Persians, and I've made that very clear.
So let me draw you this picture. I'll make the case, right, and then let's see what your take is. So let's say we know, according to the reports, he became a witness. He told he told on Epstein. He got him arrested, right? Now he was friends with Epstein for 15 years. Okay, he was friends with Epstein for 15 years. Trump knew Epstein since 1980, and went on up to 2003, 4, whatever. And Epstein even, to a small publication, he told some deep dark secrets of Donald Trump. That he likes to sleep with best friends, wives, and a whole bunch of other shit. So now, for 15 years, you don't think Trump knew what was he into? They were getting invited to each other's parties and whatnot. You don't think Trump knew about this?
Well, here's the thing. It's on record that at first he didn't know. And guess what? When he found out, he is the one who called the state of New York and said, you got to deal with this guy because he's a pedophile. And that's why they started the investigation into him.
Okay. I'm going to give you,
Second of all, I'm sorry, November, but those pictures of him have been debunked as fake.
Okay, what about the MTV where he said they showed him my
so just hang on a second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Those all have been debunked.
So this another thing is when a drug bust happens in America, right? When a drug bust happens, let's say they pick up somebody off the street, right? That's selling maybe small time drugs or whatever. How does he get away with it?
You mean how does he get it? Oh, you mean if he turns in like
There we go.
Yeah.
For 15 years, he knew.
No, that isn't what happened.
No, I know, but I tell a lot of people that you have to read between the lines. If you're friends with a pedophile for 15 years, you're coming to each other's parties and whatnot. You're literally in each other's parties every week or whatever. And both of you guys are big ballers, rich people, whatever.
Yeah. First of all, it's not that often, but
for 15 years.
Should
Morning.
When was the last terrorist attack in America by the Iranians?
Yeah, so are we
Why is not
quickly as they can, and so they're basically even the shit with I don't know if it's true, but I saw like something with Lebanon. They're not going to allow people, I forget south of where, to return. It's like 20% of their fucking population. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's just really, Israel's doing way too fucking much right now. But this, I think, is going to backfire on them, really. I mean, global support for them is absolutely fucking tanking. The U.S. is getting sick of them. You know, I'm talking about people in the U.S. Europe is fucking sick of them. So basically, all of the people that
Well, and Iran
can help protect them.
Iran just finally put a wedge in between the U.S. and Israel with this Lebanon thing, because Trump is such a narcissist. He doesn't want to be looked at as a new war president. So he is. I mean, Iran, it really did kind of a checkmate there. He doesn't want to be looked at as bad. He wants to get out, and Bibi's, in my mind, Bibi's like, no, it's not over. So he pulls this shit with Lebanon. So now there's no talks. JD flew back home with nothing. I mean, here's the fact, dude, is we don't have anything now
that we didn't before. As a matter of fact, the one thing that we can guarantee out of the war is that now the gayness of Hormuz will always have a tax. That's one thing we guaranteed in this war. So that'll be an effect that wasn't before. That's one thing we actually got out of it.
And I think this is just naive, though. Like, I don't think we can do what without, like a 2003 style invasion. I don't see us taking out the IRGC.
No, it's not happening.
And the U.S. does not want it. So what is Trump going to do? But Israel wants us to remain there and put pressure on them for whatever fucking reason. And but still, it's like, okay, so you're just going to create all of this animosity towards Israel and Zionists in America.
Well, right now the whole world is kind of, including Trump, because of this whole Lebanon thing. He's like, son of a bitch, baby. Why did you have to do that when we're going and sitting down with these crazy motherfuckers? Because Israel doesn't want it to end.
I get the same feeling. They don't want it to end, and that's the other part is that like they've already been talking about Israel has about was it Naftali Bennett? He was saying how they need to put their sights on Turkey, and I'm thinking to myself like, oh, so now your next fight is going to be against like what it was like the fourth largest military in the world that's NATO trained. Oh, and they're a part of NATO, which obviously that's going to really put us in a fucked up situation. And it's just like, does it ever stop with these people? And I don't know that it does, and that's why I think you have to put your foot down and just say, no, we're not doing this. We're gonna have to obviously set a lot of boundaries, but that's going to be including on them. I mean, we do not fight for them. Period. That's that. We would not ask Israelis to die for us. We're not doing it for them. We're not going to fuck up the world's economy or our economy for them. We wouldn't. I don't think it'd be fair for us to ask them to do it for us. But they don't seem to really give a shit, and that's the problem. They're like a spoiled brat. You have to tell them no. And people will say that's anti-Semitic. I don't really give a shit. I mean, I have zero
Can I tell you something afterwards? Like finish it off. Like I want to tell you something about the same thing you're talking about right now.
Sure. I was just going to wrap it up and say, like, there is no country we have to talk about like this and have this quote-unquote duty to support. That is incessantly, it's put out there in the open where it's just like, constantly we talk about Israel. Why am I talking about Israel? Because that's all that's like, what has everything been centered around since Trump has been president? Why the fuck do we have to focus on Israel? Like, I'm getting really sick and fucking tired of this shit. But they center themselves.
Can I tell it? Just the camouflage right now. Both America and Israel have mutual benefits taking Iran and free it from IRGC and Islamic Republic because of all these fucking I don't know. Islamic Republic played a terrible role closing Strait of Hormuz, putting the world's economy in danger. And as we see, like the gas prices going up, like everything. So they have both mutual benefits. And when you see like Bibi is telling Donald Trump why you're stopping it, why you're, sitting down for a negotiation, it's just a camouflage to make Islamic Republic believe that these guys are fighting. They did this 3 to 4 times. They tricked Islamic Republic, IRGC, 3 to 4 times by now with the same tactic. They show like, they have some problems or they have like, disagreements with each other, like Bibi and Trump, but they both want Iran. It's just not about Israel right now. They're just playing the role that sometimes they might have conflicts, Bibi and Trump, to just make Islamic Republic and IRGC believe that these guys have some small problem. But the main goal is the meetings with them, with 87 people from the government, which they don't, I don't know, trust each other. They went all together to Pakistan to see, like, if they want to make sure it's not for the other person. And that's how they took out Ghalibaf, like the second most important decision maker in Islamic Republic, which he went to, I don't know, God knows where. He was hidden. Nobody knew, like, where this guy is. And right now, they draw him out of the fucking rat hole that he was hid himself in. He went to Pakistan right now, and he gave all the information to Mossad or CIA or whoever. And now they're tracking him. I'm gonna tell you, he's a dead man walking. It was like one of the tricks to get him out. And now, with this ceasefire that happened, already inside of Islamic Republic, we see like the biggest fights, even worse than what United States and Israel did with the war. I think this ceasefire is killing IRGC better than war. They want war. They like war.
Yeah, Peoria, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Peoria, this is Rich. Hey, can you click the... Yeah, there, Peoria, you're in the Matrix.
Yep.
You're in the Matrix. Oh, Peoria, hold on, John, I was gonna ask Peoria a favor. Hey, next to the leave button, there's that up arrow. Can you click on that and then click invite people and click all the Iranians in? Invite all the Iranians in here. And any of the Iranians, can you all do the same thing? Thank you.
Well, so you're saying there's internal fighting. Who is this internal fighting happening between in Iran?
You're in the Matrix, Peoria.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix, dude.
Guys,
you're still in the Matrix.
You're still in the Matrix.
We'll get you some more Boost Mobile data.
Just trying to get his phone fixed.
Try to reboot it.
Yo, so everybody in the audience, click the up arrow, click invite people, and click anybody that has a green dot next to their name.
In chat, you'll see a link to the history of the Ottoman Empire and their secret sign language amongst the silent eunuchs that served the Ottoman king and emperor, and the inner courts and the different gardens and inner sanctuaries within Topkapi Palace. And so what I'm trying to say is a Muslim caliphate, such as the Turkish or the Iranian, they all operate on this principle of silence and inner chamber. But because we took out that Ayatollah, I don't understand why you're so pessimistic and why you complain so much. This isn't the layaway department at Walmart.
Were you agree on that, Pepe? Did you listen to me, or I was bugged the whole time?
No, I was saying I don't know about the internal fighting happening in Iran, so there's no way I don't know.
There are a lot of internal fightings because none of them trust the other one. Because one person think that, oh, this Ghalibaf is going to go to Pakistan, is going to deal with J.D. Vance, like, you know, he's going to sell all of these racks out. And nobody, I don't know, trusts each other. So they went 87 members of, you know, the government to Pakistan to just make sure, like, nobody is trying to rat on the other one.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, perfect. BB's here and he's going to be chill, but we're just mostly, I brought BB in so we control the Iranians.
Yeah, so BB, I think.
Yeah, I already told him.
I guess.
Yeah, he explained. I don't have a problem. Yeah, he asked me and was running her mouth. And Pepe was being chill. He just came up and said, hey, what's up? And she started crashing out. And we were having like a really productive conversation.
Persian making trouble?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Peoria, hit the up arrow and then hit invite and click everybody, the Iranians with a green dot.
Well, so you have these people who don't trust each other, and so how is that playing out on the ground? Is it just causing tension amongst the members of the IRGC?
Yeah, actually, we have like a terrible, the highest percentage supports war inside of Islamic Republic and the decision makers, right? The leaders, right? They want some war, but they're realistic. They're seeing like their missiles as fucking, like their missile facilities is fucked up. They cannot launch any. They don't have any shit to fight. Realistic percentage is trying to convince the radical, lunatic Muslims that hey, we have to fucking chill. We don't have anything to fight.
Hey,
So they're
can
going
I ask
to
him a question?
Pakistan to.
Hey, Peoria, are you guys still waiting for Trump, Bibi, and Reza Pahlavi to tell you to come out of your homes?
I do believe right now it's not the time for that. They're making everybody ready for the ground invasion. As their Navy SEALs, come into the Middle East, as we're following it, they need some time to get their troops settled in the Middle East to get ready for taking the southern stripes, or I don't know, the
So
islands.
how many American and Israeli, how many of the Iranian men will come out of their house to take over back their country? I'm just curious, and I'm not insulting. I'm not insulting. Don't take it personal.
No,
Because I've been hearing for the past 2 months that they're waiting for them to be called out of their house. And then I hear that they're leaving their house every day to go to work. So I'm so confused.
Yeah, Peoria agrees.
I don't want to be optimistic. I don't want to dick riding Persian people. I'm trying to be realistic, and I can tell you 100% there is going to be at least 70% of the current society, Trump and Reza Pahlavi and whatever they would say, they promise. I'm not trying to be like fucking lunatic. I'm trying to be realistic.
No, I get what you're saying. In the U.S. has been telling them to stay indoors, not do anything yet. So they are basically following the U.S.'s direction, which obviously Pahlavi he's echoing the same sentiment. So they're not doing anything, to be honest. I mean, last time they tried to do something, they just got gunned down by the tens of thousands, and nothing really came of it. So why wouldn't you just wait until you feel like the IRGC is in a compromised position to do your revolt?
Can I tell you a fact? I gotta do a confession.
You want to confess to something? Did you commit a crime?
No. I gotta confess to something. So I don't want to fucking dick riding my compatriots, as I said. But we Persian people, we never thought that people would come outside after they got massacred about a month and a half ago, right? But yet, in the 40th days of the martyrs that they got killed in the massacre, they went outside again. I personally think that with this massacre that happened, IRGC made people their lives, that people will not going to come out within 10 next years, right? I personally thought that people were never going to go back to the street. They're scared as shit, right? But yet, the 40th, they came out and hopped on in, I don't know, a few other cities. It was you could count it with 5 fingers of one hand, but still they went outside. And now, still, Donald Trump and Crown Prince is telling them to just stay inside, don't do anything till we tell you. That's the only reason I'm seeing people inside of Iran didn't do, a noticeable kind of action for you.
No, I agree, and so I think that's I think that's smart, and look, I think the people that a month and a half ago that had all of the courage to go out and revolt and protest, I think that they were being brave. It's just that they were out. They didn't have guns. And they were in a predicament. Most nations are not going to have their military fire on protesters, but the IRGC will absolutely do that. And so they, and of course, if they caught people alive, they're fucking hanging them and doing. It's what at this point it's playing. In my opinion, it's playing fool's poker to try to do any kind of revolt at this time. You want the U.S. to come in and cause a lot of damage. And when the IRGC is on one leg, then perhaps then you can do your revolt. But you have to wait for that to happen.
Well, I don't know.
You're in the Matrix.
He said, maybe I will come inside of Iran before
you're in the Matrix. We can't hear you.
Republic falling down. So
you were in the Matrix. We couldn't hear you.
Just maybe, United States trying to take the southern parts of Iran, especially free the Karg Island, and as we see, like they sent some disposable what would you call it? Like, I'll find it. I'll fly into the Strait of Hormuz to just disarm the mines that they just into the as we were speaking, and this IRGC didn't even fire a single missile to the American ships. So that's, as far as we see, we're seeing like negotiation between J.D. Vance and also Volleyball actually happen behind closed doors that nobody is aware of them. But I think personally Trump is doing a smart thing because J.D. Vance was apparently the only person in the Congress who was against the war, right? So he sent this specific guy because even Islamic Republic believe that since JD is like against the war, that's the only person that they're willing to talk to, right? And yet he went there, and what we saw him be, he said, I don't know, agree on negotiation, United States with an agreement or whatever. That makes the only person against the war rooting for them. It's like Rubio. Like,
well, I would say this
with
though.
the opinion. Yeah.
But I would say this. So like they're like when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, they can hold it captive not because they don't have a fucking navy anymore. They can hold it captive with basically the mines that they dumped in the strait and basically drones and that kind of shit. But they can't. Okay, so it's not. And apparently, the French and the British are getting involved to at least try to secure the Strait of Hormuz. They're bringing a lot of equipment that can I supposedly find the mines. I don't know how that works. It's not my. I have zero experience with that. But in terms of like them having any teeth to actually enforce a holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage, they can't. I don't think they can really do anything about it once you have large, powerful first world militaries with all of their technological advancements there, and so it's. I think this part is up for them. I mean, I don't think they. And this was known. I mean, if Trump was briefed on this, at least if you believe the New York Times, that them seizing the Strait of Hormuz was one of the main concerns, and of course they did it. But what can they do once you have our Navy and France's Navy and UK's Navy there? Not really anything. They can try to attack one of the ships, but they know what will happen. If they attack one of our naval vessels or the UK's or the French's, I mean, they can dish it back times 100. They can't. It's a losing proposition for them.
Personally, I think United States is winning, bro. This ceasefire was needed, and it's even better than the war itself. Islamic Republic doesn't. They like war to be happen. They children gets killed, or I don't know, people gets killed, or I don't know. using people as the human shield, as everybody knows, right? But the only thing that makes them apart from the inside is to just put some of them into the negotiation table and promise them like a lot of fucking fairy fantasy, I don't know, big fugazi deals to just make them fucking understand who's the daddy, who's the boss, who's telling you what to do, which is Trump, realistically. And the other percentage, they don't like that realistic group, like Ghalibaf or that fucking guy Zarif or Rouhani, those kind of people. Which they're against the war. They're saying like we have to make a negotiation with the United States. We should end the war. But the vast majority of, I don't know, Islamic supporters, like Islamic Republic supporters, they're telling that Ghalibaf, you're traitor. You're traitor to the leader, and you're fucking pissing on his fucking blood. He got killed for nothing. You become this person because of Ali Khamenei, or I don't know, threatening him to death or whatever in the streets. Already we're seeing the biggest spikes in 45 days.
So basically, the hardliners are shitting on everybody else that don't have the same that are not worshippers of.
I think. In this 40 days, Islamic Republic did great at propaganda with the global leftists around the world, especially the United States. They turned public opinion into a fucked up narrative that is not even understandable. Like, you cannot understand.
I don't think they even did it. I don't even think but I don't think it was Iran that was even doing it. I think it was more I'm going to be quite frank here, the Arabs that are on the side of Palestine and hate Israel that have been far more effective at doing it. And you have people that otherwise would hate fucking Iran. They hate Shia Muslims. But they are cheering for Iran to win because they fucking hate Israel more. And, it's...
Objection, Pepe. Objection to your opinion.
It's not projection. Projection is saying how I feel and playing it, to somebody else.
I see. Okay, then I guess it's not projection.
Amazing. I guess
honestly, what's it like being the only albino?
Wait, John, is it anti-Semitic to say that you don't want to be in endless wars forever?
I just want to know how many albinos are there out there for you in your community. Meaning, like, are you targeted by?
I'm not even albino, bro. Trust me. It's just a filter on this picture. I'm not albino, bro.
Even if you look at Persians, they look at their fucking generals, the people that have been in the news. Like, some of them, there's like a percentage of them that passes European. It's not, doesn't make you fucking albino.
Based off of appearances. Sorry about that, Peoria. I take it back. You're a beautiful, handsome, non-albino.
So retarded.
So, Rich here just said that we're sick of these forever wars, and we voted MAGA thinking we weren't going to be involved in a forever war. But see, this isn't a forever war. This is what I don't understand about the complaint.
Okay, no. Here's where the forever war.
50 days of my to start the Navy.
Amazing. Where it becomes a forever war is that Israel has been talking about how what they have to focus on after Iran is Turkey. And of course, Turkey is a whole different level than Afghanistan.
Where are you getting this Turkey thing from? Turkey jerky, where are you getting this from? That there's going to be a war with Turkey, bro? Where do you think this is fucking from?
Okay, look, I think Erdogan, he's piece of shit. He's a Muslim fundamentalist. He's not. I think he's driving what was a secular Turkey backwards. I'm not a fan of his, but they are. It's just like you guys name your enemies in succession, and it's just almost like, oh, you guys are on our side, right? You guys are on our side, right? Otherwise, you're bad. So you're on our side, right? And then we have to become enemies with all of their enemies, and it's just like, look, the world is much. It's much too complicated to say that we have to take on all of their fucking enemies, and that it's going to be in the interest. It's not, at the detriment of our fucking country. And no, the Israel does need to. They need to be protected in terms of
about the conflict, which isn't going to happen.
Oh my God. Hold on a second.
I'll take care of him.
I love you, man.
What did you say? Oh shit! It's the tag team. They're back together.
I said, give me the take.
That's fine. Daniel will fix you up real good. Daniel will tweak both of you perfect. Daniel, have at it.
Okay, so if you look at one of the biggest complaints when it comes to Israel, at least from a United States perspective, only a United States perspective, is that, well, we're allies with, and we were allies with Israel for much different reasons. If we look back decades ago, and that was because during the Cold War, they were the one holdout in that area that would align with not with the Soviet Union, but with us, and so that was invaluable. Really, truly was. It's like, holy shit, if they were aligned with the Soviet Union, that would have made everything very complicated in that region of the world.
The Soviets tried. The Soviets tried.
Oh, of course they did. And so that was where, like, our original allyship, I would say, largely was. After that...
American... it's more complicated than that. I mean, the American alliance with Israel really only started after 1973. Did America, provide some supplies to Israel prior to 1973? Yes, but it was really like the first real big, sort of formal alliance. Began after 1973. There was too much of the traditional sort of realpolitik saying these guys are never going to win. They're this tiny country and they're surrounded by hundreds of millions of people who hate them. And the odds were certainly not in the nation state's favor, except to say that. The Arab states are pretty incompetent, and so.
But one of the biggest critiques, though, whether it was Nixon, we obviously put him on the right. Carter, one of the worst presidents, but he's on the left, obviously. We can talk about Clinton. We can talk about a lot of presidents since the Yom Kippur War in '73. There was a very real realization that us backing Israel and the level of loyalty they'd want to show to us, or for us to show to them, was absolutely hurting any possible relationship we could have with countries like Egypt and
So let's go there. So let's talk about, go back in time, to the previous war, which is 1967. Okay, the Egyptians went to war with Israel when 40% of Egyptians were on American food aid in 1967. And that was an American attempt to carry favor with the Egyptian. And that was during which the Soviets were not only training the Arabs, but basically giving them billions of dollars of free military equipment. They just kept resupplying them and resupplying them, right? And the logic of all of that was there was this sort of natural anti-Americanism which existed in the Arab states post, breakup of the post 1945, right, which is the breakup of the empires, the disintegration of all of the European empires. The Arabs saw America as, a colonial power, even though it wasn't a colonial power, and that their culture trended towards more sort of tribal and dictatorial forms of government, which is exactly what the Soviets were, so they could cut deals with each other in the same ways that they wanted. And back then, I mean, there was still very much, and going back much farther than that, an American fantasy that you could have conversations with them and say, you guys should really have elections, and and Arabs resent being told that they should be told anything about how to run anything that they do, and socially and culturally speaking, they are very internally incapable of criticizing their own environments. So, that definitely meant that they couldn't see that, an alliance with America was what was in their interest. That all the dictators in the Middle East, wanted to hang with the Soviets, and the Soviets were going to give them a lot more free shit. So, I mean, that's what it was like for decades. And that was just one phase.
Yeah, but obviously the Soviets were playing them. They didn't want, they would only give them, they would make promises and give them free shit, but obviously if they could take the power and control from them, they would stomp out any remnant of Islam. They were going to make you a very good citizen.
I mean, look,
it's kind of how they worked.
All of the Soviet sort of, the Soviet foreign policy was basically all about a game of divide and conquer and revolution, wherever they could foment revolution. And
exactly. I'm talking about post-revolution, that their rhetoric will shift drastically after the revolution.
But the Arab states were never really socialist, right? The dictators are too greedy, right? It's the Islamists, and have much more in common with Soviet ideology and communist ideology than the dictatorial regimes did. And we've seen a lot of those regimes fall over time. And things did not improve, right, in those countries.
But can I ask you a question? So
sure.
So we can look at, these are all bad actors. I think you agree Saddam Hussein was bad. I think you agree that Muammar Gaddafi was bad. I think you agree that Assad was bad. Now, we end up deposing these rulers. Now they're basically, what are the countries now? They're still shitholes. They're still horrible places. They don't have a strong leader with the I guess you could say the type of national unity that you would have seen before, which obviously having that intact would be more of a threat to Israel. But I do not see what we're doing in the Middle East. I actually think we're causing far more problems.
Well, if we look at American interventions, right? certainly Libya was not only an American intervention. I mean, it was an American and European intervention, and they bombed Libya for 7 months. I'm not sure exactly what they thought was going to happen, but that was, I think, very typically, really based on a Western fantasy that that there's going to be some sort of that the future could be better than the past, right? Now, no one liked Gaddafi, right? Most other Arab states really didn't like Gaddafi either because he was crazy. And all of these guys were competing with each other, depending on the states. But, there was like a long-term historical bone to pick with Gaddafi in particular. The so-called Arab Spring, right, where there are all these revolutions, did not yield any positive results for any of the countries that had the Arab Spring. And, what happened in Tunisia, what happened in Egypt, what happened in Syria really didn't have anything to do with the United States. What happened in Libya did not have anything to do with the United States. The United States...
It did have a lot to do with the United States. It had to do with... the UN did tell him that he had to restore basic human rights and civil rights, which is more of an American term, but basically the freedom to protest, all of that shit, and which was his downfall. That's exactly what his population did, and they killed him.
Yeah. What I'm saying is they saw it opportunistically as maybe there was some sort of win there. Had I been a fly on the wall in the room where these conversations were happening, I think I probably would have laughed in their face. But there's just a significant and common, very misunderstanding among Westerners about what Middle Eastern culture is like.
Well, I think one of the biggest misunderstandings is that we look at Middle Eastern cultures. They almost always need whether they have a king that's ruling them, a dictator like Saddam or Assad. They need those are actually the countries they prefer to live in.
I don't know but prefer. The alternative, what ends up being, there's always one,
for sure.
Well, there's always one tribe which ends up being the more powerful tribe, right? Like in Syria, the Alawites were the most powerful tribe because they imposed their power on everyone else.
They were a minority, but they were a minority that protected the Christians and the fuck do you call those people? The Druze. And what happened after Assad was imposed and he ended up fleeing to Russia? Jolani, literally, a first-class piece of shit ISIS terrorist, which this is what rubbed me the wrong way about Israel is they were excited that this fucking ISIS asshole ended up coming into power, deposing Assad. And then what are some of the first things that his people started doing? And he came in with
the enemy of my friend? The enemy of my enemy?
Shut up!
So there's a couple of things. First of all,
hold on, let me finish my point. So they ended up deposing Assad. Then you have this guy with a bunch, tens of thousands of Turkic people from a different region of the fucking world that come in there. They get rid of Assad. Then they immediately start targeting the fucking Druze and the Christians. And I see Israel celebrating, because they got rid of Assad. But I'm looking at, dude, they barely have any fucking Christians left there. And the Druze have been put through shit all throughout the Middle East.
Let me shed some light on that. So, Assad became sort of a client state of Iran as a result of the Syrian civil war.
Well, yeah,
right?
No, absolutely.
So
technically, but not technically, the Alawite or Shia.
No.
The Alawites believe in reincarnation. They may not be.
No, but they fall under Shia. Muslim.
Correct. Yes, that's right. They when you look at Alawite sort of religious ornamentation, it's probably not the right word. It's like not considered Islam, right? So, I think it's not a question of secession. I think first of all, the Israelis in that particular moment were observing in awe at the fact that the massive success of the Beeper operation in Lebanon basically made it so that Hezbollah could not respond to what was going on in Syria. And so through which was a very incredible operation, right? It had really wide-ranging impacts. The positives that they saw as they were the first thing they did is this was happening. So they bombed all of the military assets all over Syria so that you'll not get them. So it's not so much about them being in favor of Jelani as it is that the guys in Syria who were taking over were extremely anti-Hezbollah and which meant that it was a reduction of Iranian power, further reduction of Iranian power. The Israelis subsequently bombed Syria a whole bunch of times after Jelani went to
after a couple of the atrocities, they did bomb. I forget there was one. Right. I don't know. Is there Ministry of Defense building?
They bombed the Ministry of Defense building. But but I'll say, I don't know if this is true, right? But I have heard it on a podcast from a guy who was former Al Qaeda, who turned and started CIA, or he was British intelligence or something like that. And he was on Haviv Rettigor's podcast, Ask Haviv Anything. They had this long discussion, and he said that Jelani actually works for the CIA. Now, I don't know if that's true. He said it on the podcast. And I can't, it's very, I have a friend, a former employer who's a Syrian guy, a really good guy. He's Christian, and we've had a conversation going back and forth about the things that have been happening in Syria because we're seeing, these crazy Islamists there, and they are absolutely interested in turning Syria into an Islamist state. How much power those guys have versus the current government is unknown, and whether or not it's at the behest of the current government is unknown. I should say, I may have a bit more information on that soon, but no one seems to have a clear idea of whether or not, it's a good thing or a bad thing. However, the general consensus I can tell you among my crowd of people is disappointment in the Middle East. And, the Alawite revenge killings were unsurprising. They killed a bunch of Alawites when they took power. Really unsurprising that everyone. There are a lot of people who hated the Alawites. The Alawites benefited from Assad's power, and Assad was a very brutal ruler, right? We heard all that stuff that happened at that prison. There are guys who've been locked up there for decades. And Assad also is the reason that ISIS became a thing, because when the civil war started, they let out all the crazy Islamists out of the Syrian jails. So, so look, when you have a situation where you have nothing but bad decisions, you take the small wins where you can and you deal with the rest, right? And I know for a fact that there has been constant IDF activity in Syria. A lot of it we don't hear about. Since Jelani took power, so there are Israeli military units in Syria all the time. So I think so, and I should say, the Israelis have an absolute interest in protecting the Druze in Syria, because there are because the Druze in Israel are extremely highly regarded, and they serve in the IDF at an even higher per capita rate.
They're some of the most patriotic people in Israel, from what I've heard. Maybe that's wrong.
It's complicated. Like the way Druze society works. Like you're loyal to the state that you live in, right? So that means that there's a bunch of Druze who were in the IDF, and there were like a bunch of Druze who were loyal to Syria, not really involved in any significant level in the Syrian state, but I met this guy who was a Druze guy. Not all of the Druze were necessarily pro-Israel, right? And so there's this town called Mashal Shams in northern Israel. And I said, I thought that. He said, it's in Syria. I was like, Mashal Shams in Syria. I was like, no, that's Israel. He's like, no, it's in Syria. And the reason why he was saying that is because they have this sort of loyalty to the state that they were a part of. In any case, they are very well regarded in Israel, and they are a very important part of the IDF. And so the Israelis have an absolute sort of ironclad requirement to protect the Druze there, because for one, they really care about the Druze, but also it would be a strategic disaster if Israel didn't do it, because the Druze in the IDF would leave the army, and that would really cause a big problem in terms of the operations of the army. But back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. I mean, all of this tribal bullshit when it comes to the Middle East, I don't have an answer for it. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody have an answer for it.
So, a couple of comments. First, kind of good weather analysis of the situation. I appreciate that. I want to start with the last, and this is just my prediction, that Syria probably will become Afghanistan incarnate, probably 2 or 3 or 5 years down the road, given the leadership and what they have done so far. And so that's the good possibility for them. But I wanted to go back to actually, I kind of talk about this, the Arab Spring. What was the impetus and germane to this milestone movement in a region which is culturally, you don't expect such a movement to come about? And so what was the reason, the impetus for the movement to move out? And second, why is it that it did not go? So on the first one, I would say in terms of the genesis, the reason it operated, I think it seems to me, maybe might be correct, that is kind of an appreciation of a secular representative democracy and the results of those types of governing bodies in Europe and US probably provided a template for the Arab Spring to say, look, this is not a bad thing. This is what we wish it to happen to us, to our government, to basic freedoms, and the rest of the stuff that it's common in the secular representative democracy, separation of church and state, and basic human rights, checks and system of checks and balances, the rest of it. So I think that has probably, I'm not sure, I cannot tell you for sure, but I think that would have a lot to do with uprising, and there might be some other reasons for it as well. So I guess we can talk about that a little bit, and then we can go back and how is it and how come that uprising actually what we say failed miserably with the exception of the two countries. And so that would be a good question to ask. I don't know enough what it didn't work out, but maybe we can talk about it. Daniel or Pepe, you can educate me on that.
Well, I'll tell you something really quick. So the first event related to the Arab Spring was this event in Tunisia, right, where this guy lit himself on fire to protest the government. What a lot of people don't know was that a female police officer accosted the man and humiliated him, and that's why he burned himself alive. And that was the impetus moment that actually, set this movement on fire, because there was this man being humiliated by a woman. So whatever there may be in terms of ideas about the fact that they may want a different government because their governments are shitty, and I'm sure, a lot of people feel that way, the motivations for doing so I don't know, are as simple as what we want as democracy. I mean, I see no evidence of that. They kind of had a democracy for like 15 minutes in Tunisia. It's now not really that anymore. In Egypt they elected Islamists. In Syria we got the Syrian civil war. I mean, in Libya's basically a failed state. Like, none of these things have really worked out. And it's really, to me, just comes down to the fact that you have clan warfare in all of these places, right? Which is just not really well understood. Is clans really do matter in the Middle East? I mean, they matter in Palestinian society as well. It's clan first, always. So, you think of like, there's the Palestinian territories, but really the way people associate themselves first is to their clan, and there is inter-clan warfare all the time. This just doesn't make the news, right? They're constantly fighting each other, and there is violence all of the time. So, the only people who've been able to make it work in the clan system is the UAE. Each clan runs an emirate, and they came together and they formed the United Arab Emirates. That is a clan-based structure, right? Which is autocracy, but let's call it somewhat benign autocracy, right? They are interested in actually building a society that works. No one needs to believe that it's perfect, but we can see some of the results. None of the other ones have really gone down that road. I think it's, there are other cultural impediments which makes it very difficult. And I think one of the big differences with the UAE is they have a lot of money, right? And that generates stability. It's true with Saudi Arabia too. The money generates a ton of stability, right? These other countries don't have a lot of that, right? Yes, there's some oil in Libya, right? And there's oil in Algeria as well, and natural gas, and those things are good. But, we don't really see a lot of improvements there. And right now, there is kind of a cold war in the Middle East between Egypt and Turkey vying for control and power in these states, which is happening in the background, which just doesn't get a lot of airplay, but it is happening. So, I mean, people are trying to make claims for power all over the place over the Middle East, backing one faction or another. It's happening in Yemen as well, right? Where the Saudis back one faction and the UAE backs another faction, and then both those factions are against the Houthis. It's a fucking mess. And I don't see it really changing. The only thing that you can say is that in places like the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, there was a relatively sophisticated state, and all of those guys were educated in the West. And so maybe they don't want to live exactly like the West, but they know that life's pretty good in the West, right?
They bring Brad up.
And, they want to, copy the things that work. And I think it's clear at this point that most of the states in the Middle East, they don't want to be really under the umbrella of the Chinese. They want to be under the umbrella of the United States in terms of security. And they've sort of figured out that that's what they want to do. So they've thrown their lot in with the West. And let's say these are the more powerful, stable states in the Middle East. So the Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, right, Oman, And apparently now Qatar, although while the Qatar showers money into America, into American politics and all sorts of other things, and there's a giant military base there, they also finance all sorts of anti-American stuff all over the United States. And now all of a sudden, what happened to them is the same thing that happened to the Saudis, which is you fund all this stuff and eventually it comes back and bites you. Well, the Iranians have now bitten the Qataris. And we don't fully understand exactly all of the damage that has been done by what the Iranians have done to oil and gas facilities. But I have it on good authority that in Qatar in particular, there are contracts that are 5 years out that are going to be broken because the damage is so severe, which means, pretty bad shit, right, for those guys, because they're not going to be able to make any money. So I don't know, but they're now saying, oh, America, please protect us, or now we're against Iran. I mean, the Qataris were like really close with the Iranians, and this isn't very well known, but the ruling family in Qatar is Persian, not Arab.
Wait, the Qatari ruling family, they're Persian, and they're literally, they were Shia Muslims?
Are Persians, and they are Shia Muslim, yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question?
As long as it's intelligible.
So, do y'all think that Trump is wrong with what he's doing?
Nope.
Okay. Okay.
I want to plant an idea in everybody's minds, okay? I want you to think for a second that there's no way that the U.S. government didn't know, okay, that the Iranians were going to do what they did in the Strait of Hormuz, okay? And that they expected this, and they have let it go on. And I think you should ask yourselves, why did they let it go on? Like, why didn't they, create a whole bunch of specific troop deployments specifically set up to prevent the Iranians from doing that ahead of time before the war even started?
Because we wanted.
Because they wanted it to happen. So what are the reasons for that?
Power over mainland China, power over the Gulf states, controlling the Strait of Hormuz eventually. Backing up the U.S. petrodollar.
My answer would be rather
appeasing Israel.
It would be they just don't want, first of all, I'm so against the IRGC. They're pieces of fucking shit. If we can find a way to easily eliminate them, I would say, yeah, absolutely, do it. I will never defend those fucking people. But this war, I think it's as cut and dry and as easy as Trump may, and of course the people, the talking puppets that like to say oh yeah, we're just gonna go in, we're just gonna bomb them and kill Khomeini, and then there'll be a change. But obviously that wasn't the case, and so here you have these same assholes in power. And the question of the day is, if we leave while still allowing the IRGC to have power, we lost.
Yep.
And so, the problem though is that Americans, I think, they're so apathetic towards us doing a regime change in Iran. They would never buy into a mass military operation, like what we saw in 2003 in Iraq, I don't know what are we going to actually do about it? Nothing really. And that's where
those are all interesting questions. Those are all interesting questions, but you didn't answer my question, which was why. Okay, so my question is why would the United States want the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Right, because there are significant political costs because in the short term, right, the oil price has gone up significantly, and that is an issue among voters, right? That if costs go up by 30%, it's a big deal, right? Now Jashan, I think it was who spoke, said it provides leverage over China.
Yeah,
I would
if we
say
end up in World War III, the after effect will put us so far ahead of China that we won't have to fucking worry about them.
Right. Okay. So let's say. Let's put World War III aside.
Oh,
but let's just
we're
say.
going to World War III.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just leave that aside just for a moment. Okay. It absolutely creates a situation where there is a cost to China that they cannot control. That is true.
73% of their gas and oil.
Right.
55% from the Gulf States and 18% from Europe.
But there are other reasons that I think we should point to, okay? The United States has $39 trillion of debt, and it has a ton of oil and gas.
Yep.
And right now...
Japan.
Sure, fine, but now, whether it's Japan or China or South Korea or any of these countries, all of the empty VLCC tankers are all headed to the United States to go pick up oil and gas.
I just want to say this. I'm going to go to bed in a few minutes, so I'm just going to go ahead. So
make me a mod.
Oh, hold on. Oh, goddamn! Did I move him? Jesus Christ! I meant to.
Yeah, make Daniel a mod.
Yeah, I was going to make Daniel a mod. God damn it! I accidentally pushed you. Jesus.
Yeah,
I said my Lord's name in vain, so I'm so angry.
Shut up, you dirty mouth atheist.
Okay. I'll make Howard. I'll make Howard a mod. And then amazing. I just I make me a mod. Jews as mods.
Galaxy, shut the fuck up.
They can moderate.
Make me a mod, my nigga.
Yeah, shut up. And so they can moderate. I'll listen while I'm sleeping, or about to go to sleep. But that's what I'm going to do. And I truly don't really give a shit what happens in this room, because I'm no longer taking part in it. So, but I'm going to be listening.
So Daniel, let me just answer I think it's a good question. So you're making the assumption that Americans knew in their calculus of what this war could entail. One was the risk of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and causing devastation in terms of the energy supply and the rest of the stuff. Maybe they actually thought about it. And it's not possible to think that they were not aware of the political risk in terms of the stuff that you're mentioning, actually. The oil price.
Yeah, but all you gotta think about it the way they think about it. They don't think it is like, oh, we're gonna, like, it's not some conspiratorial thing where they're like, oh, we're gonna intentionally do this. I think when they're sitting around, they look at it and they go, okay, well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. Well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. So it's just a win-win situation. We get the Strait of Hormuz open and we overthrow the IRGC, destroy the Ayatollah, kill him and shit, and we implement a new regime in Iran, or they shut down the fucking strait and then we sell it at $140 a barrel.
Right. Yeah, actually, we're going to
cut China.
We're going to actually talk about the scenarios we just talked about, but maybe taking one at a time. One assumption is they fully calculated this ahead of time. And the calculation in terms of the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed by the Iranians. And then what that would entail X and Y and Z. The price is going up, inflation is going up, and also putting some pressure on our allies to participate in this, which they're not effectively not in a material way or substantially. and for midterm elections is also coming up. So those are kind of the risks that one assumes that they have calculated, or maybe not. We're just making an assumption. The other is the one that Josh, and exactly what you mentioned is, as we all know, U.S. is energy self-sufficient, although we do have many pockets of import and exporting oil and LNG, natural gas in the form of LNG, liquefied natural gas. We, at the minimum, at least there are about 6 or 8 terminals are in construction right now to export natural gas in the form of LNG to various places. So with this Strait of Hormuz being closed for some time, who knows for how long, then of course that provided boost to energy production in the United States and also exporting that. And also the price of oil, as somebody mentioned, going up to maybe 130, 140. And so these are possible scenarios, but one could not say for any level of certainty that the Americans really, maybe they thought after they have caused devastating damage to all sectors in Iran, military and the rest of it, as you know, and also assassination, killing all of the leaders, that perhaps the Iranians would not even last that long. So maybe they had the closure of the Strait of Hormuz on the risk list, but probably it was not on the top of the list. I don't know for a fact. I don't know. But I think it is possible there could have been some major miscalculation, actually. So we go from, I'm going to land with this, from the activity calculating the level of the risk at the highest, and the benefits could entail from that, with some political kind of impact, particularly in the midterm election, and then all the way to the upside of it, which is making U.S. Producing a lot more natural gas and oil and exporting it. That's another kind of scenario would be the opposite of what I just mentioned. Anyway, comments are welcome. I just wanted to kind of talk about it.
By the way, I chose all of my mods based on merit. I'm just saying.
Howard. That's okay. I was just messing with that.
Fuck you, rat Mexican.
Howard, are you AI? There's no way that's a real photo.
Obviously, it's an AI photo. Why Air Fat? You want to suck his dick or something? No, pretty dumb like that.
Yeah, okay. We're not going to talk about that. Let's go back to the conversation.
Let's not talk about how gorgeous Howard is.
Yeah, okay. Say shit. Let's go back.
I'm sure that they.
Okay, one mic on Jason.
I'm sure that they hoped that Iran would just collapse, but I'm not sure that it was actually something they thought was very likely. I mean, I'm sure why they would think that, right? I mean, the U.S. has tried this a bunch of times, and usually that doesn't happen. When it does happen, it is a surprise to everybody. Like the situation in Iraq, okay, I don't think that the U.S. anticipated that the first invasion of Iraq was going to go nearly as well as it did. So yeah, then they had a backup plan, right? And maybe it does have something to do with energy inflows to China, energy availability in the world today. Yeah, it does reshape how Europe and Asia now think about their reliance on that trade route and on those energy partners. And this is, I would say, especially for Europe, this is a big problem with European policy in the last, 30 years. Their approach to energy has made them friends with people they shouldn't be, has made them dependents on people they shouldn't be dependents on.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild how Saddam in '98 switched over from the U.S. petrodollar to the euro. And then the day we took Baghdad, we switched it immediately back over to the U.S. petrodollar. Well, they had free elections in Iraq.
Just wanted to ask the recent post on Trump. Is this? Could we dissect this as a heresy?
Are you talking about the Christian one?
Yeah.
So Trump crashed out. That's what my room title was about. So first of all, he went in and like, you know, I was raised Catholic. I'm not a religious person, but the amount of disrespect that he showed was jaw dropping. I just like such a lack of fucking class that he has, and then he
To the Muslims or the Christians?
towards
both of us, because we
well, first Catholics, but then
Oh no, he said praise be to Allah.
oh, shut up, hold on. So, but then afterwards, he showed a picture of him as Jesus, and I posted at the top. This was something he posted. I went back to his Truth Social account, and to me, it's just like, really, like, what on God green earth do you think that even if it was you're trying to be funny, that is even appropriate? Like that is fucking is so bizarre.
He's the savior to the Iranians.
I mean, you like, why not just fucking? Why not just put the happy birthday?
You would faggots that are going to
Shut up. Okay, I don't want to.
I'm not engaging.
Okay. Do I have to put people to the audience?
Yes, put the anti-Semite in the audience. This Mr. Raya.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't care what either of you have to say. Shut the fuck up. By the way, the people I made moderators, you guys can move people whenever you want because I'm about to go to bed. No, the fact is though is that you showing your face as Jesus and after what you said to the Pope, like that is the level of disrespect there is
it's called gerontocracy. It's when you have old people running the country. No offense.
No, it's called what?
Gerontocracy.
I don't understand.
But I believe he said Jew-ontocracy.
It sounded like I think English may be his second language, and he most certainly pronounced.
Isn't it obvious?
He certainly pronounced Jew-ontocracy as if it were government by Jews. But in fact, I do believe he tried to say gerontocracy.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously he didn't.
I think
but
one, you know.
I'm just really amazed that
English is not commonly taught in the Arab world.
Okay, but when has a fucking Jew been this overtly disrespectful in America?
The only time
I'm being serious. Where they post a picture where you have some Jew motherfucker that has a picture of his fucking face as Jesus. Okay, after he trashes our fucking Pope. I can't recall such an instance. But here you have this guy who's not religious that has done it.
Netanyahu did say Jesus was weak.
No, he said he was insignificant. He added like a layer on top of it.
No, he said he was weak. He said we don't need to be peaceful like Christ.
Okay, we get it. But where do we have an American? Okay, fuck Netanyahu. He's not one of us. He's not American.
He's playing a big part, eh?
No, he's not. But with that being said, okay, where do you get a Jew or a Muslim openly? I'm going to say Muslim even. Where you see them mocking Jesus in the fashion that Trump did. That is kind of like unprecedented. That is so funny.
That's for you, Eric. Trump has no morality at all. He's there to simply have power, and
I thought you were going to bed.
Gaining power.
I thought you were going to bed.
If anyone thinks he has any sort of morality or Christianity or religious intonations in his mind or his body or soul, I think you're sorely mistaken. Like, he does things purely to gain his own power, purely for his own effective purposes, and he just has a good sense of what's popular and what isn't. Sometimes he gets it wrong, and if he's wrong, he just moves on out of the. So I wouldn't even be offended by it. It's just like children. It's like watching children,
say this, say that, say this, say that. It's not grounded in.
Sure, this is a real.
I love when Jews get into like Taoism, Buddhism, and Hinduism.
This is a realist theory of Trump. Sure, that's good. We could certainly talk about that for a long time.
Well, I don't think he cares about Christ one way or the other. Like it doesn't have a ground.
I think if any of these politicians ever cared about Christ, they wouldn't be politicians.
Wait, we couldn't hear you. You're like coming in really low.
I said if any of these politicians ever
A
cared about
little
Christ.
louder.
Louder now?
Yeah, like put your mouth right by the mic.
I can hear it fine, just Sean.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Maybe it's yours. It might be my
Just
You're coming on to her, just Sean, because
ew, gross.
You're like,
listen, Argus.
no, Nargis was saying something serious. She's like, well, these politicians, they don't care about Christ, so what do you expect from Donald Trump? I mean, what you shouldn't expect any more from him than you expect from other politicians. And that's maybe not unfair, right? I mean, they're politicians. They're not priests. They're not saints. They're not, there's a whole lot of things they're not. So what do you expect from them? I mean, they're a kind of dog or, animalistic human being, just trapped in the struggle for power. They've made the struggle for power their life. Okay. And that's what they choose. That's what they choose to do. That's how they end up in a role like that because of a kind of barbarism, of their character, of their soul.
See, Jason went on mute, Arafat. That's your time to speak. Go ahead.
Well, Nargis, what do you say to that? Was that a fair summary? Was that unfair?
I mean, they're essentially car salesmen, right? Like they'll tell you whatever they need to get you to buy the car, and they try to determine what the public opinion is, their constituents' opinion, and they try to say things that, like, they lead the constituents in a way, try to say things that reverberate back to the constituents to increase their power and their influence. I think Trump's a little more unhinged and untethered than that, but at the end of the day, I don't think he has a moral grounding in Christ or a belief of that beyond his own power and influence.
Lama, do you think we should have that then?
Well, I don't really think there's a way to prevent it, because that's the nature of politicians. Like they have to find a popular cause, unless you elect someone based on their religious beliefs and you make sure that they have a thorough religious background. But obviously, that often doesn't end well.
What about right wing? Because it's more attached to cultural roots, maybe religion too.
That's just a political party that happens to be aligned in a basket of various values, and one of them is Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, if Donald Trump is the right wing, but Donald Trump is the right wing.
So we're all abiding his own morals, huh? He's the man at the top.
He's the man with the top job in the government. He's not the man at the top of the society.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
That's why you should be very concerned about electing a leader, regardless of how much they align with your views or how competent of a manager you think they are, if they don't have a good moral grounding and ethical standards, because they'll ultimately end up using the power for their own purposes in an unethical.
I've lost my confidence in democracy after this. Like, it's really sad. Like, what is that system then?
Well,
that should
Who lives in a democracy?
say that again.
Who lives in a democracy?
That's what, yeah, exactly. Like it's such a
Oh no, you said you lost faith in it. I said who actually lives under it?
I got your point. I'm just saying, like, as an idea that's so lofty, but it's quite disappointing.
Glad we don't live under one.
Well, look, Narjus, I'm sure you're familiar with the Winston Churchill quote on this particular point. You know, that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. So, like, democracy disappoints in some ways relative to heaven, relative to the ideal form of government. But think about what Arafat was saying earlier. You have a government where, you know, you have religious figures who are picked, or people who have, you know, undergone some selection for their background and whatever. We had those governments for a long time. They were even worse. The government, the democracy in the U.S. managed to get the Democrats out of power. Okay, and the Democrats had become basically completely corrupt in their own. They were basically trying to handpick a president. Okay, they were trying to make Kamala be president. Even though Kamala could win their primary, they were trying to engineer this. Okay, and they got booted out. And that's like that's democracy doing what it can do, which is democracy is not a good way to select policy. And which is why we don't have, you know, democracy is not like everybody voting on the best shoe size or everybody voting on whether we can smoke or not or whatever. But democracy is a good way to remove a manifestly illegitimate government, to remove a government that is unacceptable to the people. That's its only job. And you know, when Trump was unacceptable to the people, guess what? They removed him.
Wait, did I parallel shift to like a different alternate dimension?
Maybe.
Well, instead of keep calling America democracy.
So it's kind of interesting. I mean, we expect in principle, we expect in principle that our leaders to be people, person of character, with good moral compass and good, wise, and good sense of judgment and knowledge. But if you look at the Constitution, there are only 3 conditions for being a candidate for the presidency. Number 1, 35 years and older. Number 2, born in the United States. Number 3, has resided in the States, in the United States for 15 years, I think. Those are the 3 conditions. Nobody, the founding fathers, they had no other qualifications or attributes in terms of the morality in the Constitution. Otherwise, they would have said something. So it seems to me there was an assumption, and perhaps not a good one, that a man who rises to a level of presidency, vice presidency, or a senator, or a representative of the people who have shown a character that is admirable, again, as I mentioned, wise, good people, but certainly in recent times, and maybe perhaps in the past, we've seen horrible people actually, get elected. So it's interesting. The question is why these attributes were not in the Constitution. So it seems to me it was an assumption of, again, I'm repeating myself, so I want to be clear. The assumption was made, I'll be finished really quick here. The assumption probably was made in the founding fathers that the person rising to this level would have some of really good attributes, that qualifies them without a question to lead us, the rest of us. And it turns out this is more often not the case.
Well, I don't think it should, right? I mean, a democracy shouldn't be presuming a moral standard or an intelligence standard or anything like that. It should be open-ended as possible. In fact, some in the country would even argue, not me, but some might argue that even a citizenship standard shouldn't exist. That it should just be of the people, by the people, regardless of the so-called qualifications or moral standing of those people, and it's a representative of the people, for good or bad.
Should some people argue that we don't actually live under a democracy at all?
Well, I I mean, I think it's just a level of degree of democracy, right? I mean, if you're in a real democracy, if we were serious about democracy, we'd already be employing, and probably could have been employing for the last 10 years, an electronic voting system where you just download an app, you put in your social security system, and then it records everyone's vote and with a unique identifier, so there can't be voter fraud. Or if voter fraud is
constitutional federal republic.
I mean, technically.
Yeah, but not a
Otherwise,
not a direct democracy.
I forget the term for it.
Direct democracy is a kind of democracy, and what we have is also a kind of democracy. And so when Ali is talking about democracy, I understand what he means. Okay?
Who's
Ali? And I'm not going to try to pick apart what he's saying or what other people are saying.
Oh,
okay, what Nargis was saying. Okay. And that is, I don't think, a productive direction to go down. But Ali, I think your point maybe could be interpreted another way, which is that the founding fathers did not assume any of this. They did not believe that our elected representatives should have good moral character, or that they would. Maybe they believe that they should, but they didn't think that they would. And that's why they built a system of checks and balances. And what they had seen in the preceding several centuries of the English system was that efforts to limit the franchise in some way like you're talking about, to try to have moral qualifications or other qualifications, are so readily abused, you just can't govern that way. You just can't make a just system doing that. It would be nice, but it's like passing a law against lying. How could you possibly enforce such a law? The kind of government that would enforce it would be incredibly draconian, right? And the judgments would ultimately be pretty arbitrary, you know? And so it's nice if we don't lie, but we can't make a law about that. And it's nice if we have good leaders, but I don't think the founding fathers saw them, A, as our leaders, or B, as necessarily good. They understood that there would be bad people that would get in there. And checks and balances are how it's supposed to work, to limit and focus the energies of those bad people. And by talking about the character or whatever of the elected representatives, we are, I think, just missing the point entirely.
I agree with you actually fully. I was actually responding to someone. They were questioning the characters of our leaders, and particularly in this case, we have been Trump. I do agree with you fully. And they were selecting, or the requirements were set to elect a leader to represent the democracy. And whatever that the outcome might be, it may entail somebody very clever, good politician, maybe a wise man, but immoral guy, you know, in terms of, let's say, what is immorality? Not having, some could say, not having any kind of a religious underpinning, number one, who could be having affairs, or it could have, you know, marrying and divorcing many times. It could be so many other things, which I think in the U.S., for some reason, people put too much value on these types of behaviors, which in Europe, I mean, and other places, in Latin America, other countries, actually the leaders are well-liked when they are a little bit, you know, like they're playful or mischievous, particularly in the realm of sexuality and having affairs and doing stuff like that. So in this country, in the U.S., we put high value. I don't know why. I don't think it should not be the case, but we put quite the voters at high value, some voters, on people not have done drugs, no extramarital affairs, no abuses, and the rest of it. Again, in summary, I do agree with you, and I think it's a wise thing actually in the Constitution. There is not much explanation. You know, in the First Amendment, basically they're not abridging the freedom of the speech and the press. There is no further explanation on what is the freedom of speech and what is the freedom of the press. You just leave it at that, and you're better off for it.
Pepe, are you awake?
That's simple. Keep it as simple as possible. Yeah,
Pepe, Howard, are you all awake?
Ali, I think though you're onto something, because I think in the last 20, 30 years, maybe slightly longer in the United States, there has been, I think, a moral righteousness of the president, right? Like, we think they're of a moral, righteous character. And I think that's been, not fully, there's a lot of carelessness and personal greed and power grab reasons for this, but it's probably part of the reason why the executive power has expanded as much as it has over the last 30 years, and now we can just executive order like a dictator pretty much anything. And now that's being, I think anyone who's argued this is kind of delusional, frankly. That's being used by Trump to expand his own personal executive power, and I highly doubt whoever gets in after Trump will slow that down. That'd be kind of a
If only the moderators were awake, they could bring people on stage, but now they're both asleep.
Go ahead, Nargis.
I do agree with Jason's posit, right, and Ali too. So there is this, I think, quite a brilliant system of checks and balances, which either zeroes out eventually, or it has, at least one would hope for, like a positive outcome, right? More positives, less negatives. Like Ali says, lesser naughty, but more good, right? However, what happens if the reverse happens, where we have more negative outcomes and less positive outcomes? And I don't mean to be saying this in a moral judgment value. Just the way, does the system really cater to the well-being of the collective, right? So we forgave Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky and the blowjob. Can we forgive the Epstein files? I think that would be a good question.
Hey, there's a black man breaking into your apartment right now. He's there to murder you.
So,
It didn't work.
Yeah, protect.
Nargis, I think if the system really ceases to be functional at all, then we have to become pretty resourceful. Okay, then the government's going to break down. Okay, the system doesn't really have a story for what to do about that, right? There's going to be like a level of out of spec-ness that the system gets into that it cannot get back in spec from it. But in terms of like, how do we get back in spec? How do we get back in spec from where we are? That really just has to do with reinforcing the power and the role of the legislature, which no one really pays all that much attention to.
Jason, do you think we're at a place of no return? Because I think we're pretty fucking close.
No, I do not, because the legislature has plenty of power. They just don't exercise.
Well, no, I know. Yeah, right. I agree. But the problem is the way
that's just a social. But that's just a social norm. That's just a social norm.
Imagine the polarization diminishing.
But that's just the social norm. That's not something where structurally the system you can't imagine a social pressure that brings it back.
What social pressure do you think would bring it back? Can you give
This has to do with what the electorate focuses on. And the electorate is just focused on the wrong stuff. And it really has a lot to do with our norms and how we engage in public dialogue. And educated people can make a big difference here, okay? Because educated people can coordinate around a message, and they do. And right now, they are spending all their time talking about the president they do not like, right? Which is missing the point entirely of how the government is supposed to work.
It seems the educated people are the most polarized.
The educated people are often the most polarized. The question is, what are they polarized about? Another group that can make a big difference is women. Women can get very organized and very socially coordinated, aligned, very rapidly, okay? This is also an avenue, okay? And unfortunately, many women are just spending all of their time talking about the president whose morality or words, verbiage, they don't appreciate. And as long as that's what our focus is on the personality of the president as like the celebrity in chief, okay, then we won't push the system back into balance. We won't pay any attention to the legislature. But this is a social problem. And if the people start to pay any attention to the legislature at all and say, okay, well, here we have a problem, and we don't expect the president to fix a problem the president cannot fix, okay, by making some executive order that will just be thrown out 2 years from now or 4 years from now. We expect the legislature to solve the problem by passing laws, which is what they're supposed to do.
Go ahead.
And we got to ask them to do that. And that's what we have to shift to. So all of you people who hate Trump, never bring it up again. That's all you have to do. Don't bring it up again. Talk about the legislature, which is supposed to check and balance Trump. It's their job. Okay, you didn't elect Trump. He's not your representative. Your actual representative's job is to do something about Trump. And you're gonna ask, what are those guys doing?
Do you think the average Republican is anti-Trump? Do you think there's a substantial mass of Republicans that are anti-Trump? The reason I ask is because if there's not, I mean, they're just going to continue to align with their representatives that then align to Trump, and it's a functional dictatorship.
You know, I think you've got a point here, and that Jason also has a point as well. There is, I would say, substantial failure in terms of the policymakers, like the Senate and Congress, in terms of coming up with, policies, for example, immigration, which has been on hold for decades. So what will happen then? Naturally, there's a shift of power to the executive branch, and then consequently to the Supreme Court. So in a sense, the Supreme Court actually making the decision, legal ruling, in the area that actually would have been the responsibility of the legislative branch. So now we end up, to your point, Lama, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly, that the three branches of government, now we are in a situation we actually have a super branch, which is the Supreme Court. So that is the problem. And I'm not suggesting that it break our structure as a secondary representative democracy, republic, but certainly it puts a stress on the system. And that what we see right now, an ineffective legislative branch, a highly powerful, executive and Supreme Court, and particularly the Supreme Court, and particularly given the situation that 6 of them, these are the chief, associate justices, that are by far are highly conservative politically and appears to be highly religious. So when you have that kind of outlook on life, then your ruling at times is going to be kind of tarnished by your belief system and your political kind of way of thinking. And no human being is immune from that. We all are impacted by the way we think, our upbringing politically and religiously and so on and so forth. So I'm not expecting people to go with a completely blind, kind of way of looking at things. We do expect, in principle, from our justices to actually act that way. But that's far too ambitious to expect any human being to not to, either consciously or subconsciously, not bringing some of those underpinning kind of concepts into their way of life. But the last thing I wanted to say, people will think about systems of checks and balances. We're talking about the checks and balances between the branches of three branches of government. But actually, the checks and balances are more thorough than that. There are checks and balances between the state responsibility and the federal government. And then we have checks and balances between the Senate and the Congress and the House of Representatives. And there's checks and balances there, as you know, they pass their policy. And there are other checks and balances, at least 3 or 4 of them, which in principle, they should be effectively control or manage the situation, so it does not tear, it does not kind of destroy itself. So hopefully that would be the case.
Well,
wait, sorry for interrupting. Do you guys believe in, have you ever taken a break in just overall political conversations? Like, would you say like that was less stressful?
we are taking a break from our regular conversations to have these conversations with that.
Actually, I don't think anybody is stressed.
I just turned 17,
And
and I think
so,
it's really stressful. I think it's a lot.
this sounds terrible. So, Ali, I don't think though this is like so one way I've heard the government described is in terms of a separation of powers and a duplication of functions. So all the parts of the government have the capacity to stand in informally when the part of the government that is supposed to do a certain job is not doing it. So, you know, the Congress can set up all kinds of committees to figure out how certain things should be done, even though notionally the executive is supposed to figure out how to do what Congress wants. But Congress can and does set up committees, and they come up with recommendations for basically how they want the executive branch to do certain things. They're like, well, you're not going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. And this is more broadly like part of how the system is supposed to work. So if the legislature is not doing its job, it only makes sense that the court, the Supreme Court, and the executive branch fill in the vacancy. It only makes sense. And it's not a permanent situation, okay, that they do that. It's like if you have an airplane and it has 4 engines, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and you also have the control surfaces, you know, you have the rudder. And when the rudder is not working, you can use the engines to steer the plane. That's not good for the engines, okay? It makes the way the plane flies very weird, and the way it gains speed and all that kind of stuff. But it does mean the plane is able to get home. And that's not a bad thing. And this is where I think that so many people are making a mistake, is what the healthy response of the system, they're treating it like it's sickness, but it's not sickness. This is the healthy response to this in the system.
But Jason, what if, I think Lama was saying this, what if like the legislature morphs into the soft dictatorial system, right? That we are calling out, for example, the negative in the checks and balances, right? Doesn't that become, because we're putting all our eggs in that basket of legislature, and rightfully so, right? I think that starts to be concerning, maybe.
The legislature, if it becomes a soft dictatorship, it can be voted out. It's very hard to coordinate control of the legislature. And what has happened here is not that we have a soft dictatorship in the legislature, okay? It's that we have a relatively inactive legislature. And we have an inactive legislature because people don't pay attention to the legislature. And they're spending all of this time fretting about, I don't know, a shift into dictatorship when none of our institutions have changed. I mean, if we're a dictatorship now, we were a dictatorship 120 years ago or more.
I'm giving a hypothetical, Jason. I agree with you. It hasn't morphed into it yet, but in circumstances by which such an event might take place, then wouldn't that be like a downfall of democracy itself? what constitutes a downfall of democracy? Maybe that's the question I'm asking.
Well, I don't think, I'm not sure what it means if we're real definite about it for the legislature to turn into a soft dictatorship. But I could imagine I'm going to imagine two things along those lines, okay? And then I think you'll see how different they are from anything that anybody is talking about today, even considering. Okay, one is that the legislature simply strips the executive branch of all of its powers and starts to administer the government itself. And so, if something doesn't go the way they want to in terms of law enforcement or whatever else, they, pass a law right there. They can pass a law before case even comes to court. They have that feedback loop, okay? And they just get in there and maybe they become judges as well, right? And so they unify the branches, okay? And that's one way that the legislature becomes a dictatorship. And this is what happened. This happened at some point in England's history. The other direction could be that the legislature just gives up all of its powers formally, in a way that they can't take them back. Okay? Like, they have given up their powers now, de facto, but every session they could pass something and it would limit what the president is able to do. They could. But they don't. But they could give away their powers forever. Then that's another way you get a dictatorship. And yes, then democracy would have failed, right?
Yeah.
At that point, they could never pass the law again that says, no, the president can't do this.
Yeah,
okay,
correct.
Once they say, yeah, that would be it failed. Okay, another would be if they undermine the courts, right? They got rid of the courts, so they shut them down, or they made the courts part of the legislature, right? So that's another way, right? But if the legislature insists that people have to show an American ID in order to vote in an American election, I'm sorry, this is not tyranny. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I actually do like the way you think, because I think it's grateful, right? Because we have complained a bit much. However, I know this is really bad equivalence when we start with whataboutery, right? And we start to see, well, there are other governments who also call themselves democratic. And we've done fine. Comparatively, we've not been the best. But we're not there yet. So in that sense, I think I do appreciate that, the silver lining that you represent.
I think that the silver lining is important, Narjust, because it actually helps you to focus, right? If the way you evaluate the U.S. government is you say, well, the United States is very bad compared to what I imagine heaven is like, then, and there are variations of this that they don't sound that way, but they are that way, okay? Then you have a big problem. And you start to come up with, you have the problem, basically, that life on Earth is not that great. And then you try to solve that problem. You think you're trying to improve the government, but you're actually trying to solve a problem that is just beyond the capability of people to solve. And that is the kind of lack of focus that leads either to getting nothing done or leads to terror. Actually, it leads to people trying to impose all kinds of solutions on people that are completely unnecessary, and so that's why you want to really ground things out against other kinds of governments and other achievable political arrangements. And say, and ask yourself what is good, right? In the context of the world we actually live in.
Jason, can I say something? You may not agree with me on this. I don't think in the recent past we've conducted ourselves very ethically outside of ourselves. Like, I really don't think we have done that. And I'm being very generous here. We've really been quite a bit of quite tyrannical outside of ourselves to certain people and certain places. I think perhaps because of maybe just leadership or ignorance of these regions, not understanding that perhaps democracies do not work in every system, right? For example, much of the Middle East, minus Iran, works well with tribalism and always has, right? They've conducted themselves in such a way within tribes that a lot of progress and well-being sort of comes out of it. And that word is not a negative within the context. However, we think because democracy is such an ideal, right? We need to sort of impose that on these systems, which find it pretty much alien so far as governance of a system goes. Maybe we need to think about these things also.
Yeah, I think you will find many thoughtful, not many, but you'll find a few thoughtful analysts in the U.S. government saying the same thing, or analysts who were formerly in the U.S. government saying the same thing. And I think that's basically right. There's no reason to impose our ideas about good government too narrowly, about the ideal form of government too narrowly on people, and certainly no reason to impose them too quickly. I firmly believe, I think the scene in Apocalypse Now where the man says, inside every gook is an American waiting to get out. Are you familiar with this scene?
I forget.
This is a famous scene where they're asking the commander or whatever, why are we in Vietnam? Why are we fighting this war in this jungle place that is, so far from America, and it just has no impact on them, right? And the commander says, inside every gook is an American waiting to get out. That's why we're fighting, okay? Because inside everyone is an American waiting to get out. And I believe that's true. But I don't think that needs to happen, this year, right? And I do think that there are timeless lessons. I guess a less comical way to say what that man was saying is that there are timeless lessons embedded in the system of government, and everyone has to come to the realization of those, and we'll live in a better world if they do. But the way that America has approached bringing that about has basically not worked. Basically, it's not functional. In many cases, the countries that we invaded and tried to impose governments on, we get along better with them since we left, and we get along really well with countries that we didn't invade and that we didn't impose governments on, and that have their own very distinct form of government, like some of our best allies in the Middle East are like Saudi Arabia, okay, which is a monarchy, right? Like an Islamic monarchy or something like that, okay? And Israel, which we have very little to say about the way the Israeli government is structured. If Israel had been like our other allies, we probably, the leftists would have been killed a long time ago. Okay, we would have gotten the right to exterminate the leftists, I don't know, in the 70s or the 80s maybe. And we have never done it, okay? And it's full of leftists. I still think Netanyahu should kill all of them. But, it's not going to happen. And there are, and Vietnam, okay? We actually get along very well with Vietnam. and have good trade relations.
Why don't you like the leftists? Why?
But the leftists are very bad for your country. They are very disloyal. Okay, they weaken the defense establishment. They weaken security and law enforcement. Okay, they bring in drugs. They bring in foreign saboteurs. Leftists just don't have any common sense. And frequently, to have a secure society at all, you have to kill all of them. Sometimes more than once.
Oh yeah.
And that's what Taiwan had to do. That's what South Korea had to do. Okay, and after you get to a secure state of society and law and order, okay, fine, you don't have to kill them anymore. But
do you think?
And maybe Israel got there. Okay, but I was just gonna say the other example is Vietnam, which we got defeated by Vietnam, and now we get along with Vietnam. You know, so there you go.
Jason, do you think morals change over time?
No. America has the best morals, and we always did, and we always will.
I have a big counter argument for that, but I think I'm not gonna present it. It's really big. It's that big, but I'm just gonna say, can we link that to gerontocracy? Because if you think about it, these people are influencing their own past, because I believe morals change over time, right? Example, like the age of consent, example in Delaware, I think it was 7. But now, of course, morals change, times change, we adjust to society. So my stance is that throughout time, when we have people in power, gerontocracy, do you think they could be influenced with the past and couldn't be aligned with us? Do you think we should maybe put a limit on these people?
That's just a form of discrimination, really, Arafat. It's a very disappointing form of discrimination. The reality is that old people are not the majority of the population. Younger people are voting for these old people. If younger people want old people to represent them, maybe that doesn't make sense, but that's what they choose. And we get the government that we deserve in a democracy, Arafat. We can't get a government that's much better than the government we deserve. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna emphasize, I totally understand that, but when we have, I think we should have maybe a system, maybe a age limit, I guess. Because there's actually serious things to discuss about this, like cognitive decline, lower reactions time, medical issues. I saw a video. This is real, by the way. Donald Trump, out of the helicopter, couldn't even walk straight on a red carpet. And these people are in power.
Look, Arafat, I can't tell you more than once that I disagree with you. And I'm just going to be repetitive. The people voted for this person. I mean, they have a right to do it. They have a right to the representative that they want.
Yeah.
And if the people make a bad choice, the people should face the consequences for it. That's another part of accountable government, right? Is you get the leader you chose.
Exactly,
if you choose
exactly,
a bad one, then you get bad results, okay? Otherwise, you can't, democracy is not going to work if no one has to face the consequence of their vote. So
we can agree right now, the trend with Donald Trump is massive. There's a lot of contradictions he made, the things he promised or the things he said and the things he says now. But end of story, you're right. We chose.
So 2 points. Quickly here. You do not have to be an old person actually to make bad decisions and do crazy things. I mean, there are younger politicians that they do horribly a bad job. That's number one. Number two, again, in order what you're suggesting to happen, an age limitation, upper age, for selecting a leader, let's say the president or senators, and that's requires absolutely a constitutional amendment for this to happen. I'm not suggesting this is good or bad, but it requires a constitutional amendment, so there's no way around it. And there are requirements for the senators, congressmen, and the president in the Constitution, which has something to do with their age and their place of birth, and for how many years they have resided in certain states and the United States. And that's it. There are no other restrictions at all for that. I wanted to say something else, Jason. I kind of forgot an argument, but I'll come to it. Oh, yeah, I wanted to talk about this potentially. Now, I guess was talking about the soft democracy, soft dictatorship in the Congress, their policy making. And also Jason was saying, well, the Congress can make, a whole bunch of policies to diminish substantially the power of the executive branch. And I'm not quite sure that's, in principle, all policies that are passed by the president, by the Congress, by the legislative branch requires presidential signature for approval. And if he signs, as you all know, then the policy goes into effect. If not, it goes back to the legislative branch with probably some recommendations from the executive branch that what else should be added or taken out of the policy of the president to sign it. If the legislative branch do not agree, they have the supermajority, 2/3, I think, they could veto of the president and pass, the policy. So in a sense, there are pretty robust, checks and balances are in place to kind of, and on the other side, the president is responsible for electing all of the cabinet members, the Supreme Court justices, and then they go through the process, confirmation process through Senate for the president's nominees to be confirmed or rejected by the Senate. So these are pretty good checks and balances in place. There are, for example, and I'm just not going to talk about that right now. But the reason, well, let me just give an example. For example, in Minnesota, I'm not going to talk about my position on ICE or anything like that, but I'm going to talk about when there is an intrusion of checks and balances. So 2 Minnesotan citizens were killed by ICE, and their case is being investigated entirely by the federal government. In cases like this, almost always, there is a collaboration, a teamwork between the federal government and the state to investigate the case, to see exactly what happened. And so the reason the federal government is involved in the case because an ICE person killed a Minnesotan citizen. And the reason the state is involved is because a Minnesotan citizen was killed. So they have every right to say, look, what happened? So in this particular case, we see a breach of the checks and balances in the federal government, either entirely, substantially, says, look, this is not your business, you being the state, we will handle this. And the state has repeatedly asked to either get involved or get some information from the federal government in terms of their knowledge about the case and not be passed on to the state. So here we see the break of the checks and balances between the state and the federal government in a kind of a glaring way, a pretty obvious way. Now, he's taken to the court now. The case is being, Minnesota actually has filed the case either with the federal, just with the district, or probably it will go to the Supreme Court in terms of the kind of establishing, here the intrusion of the, or bypassing or not respecting the system of checks and balances. So I'm going to land with this. In principle, there are just fantastic, great, checks and balances are in place. And because of that, I do agree with Jason early on. I cannot find a scenario under which that the system is stressed in a way that is going to tear, is going to break. Because constitutionally, the structure is fairly robust in principle, and it will withstand the challenges coming from any direction, actually, and in terms of the branches of government.
Agreed. When I was younger, I was more feisty and would find everything to like point a finger at any system, especially one that is like generously democratic, like the US. The older I'm getting, I'm like, it's not that bad for God's sake. Like, what is this Westophobia? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, what are you putting out there? You know? And yeah, we don't act well outside of our freaking little home called America. We are brutal. We are ruthless, right? However, we're also like clearly saying we're capitalist. I mean, the system is built on it, right? So I don't think we do the whole, we are, you know, basked in the freaking sun of morality anymore. I mean, at least we have a president now who doesn't care to do such a thing. I mean, it's being more and more transparent, right? With capitalism comes greed. With greed comes self-interest, and that's exactly what we're doing. It is what it is, unless you want to change that system to some moral code. Sure, I mean, bring it on. Bring a better system so that we can apply it. Other than that, this is the entailment of such a system. Can we be better than this? Absolutely. Can we call it out? Absolutely. But can we also be grateful maybe sometimes? Yeah, we
Jason, please go ahead. I wanted to make just a very quick comment. Just a comment. So you mentioned that capitalism breeds greed. Maybe it's the other way around. The greed is the germane or impetus actually to capitalism. Anyway, just a comment.
I'm a Randian, Ayn Rand objectivist. Like for me, selfish is the virtue. So there's no you don't have to convince me of that.
So I'd say, like, one thing I would ask you to consider, Argus, is the pivotal role of property in, like, the theory of democracy. And so actually, I don't think we can have another system. We can't have a system that is not rooted in property rights, strong property rights. The English theoreticians, some of them said more or less, there is no freedom without property. Every right is rooted in property. All liberty is rooted in property. And there is a way to show, to make that argument. That's pretty robust. So actually, if you try to find an alternate foundation for a just society, you won't be able to. And the intuition here is like, well, you know, if I have freedom of speech, but the government can just take my food because I don't have any entitlement to property, you know, then what good is my freedom of speech? And this argument does extend in certain lines of thinking to our arms. And so I hope you will consider buying a gun, Argus, and carrying it for the founding fathers' sake, you know, to do your duty like everyone else needs to do. And if you have any questions about guns, I'm happy to answer them. But be that as it may, I'm not sure that we can do without property. And that actually has to be integrated into your fundamental understanding of democracy. What kind of society is America? It's a society with several elements. Okay, one of them is representative government, but the other one is rule of law. And that rule of law is attached to strong property rights. We are a market democracy. And those strong property rights are also, another way to think about them is like, your property rights are your exclusive domain that the public cannot intrude on. So the mass cannot vote to impose things on you in certain ways. The mass just does not have the power to do that. They can't decide what shoes you're going to wear or what shoe size or many other things. And that's a big part of being free. A big part of being free is the domain that is carved out from the public's control. You know, and Like if you just had democracy in the sense that everyone can vote on anything, and what the people vote for goes, this would not be a very free society. It would be what is called a consensus-based society, actually. And those are not very free societies. So I would say, yeah, you really got to integrate the property rights, not capitalism really, but property rights into your fundamental understanding of democracy and freedom.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. And the Fourth Amendment actually directly addresses the importance of the property. And I'm just going to read it to emphasize. So this Amendment 4 says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. So in a sense, that requires extraordinary action in terms of being able to the intrusion into the private property of people, either in terms of their belongings, their homes, and the people themselves.
And this is something where we have seen some drift in recent years. I think maybe you guys are familiar with the cash seizures, the contraband seizures that the government frequently conducts. You know, someone is speeding and the police find a reason to search their car, and those people have cash in their car. They just take the cash. They never give it back to them. They never accuse them of a crime. They say, well, we took the cash because it might have been due to drug trafficking, right? But often these people are not able to get their money back, not after many years of litigation. And this is an area where something that very clearly is spelled out in the Constitution, while the practices around it are drifting. And these, I think, are things that we should be more concerned about than, I don't know, Donald Trump tweeted something that sounds very dumb, but we don't really talk about those things very much. I think, Ali, I wonder about the thing that you highlighted. It is something that is the norm. It is the usual practice, right? But maybe it's one of those things that needs to find its way into law and hasn't yet. Maybe the Supreme Court, or there is a court case that will actually formalize this, right?
I'm sorry, Jason, which one are you talking about? The Fourth Amendment?
Yeah, because the Minneapolis thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, does the federal government have to, should the government do it? The federal government do it? Yes. Do they generally do it? Yes. Do they have an option under current law to just kick them out and say, no, this is not your business? The truth is, I don't know. I've never seen it decided. I don't know what law would say one way or the other. Is there a constitutional amendment that says, is there something in U.S. code that says maybe this is a gray area? And maybe it's something where the legislature should have acted a long time ago to preserve the rights of the states.
Yeah, that is actually a good case. As I mentioned, I think the lawsuit, something has been filed by the state of Minnesota in terms of challenging the federal government's approach to this case, and probably will go all the way to the Supreme Court. And I was just looking for this as you were talking. I'm looking, I have the Constitution in my hand here. It talks about here's the amendment number 10, which is really, actually two of them are, the 9th and 10th are important. Here's amendment number 10 that exactly talks about what we're talking about. It says, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So if there is something in the Constitution that the power is not given to the United States and is not prohibited by it to the states, United States and states, then they're reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So in a sense that goes back to this. I think is this now in the case of Minnesota, is this the authority of the power of the state of Minnesota? So they're saying, look, 2 of our citizens were killed, and we are responsible. We have constitutional responsibility and authority to actually look into this matter and decide and investigate whether the ICE individuals were guilty of this and having a grand jury on it and to conclude, this ought to be a case or not. So that is kind of a serious matter in here. I don't know if it's been challenged, because in the past, almost every time the federal government and the state actually collaborate investigating these types of problems, when a federal government or federal individual or federal officers, agents acts in a given state, and it gets always a team investigation. So that's interesting to see what's going to come out of it. But what I wanted to also mention just briefly, not completely related, but maybe it is somehow. The Madison actually was very concerned when the Bill of Rights, the First Amendments were written, that it might come misconstrued actually, that these are the only rights people have and no more. They had to pass the Constitution, ratify it, the Bill of Rights as soon as they could, so they get the 13 colonies on board and move on. So in the Amendment 9th, Madison being very concerned about this in terms of these are not the only rights people have. So here is what it says. It says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So in a sense, it provides a bridge for other amendments, other rights to be recognized as society progresses. So basically saying these are 10 that we can think of, but this provides a bridge, a venue to be able to, if other rights being challenged, then they could become part of, amendments to the Constitution, or they could be challenged in the court, which is, I think, extremely forward-looking amendment number 9. And that was written specifically by Madison himself, the entire verbiage of it.
Yeah, so Ali, the thing about the powers not reserved by the Constitution is interpreted so broadly in practice, right? So broadly. And this is actually an area where some argue the Constitution has become very weak. Or the practice of the Constitution has become very weak. Because now the federal government can say all kinds of stuff, like what you can do inside of a post office, okay, even though the post offices are all in the states, what you can do on a public bus or public train in many parts of the country, right? Because they provide some funding for it or something like that. There's a huge amount of federal control of commerce, not necessarily commerce that occurred within states, but commerce that, as long as it could have been interstate, then that government controls it. There's many domains where the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction or primary decision making, even though it's in total. And that is something that has occurred relatively recently, probably the last 120 years, right? This vast expansion of what the federal government sides in our lives. So the 10th Amendment, unfortunately, doesn't, or at least that reading of it, or a reasonable, a straightforward reading of it, doesn't really help us to know what the federal government can and can't get away with in a situation. I'm wondering how to research that.
Yeah, maybe, but I think in this case, I would say for sure the way I read it, the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution. So it is written within the Constitution, and you can look at Article 1, 2, 3, and the other 4 as part of the first part of the Constitution, which basically is very specific about the roles and responsibility, the authorities. But I do agree with you. It could. Well, let me just make one comment here. These are principles in the Constitution in terms of the template that the government is instructed to run the business of the government. But these are principles, both in all domains of activities, including the legal system. But every time there is a principle about anything, it could be ideology in politics, economics, in religious, and all kinds of fields of human activities, the execution of those principles is always would fall short of the full intent of the principle itself. So it is expected that when these things are executed, for example, the understanding, recognition of the powers of the government, United States, federal government, and what are those? And in principle, there are they may not be clear at times or stepped over, and it's difficult to. But then again, the powers are in the Constitution. Actually, they're written there in terms of which branches of government, what are their powers.
Well, it may be helpful to think of some examples, like in the Constitution, does it say anything about regulating the airspace above certain altitudes?
No, of course it doesn't. And
right.
Sure,
and,
yes.
But it would be very hard for states in practice to assert any control over this thing, right? And this is where you get, and there's a wide range of examples like that, a huge wide range. Okay.
But before you go, Jason, let's just take that one example, which actually is a good example. The authority or the control over the space of a given state, the altitude in, let's say, California or whatever the state is. Now, I'm just wondering if there would be any challenge, hypothetically, from the states saying, look, if the federal government planes or the commercial planes are going to go over our states, we have a say about that. And that would be kind of, hypothetically, in a kind of really unserious way, could be a case, an example of what you're talking about. There's nothing in it, in the Constitution, about it. And so it seems to me that falls along the categories of, as society progresses, technologies, ideas, human rights, and the rest of it, then people, the Supreme Court and the justices and the legal system make an attempt to kind of to see exactly what the Constitution had to say about it in a very broad sense, and then will interpret their understanding of the ruling. And at the end of the day, everything has to comply, be within it has to be constitutionally correct or interpreted according to the Constitution. Now, people may interpret it differently, but certainly it has to have the constitutional authority for it. Otherwise, it's just not going to stand.
I know that's what it sounds like, right? But I'm saying, as a practical matter, there are domains of federal authority.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
That scope way beyond what you would see there. So, like, if we try to find, like, so for example, in this situation with Minnesota and the federal government, the DHS, it's not even clear this question has been asked before, right? So it's not even clear there is a legal answer. Generally, the federal government cooperates with the states on things like this. So it doesn't come up, So and a lot of these kinds of things are like, we don't know the answer really until there is a case about it. But there is definitely a broader trend of the federal government having more and more power, far more power than appears to be delegated by the Constitution, at least at first glance. But there are ways that the courts have historically interpreted, delegated by the Constitution to mean basically any power directly delegated, but also any power which the government obviously needs to do the job that the legislature asks it to do. Now, the power that it obviously needs is what do you mean obviously? And they have a different way of framing it to try to make obviously a little more robust than obviously. Okay, obvious is not the operative standard there. But, and that's really where you get into the fuzziness of this. And this is where I think, the way that I look at this is that there have been a lot of changes in society, and the legislature has been very uncreative in responding to those changes and done a very poor job of remodeling the house, as it were, to keep it up to date, to keep things ship-shape, right? Putting in a new roof when you need a new roof, changing the way the plumbing is when the plumbing systems change, So, the house keeps its character and charm, but, is a fully functional house which you can easily get repaired. And they have not really been doing that. And that's what I think is the real problem we face, is the legislature has not been working that preservation effort in a sincere and thoughtful way. And that's what we kind of need to be pressuring them to do. And, and then the Supreme Court and the President, they do have to pick up the slack. They have to get work done. They have to decide cases. They have to do something, right? The legislature doesn't have to do anything if they don't want to. It's kind of sad, but they don't.
So here's a question I think I may know the answer. Let's say the legislative branch, just hypothetically, would pass a federal policy and says, look, abortion is left to the individual and government has no say about it. We're talking hypothetically here. And it's passed with the majority of the Congress and the senators and becomes the law of the land. I don't know if that could be challenged, the policy that passed by the legislative branch could be challenged by any individual or group of people or even a state to the Supreme Court. Or maybe immigration policy. A broad immigration policy addressing all of the immigration issues, which is Congress has failed miserably in the last 50 years to address it, or maybe 40 years. And it's been taken predominantly by the legislative, by the federal government, by the executive branch, which immigration is the business of the federal government. But in terms of immigration policy and things like that. So, and it was just going back to the first example, if the Congress has passes, the law that I talked about, the abortion, could any individual or agency actually challenge the law and take it to the Supreme Court? I'm not sure. I gotta look it up.
Well, I don't know that they could challenge the law.
I didn't think so. Yeah, go ahead.
But what you would see instead is they would pass laws, and then those laws would be challenged, right? So states would pass laws, and the states would try to pass laws that do not run afoul of this law. Okay. And then the question is like, okay, well, what is the appetite for challenging that? And what does that process look like? And that process is not necessarily going to get satisfaction right away, okay? Because the first thing that needs to happen, let's say that a law is passed preventing abortion, de facto preventing it, in a circuit that is sympathetic to the prevention of abortion. Then the case will go before a judge, and that judge will find in favor of the state. They will say, well, this is not against the universal abortion law because, we don't find that this law prevents good faith efforts on the part of the legislature to protect the health of the mother. And, okay, so they could say that, okay? Or they could say, well, no, it does go against it. But then the state will say, okay, well, we want a panel of 3 judges. And the 3 judges will look at it, and it's a jurisdiction that is favorable to this law. It's a circuit that is favorable to this law. So they will say, the 3 judges will tend to say, no, it's fine, okay. But okay, let's say, all right, then another case comes up, another law, and another challenge is raised, okay, in a different state in the same circuit does the same thing. And by this time, the legal scholarship is somewhat different. The case is somewhat different. Okay, maybe it makes it past the first judge, and it makes it past the panel. And, they can ask for another panel, I think. But then they decide, okay, we're going to do an en banc hearing. Okay, everybody in the circuit is going to decide. And then they will generally say, no, it's fine. It doesn't violate this or that law because of this, that, or this other reason, okay? And in other circuits where they are fine with the abortion law, these cases never happen, okay? They don't happen, so you never get what is called a circuit split. You never get the First Circuit saying a law against a medical abortion at any place that is not, this specific place in the state that is in a remote location, okay, is that law is unconstitutional. You never get that in the First Circuit, and then in the Second Circuit they say it's constitutional. You never get the circuit split. So the Supreme Court is very unlikely to take the case because the places where they accept that constitutional right, they don't pass laws against it. And the places where they don't accept that constitutional right, well, their circuit supports them. Right? So you never get the circuit split. So, or it takes a very long time to get the circuit split. Okay? It takes 10 years, 20, 30, okay? So then what you will see is a huge range of laws that are passed to hobble this right. And You might say, Ali, how do I know this? And, so I'll pause here. Maybe you can guess how I know this.
How?
Because this is exactly what liberal states have done to try to undermine the right to bear arms. And this is exactly why there are so few Supreme Court decisions about it. Because in the circuits where they care about the right to bear arms, they don't pass these laws in those states. So there never is any ruling about it. And in the circuits where they have a problem with the right to bear arms, well, the judges agree with them.
Jason, you're not concerned about children, like smaller children, teenagers, because of the arms. Like that would be. See, I learned how to shoot when I was very, very young. My dad took me to the range. I learned the pistol. I learned the air gun. So it's not new, or it's not that I'm afraid of it. It's just that I think when parents start having children and those become teenagers, and you hear of school shootings in America where the freaking eyebrows rise, the big question of safety sort of pops up. You see what I'm saying?
But that's a different question here. Okay, if you read the Constitution, the obvious reading of the Second Amendment is like everything California has done is illegal. There can't be magazine limitations, limiting pistols to this roster, whatever else. Okay, the assault weapons ban. Okay, and the thing is, once in a while, you even get a judge in the Ninth Circuit who says it's illegal. But you get one. And then there is an en banc hearing, or there's a panel of 3 judges, and they decide, no, it's fine. Okay. And what I'm trying to describe here is the way that you have a constitutional right on paper, but as a practical matter, the states have a lot of capacity, or localities, okay, really the circuits have a lot of capacity to beat down on that right and make it impossible to exercise. Okay, so I'm not trying to persuade you about the right to bear arms. I'm just trying to describe a mechanism to you, like the way that it works. Okay, and because even if you feel like the right to bear arms is a bad idea, I think you will agree it's still in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay, and the way that some states interpret that, it's actually almost impossible to bear arms. Like Massachusetts, and for some time, Massachusetts, and one or two, Hawaii, okay? And the way it was interpreted in New York City for a long time, it was basically impossible to bear arms. And and then you have like a rainbow of options in between that and Texas, okay, where, if you read it doesn't really make any sense that the way you read the Constitution, that like the policies you have in Massachusetts are the way that they are, or in New Jersey or whatever else. So to come back to your example, Ali, I think that could be done, but then what you would see is, for example, in whatever circuit Missouri is in, it would just be massively much more difficult to get an abortion. And the constitutional challenges needed to get that straightened out would eventually play out, but it might be like 150 years from now before all of them get settled,
Well, I would say dick in hand, Jason. That's your screen name, sir? Are you responsive?
Lester, are you here?
He is responsive.
Are you here?
Lester, are you here? Pepe,
I'm here.
Brock, what's going on, bro? We having a good conversation.
I'm good. I'm just trying to see what Jason was talking,
So, Brooke, if you don't mind, let me just...
Oh, God, here we go.
No, we're done.
Here we go.
We'd like to hear what you have to say, but
I don't give it. What do you want, Ollie?
I don't want anything from you. I'm talking to Jason.
But basically,
Okay, well then,
just
let's
quickly going back
let's
to
do this. Hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. I'm not for you. If you
Okay,
wait a
well
little
we
bit.
should hold on.
Did you notice that just?
Oh my God, you're so in control. Okay, well then if you are in control,
I'm not
then
in
you
control.
should know how to calm people down.
Well,
do that.
There was no calmness on the stage. People were talking.
All right, so let's do that. All right, let's do that together.
Until you came on
Can
the
you
stage.
do that together?
Can you calm down a little bit, maybe? Take
Yeah, I'm right here, brother. Can you hear me?
Take a deep
My
breath.
voice?
You'll be fine.
Can you come to my voice?
We know how to treat
I'm
children.
right here, man.
Don't worry.
Right here.
So yeah, good. So
Okay,
thank you.
so let's do it. So let's do it like together.
So what is your suggestion?
Oh no. So you want to take control? Okay. So what do you want from me?
okay, Brock, what's this question?
No third person.
What I want from you, here's what I want from you.
What do you want from me?
What I want you to do is...
Tell me, brother.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you. I would like you to allow Jason and I to finish the discussion about the
So you're saying shut up?
No, I didn't say that, shut up.
Say aloud. Say shut up.
We were in
Tell
the
me
middle
to
of
shut
our
up.
conversation.
Because I'm not...
And so you asked me what I want you to do. If you want to speak for me, then why are you asking the question?
I'm not asking.
If you're asking me a question, what do you want?
Tell me what you want me to do.
I want you to...
And I will do it.
Wait. Okay then. Thank you.
Wait.
I want you to not interrupt my discussion with Jason. Let us finish.
Okay, so you're telling me to shut up?
No, I'm not telling you to shut up. I'm just telling
Okay,
you
then tell me to shut up.
What I'm trying to tell you.
Tell me to shut up.
Not to act like a 5-year-old or 2-year-old with their diaper rash and you can't control yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? So ask your mama
Then
to
tell me to
change
shut
your
up.
diaper. Now,
If you can't tell me to shut up, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Then.
All right, then I'll tell you.
All right.
Brooke,
then here we go.
All due respect.
All right, here we go.
So,
I
Ali.
told you that.
Yeah, man.
So,
all right, brother. I'm just been trying to tell you, man, that you can just tell me to shut up.
Yes,
I
told
you. Shut up!
That would solve everything.
Shut up! You want to hear it? You get it?
Ego.
Stop it, Brock!
Reign
Stop!
supreme. No, bro.
It's not ego. It's
no. No.
So,
this
Ali, Brock.
Bro, it's not
Ali
Brock.
and
No, you can call me by name. I don't give a fuck.
What do you
I don't care.
Well, Ali and I.
No.
I was explaining something to Ali.
That's fine.
And I wanted to hear what Ali has to say about it. Would that be a
okay?
problem?
I want to hear from Ali, but that last shit, not cool.
And Ali doesn't want to talk to you.
Well,
I want to hear from Ali, and that's it. And then after that, nothing else.
Okay,
so
I want to hear
from me.
Shut the fuck up, bro. I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from Ali. I don't care about you.
But then you're asking me.
You're entering a world that you don't want to enter.
Oh, really? What is that?
Yeah, oh, really?
What is that?
Oh,
that would be...
Okay, so you're over the top of me. Whatever. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't care. I don't fucking care. You are not going to take over me. I don't give a fuck who you have access to. I don't care where you're from.
Not important enough for me to take over.
You. Fuck you. Fuck you. You are nobody.
Well,
you're probably, you are probably from LA, or New York City, or somewhere else bigger than me. I don't care. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go ahead, Ali. It's always been that way. What's up, Lolly? What's up, Lolly? And we got Sword. Sword wants to come up. Come up, Sword. Yo, Alistair, you got it, man.
Like living under President Obama for 8 years?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a president in American that you lived under that you really didn't like?
No, the way America is, the president really doesn't affect like domestic matters too much.
Okay. Let me throw you a hypothetical. Let's say there was a president that you really just couldn't tolerate. Let's say America started to become slowly into a dictatorship. You really just couldn't stand living in America anymore, and you could not leave. Would you, at any point in time, if Russia and Putin came out and said, we want to free the Americans from this horrible dictatorship and we will give them freedom, would you ever accept Russia bombing the U.S., the country that you live in, and be like, we're doing this on behalf of the American people? Is that something you would ever accept?
Yeah, just to be intellectually honest, like me personally, I would be like, that's pretty messed up. Like, this isn't the order of how the succession goes, right? But like, let's say Trump was assassinated, half of this country would have been celebrating.
Yeah, the same way that Iranians were celebrating when Khamenei was killed. But that's besides the point, because people can celebrate. People can celebrate the death.
Yeah, but they don't celebrate the assassin though. They celebrate the outcome, right? So like, that's why my hypothetical was framed for the outcome. Not the actual, like, how you got.
What's the outcome? What is
the outcome? Is who he perceives as being the enemy to the people, it being of the government, is now gone.
No, the government is not gone, number one. Number two.
Oh, no, like, in a hypothetical, the government was gone, and it was just going to be him. And he was like, no, because Israel does this, and America does this, right?
So,
the hypothetical was framed
to
where the government would be gone, and then he would take the place.
Okay, in this fantasy idea, like in an ideal world where like, okay, a government can come and just overthrow a government and then bring democracy and we could be a sovereign and independent nation. Oh, wow, okay, that would be amazing. I don't think people would really complain about that, but the reality is that's not what happens. That has never happened in the past 20, 30 years, and we don't care about the possible hypotheticals because I'm more interested in reality. I'm interested in the reality that happened to Libya, that happened to Syria, that happened to Iraq, that happened to all of these other countries that were sold the same thing.
I don't even think that's analogous. Like it was.
Why is it not analogous?
Yeah, because the way that I prompted was, let's say that like if you right now were in Pakistan and all they wanted was the 6 things that they listed: no nuclear, no whatever the hell, no enrichment, this and that. And all sanctions are removed, all money is unfrozen, right? Would you have taken the deal?
The issue of nuclear is something a little bit more deeper than just having nuclear energy. Because, first of all, Iran has a right to nuclear energy under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And the reason why Iran doesn't want to give up their right for nuclear energy is because they see this as a aspect of sovereignty. Why should any sovereign nation...
Fine. Justification, I totally understand it, but would you have made the deal to get Israel, IRGC, and America out of your face, and you're going to become a wealthy country? All you had to do is give up your stockpile?
Here's the thing. If I give up that nuclear stockpile, how can I trust these countries not to bomb me again? Because that's exactly what happened to Libya. Gaddafi got rid of his nuclear. He's like, okay, if they're gonna not threaten me anymore, I'll just get rid of my nuclear weapons. Gone. He was gone. So in the mind of Iranians, and what looks like the case, even if Iran surrendered, and gave up their missiles, which is just the stupidest proposal to ask any country, give up your only military capabilities and give up your nuclear weapons and stop your proxies. This is just laughable. It's a laughable request. Even if they did agree, even if they did agree to it, that just is going to make Iran defenseless, and like, Israel's going to be like, all right, now's the time to completely obliterate them.
Cool. But yeah, so like, nobody said it was going to be an easy choice. But
it's an unacceptable choice.
All right. Well, then the outcome is inevitable. So in the next 9 weeks of however long this takes, then we'll see if it was a good decision or not, right? The problem that I'm having is that people aren't actually looking at this clear-eyed. In 2026, you're clearly seeing that what they want is the things that are the most dangerous to them. They've even offered, like Russia's offered and everybody else has offered, to offer this nuclear, like enriched, like the thing that's already processed, right? So they're just going to give them uranium.
Right now,
at 3%.
hold on a second. Mike, hold on a minute. Right now, Iranian people on the streets, they are asking to become atomic, to make the atomic bomb. They are asking from the Iranian government. Iranian people are demanding on the streets. Stop opening mic. They are asked on the streets. Iranian people demanding to become a nuclear. You understand?
Good luck.
I want to give it to I want to get more voices in there as well because this is turning into just some more show. We have.
Ask me a question.
It's okay. I don't care about your fucking question. I want to go to Yara. Yara is Iranian as well. Yara, what's your take on this?
Yara's Iranian?
Yes.
Yeah, Yara is.
Oh shit. So I want to put foreign politics aside for a minute. Do I think Israel and America are doing this for the Iranian? No. Are they doing it for their own benefit? Yes. But on the other hand, the Iranian people are trying to get rid of this government for years now. It's not as simple as if Iranians want to get rid of the government, they can't. Whenever they're out, they're faced with guns, they're ran over by cars, they're killed by their own government. My friends and family were killed in these protests, whether it was 2009, whether it was Mahsa Amini, whether it was now. My cousin, as of now, is in jail facing execution right now just for being out on the street 3 weeks ago, just for expressing his freedom. It's not as simple as you guys think for Iranian people just to come out and demand freedom. This is not the U.S. that people have guns. This is not the U.S. that people are supported by other nations and other governments. Today, most of the Iranians people's path for the time being might be aligned with these foreign interferences because they cannot do this alone if they want it. It's not as simple as Nasser says. If Iranian people want to get rid of this government, they can't. They can't. They've been trying for ages.
Yara, I agree, but I disagree when you were saying that our interests coincide with the foreign interests. They don't, because our interest is very different than their interest.
I know me, but I grew up in Tehran. It breaks my heart to see all the streets bombed, all the houses, all the people. It breaks my heart. But the Iranian regime itself has killed thousands more than the U.S. or Israel currently have.
Yes,
it's way more than counts.
Yes, but Yara,
you need to understand that even this regime has gotten its food because of U.S. interference. So if we have to be honest, this is a U.S. problem to begin with. So you cannot tell the person who caused your problem to provide you a solution. You take your time. I know it's not easy, but like I've said before, it's on this app. Iranian people will solve Iranians' problem. That's how it always has. That's how it will always be. Whenever there's external influence, it is going to be the interest of the external body. And trust me, another 50 years from now, the interest to come up, and then it's the whole thing all over again. There's examples. There's Libya, there's Iraq, there's Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. Every other country that has been able to expel the U.S., Venezuela, Vietnam, whatnot. Those who successfully expel them are the ones prospering. But if you allow them to interfere, it is what it is. But anyway, that's never my point.
Yara, I just want to say I understand your frustration. I share it, but I also know that our interests do not align with the interests of U.S. and Israel, because right now, when they're trying to topple the regime was one thing, and then when they realized they couldn't topple the regime, they go after the infrastructure. They want to make Iran ungovernable, a failed state, a country that cannot stand on its own and cannot even be a factor in the future of the Middle East. If they don't want Iran to be a factor in the future of the Middle East, that means utterly destroy it. That is not in our interest. Our interest is to be a normal country that can just live and prosper. That's it.
That sounds
So our interests do not coincide.
For me, I completely agree with the fact that with all this, I was completely for this until the whole the whole attacking the power plants and everything was a question as of like a week and a half ago. Before that, but what I'm saying is what they did, the path they had, not a mutual cause, not a mutual solution, but some path, the beginning path was a mutual path that the people needed that help because they couldn't do it. I mean, getting rid of all these killers and murderers, whether it was a supreme leader or all the IRGC, there was something that could never be done by the Iranian people.
You are right. The people could not have killed these people on their own. Their own oppressors, they could not have killed them on their own. But it's not about them getting killed. Them getting killed makes us feel good, right? But what comes after, when these leaders, these commanders are killed by a foreign power, that changes the internal politics extremely for the worst. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Because, yes, we can be happy if Khamenei is dead. We can celebrate. He killed thousands of people, yes. Okay, but now what's going to come after that? Now you're going to have people in charge who are the worst of this regime. And now there's not a brighter future ahead of us.
So I got a quick question.
Against the war in the first place.
All right, so like, let's say the conditions were to get dire, because sometimes things have to get darker before.
Which it is.
Or so like, let's say hypothetically the power plants were hit, bridges were hit, electric grid was down, right?
Genocide.
How long did? Well, no, not really. Like, I mean, but we can get to that. What's going to happen here is that the people, there's going to be clear civil unrest. Because the IRGC no longer is going to be able to contain people by like threatening or whatever this is, because people are going to be like, dude, this is worse
the people with the guns are the ones who have the control.
Oh, but that's the point I'm making. So like, when you see, I don't know if you're familiar with 2020, but there was massive riots out here in America, and you can clearly see, regardless of like who had the weapons, the mere number overwhelmed the law enforcement like presence, where they couldn't control anything.
It did that in January too. It did that in January.
Yeah,
so long as people don't, so long as the people with the guns have the power, there is violent revolution, or attempts at violent revolution will not bring about the positive change. Sadly, it won't. But just look at the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union killed 9 million people just under Stalin. Okay, that regime lasted for 75 years. Can you imagine if Trump came along and said, like, the Soviet Union is the most evil regime throughout history that killed 9 million people, and
that's pretty good.
Tough sense and moderate, but I don't actually believe him. We're going to get maximum pressure, and we're going to go to war with the Soviet Union. That would cause nuclear fucking war. It's a stupid strategy. And what happened to the Soviet Union? It collapsed in probably the least violent way possible, that for a country like that to collapse. That's my whole point with this failed strategy.
I'm only pointing out that the people that are in the military apparatus, the RGC, or what, the people with the guns that you're talking about, right? They have families to feed as well, and there's going to be like this feeling where the police or the law agencies aren't actually being paid because the economic constraints.
Yeah, that was something I thought about. That was something I thought about during January.
Yeah.
That was something I did think about during January. But all of that is completely being sidelined because of an external war. Because when there is a war, everybody in the army and in the IRGC, they close ranks. They say, like, this is an existential war. We're gonna fight to survive, and then we're gonna figure out with imposing external war. It doesn't change. It doesn't expedite the political change. It involves it and completely alters it.
Can I say something?
Yes.
So, I was listening to Yara now. Yara, I totally agree with what you were saying. There are things in Iran which are there, and there are internal issues of Iran which should be dealt or solved, whatever. But the thing is, the thing which I can't digest is when a community or a nation or a group of people when they want to change something in the society, yeah, of course they have a right. But when they don't realize that the way they are asking a change in the society is actually hurting the whole region, and then they want that opinion to be accepted by the people. Like, for example, when I am, as a non-Iranian, when I tell many of my Iranian friends, this is the issue with people around around countries around you are facing, they will sell an onion which I cannot buy. Like, for example, they say that, yeah, we understand that you are also suffering because of the war in the region, but you have to understand the main problem is IRGC. No, for me, IRGC is not a problem. Person living beside Iran, he has never dealt with IRGC. Of course, you guys know about IRGC, but no, for us, what is mattering now is this war which these people have invited in the region is harming the people living around Iran, is harming the lives of people living in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq. And the thing is, and do you guys know what, like I have mentioned this many times, do you, why is this selfish behavior when a person is saying that your war, the war which you are inviting, okay, for you, US and Israel are friends. Because they're helping you. I understand. Yeah, even though I have grudges against Israel for many reasons, but yeah, I understand. They are helping you, so many people might find them a friendly nation. But what about the people who don't? Why this propaganda of some other nation is being sold to the people who don't believe in that? You people are doing exactly what a dictator government does, is that selling their propaganda to people around. I don't consider many things which you guys do. And right now, do you know what is happening in Pakistan because of this war? Do you know what is happening in Afghanistan because of this war? How this is affecting those people? And whenever I tell them, and the answer which I get, the reply which I get from these people is that, you don't understand. The evil is getting destroyed.
No, Moni, I see where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, I think throughout history, every nation, whether it's Pakistan, India, Iran, US, Israel, any country in Europe, the people or the government is all for their own benefit at the end of the day. So you can't blame the Iranian people.
No, but right now, what I am blaming here, this war is affecting us. Okay, you might be, like, for example, I'll tell you something. You'll be surprised. I understand the mullah attitude. Whenever a mullah gets in power, they have a very different opinion. You'll be surprised that in India and in Pakistan and in Afghanistan, the role of the Shia mullah is totally opposite than what it is in Iran, because they're in power. You will be surprised the role of the Shia mullahs in Pakistan, Afghanistan, India. The role is so big that when Khamenei was killed, do you know what people did here? Not the Shias. The other minorities, such as Hindus, Christians, and Sikhs, they were like, no, we are gonna have a protest in support of Khamenei, because that's a very opposite thing. Yeah, the people who are oppressing you, the mullahs who are oppressing you, I totally understand. They might be oppressing, no problem with that. I agree for. But the thing is, do you know what is happening around right now in whole of Pakistan? And I'm saying this again and again. Right now in whole of Pakistan, these pro-American mullahs are having these big rallies in support of America, and they're saying that helping Americans and fighting with the Iranian regime is jihad. They're doing exactly what they did a long time back when they had a fight with USSR. And they are literally telling people that you have to help USA because USA is going to make Iran great again by
Okay,
making
let me
it.
ask you a question. Genuinely, do you believe at the end of the day, the region, the Middle East, isn't it a safe place, a safer place, let me put it this way, without the IRGC, without all these fundings to all these third-party militias that are attacking, killing the region, whether it was Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, all the region being attacked and funded by the IRGC and all its third-party militias throughout the years. Do you genuinely think without the IRGC, that whole region would it be
No, I don't think that.
safer?
Because what I see as a non-Iranian, I don't see IRGC. Yeah, IRGC might be a bigger threat.
I do have a counter question. So why don't we say the same for Israel? Because
this is what I'm saying.
They funded Al Qaeda, and why don't you ask the same question about Israel as well?
Yara, for me,
I didn't say.
Yara, you asked me, let me answer. Yeah, you are right. That is your opinion about IRGC, and I don't disagree with that because you have dealt with IRGC. But a person living in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, they don't see that way.
No, someone who has lived in Iraq has. Someone who has lived in Afghanistan has. Someone who has lived in Lebanon has.
Listen, bro. You can't sell your propaganda to the people who don't believe in that. We consider Israel as a bigger threat. What are you talking about?
Israel is a threat, but it doesn't make Iran less of a threat.
Listen. Do you know how much we suffered, the Pakistan suffered, when US had a war in Afghanistan? And that was not our war. We were forced to become a part of that war. For 20 years, the society in Pakistan suffered, and there were people, no, we're going to see, just imagine Afghanistan is going to become very good, Afghanistan is going to be big. And the reason is now, after 20 years when Americans left, those Afghani people hate us for many reasons, and they're back with the mullahs over there. That was America who destroyed Afghanistan, and then what we got in the end of this war, I'll tell you. Go and search online TTP. TTP is a Talibani group of Pakistani origin. So when this war was started by USA in Afghanistan, in reaction, local people became against the government. Now these TTP terrorists, they blew up a school in Pakistan. They have no connection with IRGC. They have connection with the actions of Americans.
One day you're going to have to provide sources. I told you this number of times. You make up shit as you go. I need sources.
Amir, the Peshawar school thing never happened? You want sources for that?
No, I need sources that America is backing up TTP and Taliban that's inside Israel working together with TTP. What is their fucking objective? Their objective is to topple the Pakistani government.
Amir,
didn't you say America's playing a role? Bro, you like to bullshit a lot. This is the problem in this. I hate when you spread propaganda out of my
You asked me something. Can I answer now?
Provide sources. Go and source up.
Let me answer first what I said. You are claiming something I never said. I said because of the American war, TTP was a reaction which started here. Now they're killing innocent people. I'm not saying TTP is an American lobby. I'm saying the TTP came in existence because America was doing these things.
A lot of people don't know anything about it, money.
He always wants to bring in Pakistani matters into Iranian rule. He always wants to do this fucking trauma dump on us.
I know the problem with you. I know the problem. I don't want to
wants to trauma dump with the bullshit that you have to
spoof. I don't want to say that in public. Your problem with me is. I know. Okay? I know. You want me to tell you why you have a problem?
Okay, go and tell me. What problem do I have?
Because I'm from the fucking minority in Pakistan, which your public is killing. That's a fact. I'm from the fucking minority with the majority which you support. That's a fact.
I don't support it. I condemn I don't even support the state of Pakistan.
Yeah.
Do you understand that? I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh my God. I told you this number of times. The way Pakistan was built, I don't support it. I condemn it. It should not even have been established in the first place. There was a genocide that happened during the partition plan. I told you this a number of times. Any place there was a fucking genocide, I don't support it.
People like you telling Pakistan to calm us down. But listen,
Oh,
from
my
our
God, I'm selling
70s, we
Pakistan.
know,
I'm selling
in the
Pakistan.
name of Islam, in the name of culture, how you guys are fucked up.
Just an idiot, man.
Don't make us believe.
Just an idiot. You're seriously an idiot.
I said that TTP was a reaction of American bombing, and you were saying that I claimed that TTP was made by
TTP
America.
was not a reaction to fucking American bombing. Taliban is still inside Afghanistan.
TTP is different, Taliban is different.
Yes, it is different.
TTP was started in Pakistan after the war, because when this war in Afghanistan was going on, in the end TTP came into existence. And now they're fucking terrorists, yeah. They're killing our kids here.
TTP working with the Afghan Taliban, okay? They're working together.
Yeah, now they're working with the Taliban.
No, they've been working together. And the issue, hold on. You know what the objective is of the TTP? They want to topple the Pakistani government.
Yeah, I know that.
I told you this number of times.
I'm asking you.
Keep on bringing the shit into my fucking room. You want to trauma dump on me? Trauma dump in this fucking room. This room is about Iran. Oh my God,
TTP exists before the war.
Oh my God. There's no further fucking there. I told you this. If you really want to have the Pakistani thing, go open up a room by Pakistan. Go talk about it over there.
No, it's not that. I know what it is.
You want to bring your Pakistani issues into Iran?
I never said a Pakistani issue. I'm telling you, you have a problem with everything I say. You have a problem. Even if I'm opposing the war, you have a problem with that.
I'm opposing the fucking war. Me as an American, I don't accept this fucking war with Iran. I told you this number of times. I'm against fucking war. Multiple times.
So are you saying that one war didn't affect Pakistan anyway?
It did affect. There's a whole bunch of refugees.
We're discussing Iran now. So you let's finish with
That's what I'm saying. We suffered because of the one war, and now we're going to suffer because of the Iran war.
Could you just take a break? Deep breath,
Tan, sit in the audience like a good bitch you are, right? Early today, you came in here, I asked you a question, you said you feel bad for the you feel bad for the Israeli mothers. You did not feel bad for the Lebanese mothers, you did not feel bad for the Iraqi mothers, you did not feel bad for the Iranian mothers that have lost children, you did not feel bad for any of the other, any of the mothers that have lost children thanks to Israeli oppression. But what did you say early on? You feel bad for the Israeli mothers. So, I'm going to shut you up every time you come into my fucking space. You're not allowed in my fucking space. If you're going to come up here, act like a little dog, like a little cootie you are, fucking mother jinde. Anyways, we're going to pivot now from Pakistan. This person always turns my room into fucking Pakistani internal affairs. I'm trying to avoid the fucking Pakistani internal affairs because this room is not about Pakistan.
Amir, I have a question from you.
Yes.
Where do you see that in the next 2-3 days with all the Navy stuff, that ships that the United States has brought into the Persian Gulf, to the Hormuz area, where do you see where this goes? Do you see that escalation?
The blockade, so he did say that it will happen. He wants to stop all the Iranian ships. But the issue here is, I mentioned this earlier to this retarded person, Rabbi, and I mentioned it to Samoa, that's another retard. If you look into the technical details into how the sweepers work, the sea mine sweepers, to pick up one sea mine, it takes about an hour to 3 hours or 4 hours, okay? And I looked into the stats. Iran has 2,000 to 6,000 sea mines. So Iran has up till tomorrow, before Trump announces if they want to go into the water and set up sea mines. If America does try to freaking go through, the Gulf of Oman and try to go all around their water, they won't even have to do anything. It will just blow up on its own. Now, if they try to sweep up the sea mine, what it will do is it will take America and a whole bunch of these other people will take minimum about 5 to 6 months or maybe a year to sweep up 2,000 to 4,000 sea mines. If Iran wants to go that extreme. So it depends how it's going to react. You see what I'm saying? It depends if it's going to set up the sea mines or not. We're going to find out. And Iran did do a sea mine thing before. I'll read it out to you guys again. I went over it early on. The sea mine thing, I have it pulled up here. All right. Iran used 150 sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz during the 1988 tanker war. Iran-Iraq war phase, damaging 30 plus vessels, including USS Samuel B. Roberts. And in 1988, you had July 3rd, you had the USS Vincennes shot down Iran Air Flight 655, 290 killed, escalating the tensions. That was some crazy shit. I did post a link in the chat. It's according to historic newspaper. And when I asked this rabbi character, he's supposed to be pro-America. This fucker never condemned the shooting down the commercial plane, the passenger plane. Him and a whole bunch of fucking other coonies that come in here, right? Coonies mean like literally a fucking faggot. Wouldn't even condemn.
He is though. He is cool.
He wouldn't even condemn the attack that America did on a civilian airplane, right? That shot down, that killed 290 passengers, civilians, right? And this is very problematic when I talk to some of these fucking American motherfuckers, right? I'm an American, right? Me as an American, it boils my blood when I hear all this, and when I have the history, I go based on history. As an American, I condemn the attack. Why did the American fucking do the attack? And they probably have a justification. Oh, it was done by mistake or whatever. Even by mistake, you shoot down a fucking passenger airplane. But that killed 290 people.
I mean, just on the mind issue. It's cool. Shut the fuck up, Mike. Shut your fucking mic up. It's cool. They have no.
You get a time to respond in a bit. Let her finish. You get a time to respond.
These coonies have no moral basis. They are like the same people. They eat people. They drink blood. They are child eaters, tunnel people. These coonies are like that. Doesn't matter that they come in the clubhouse. They act like they know something. They don't know. These fucking people, they get fucking paid to do that. These assholes, they will sell their mother for that. You tell them, here, I'll give you $50, I'll do your mother. They'll say, okay, no problem. These kind of people are they. They are not normal people. Normal people will not sell their people. Will stand against the plan they are doing harm to other humanity. These fucking people don't give a shit about that. They are baseless. They have no moral. They have no ethic. Like when I'm talking about Iran, Iranians that we have history. These fucking bastards they're 70 years old. Like our soccer team has more history than Israelis. You know what I mean? Like. What do you expect? They steal from American people. They steal from you, your taxpayer. They steal it. They pay the Congress people. Congress people, he steals from you, gives it to Israelis, and the Israelis gives it to this like a coonies, like this.
Now let him respond as well, because I did mention his name. Go on, Rabbi. What do you have to say? Go.
In terms of Strait of Hormuz, so there is broken into 3 stages. The first stage is that they're going to make a 2-kilometer long security passage, which is going to only take 3 to 7 days to do that. Now, what you mentioned earlier, which is that the estimate that there's anywhere from 1,500 to 5,000,
2,000 to 7,000.
Okay, fine. In the Strait of Hormuz, that is going to be more of a 200-kilometer issue, and it's going to take double the amount of time. So it could take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. Now, the first passage does not mean that it's commercially clear. That's the first phase. That's just for security, right? And certain vessels will be able to get through. But the main point of passage is the second phase, and that's going to take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks. And even then, that doesn't necessarily mean that the third phase, which is reducing of the insurance rates, that it's safe enough to do. That may take a little bit longer, a month to build the confidence with the insurance companies. But in terms of America being able to operate and function through it, we should be able to do it in the next 2.5 months.
So you believe everything Trump says? And don't
hold
on, Nasser, please stay muted. You believe everything that Trump says?
No, the Pentagon is saying this.
Okay, you believe everything Pentagon says?
In the Navy, yeah.
Can we get a meow really quick? Meow. So here's the deal. So anything Pentagon says, you have to think opposite. Trump has come out multiple times where he threatened Iran times, and every time he threatens, he always ends up extending it to play with global oil market. And I feel like even though he passed the ruling, whatever, that there's going to be blockade, whatever, I don't think he's going to do it. Because there's, when you're into this kind of a military thing, you have to look into the risk management. The risk is way too high, Rabbi. And I'll tell you what the risks are. The risk is the warship getting blown up. Not just one, multiple warships. And Iran has a track record of blowing up a ship using sea mine. Do you want me to read it out to you again? They did it back in 1988. I didn't know about the 1988 until I had to look into the papers. So I'm going to read it out to the room one more time. And Iran used 150 sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz during the tanker war. Iraq war phase, damaging 30 plus vessels, including USS Samuel B. Roberts. And I believe Samuel B. Roberts, I think it was either a carrier ship or a warship. So what do you think about that? Because if it's 150 sea mines, it could destroy 30 plus vessels. Can you imagine what kind of damage it could do with minimum 2,000 to 7,000 sea mines? They don't even have to fucking fly anything. It's going to be under the water.
Yeah, but again, Central Command is very adamant about.
And you know where they're going to set it up? I believe they're not even going to set it up in Strait of Hormuz. They're going to set it up in Gulf of Oman. You know why? Because that's where they're going to, set up like a little choke point or whatever. U.S. is going to set up on the sea, Gulf of Oman, and they're not going to touch the Strait of Hormuz because Strait of Hormuz is controlled by, they can get a direct hit, right? So they're not going to touch Strait of Hormuz, but they're going to block it from the outside. And I believe Iran will set up sea mines on the outside to fuck with America. And America is going to have to bow down and be like, okay, we can't do this. We have to give it up.
So that's how you see the U.S. being fully deterred in this conflict?
Even the people that did analysis, I provided I'll see if I can find that article again. There's a guy that did analysis on this, okay? He has served in the military for, 10, 20 years. He's a commander or whatever. And he wrote an article. He did analysis on this, right? He said it's impossible to because these are high-value assets, right? The warship and a whole bunch of other ships, just to come in and try to sweep up the street, the sea mines and all this other stuff. It's too costly. And there's a chance of, even if one or two ships getting bombed, it's going to be down the sea. And these things are expensive as fuck.
Yeah.
The issue is the insurance companies and the reestablishing confidence in insurance companies, because they're the ones who are backing these vessels going through this area. But the bigger opportunity...
They're not backing it. Who told you they're backing it?
No. I'm saying they're not. That's the issue. The issue is...
Do you know why they're not backing it?
Because they're scared that they're going to be paying, trillions of dollars in damages, from the ship being blown up. But the bigger opportunity for the United States is not the Hormuz Strip. It's the ability to recreate trade routes, right? And that's what you see happening.
It's impossible to recreate trade routes if the Strait of Hormuz is on choke.
No. That's the thing you're missing out on.
Let me pull up the map. Hold on. Let me pull up the map.
Saudi Arabia, for example, they're doing this thing with. It's called the Middle East European Economic Corridor, right? It's with India, and so basically the route is goods will arrive at the port of the UAE, and then they travel by rails to Saudi Arabia and Jordan, and then they'll exit the port of Haifa, right? So that's what's happening like now. literally doing that right now. And the great thing about it is that the United States becomes an architect of this transit, and then it by securing.
All right, so Rabbi, I'm looking at the map right now. Okay, we got the Persian Gulf. Okay, that's blocked off. There's no alternative route. You have to go through Strait of Hormuz. Okay.
You don't. That's what broke it. Go through the UAE.
No, you can't.
It's already like they're doing it.
You can't. Did you look at the map? I want you to go ask Google Baba. Hey, meow. I want you to ask Google Baba. I want you to open up the book, open up the maps, right? Ask Google Baba and look at the map, okay? The map is, we got the Persian Gulf. I'm looking at the map right now, right? You have the Persian Gulf, and then you have Strait of Hormuz, right? Going from Persian Gulf. So let's say if there's somebody who wants to pick up something from Kuwait, they have to travel all the way through Persian Gulf, all the way to Strait of Hormuz, and that's how they can cross. It's very narrow. They can cross through Strait of Hormuz, and then and then come through the Oman, and then it turns into Gulf of Oman, right? But then guess what? Across the street across the the thing for waters from Gulf of Oman, you have one side is Iran, one side is Oman. Okay. The Arabian Sea, when it reaches the Arabian Sea, you still have fucking Iran. Iran is so big. So what I'm saying to you, Iran has access. They can go in the corner at the borderline of Pakistan and Iran and fucking set up some launchers and shoot the shit out of fucking American fighter jets. I mean, the warships. I want you to look at the map. Can you open up Okay, look at the map. Did you follow what I said?
Yeah, I saw it, but I'm saying.
Okay, everything needs to go through Strait of Hormuz. Regardless, whatever you think, it's not true. Okay, that's the only spot.
If I could. Yes. Sorry, I was just gonna say one thing. With all of that being said, I think I don't want to say it's safe to say or it's guaranteed, but maybe the one positive thing that can come out of this war is that this is the last war or the last bullying that the U.S. will be able to impose on another country, because they're going to get so tied down here, and the cost is going to be so high, and it's already depleting resources, and the U.S.'s hegemony in the region. I think this might be the last war.
It's not the U.S. It's Israel that keeps creating these wars. Trust me. The U.S. don't want.
Well, who funds Israel?
Yeah, dumbass U.S. But the citizens don't agree. I'm a U.S. citizen. I don't agree with this shit.
Okay, I'm a U.S. citizen too, and I know many who agree and many who don't agree. But my point is, in U.S. strategy, this is the last war that they'll be able to. This is the last country they'll be able to bully. Because even before Israel, the U.S. has been bullying countries for the past 50 years.
Because of Israel, you have to understand the elites. It's an Israel thing.
What does Latin America have anything to do with Israel? The U.S. has been bullying Latin America for the past 40, 50 years.
Resources, my brother. Central banks, centralized banks in the name of Israel, brother.
He's the conspiracy theorist. He doesn't know logic.
Well, anyways, my point being, I believe this is I'm hoping this is the last war that the U.S. will.
This is an expansion of hegemony.
Can we get a meow really quick? Meow. Anybody wants to say meow really quick? We have meow in the room. Meow.
It's creepy.
Meow.
The point is that America.
Can you say meow, Dave? Rights for cats. Hell no.
Hey, but hold on. Hey, why would you say this is gonna be the last war? Like, what do you think? Something's gonna.
No, I'm saying this is why I say this could be the last war is because this is gonna. I mean, the U.S. has been getting exhausted for the past 20 years in the Middle East, and even before that, there was the Cold War, right? And I think this could be. I mean, all empires eventually fall. All empires eventually erode.
After 250 years, they fall. That.
What?
After 250 years, that's the deadline for most empires to fall. And
Well,
July 4th makes 250 years.
He's an African American. He's disenfranchised. He feels America hasn't been there for him, so he's against their enemies. But the point is saying like American hegemony has expanded.
It's being attempted at expanded. I don't know how far it can actually.
It's expanding. I mean, at the end of the day, when we take in, like, I mean, when I say greatness, I'm saying it in terms of in proportion to the other neighboring nation states. When we see the greatness of Iran, right, and they've existed for so long, thousands of years, right?
2,500 years.
Yeah, and so when we see the dismantling that we're seeing right now, it's not just, this isn't Venezuela. This is a migration of an entire civilization, right? A whole way of thinking, a whole thing. So it's not about America being Germany, right? And we want to, conquer and destroy and kill everybody. Our goal is to intellectually colonize and to be able to use that colonization to expand our markets. Right? We just want to make more money. We want the Iranian people to be a part of it. And the only way that
Black, what the hell is you talking about? Who is that going to benefit, Black? It's not going to benefit the citizens or Iranians, brother.
Brother, this legend, just ignore this idiot. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking majority of the time. He's retarded. He thinks everybody's a terrorist inside Gaza. So, I don't really listen to, we call it in Farsi, Kuni. Okay, Quinny means faggot. He's a fucking faggot.
Black, I do not.
You're not important, Rabbi.
Black, I do not think. I mean, you're saying that the whole purpose of this war is for markets, and there's economic interest in it. But how did that work for Iraq, Syria, or Libya? Like, how is the U.S. benefiting economically?
Those are much different things. We had to destabilize Iraq. Period. Right?
Why?
Destabilization. Because at the end of the day, a stable Iraq and even a stable Iran is a national security threat to the United States and to Israel. Right? Because their ideological approach.
So was Black Wall Street a threat to America? That's why they bombed their own citizens?
Get a therapist and deal with your black trauma. Okay,
you're retarded for not having black trauma, you fucking asshole.
Anyways, Legend, let's stop that conversation. Forget him, just mute up, Rabbi. There's no point of fucking having a conversation with you. You're being fucking racist as fuck to Legend. Legend, here's the question to you. What do you think, America, do you think Trump is actually going to do a block on the Strait of Hormuz?
That would be idiotic for him to do that because, like you said, he can't block that. He can't.
Yeah, so I went over the map. I pulled up a map. I even told this rabbi to pull up a fucking map. And when you look at the map, right, it goes all the way like Persian Gulf. You got about Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, which is a UAE, and even Oman. Everything needs to go through the Strait of Hormuz to get out of Persian Gulf. And then you have Gulf of Oman, and then Gulf of Oman turns into Arabian Sea. And up till sea, Iran still has that connection till the Pakistani border. And I'm saying that if Pakistan won it, right? I mean, if Iran won it, they could still set up like launchers right there on the borderline. And if America does play hard to get, I don't support this fucking war, man. I hate my fucking pedophile government, this Epstein regime. And I don't know what the fuck, who voted for these fucker, man? This pedophile, just shut it, man, shut it. Just shut up. They can go to the border and shoot a rocket, right, into a whole bunch of these, the ships or whatever are gonna be in the Arabian Sea, because he's gonna put all of these ships in the Arabian Sea. That's how he can do a blockade. And let me see. Yeah, he's gonna plant everything in either Gulf of Oman or Arabian Sea. And Arabian Sea, Donald Trump thinks that it's a smart move to plant fucking. And the thing is, I believe, in my opinion, I don't know if Iran's gonna shoot out fucking ballistic missiles, which travels at 2,000 kilometers an hour, but I think that to really fuck with Trump's mind, what they're gonna do, they're gonna put cluster bombs. So the good thing about cluster bomb is when a cluster bomb, I seen a video on this, when a cluster bomb is shot at anything. So let's say they have a defense system. Defense system hits the back end of the cluster bomb. I mean the missile that has a head that's filled with cluster bombs. It shoots.
Amir, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz? Wait, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz to distribute oil?
Okay, sorry. I went on and pressed the button by mistake. So what it would do is, the defensive warships, it would shoot down the missile at the same time shooting down the missile. It opens up the front part with about 10 or 20 of those cluster bombs. And those bombs, they fucking randomly hit whatever is on that fucking warship. And they actually do more damage, I believe, versus the actual ballistic missile. Because those are fucking more scary. And it can actually, damage a fucking fighter jets or whatever's on that fucking warship. And it can do way more damage.
Amir, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz to distribute oil?
I think what's going to happen, to be honest with you, I think Iran is going to let them two pile up there, and then in one day it's going to say, you know what, it's over, here, take it. And just a mistake from Israeli attack or something to break the ceasefire, I don't think Iran is going to be the one that make the first fire. Just like the war that Iran and Iraq, they are all the ships, they were coming to Persian Gulf area, they were coming to the Red Sea, whatever, they didn't do anything, they were waiting, Indian Ocean, waited until they attacked Iran, and then Iran attacked. And he's going to wait in here again, and until they break the ceasefire, and when they break the ceasefire, it's going to bring the hell out of it. Like he's going to rain all the missiles that you can think of in that Navy. This is my thought.
And I hope though, because there's going to be an extended stay.
Hold on a second. Did I ask you to open your fucking mic?
Yeah, let him finish. You like to come off the mic. I know your attention whore. Bye-bye.
No, I just wanted to engage in discussion.
Yeah. You can get engaged in discussion. Nasir, go and finish.
I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to him.
Go and finish what you have to say, Nasir, and then we're going to listen to his bullshit as well. Go on, Nasir, because we need a punching bag.
And basically, I think this could turn to World War III as well. China is going to come. It's not going to pay attention to these guys. And then when they stand in front of him or Iranian ship comes, they start bothering and they're going to respond. And I don't think they're going to have the ability to stand in front of them. I think they're going to end up going back. If they want to save their Navy, they got to go back. Iran has probably, I see all over the places that Iran has imported from China, from North Korea, from Russia, missiles like the IBM, all kinds of missiles that they have imported. And while that they were talking peace talk, at the same time they were unloading the ICBM missiles. There's a lot of things going on in there, and I think the United States knows about it. It knows about it very well. So they're not gonna push too much. If they do, then hell is gonna break out. It's not gonna be at that point. Peace talk is gonna be out the door. It's just like when the same thing that in this peace talk they were asking in Pakistan, United States asking for the same thing. There was before their attack. Iran was willing to give everything what they had, but no, they had to push it. When they pushed it, now Iran has the upper hand. Iran is saying, you know what? Fuck you. Iran just knew that there's not going to be a peace. They know now, by now they have read United States hands that they tell you something, they mean something different. They have 3-4 different agenda they go by. They deny what they said, what they write, they deny it in your face.
So Iran knows that. By knowing that, I think Iran is playing the game that say, you know what, we mastered the chess game. We own the backgammon. Come on, we'll teach you a lesson so you can go teach it to some fucking rabbis that they make money from the blood of the children. Thank you.
Anyways, so Amir, like in terms of, my question to you is, does Saudi Arabia need the Strait of Hormuz to distribute oil?
Yes, so Saudi Arabia needs Strait of Hormuz, right? But Iran might even work out a deal with Saudi Arabia. As long as Saudi Arabia doesn't allow U.S. to use the military base, it would be open. I think they might get charged $2 million. I think Saudi Arabia can afford it, but I think Saudi Arabia is able to push oil through the pipeline. I think it's like 4 to 8 million or 7 million barrels of oil or whatever through that pipeline.
So Amir, you know, like I said before, the most immediate alternative is the Indian, Middle East, European economic corridor, which literally they're going to put oil and goods arrive at the port of the UAE, right? And it'll travel by railroad across Saudi Arabia, and then it will go into Jordan, and then it will exit Israel and Haifa.
Okay. Before it gets to UAE, do you understand that it's got to go through a Strait of Hormuz? Look, I want you to look at the map again. You need to study the map, okay? So the Gulf of Oman, right? If you go up the hill, there's right there's Oman. Strait of Hormuz is right there on the corner, and then it needs to come around and next to Abu Dhabi. I think that's where they have the port, or Sharjah. That's where they have the port. So the port will be right there, so you have to go around and because to have the docking station and all of that, it costs a lot of money. Okay, so to build all of this docking station and whatever bullshit.
Oh, they already have docking in UAE. They already have them there.
I just told you, they have UAE in Sharjah or something, like on the other side.
Sharjah, yeah, that's where they're gonna go. That's where.
Yeah, but you have to go through Strait of Hormuz. Look at where the Sharjah is. Sharjah. You have to go through Strait of Hormuz.
Sharjah, you're saying?
Sharjah.
Far with an F.
Shar, S-H.
No, it's Fudra.
Reza, he's not correct, boys. It's a bullshitter. Look at the map, and then we're looking at the map. Oh my God. It's called Sharjah. Sharjah.
No, Amir, look up Fujairah. That's the port they're going to use off of the UAE. It's right outside of the strip. It's right outside of the strip.
Okay, what is it called?
Fujairah. Fujra.
Okay, Fuj.
Yeah. Fujairah.
Okay.
It's right outside of the strip, and they're going to bring everything that's with the UAE. And then from there, it could travel by railroad across Saudi Arabia into Jordan, and then they'll exit in Israel. And America will have complete control over that distribution channel.
No, it won't.
You will.
Okay. All right, you're talking about Fujairah. Okay, all right. Can you please tell us what is across the water?
It's outside of the Hormuz Strip. It's
No. What is across the water? What the other side of water? What is it?
What is it? I don't have it in front of me right now.
Across the water, it's Iran. Okay, it's Gulf of Oman, and across the other side is Iran.
Yeah.
Do you see it? So do you know how far does the ballistic missile travels at?
So you're saying if Saudi tries to go a different route than Hormuz Strait, they're going to bomb?
There is no different route. Because look, I'll give you an example. I actually talked to Benny Adam about this, right? I said, why not the UAE did not use the other side of the sea? I think there's the other side sea, I believe, right? Why don't they use the other side? and you load up on the trucks and transfer over there, and it's impossible. You know why? Because the transportation, they don't have enough roads to transport millions and millions of freaking barrels of oil every day. And you're talking about train tracks, you still need fucking, forklift or whatever, or, to transfer the oil from the train onto the fucking tanker, and the train tracks needs to be close to the fucking oil tanker, and oil tanker needs to transport it to the fucking ship. It's a lot of fucking heavy labor, which is impossible. The trucks, they only hold about 55 or 80,000 gallons, I believe, right? We're talking about millions and millions of gallons of oil, a million barrels of oil. You see what I'm saying? That's in each barrel is about 42 gallons of oil. All right. So what I'm telling you, Rabbi, we looked into the transportation thing, the logistics. It's impossible.
It's not impossible.
It's impossible. The trade. No.
It's not affordable. Fine. It's not impossible.
It's not feasible. Okay. So it's not feasible. That the ship holds the ship can hold as many as 2, 3, 4 million barrels of oil. You see what I'm saying? These are big ships. These are not small ships. But the issue here is on that. What you're talking about, Fujairah, across the water, right? You have across the water on the other side, the land is actually belongs to Iran, and Iran can shoot a fucking missile directly there. It's not a big deal.
I want to be clear. You're saying that if the Saudis use the route with the UAE, that they'll be fired on by ballistic missile firing.
So Saudi Arabia and UAE, Iran will make a deal with them, pay $2 million per ship, right? And then you can get past the thing. And I think they'll be like, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's only $1 a barrel. We can afford it. Okay? And I'm sure they can afford it. And a lot of the oil, it goes to China anyways, China and whatever. And China, Iran will work together to make a deal with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and all of these other countries, and they'll be back on track.
So right? I don't think you're clear on the Trump administration's position. Anyone who does business pays that tax, they're going to confiscate the ships. You understand that?
They can't.
So of course they can. What are you talking about? They can't. Why won't they?
Okay, how is America going to find out about confidential dealings with Iran?
If they pass through the strip, it's an omission if they pay the tax.
No, that's not true. There's some ships, I think, from Philippines and Pakistan. I think they're doing it maybe for free. I'll have to look into that. Let me see.
No, everybody.
Look into it and put together so.
The monetary system. Are they going to send the money through Bitcoin?
No, it's in Chinese yuan, I think.
Oh, that's worthless.
Is there anyone who does business with Iranians and pays that tax? America will confiscate the ships and we will sell that oil our own. That's what we're going to do. So that even if you get through, first of all, you can't even get in and out. Like by this afternoon, you're not going to be able to get in and get out. So that's frozen out. Like that's frozen, right? That's why Iran is threatening strong response, right? Or forceful response if something like that happens. And it's going to happen. We're hours away.
You got too much faith in America. Do you know South Korea, China, Russia?
Deal with your black trauma, bro. Deal with trauma from
calm down. Stop targeting on his race.
He's a tether.
Stop being fucking racist bastard.
He's a black tether.
I'm trying to help him out.
Just call Black Rabbi a tether. I'm crying.
Rabbi's an obnoxious person. He's I don't know.
He's a racist bastard.
Look in the mirror, Rabbi. You're black.
He doesn't have Israeli passport, but he's sitting with a fucking traitor to the nation. His name is Jonathan Pollard, the white guy with the beard. That's Jonathan Pollard, spy on America. This fucker's sitting with a spy.
Legend. I'm saying that because
it's not a legend. It's a spy on America. You like to sit with criminals, terrorists, motherfuckers.
Pedophiles.
So details. Look, Iran imposed a fee on select tankers up to $2 million for super tankers for safe passage paid in real crypto to evade sanctions. India, Pakistan, Iraq, Malaysia, and China were in talks, but no deals confirmed. Trump cited it as extortion for the U.S. blockade. So now, What I'm saying is Oman and Iran, they're working. They're probably going to work together and try to, work this out with the oil thing. Because until then, if they don't accept, then their countries are the ones that are going to be hurting. And if I was a leader of a country, and if my oil is coming through any of these fucking countries, I don't think I would mind paying $2 million. You know why? Because it calculates only up to 50 cents to $1 per barrel. It's not a big deal.
Amir, you're missing the point. Anybody who does business with Iran, those ships are not going anywhere. We're tracking them, and we're going to confiscate. It's not like
47 years. Shut up for a second. For 47 years, you guys choked Iran. You guys took the money. You guys stole money's bill. The Iranians' bill. Shut up. Shut the fucking mic off. Shut the fucking mic off.
Electricity's going to be gone.
This fucking guy, can you fucking shut his mic off? This asshole, he doesn't have
no travel. There'll be no bridges or highways.
Shut the fuck up.
It's okay. Let's do one mic at a time. So go on, Nasser. What do you want to say?
They have choked Iran. They have stolen the Iranians' wealth for 47 years, and now everything is in Iran's hand now. From here on, they're gonna pay, and they have to pay with Iranian riyal. They have to go find the riyal, buy the riyal, pay their dollar, buy the riyal, and then they pay with that. And right now, United States fucking can't do nothing. If they were able to do something, until now they would have done it. Now they are sitting from the far away, just barking. That's okay, they can bark all they want. And they have puppet like this motherfucker piece of shit that baby dick suckers and come to defend that.
Your society has failed you.
So we're gonna hold on a second. Hold on. Nasser, we're gonna go down that path. I need some new voices now. So Reza, do you want to say something? Go on, Reza.
Hey, good morning, or good evening, good night, wherever you are. Listen, one thing is clear. Let's make it understood that Iran is not Islamic Republic. Iran has always been there, will always be there. The Islamic Republic has only been here for 47 years, and they'll be gone. They're not going to stay forever. Iranians hate this regime. They can't wait to say good riddance to them. Everything else fades out. Doesn't matter what Trump or anybody else thinks. They're gonna go. Somehow they will go. They are now very much weakened, and we're just waiting for the opportunity to get rid of them. And it doesn't matter what the Pakistan.
So Reza, my question to you: how do you remove the sanctions?
The sanctions will be removed within weeks once this regime is gone.
So my next question is: do you support Reza Pahlavi?
Yes.
So how would he come about? Because now
his name is shouted in Iran. His grandfathers. He's dead. But they were a blessing for Iran.
Nasser, hang on, Nasser, please mute up, Nasser.
Let me finish. They were the only ones who brought modernism to Iran. Before that, Qajar dynasty fucked up Iran.
So I have some questions for you, Reza. I have some questions for you.
Islamic Republic came, and with the help of Carter, by the way, Jimmy Carter, Giscard d'Estaing, and
Reza, I have some questions. Reza, before you go on a monologue, I have some questions for you. Okay?
I've only spoken for 1 minute, and you said
I know you're going on a monologue, which I already know. I'm aware of the history.
They're already excited about me anyway, because I know you hate Pahlavi.
No. I hate IRGC and Pahlavi. I hate Pahlavi and the fucking IRGC. Okay. My question to you is America and the West has been involved in internal affairs of Iran multiple times. You agree?
Debatable, but I agree.
Dr. Mossadegh time, 53. You have the Savak, which was trained by Mossad in Israel and in America, right?
You're looking at the situation very simply.
No. I want you to concede. I want you to concede. Can you say yes?
Let me just finish my point, and then you can go.
But I don't want you to go on a monologue. It's a conversation.
It's not a monologue.
I hate monologues, bro. I have no short attention span.
This is how you shut people off and get your.
It's not shutting. It's a conversation back and forth. I hate monologues.
Time to people to talk. I've been listening in your room. I know how you.
Okay. What do you want to say? I'll give you 1 minute. Go.
Okay.
And then we have to have a conversation. I don't want this fucking monologue.
Before 63, there were 20, maybe more governments. Who some of them only survived 2 days. Nothing got done within those days. Those years. When Shah took authority, everything came about. He built the country up. All the infrastructure that you see these days was built during his time. All of it. Before him,
Nasser, please, I need to engage with this. Nasser, please stop.
You gotta look at the history books. I'm not saying my own things. Anything that was built was during his reign.
Can I add some nuance to this conversation?
Hang on, Omid, please. I need to engage with this guy. I've been waiting for I want to have the conversation, but this idiot wants to fucking go on a monologue. Go finish your stupid monologue. Go.
Fuck off.
Go finish your stupid fucking monologue, bitch.
You already
fucking coney motherfucker.
Talk to you shit bag.
Go finish your fucking monologue. I wanted to have a conversation, but a bitch motherfucker like you, a mother gender like you, wants to fucking go on a monologue. Fucking Chuni.
Please, guys, please. Can I please?
Fucking asswipe. Omid, please, you have to wait, bro. We have to wait.
I'm trying to calm.
Just hang on a second, Omid, please. The question I had for you, right?
These 7 years, everybody has eaten off Iranian.
The question I had for you, the question was, there's multiple times America, West has infiltrated inside internal affairs of Iran. The question is yes or no. Just answer the yes or no, we can go to another question. I don't want to listen to fucking monologue. I'm not here for the monologue. I charge people for about $500 an hour to listen to fucking monologue. Give me a yes or no. Did the West was involved in multiple times in internal affairs of Iran? The question is just a yes or no. Just say yes, and we know it's a yes. Dr. Mossadegh time, Savak, the regime change. The guy came on France on the fucking plane. You had multiple times, and right now they're doing a regime. They want to do a regime change again, West. The answer is yes. Whether you say it or not, it's up to you. You want to answer it? Open up your mic. I muted everybody. Say yes. And I don't want you to go on a monologue. I don't want your fucking explanation. I don't want revisionist history. Look at these people, these motherfuckers, they make up history as we go.
Amir, can I respond?
Think of the history.
No, I wanted to respond from Raza. I don't want to respond from you or Nasser. I want to respond from this idiot. This Raza Pahlavi scumbag that just came up. My God. I'll give you 20 seconds. Unmute your mic and just say yes. So we can move to the next question. Going once, twice, 3, 4, 5. Hurry up. Come off the fucking mic and answer the goddamn question.
No, I told you already. Fuck off.
Okay. Kuni, Mother Jinder, sit in the audience. Get lost. There's no point of engaging with you. Fucking Mother Jinder. Yes, Omid, now it's on you. What were you going to say?
I really tried to add the nuance into the conversation, but it exploded before I could do anything.
Omid, my question is simple. It's very fucking simple. Has the West infiltrated multiple times inside, Iran?
Yes,
multiple times.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Absolutely. And I think the history goes even farther than some people even think. So if you want to understand what was Iran's biggest crime today, it's that it just wasn't a strong centralized state coming into the 20th century, right? Under the Qajars, they were humiliated time after time again under the Russians, under the British, because they didn't have a strong centralized state that could, deter those
those imperial powers. Russia stole Armenia and Azerbaijan and Georgia from Iran, and the British discovered oil in Iran, and they told the Qajars, okay, you have this oil here, you don't have the technology to pump it, but we'll pump it in exchange for profits. And this is what kicked off the whole Iranian that leads to today. And essentially, when Reza Shah came into power, actually, I won't even go back even further. I want to go back to the time of the Safavids. During the time of the Safavids, that was probably the last time Iran was a strong empire. It was a power in the region that was a center of trade. And when it became weak under the empires after, leading to the Qajars, Reza Shah saw this and believed that that Iran cannot continue in this weak centralized path. And Reza Shah, maybe, yes, he was supported by the British, softly, not like engineered by the British, but Reza Shah, through his own will, overthrew the Qajars.
He was put there by British. It was not just, he just came all of a sudden, he took over the country. No, he was put there by British.
Yes, he was supported by them.
That's the truth. Do not twist the truth, because all this, it just, they can search it, they can see what was it. Don't make an ass out of yourself. If you say the truth. Don't try.
Okay, well, listen. Here's the fact of reality: is that in 1941, the British came in, invaded Iran with the Russians, and overthrew Reza Shah. Because why? Because he was against the British having a foothold in the U.S. In Iran. He became close with Germany during the World War II because he didn't want to be friends with the Soviets, or he wanted to be friends with the British, because both of these countries, he believed, fucked Iran in the past. So he became.
Can I ask you something? You just say that Iran was very weak during the Qajars. How many times Iran was invaded by Russia or UK and take control over the whole of Iran? You see, during the Reza Shah, you suggest that it was a very strong government.
No, I didn't say it was a strong government.
Listen, it just takes 2 days for them to invade Iran. Okay, no matter, they asked for refuge to reject the Germans people inside of the Iran. He did every single demand made by Russian and Britain, but they still inviting on. You trying to fool by reading history in that manner.
I'm not trying to fool myself. I'm saying the fact of the matter is, during the Qajars, the British was exploiting oil, and the Russians stole land, stole land from Iran.
Only British came with two trucks of soldiers. They said, okay, time to go, buddy, let's go. It was not a one shot did that fire. Nobody got hurt.
Okay.
There was not a son. So if he was a puppet of England, basically our governments, they were a puppet of the England and the United States. Our land, our Iran was destroyed by this Pahlavis. Our 1.6 million square meters of our land was destroyed. It was given some Ararat mountains to Turkey, to Iraq, to Afghanistan. All this, our lands were gone, destroyed. It was occupied by others. They had forgiven actually.
It was occupied. It was occupied. It was occupied by the Soviets.
It was not occupied. They gave it to them. Ararat, the mountain Ararats. You know what Reza Shah said? Said, oh, we don't need the mountains. Give it to them. Really? Oh, Bahrain. Oh, you know what they said about the Amir? You know what they said about the Bahrain in the? If you Google it in the Google, you can see in YouTube. Sorry, in YouTube you can see. They said, "Oh, Bahrain is now is growing up as is an older daughter. Now we're gonna marry the Bahrain." And now
Who said it? Who said that?
in Hoveyda. Hoveyda was the prime minister of the Iran at that time. Shah's puppet. Basically, he was
You're talking about the first Shah, right?
Yeah, and in Parliament, all the MPs, they were shouting, "No, this is part of us. Bahrain is our part of our hand. We cannot let it go."
Nasser, I have a question. What do you think? What do you think? Muhammad Reza Shah. What do you think his goal was? What was his strategy?
His strategy. He was basically a dictator. He became one man show.
Nasser John. Hold on a second. He wants to make a very, very strong Iran. But what's the point?
No.
Listen, I know. Hold on a second. Let me finish from my point.
Ask me
It doesn't matter what was his strategy when he was weak enough to couldn't manage that, to go through that. You understand it? You know. Let me say something. You know the history there. Give me a second, Nasser.
No, I'm not. Because you're saying that it's not true. Just hold on a second. He asked me a question. Let me answer it.
What about this true? What is right? I mean, can I?
Okay, one at a time, please. Okay, Nasser, just finish what you wanted to say, Mahdi, then
you ask me questions, so don't open the mic in front of my
Nasser, you finish and then Mahdi, it's on you.
Sure. One thing happened, just like right now, what happened with the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, they shot him. They were in that point, they were thinking that by shooting him, by killing him, by hitting by missiles and destroying him, the government is going to collapse. That's what their intention was. They didn't know that this Supreme Leader, as much as I was against him, but he was very, very clever and very smart. Absolutely. He was I would say, he is the Cyrus the Great for Iran, he was. At this time, for 40 years, they didn't let one square meter of Iran's land didn't go anywhere, nowhere. They saved Iran. They kept Iran from all these neighbors trying to attack or whatever, Iraq war and everything else. They kept us safe, okay? And he planned it right now that Iran is standing because of these missiles. These missiles did not happen now. These missiles planned out 30 years ago. They knew this day is going to come. I didn't know. I was the opposite of them. I was fighting against them. I didn't know what they are doing. I didn't know why they are some Hezbollah in Lebanon. They knew. They knew why they have the Houthis that to support them, proxies, or Hashd al-Shabi, or Fatimi. Yeah. They knew why they have that. Please do not open. And they knew that. They kept Iran safe. For 30 years, these missiles, they planned it, they made it, they kept it all the safe areas. They did it for Iran, not for themselves.
Yes.
And then the United States thought that by killing one person, okay, he's one person, okay, I'll kill him and go. But they didn't know what he did. He created 31 army. For every province, they have their own army, they have their own commanders, they have their own missiles.
Yes.
Everything they do independently. So government is not
decentralized. Yes, it's decentralized.
Only when you come in the middle of the mic, that's not nice. Don't do that.
I'm agreeing with you.
No, I don't need you to tell me. I know I can speak English myself.
Sir, can you please land your plane? I need to give it to new people, please.
Okay, what I'm saying, this Pahlavi family, all of them, they destroyed Iran. They modernized it in the country. All over the world, every country, that's their job. And he stole $60 million, as he said, but is in billions. The New York Times said he stole $30 billion from Iranian people. And some others says that, like the New York Times or others, It's in there. You can search New York Times how much Iranian shop they stole $30 billion, and that's why his son is living with that money right now. And they destroyed. They were the worst leaders to our country. This Reza Pahlavi's father and grandfather, both of them, they were just puppet of Israel, of the United States.
Thank you. And give it to. So I'm gonna say something really quick, and then I want to give it to.
I was just gonna give the mic to Matt.
And please don't interrupt anybody, respectfully. Omid was speaking until I think somebody interrupted Omid. So Mahdi, it's on you now. Omid said you can have the mic.
Yeah, hi. It's not very long. I mean, the problem is those guys like Omid, like others, Iranian, they learn their own history from the TV channel named Manoto. There is a specific...
I do not watch Manoto at all.
Listen, I mean, could you please control this too? I'm not talking about you. You know, there is a specific program there which name is Tunnel Zaman, the time, the tunnel of time. They try to show the kind of nostalgia. You know, in advertising TV program, you see all tools in advertising is shining, every food is very nice, every people's laughing. You know, they show those parts of the advertising in that program and try to make an image that every single piece of Iran was like that TV, advertising TV. So it doesn't work like that. You can't sit here and talk about that. Okay, you say you say that Iran was very strong during the Pahlavi era, but they just invite Iran in 2 days. They can't understand it because they didn't show them in that Manoto TV. And about the Nasser, you know, Nasser is a vogue. I appreciate it. He's a very, very kind. I mean, but he was opposition by maybe 6 months ago, and now all of a sudden he woke up and became a radical supporter for Iranian government. You know, this kind of debate, it doesn't work. You have to. I mean, there is too many nuances and too many aspects to have consideration, which is to simplify it like Iran was strong during Pahlavi or not. I mean, it's just a waste of the time.
No, Matthew, that's not what I was saying. I wasn't saying that because obviously the fact that you're right, and the fact that Iran was invaded by the Soviets and the British in 1941 shows that, yeah, they were not strong. My point was what I was trying to say. And also, I want to make clear that fuck Iran International and Manoto, who tried to whitewash the past of the era of the past, that the Pahlavi was not a paradise. I know there had many problems that people don't talk about. I want to make that part very clear. But I'm just saying that I think in compared to where we are now, it's in relative, some things are clearly worse than they were now. And on top of that, I'm
like what? Only like what?
Hyperinflation.
Okay, I accept it.
Hyperinflation and war. But I can.
Yeah, but this war was imposed on us. You know what? You say that once the hyperinflation is higher now. Listen, guys, there is all index that human developed index, access to the healthcare, access to the education. In all those index, Iran is way far from what it was during Pahlavi's era. You can't compare. You know, Iran has a very difficult situation, but in the most part of those developed index, Iran has a much better position right now compared to what it was during the Pahlavi's era.
Okay.
You accept
whole
that
point,
because
I'm
there
not.
is nothing to say about that.
No, but okay, but like what? In what way is in a better position?
Access to the health, education, develop human develop index,
Okay, yes, I agree.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Advancements.
I'm trying to. How do you say? I mean, it's kind of very hard for me to find the word. Gini index. Yeah, Gini index and stuff like that. You can't find a single or maybe one or two index that was better during Pahlavi's era. You can't compare those things, you know, but because people are totally mind-washed by propaganda apparatus, they didn't know that the biggest breach on the Middle East was inside of Iran, which Trump has bombed it.
Yes, but
they didn't know that. You know, you're still very proud of the Brest Bridge, which was made for 80 years ago, and you didn't know that there was a better built by Iranian engineer inside of Iran. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. You know, there was other guys, you tried to ask him question, he didn't answer it. Look at his view. He's right, there is no Middle East. There is one great Iran. You know how racistic and how dumb it can be? You bring them like them and try, I don't know, but maybe it's a point of your room. But he wrote on his bio that there is no Middle East. There is one. There is only great Iran. And you know who says that? People who try to trust that cuckold Reza Pahlavi, that he can't even manage his own family, his own wife, try to come back to Iran and reduce all others country in Middle East and make it just a big, great Iran. Isn't that, I mean, those are beyond, those are misunderstanding.
But Mahdi, yes, I agree with a majority of what you're saying. My only thing was what...
Oh, you can jump in afterwards, okay, Mo?
The only thing I was trying to say, was the Shah overtly dependent on the U.S.? Yes. In the minds of Iranians those days, did it look like Shah was giving up Iranian sovereignty and losing his legitimacy? Absolutely, yes. And I'm not trying to justify, but I'm just saying the only reason he felt he needed to do that was so Iran, because if you become enemies with the U.S., you're gonna bring hell upon to Iran.
You tried to say that Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was a great guy, was a kind guy.
No, I'm not saying that.
I accept it. Listen, I accept it. Listen, I accept it. He was a very nice, very kind, very sophisticated. I'm not sophisticated, but he was better than his son. Okay.
100%.
But he couldn't manage it, you know. Every year I have a New Year's resolution. But when I can't bring it to the reality, it doesn't matter how good I am. You know, I have too many good wishes for my uncle, my homeland. But when I can't manage it, when I can't bring it to reality, what's the point?
Yes. No, that's a fair point.
I think Mo wants to jump in. Mo, it's on you. And Mo, Alan, hang on a second. Alan wrote a whole bunch of stuff in the chat. Do you mind responding to that as well, Mo? See if it's accurate or not, because earlier Alan had to tell him about the Dr. Musaddiq thing, and hopefully, you know, he did look into it a little bit. And so go on.
Okay, guys, one I just wanted to point out, and then I go to Alan and about dissolving the parliament. Maybe it comes as a new fact for these guys keep talking about dissolving the parliament. Maybe, I mean, both of you, Mehdi and Omid, are kind of in my friend list. I think The fallacy over here is we try to ignore history and different part of history. So all these political figures have changed throughout the history, and I think although Mohammad Reza Shah was brought back by Americans toward the end of his life, he tried to make Iran independent. He had some ideas. However, how successful he was, we can evaluate it. So I really think we shouldn't factor history and just look at the people as a whole and say this guy was throughout like this. No, I think there has been a lot of fluctuation, ups and downs in the persona, people. Same goes to the Reza Khan, same goes to the Qajar dynasty, figures like Agha Muhammad Khan, Fath Ali Shah, Nasruddin Shah, Kamran Mirza, Abbas Mirza, and so on and so forth. So let's be to portray or to understand those political figures better. We need to say at what time, like in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s. So for instance, if you look at the political freedom, you have a too dark period at the time of Shah. It becomes a little bit looser toward the end of it, when revolutionaries are moving on from the regime and they want a new model of government. So maybe this can help us in future when we are discussing about that. Regarding Mossadegh, yes, Mossadegh dissolved the parliament. And the main reason to dissolve the parliament was he didn't want the parliament to hinder and block the process for nationalizing the oil. And unfortunately, at that time, we didn't have very good parliament and goes both to right wing and left wings, let's say the Tuti and even pro-king people presented, occupying a seat in the parliament. Do you know what was the last resolution of the parliament in the pre-board? I think it was 2024 by Macron. Macron dissolved the parliament. He thought French people didn't vote when the right could win. So dissolving the parliament is one of the leverages that any government and any head of government can use for certain reasons. And Mossadegh used that leverage just like Mac did 1 year ago. Just like the same thing happened in God knows, Bulgaria was another one. So don't say Mossadegh, if Mossadegh was a dictator becoming the parliament, and parliament which was blocking to nationalize our oil, and even some people crying, if the southern oil is, look how terrible was the situation. The rogue arm of parliament was advocating to have the oil for Brits, and the leftists at that time were crying in the parliament that if the oil is, if the southern oil is there for Brits, why does northern oil is not for the Soviets? You see how hard was the situation for Mossadegh to deal with that. And we should be really rational. Also, I think if we check, guys, if you have time, we can check how many parliaments in new and modern world has been involved. I think it wasn't Keir Starmer. Maybe Sunak also did something similar, but France, I'm 100% sure. Go to the unfairness wasn't. Look, the idea of nationalizing the oil was Iran. This oil belonged to Iran, and a lot of pro open market people nowadays, with the lens of free market, are talking about we would have been better off because there has been investment. It wasn't the case. The free market makes sense when all parties have more or less sitting on a strong seat and can negotiate this. If the seats are not strong, then the stronger side dictate what's gonna be. Iranian cheap labor was working there. Don't tell me, yeah, they brought investment, they found the oil so they can use it. No, Iran was heavily underdeveloped country, and that money helped even look at the outcome of the nationalizing the oil. Those money helped Iran to rebuild its defense capability. Shah rebuilt his army, and Iran and Tehran got developed. A lot of the other guy was saying most of the infrastructure was at the time of Mohammad Reza Shah, which is untrue, but a lot of it was built at the time of Mohammad Reza Shah was due to this money coming in, the flow of the money coming in through the oil. And we could dictate to the world, even Shah went heads up to the world and said, together with OPEC, that now we want to dictate the price of the oil. We don't want you to dictate the price of the commodities. So it's the enemies of Mossadegh want to portray a dictator who was legally overthrown by the help of Americans. However, the coup, even in a CIA document, is CIA call it coup d'etat. They call it quasi-legal in their unclassified documents. And I don't understand Iranians who want to say, no, it wasn't a coup. It was bringing back the Shah. Yeah, I land my plane here and let's continue conversation.
Exactly, Mo. That was a very good description and summary of the past 30 some years that led to the revolution. No, that's the whole point that I was trying to make. Like, I'm not trying to say that the Shah was this amazing leader, like these monarchists who unconditionally support him and he was the best thing that happened to her. No, I'm trying to say, bring the nuance into the conversation, the things that he was, what he was trying to do, the things he was doing right, the things he was doing wrong, what led to his downfall, and on a bigger scale, on a bigger picture, what I'm trying to say is that the revolution that overthrew him was, of course, done by the people. The people were upset for I think the biggest downfall of the Shah was the unequal distribution of the wealth that people could clearly see. He prioritized Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, just the big cities, and all of the poorer people from the poorer cities had received almost nothing. And as a result, a lot of them migrated into the bigger cities, and then they could see the wealth gap up close. And that ultimately was, that of course combined with the Mossadegh coup, they never forget that the U.S. put the Shah in power. All of that combined, and Khomeini rallying around the crowd, was ultimately what led to the revolution. But another thing that I wanted to bring up is that you also can't ignore that towards the end of the Shah's rule, the Shah made it very, very clear that he did not want to be the client state of the U.S. He said, I'm not here to be your stooge, and in the standard of living in Iran in 10 years' time will surpass Britain, and in 20 years we will surpass the U.S. And the Shah also started Iran's nuclear program, and even hinted at the idea that he might pursue nuclear weapons or whatever. Not so much that was a big deal, but the whole point is that the U.S. is starting to see this so-called ally in Iran becoming more and more powerful and openly saying, I'm not here to be your puppet or to be dependent. And then when they see this grassroots revolution happening in Carter comes around and says, like, hey, Mr. Shah, you should start observing human rights, Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is is not observing human rights at all. And my point being is that the West let the revolution happen, and they let him fall because they feared Iran becoming more powerful and independent.
Yeah, that was a very good point. Excuse me. You have to say to the Pahlavi supporter, forget about the coup. Mohammad Reza left the country on demand of the USA and UK. The day he was leaving Iran, the how do you say? Oh my God, Safir چی شد?
Safir?
Hold on. Ambassador of the U.S. waiting on the entrance of the Iran place and asked too many times that you're gonna be late. You know how humiliating can be. The day the sovereign of the country like Iran going to flee from his own homeland, from his country, from his throne, and was meeting by the U.S. ambassador in entrance how do you say entrance of his own palace, and he asking you, you're gonna be late. Guys, forget about the Mossadegh's coup. That is way more humiliating than the coup. To interfere the day the sovereign, the monarch of the country gonna flee from his own country.
Yes, I can agree to that to an extent. Mo, Shoma, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, actually, Mahdi, when we are talking about the latest, the late Pahlavi, let's say the last years of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, we shouldn't think of him as a super independent power as we see, for instance, the late stage of Islamic Republic. So this comparison is wrong. However, I think the best comparison is no. I'm just clarifying my position. My position is Shah started to become like a swing state, like Turkey nowadays, which buys S-400 from Russia at the same time as the NATO. Shah tried to find a way between the gaps. However, still Shah heavily relied on America. And the biggest backstab that Shah received was from America as well. I agree. I didn't claim Shah became independent. Shah started to take a step toward independence and move toward being a swing state nowadays that we have, Turkey, Brasilia, countries that try to survive between this new world order, and Shah wanted that type of policy. However,
I understand you, Mo.
And his failure
I'm totally agree with you, Mo. Listen.
And his failure was he heavily relied on the security on America.
Yes.
And that was the biggest mistake.
When I bring up those kind of history, it's not my point to humiliate him. You know what? He as a monarch, he as a sovereign of my country, I have total respect for him. When I bring up those kind of history, I'm trying to make a perspective of the U.S. and foreign power, the level of the interfering to our own country and our domestic politics. I'm not trying to humiliate him. God forbidden, even this cuckold, Reza Pahlavi, if God forbidden, he became the sovereign, the head of the state of Iran, I have fully respect for him. God forbidden, this cuckold became that position. I'm not trying to humiliate Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, or even his father's Reza Pahlavi, even Ahmad Qajar, Ahmad Shah, which was one of the weakest kings during Iran's history. You know, I'm trying to realizing how the level of the interference of the foreign power in Iran's domestic policy. This is what we have to be against them. As an Iranian, you know, other people as a U.S. citizen might be delighted by this kind of interfering. But we Iranians, we're not supposed to accept those kind of interfering.
No, I agree. And I think one of the biggest thing that the Islamic Republic has accomplished, or at least in their minds they believe they accomplished, was giving Iran complete and total independence, complete and total sovereignty, even at the cost of war and sanctions and resistance. At the end of the day, you know, so the Shah believed if you want Iran to become a great nation, you have to sacrifice a little bit independence and become a powerful economy. And then the Islamic Republic, Khomeini came along and said, like, no, fuck that. If Iran is to be a powerful country, it must resist the West at all time, at any cost, and expel them completely from the region. Because a lot of the people who participated in the revolution, they don't just remember the 1953 coup. They also remember England invading Iran with Russia in 1941. And they also remember losing territory to Russia in the 1800s under the Qajars. So they have this long historical memory of imperial powers always tampering with Iran, always containing Iran. When the revolution happened, the revolutionaries said enough is enough. No to the West, no to the East. Faqat Iran, only Iran.
Are you Muslim, Mohammed?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Ellen wrote in the chat, Ellen, all money is good money. Respectfully, if a country doesn't want to do business with America, I think they should have the right to have a free will. America cannot go into every country and try to dictate terms and conditions, what they can and cannot do. America shuts them their side of the border.
But Mayor, I think that's a very convenient position to take after the West has invested billions of dollars to build up the infrastructure, which then gives you the financial resources and technical ability to say, we don't need you anymore. I mean, I looked it up in today's, now listen, I'll give you the concession. I'll give you the concession up front, so we're clear.
Give me a concession every 2 seconds.
All right, so not to sound like a hard ass up front, okay? Do you remember the TV show, The Beverly Hillbillies?
Yeah.
Okay, so for those who don't know, the main character is a hillbilly. He lives in the mountains, and he discovers oil on his property. So he signs an agreement with the oil company. They give him royalties, and he moves to Beverly Hills. But the whole comedy of the show was the fact that he was still a hillbilly and knew nothing about the rich people. But it is very common at the beginning of an agreement that the side or the entity that invests the most money so that the whole industry can be created gets the most amount of royalties. Now, it would be fair to say that perhaps those uneven royalties went on too long. I will grant you that point. But the fact is, when England entered the Iranian market, and I looked this up, they didn't have the technical expertise, they didn't have the financial ability. There was no way Iran could have created
the Iranian oil industry on its own. Without without England at least, and later America, it would not be the Iran that it is today. It would not have the money it is.
How much we should pay for that service?
Okay, can I ask the response? Mahdi, that's a very good question, and I grant you, as I said in the beginning, perhaps the fact that it was uneven, perhaps it went on too long. Okay?
They had the monopoly of producing oil for more than 100 years. You see, is it not enough? Is it not enough? You know, all the
Mahdi, let him finish. Let him finish, Mahdi. Let him finish.
I'm not arguing with you. What I did, I read a lot of things, Amir. Okay, you've respected me enough on this stage for me to invest time in this. I read a lot of things, but what I did find out is that after before that I forget, the AIOP or whatever it was called. After that, in '54, they created the consortium, and there were several countries involved. And one of the things, one of the things the Shah insisted on is that the Western companies train Persians, Iranians, whatever term you prefer, to train them to replace their Western operators. Because during the what's called the coup, when England pulled out, oil production in Iran dropped by significantly because there was no one to run it. So by, I think it was 1973, the Shah had completely replaced the Western technicians, the Western engineers with Iranian ones. So then when the war happened and some refineries were bombed by Iraq, Iran was able...
Ellen, I would have to correct you on certain oil thing that you're giving the facts.
Okay, correct me.
I actually just pulled up on my perplexity. Iran had long known of its oil seeps and used petroleum products, asphalt, and naphtha for millennia before 1900, but lacked more modern industrial extraction and production technology until British involvement. Pre-1900 history, ancient Persia, 500 BC, hand-dug wells for oil in Susa, Shush under Darius, used for medicine, bitumen lamps. Medieval surface collection for export to Europe by Russia. 19th century, failed early concessions. 1890s, the Imperial Bank, Russian Qajar attempts yield no commercial drilling. British role, William Knox Darcy, 1901, concession led to first major discovery, 1908, Masjid Suleiman, an Anglo-Persian oil coal, 1909, introducing rigs, refineries. No large-scale production existed prior. So they did have the oil. You can't, No,
I'm not saying they didn't have the
oil. Persians were smart. They were smarter than British.
Yeah. I'm not saying they didn't know the oil was there, but with I'm trying to find the figures, what it was. Let me look back. But by 1950, let me see. It was something like, oh crap. Let me. Okay, primate blockade. I'm going back to the. Yeah, I mean at the time of the block. Oh yeah, from 51 to 53, they had been producing 242 million barrels in 1950 to just 10.6 million barrels by 1952. Yes, so the difference there, yes, they knew there was oil. They knew how to get it out at a small scale. But to get it out And one of the things I remember is they said the refinery, how do you pronounce it? Abadat? No, I'm not. The biggest refinery there was the most modern refinery in the world at that time. So yeah, I mean, it was one of those things that the West had the technical and financial expertise to draw those resources out. And again, now we get to a point, and this is it. It's not only Iran. This has happened with. It happened in India. It's happened into a bunch of other countries, where at a certain point, the country says, "Hey, okay, you've had your fun. It's now our turn to take this over." And I get that. And from what I understand, that was once the Shah came back after the Mossadegh, and after the Shah returned back to power, he made that possible. As far as the other political stuff, look, all I can say is it's typical of bullshit. And yes, the CIA was involved, but when you compare it to all the other crap that was going on at the time, I'm sorry, my impression from reading it is it's just typical political BS, and it became very convenient to make it sound like the U.S. Was entirely responsible for it. One of the things I read is that, that Mossadegh was democratically elected.
Oh, you can jump in. You want to engage with them? You can jump in.
Well, no, I'll land with this. Sure. He was democratically elected, but then at a certain point, he dissolved the parliament. Now, how are you going to fire him if there's no power? If he made it conveniently dissolve the parliament so nobody can take him out of power? I mean, to me, that's just more political BS. But look, I get it. At a certain point, there was a sense, there was a movement in Iran that it's like, okay, these are our resources. We want to control them.
And I see your point, but first of all, can I Amir go in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alan, again, dissolving the parliament was one leverage, and as I said, Macron in France did it 2 years ago. It's a leverage that Prime Minister had, and maybe just to let you know, there was a resignation of 45, 50, some number like that of the parliament members, which disqualified the Majlis. And then there was a referendum back in a few days before, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks before. I need to check that, okay. But whoever has access right now can check it because I'm on the go. There was a referendum 2-3 weeks before the coup d'etat, and there was a mass resignation of the parliament members, which disqualified the Congress itself. And the main reason for Mossadegh was they were hindering and they were sabotaging the process to nationalizing the oil. Alan, I think Americans did a mistake after World War II. And I would like to expand that mistake. First of all, Americans started to define and analyze everything in the context of the Cold War. It might be interesting for you to know that
I agree with that.
Even Ho Chi Minh wrote for who was Eisenhower? who was the president of
Yeah.
US, he wrote to Eisenhower, I guess, that you Americans can help us to gain our independence. So a lot of, even Mossadegh, the perception of the world, our world, like Middle East and Vietnam and all other countries under pressure or aggression of Imperial England, about America is a freedom fighting force. We believe that. And Mossadegh thought America can be an ally because America freed Europe. America was advertising the democracy, free market and stuff. However, American politicians at that time did a very big mistake. And the mistake was they evaluated everything in the context of Cold War. And that helped, that forced a lot of powers, even Ho Chi Minh, to fall in the arms of Soviets. Even this pushed Mossadegh to get closer to the party. So we shouldn't really ignore this fact that Americans made a big miscalculation that costed countries themselves, us, and countries as Iran, such this high toll. So let's be fair about that. And it's fact that Americans did this miscalculation.
Seems like America
Can I
has.
add a point? Can I just add a point? Excuse me. You know what? You know, with all due respect, Mr. Who was the man? Did he live there, Ron? Alan? What was his name? Alan. Did he left the room? That's not nice.
Yeah.
You know what? Anyway, you know, the problem is the mindset. You know, the colonialist mindset. The approach to the game is not like a win-win situation. The colonialistic mindset is a zero-sum game. Whatever you win is my loss. That's the problem. You know, Iran was, okay, they helped, or they, you know, when the European invent America, they could, same thing. You know, you have too many buffalo and you don't know how to use them. Because we know how to use them, then it has to be all. Your land is supposed to be for all. So that's a colonialistic mindset. They didn't say that. Okay, you know, we find, as Ami correct him, we didn't. I mean, we used oil for 1,000 years before Britons come to England, to Iran, to the south part of the Iran. You know, there is a Naft Shah, which literally means oil city, which the oils come up to the surface by its own. So Iranians know the existence and some beneficial of the oil. Okay, they came to Iran, they find how to industrialize oil, and they made the contract with Iran as for 70 years or 60 years, they have all with a certain amount of the money they give to the chain. They win for 60 years our benefits from our oil. But after that, they weren't happy. They wouldn't say that. After that, they made the others contract, which was maybe 100 deals of the benefits come to the Iran. This is not a win-win situation. You know, the greedy, is it greedy? Well, greedy. Someone greedy. Okay. It's the greedy which is their own enemy. You know, the mindset, you know, as the French still get the colonialist tax from Africa, even 100 years after they leave Africa, with a lot of violence. You know, this mindset is a cancer of the modern history. The approach is not, okay, you know, we help you to industrialize oil, we're gonna have a 50-50 of this beneficial. He says, what is your win is our loss is a non-zero sum game for their mindset. And Biden said, okay, you can't just kick our ass out of Iran because if it wasn't because of us, you wouldn't know anything about them using oil in your own country. You have to accept our existence and accept our interfere in your own politics. You know, that's a cancel of this new era, our time. Thank you.
You know, other than that, I think America, I don't know if you remember this Occupy Wall Street. Do you remember, guys, the movement Occupy Wall Street? And one of the slogans in that time, which really, how to say it, resonated with me, was the slogan that was saying, America did the same thing that Soviet did. America did the same thing to democracy that Soviet did to socialism. I think that they really have done that. They have become super, the capitalism factor, the blind imperialistic capitalist factor of American investment throughout history is kind of very obvious. Back in the days, probably they could wrap it and frame it as a democracy, bringing democracy, but especially now at the time of Trump, they are not hiding it at all anymore. They are just there to concur, to win. Trump shamelessly says that we are there for Iranian oil. We went to Venezuela for the oil, and that's exactly a signal of fall of America for me. And really, that slogan stayed with me, and I really remember that America did the same thing that the communists did to the socialism. They have become an imperialistic power, which just follows the benefits and interests of elites or top 1% of America, and not only inside the U.S. border, but also outside of the U.S. border. And that's a key factor which we need to consider when we are analyzing U.S. interference in different countries.
With all due respect, did you hear what I said?
Mahdi, my phone died.
In addition,
I heard the beginning of it, and then my phone died. I apologize.
Okay, you know what? Yeah. I have to repeat it because I don't like that.
Let me just say this. Let me tell you what.
No, you haven't heard my point. Listen,
I heard it.
You have to hear my point. Then
yeah,
I'm going to listen. I don't like that imperialistic mindset, Alan. That you say what you want to say and just leave, and just come back and try to make another point. Just listen. Just leave your colonialistic mindset, Alan. You have to leave your colonialistic mindset, Alan. Listen to others' point. You're not the God on the world. You have to change your mindset to the win-win situation.
I want to
calm down, Mahdi. Calm down, man.
Yeah, I want to hear your point.
I mean, am I supposed to
Mahdi, my phone died.
Okay, I'll give you the mic. His phone died. He wants to come back and listen to you. So go and speak, Mahdi.
I just want to tell you what I heard when my phone was dying. You were talking about England and you were talking about Eisenhower. And okay.
No, you totally
please continue. I wasn't trying to.
You know, Alan, I'm gonna tell you. You know, the problem is your colonialistic mindset. I'm sorry for other listeners. I have to repeat it, but it's very important for people like you to leave this kind of mindset. You know, the people like you went to the Indian and just say that you have too many resources and you don't know how to use that. And that is because we have to colonializing you for 400 years. You know, this is not a right. Your mindset is not a win-win situation. Your mindset is a zero-sum game, which means that even your win, my win, is your loss. You know, you have to change it. You can't just say that because Iran. I'm here to correct you about the fact about the history of oil in Iran. But even we didn't know anything about oil, you have to accept that it has to be a win-win situation. You can't just take the 100% as a benefit and just throw a bit of less than 100 dells of this beneficial to the other nation and say that's enough for you. And if you try to complain about that, we're gonna do very, very harsh and hard about you. We're gonna coup it up. We're gonna make a coup against you. We're gonna do a revolution against you. We're gonna do war against you. This is the mindset that people like you, the white people who try to colonize every single corner of the world. And they
keep in mind he's Armenian, okay? Keep in mind he's from Middle East as well.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Even Iranian has that mindset. Did you remember that Omid was in the state that says there is no Middle East, there is just a big, great Iran? It doesn't matter where you've come from. When you have a colonial, I mean, I have to say that's the piece of shit that was worse than even white people to have a colonialist mindset, because they can't even bring up his imagination to reality.
Maybe he was just trolling, Mahdi. He was just trolling, man.
No, I don't know.
As well. Taco was trolling as well.
Yes, I mean, there are people who think like him. No matter he's from Iran, from Armenia, from Arab part of the world, from Africa. But okay, this part of mindset is mainly come from the Europeans people, because they did that the worst during the history. But even a man from the Armenia can have this kind of mindset. Thank you.
All right, I don't even know how to connect the dots to. Yeah. But anyways, Ellen, I hope you learned something new.
Yeah.
I hope I taught you something new today about Mossadegh. You can see it to the cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple of things I got out of it is this. First of all, England has been an asshole to everybody. That's been clear. And part of what I learned is the fact that, you know, Truman was like, no, I don't want to get involved in Iran's internal politics. But then Eisenhower came in, and by the time Eisenhower was president, the idea of the Soviet threat and the Cold War was heating up. So Eisenhower's like, and England knew this, so England said, look, you got to watch out. The communists are starting to gain traction in Iran, which in some ways they were, in some ways they weren't. But that was the way that England played the United States to induce the United States to get involved the way they did. I mean, because, you know, all of that was just starting, and Eisenhower's like, well, we can't let that happen. So, I mean, it just all got very convoluted at that point. I mean, the only point I want to say is that, you know, look, we can all be very prideful, but I'm going to relate this. The simplest way I can look at it is that when and you see this, it's not just with oil, it's in any business. If you have resources, for example, I'll use the Hollywood example. Say you're an actor, and this may sound stupid, but this happens all the time. You're an actor, you're very talented, but nobody knows who you are. When you first start working, you get paid nothing. Because other people, movie studios, producers, directors are all investing millions of dollars based on the fact that you have talent. They make you a star. After 5 or 10 years, you can then start demanding more money and you demand more control, and then you see, you know this, you see the actors become producers on their own films because they now have the money and the resources and the clout and the power to make demands upon the studios. It's that way in Hollywood, it's that way in business, it's that way in everything. And like I said when I started, at a certain point, it became unfair for England to be taking so much money and not being fair to Iran in how much they were taking, how much money they were giving Iran for that oil and vice versa, and how much they were keeping for themselves. It's clear from they were paying them, it was the 16% error it was called, but then they were making them pay taxes, so Iran was getting practically nothing. That should have ended sooner. And the fact that England didn't do that created the environment in which Iran said, okay, fuck this shit. They could have avoided that, but they got greedy. I admit, I grant you all of that. But I want to also acknowledge the fact that they did, it was in today's dollars, billions of dollars that they invested, and for Mossadegh to come in and say, well, we are going to take all of that, screw you, was equally as unfair. I'll land there.
Let me just add a comment. I mean, it was a very short comment. The European and American are making a greater mistake right now. Because of their own greed, they can accept Iran as the greatest ally at the moment. Iran, the only, your mic is open, Alan.
Oh,
it's all right. Iran could be the greatest ally in the world order right now for the Western country. But they can't accept it, The mindset is that Iran and country like that, it has to be undergrade, the second hand, or maybe third sort of the countries. Iran couldn't make it because we have a conflict of interest with Russia. We can't Iran has a population of the most pro-Western culture in the Middle East. Iranian, but they kind of, I don't know, it's stupidity. I call it as a stupidity, but they're not very pro.
Mahdi, that's not relevant to what he said. Where are you going with this? We're talking about you're going nowhere, bro. Respectfully, you always do this.
I understand.
You're derailing the conversation. We're talking about the Mossadegh time, and Alan made a claim. Alan made a point that it wasn't unfair when British. We were talking about Mossadegh, bro. Hello. Can we come back to fucking Mossadegh?
Yes.
Yeah. We're not going anywhere else. You're making a whole bunch of stupid points, bro. Respectfully.
Just give me 10 seconds.
Bro, I don't want to go anywhere else. Thank you. I'm not going anywhere. You're going everywhere. You're all over the place.
No, listen. I try to explain the mindset, which is
We're not talking about the mindset. Screw the mindset. Alan is from Middle East. He's Armenian.
I don't care where it's come from.
It's okay. Leave it. Fuck the mindset. Fuck the mindset, bro. I want to talk about something else. Alan, the point that you made about the now the big question is, which one holds more weight? The person that oil belonged to, right? The entity, which was Iran, it was theirs from the jump. Just because British invested a whole bunch of money in equipment or whatever, it doesn't make it theirs. You see what I'm saying? And then the people that the oil, I mean, if you were to put both of them on the scale, people that are Iranians versus outside entity coming in, and just because the outside entity invested money, and the Shah allowing British to freaking steal or sell the oil, whatever, without the consent of the people living on the land, which one holds more weight? You see what I'm saying, Alan? So you got to look at it from the people that live on that land.
And I understand that point. And to go back to my analogy, back to the Hollywood analogy. I mean, it's funny because every Hollywood movie star pisses and moans about their early career and what they had to sacrifice. And yet yet privately they will acknowledge, if it wasn't for that particular, if it wasn't for this person or that person who not only believed in me but invested financially in my career, I would have never become a movie star. Now, it's not a one-to-one.
Well, you were a movie star before?
No, God, no.
You live in Los Angeles, I mean, might as well.
I know. Please, no, don't wish that on me.
There's a lot of big shots in living, Glendale or something.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them are into a movie business.
Yeah, of course.
I know a friend of mine from Armenia, and I won't tell you the name, but he's a big shot.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's because and part of this is that we're all judging. Who knows what the people in I forget what 1905 or whatever the year the British came in. Who knows what they were thinking? Who knows? At that point, it's like, let's take the deal because we can always change it later on. The main, we can't second guess that. But I mean, I do want to. Well, look, I do want to say this, Mahdi. I agree with you, and that was one of about the Iran can become one of the greatest allies in the region. I made that point earlier. I believe, now I can't predict this for sure, but I believe if things go well and whether it's a regime change or not, though I think that the change of the regime would be better, lead to a better result. But regardless, if things go well, if we end out at the end of all of this, that absolutely Iran could become a greater partner in the Middle East, and it would minimize Israel's influence over the area. And I think that would be a win for everyone.
Not with this. If you started with the regime change, every single change inside Iran has to be made by Iranian. And you know what Kissinger says about that? He says that to be enemy with the American is very dangerous, but to be friend with American is deadly. You have to change that.
I didn't hear the word. To be an enemy is what?
To be an enemy to the, I mean, I know the phrase in Farsi, I didn't read it in English, but it was like that. To be a friend, to be an enemy with America is very, very dangerous. But to be the kind of friend with America is deadly. I can't search it.
It's fatal.
Yeah. It's fatal. It's true. It's true, Alan. He says that. And it's true. Look at the other allies U.S. had. You know what they are doing with the Kuwait, with the Qatar? They don't give a shit about them. You know, the
Mati, they are not American allies. They are just subject states.
Yes, but they're not allies. But they try to be a friend with America. You know, you missed the point. You missed the point of the Kissinger's point. You know, they say if you try to be enemy with America, it's very dangerous. But if you try hard to become a friend with them, it's fatal. It's deadly. You know, I don't care if they ally or friend. They try to be a friend with them, but they can't. They don't accept it. And look at Alan. Alan says that it has to start with a regime change to become a good ally with USA. Why? Who says that? Regime change according who? You know, you are if you are managed to make a regime change in Iran, why you're not going like 50 years ago to become to interfere in Iran's politics, no domestic policy? You have to accept that no matter which regime is on the charge, you have to cooperate with them in a win-win situation.
No,
you just forget, Alan, about the regime change mentality. Just forget about that.
Well, look, that was me inserting my own opinion. But Trump has even said, look, I don't that he's not necessarily looking for a regime change, you know. So, yeah, he doesn't require it. He's looking for specific things at this point. So, yeah, it's not necessary.
You know, the mindset is after 100% how to say that submission. If you're looking for submission for capitulation, then we are not allied to you. You know, allied is like that UK and England. You know, we have a kind of equal value in our mind. If you are going after regime change, then you are not to the cooperation. You are about to surrounding. You are about to capitulating. And in capitulation, people don't make an ally. People just make slave.
Well, I appreciate your thoughts on this, Mahdi. And again, I my phone died. I was like, oh, this is bad.
It's all right, man. It's all right.
You know, but yeah. Anyways, thanks, Amir.
It's not all right. It's not right. We need to bring Alan to justice. We need to set up a courthouse on Clubhouse, and we need to bring it to justice.
Now I'm worried, Amir.
I mean, why you don't appreciate me at your stage? You don't even follow me back. You know, you follow back every single person, but
I don't follow every single person. I don't follow everybody.
Do you have any beef against me? What is your problem with me?
There's no beef. You like to be all over the place. I don't like the all over the place. I like you to track the conversation.
No, it wasn't all over the place. You see, I don't understand
it's all over the place. It's all over the place. Every time you speak, you're all over the place. I had to stop you yesterday, day before yesterday. You cannot track the conversation. We're trying to talk about North. You take the conversation to the South, which I don't like that.
Your rules, I accept it. Okay, you have to. You can't interrupt.
I want people to track the conversation. So if the conversation, if Alan was making a point about Dr. Masendak and he said I lost and Amir won, then you have to start the conversation about, okay, Alan, you lost. You're a loser. Amir's a winner, and that's it. You know, that's how you do it.
You're such a dictator, Amir. You're just like the Ayatollah.
What does he say?
To get the CIA to remove you as moderator.
He's Ayatollah, Amir. You just...
Who wants, who lose?
Amir, go for Amir won and Alan lose.
So Alan, have you seen those new AI videos? How they're trolling the fuck out of what's his name, Trump? You should watch the AI videos.
From Iran.
Yeah, the Lego videos. Those are funny as fuck. They're trolling the shit out of Donald Trump.
No, I haven't seen.
And he's losing his shit. Like there's like about I don't know, 5 or 10 of them.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and these are Lego videos, like literally on State of Hormuz, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check them out.
It's like baby Trump and doing a whole bunch of stupid shit, you know.
I think I've seen the baby Trump videos. Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah, they're made out of, I think, Lego. That's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen like some of, like, what was it? I forget.
One of them was about that Trump was about to get onto the Kharg Island and was about to plant the bomb. He plants a bomb on an oil field or whatever. And then he thinks about it. Should I press it? Should I not press it? And then you have the Khomeini, Ali Khomeini is sitting on that little gate that goes up and down, has a block. And then, you know, he's laughing while Trump is like, okay, let's sit down, let's make a deal. It's a funny video. But
yeah,
Trump, look.
The last videos I saw of Trump was when they got Maduro, or I forget what it was, but he's like in a jet and he's got on a crown and he's like bombing the shit out of something. I forget. It was 6 months ago. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of like baby Trump and baby Chuck Schumer, or baby Trump and baby AOC. They're really funny. So, well, hopefully we come out at the end.
You don't get beat up by your wife. You up this late. You don't get beat up by your wife. I mean, you watch Married with Children. I mean, you know, I'm sure you lost all the hair.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lack of sleep. Look, we're Middle Easterners. We lose our hair by the age of 28. Come on. We all go bald by then. You know it.
You lost all the hair. And
we lose the hair.
And you watching Married with Children. There's something going on there.
Noses look even bigger without trying.
I don't think you want to say this in front of a particular group of community on this app.
What are you talking about? Which community are you talking about?
You know a particular group where Abby and other Zionists are from.
Oh, Jesus.
It starts with the J.
Why? Well,
because there's a stereotype about the nose. You know that, right? There's a stereotype about the nose.
Yeah, except Armenians have big noses too, so there you go. You know, but no. I mean, look. The best thing that can happen is the ceasefire holds, and like people were saying, oh, Trump will extend the ceasefire, you know, making it sound like it's a sign of weakness. I don't care what it looks like. If he extends the ceasefire, that's a good thing. Because it's giving everyone time to breathe. And that's a good thing, you know. So, you know, and I think the only thing, look, geez, I can't believe I'm going to say this. But the only thing, look, I think it's in Israel's interest to fuck this up, and I think they will try. I think we haven't talked about it. It's in Turkey's interest to try and fuck this up. I mean, tell me yes or no. I mean, do you think that
Turkey, no, Israel, yes.
Really? Because, I mean, Turkey for a long time has tried to position itself as the leader of the Middle East, and is the spiritual center of Islam, unless I'm mistaken.
No, it's not, because it has become secular, darling.
Well, I know. Well, yes, I know it's secular. I mean, I know it's secular, but from over the years, it seems like Turkey has this idea that, well, they're, that they are, that they are the dominant force in the Middle East.
No, we could look on the Turkey part. I'll tell you, it won't happen because Turkey.
Oh, well, I know it won't happen.
Turkey is borders with Iran.
Yeah.
Right, and Turkey has a very good relationship with Iran. And Turkey, I think they probably do want like a ceasefire because the war could spill over to Turkey, and they tried that. You heard about there was about 3 or 4 ballistic missiles. They were shot at Turkey, right?
From Iran?
Yeah. And NATO shot it down. NATO put the blame on Iran, and Iran said, nope, the 3 of them were not ours. One of them, they did accept it, and they said it was by mistake. So, and I think Iran put the blame on Israel. Because look, Israel, while Iran is shooting whatever they're shooting, at the same time, you have to be careful with the Zionist criminal state called Israel because they will take advantage of the situation.
Well, that's true too.
You see what I'm saying? And they have the drones and whatever.
One of them was a mistake. Yeah, put that in one of those Lego videos. Oops. Yeah, but I mean, look, I guess what I'm referencing is the idea that, in World War, around the time of World War I, the Arabs and the Turks were fighting, and that there's always been this, within the Middle East, that there's been that whole, struggle for, okay, who's going to be the dominant power in the region, and
there's an assassination attempt, right? On Erdogan. You heard about it, right? There was an assassination attempt on Erdogan.
Oh, really? When?
This happened, I don't know. I'll have to give you the exact date. I'll see if I can find it.
Like, within the last month?
No. Within the maybe, I don't know, last 5 years or 10 years. I'll have to look into it.
Oh.
And the other thing is, I don't know if you remember, Israel went after Qatar. Israel went after, other countries, whatever. And you know what? They cooked up this story. The story was, this was posted in Times of Israel because I follow Times of Israel. I used to debate Zionists like all day long. I hate these Zionist terrorist fucking Jews that live inside Israel that are committing atrocities, So there's an article that I came across, Times of Israel, that said there's a guy in Turkey. He was pre-planning to assassinate Ben Gvir.
Yeah.
They were cooking up this story to attack Turkey. You see what I'm saying? But then Turkey is a NATO member, and even during the Gaza border peace, you wouldn't believe it. Israel said no to Turkey. Israel kept on pushing America. No, we don't want Turkey. They were scared. I watched their news channels. They're all scared. They're shit scared. They're like, no, we can't do this. Turkey has this. They're calling us genocidal and this and that. Erdogan is keep on calling us genocidal, and they support Hamas and blah 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 bullshit. So Turkey is a threat to Israel. So there's a chance they might go after Turkey after they're done with Iran, because Pakistan is kind of far. Pakistan has nukes, so they'll go after Pakistan as well. But Pakistan after, you got Iran in the middle, and Iran probably like Pakistan, But when it comes down to, because the second largest, biggest Shia population is located in Pakistan.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? So Pakistan, I would say, is protected. I think Iran will probably jump in to help Pakistan.
Yeah.
Because
it's Israel is so fucked because, you know, they get, I mean, almost half their oil comes from Azerbaijan, and Turkey's supporting Azerbaijan. And yet, they're trying to create, from what you're saying, they're trying
Turkey
to create...
told Azerbaijan, Alan, Turkey told Azerbaijan not to supply oil to Israel.
But they still are.
They still are supplying, and
they're giving them intelligence on Iran, too.
yeah.
You know? Yeah, I mean, see, this is one of the things. This is the Middle East. It's like alliances change overnight. Countries will be both helping and hurting each other, and it gets very complicated. But you know, I'm really surprised to hear you say that you hate Zionists. I never would have guessed that by anything you've ever said in the past.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. I'm sure they talk about me in the Zionist spaces all the time.
Yeah,
I mean, remember, I did wrench me in the head.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. But you know, this discussion tonight. Yeah, and it is late for me. But this discussion tonight, what I was talking about earlier, and really I better go, but I've enjoyed the conversation, is a good example of the difference between talking to a Zionist or talking to a Jew and talking to someone from Iran, a Persian. It was hilarious, and I told you about it. It's almost to the point where you could be talking about, you know, football, and all you have to do is say Israel, and they'll speak, what's the matter? You don't like Israel? And they will continually interrupt you. They will continually fight with you, and without any understanding that their behavior is making the other person just get really annoyed and like, why? And just say, yeah, okay, let them win, and the person just walks away. And they think, yeah, I won that argument, not realizing, yeah, maybe you won the argument by a casual observer, but the other person walked away hating your guts. And they don't get that. They don't get that. Now, I try to be kind to everyone, and so when I am in those discussions, I don't get upset about it. I try to focus on, well, what are they saying, and let me see if there's anything I can say to counter their arguments, and let me see what I can say that I can agree with. But at the same time, I'm very aware of, you know, I'm very aware that this is a tactic that they believe works, and they're completely clueless to the fact that it just, in the end, it just pisses everybody off. And it's to their detriment, you know. So, anyways, with that, again, thank you, Amir. It's been I've enjoyed the conversation.
Hopefully you learned something new, Alan. Hopefully I taught you something.
Yeah, I did. Armenian shish kebab is better than Persian shish kebab. There, I said it.
By the way, I'm not Persian, by the way. So anyways, I'd like to, because I like politics. That's why, and I follow wherever Israel goes, because I hate Israel so much.
What are you, by the way?
I'll tell you about it in the smaller room.
Oh.
Because the Zionists, they want to kill me. And the Reza Pahlavis, they want to kill me as well. I got death threats.
Who else?
Reza Pahlavi.
The Reza Pahlavis, you know those,
Reza Pahlavi can't even steal his own.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Cuckold.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So, I'll tell you in a smaller room one day.
So you're pissing everybody off.
Yeah, I follow Israel. Wherever Israel goes, let's say tomorrow they want to start a war with Turkey, I'm going to fucking go after Turkey and Israel. I'm going to make sure Israel gets the taste of, especially on this app, they all get triggered, the Zionist comebacks.
Oh, yeah. I know. Well, being Armenian, I have to make peace with everybody.
And then if it goes to war with Armenia, I'll take the Armenian side.
Well, that I appreciate.
And I support they need to recognize the Armenian genocide. Okay, the Ottoman Empire, I don't really support it. Maybe somewhat, but then they committed genocide. That's wrong. I cornered two Turkish. They denied the Armenian genocide. They're like,
of course they
did it really happen? How did it happen? I gave him fucking evidence. He's like,
it wasn't. Well, I don't want to get onto that subject. But anyways, have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Take care. Just don't lose more hair, okay?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'll try. Like I have a choice.
Right, take care, bro.
Okay, bye.
Anyways, hey, what's up, bro? Assalamu alaikum. How you doing today?
Good.
What you been up to?
First day back at work.
Huh?
First day back at work.
Oh, okay,
Catching
nice. I'm hearing crickets in the background. What's going on?
I'm outside. Is it that loud? You can hear everything but me.
Yeah, your voice is
crazy.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. It's the headphones, the one that you recommended I buy. So I still blame you for it.
No, but the headphones are good. Maybe your voice is too, like, when you speak, you don't shout, right?
No, my voice is fine. Now I shout.
We need to fix it.
Anyways, have you seen like all the back and forth with the Pope, Trump and the Pope? It's so funny.
Nah, you're just a dumbass, man. He disrespects.
What does the Catholics say about this? He's making everyone hate him.
J.D. Vance and all of the people that are around him, they're Catholic Christian.
Yeah.
And some of these people are sellouts. They have to respect Pope. But Trump, just like a pedophile he is, this idiot freaking, going back and forth with Pope is very disrespectful.
Yeah. And he's really good. I've listened to him. He's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing, but what do we do?
Yeah, I like the Pope. Yeah. So what's happening? Did you hear how they I'm sure you have, it's all over social media, how the US ship, how they were asked to turn back around. That was so good.
Yep. I saw that as well, yeah, that was crazy. The US is going after all these ships.
But and then no one's helping them. So who's helping them? The Gulf countries is going to help USA? Because all the European countries are saying no, Australia is not going to help.
So NATO countries, they're saying that yes, they will probably they will help. They might side with America, right? But the thing is, I looked into the details. The details is, so Iran has 2,000 to 7,000 sea mines. Okay, the sea mines are the things that go inside the water, and if a ship goes over it, it can blow up. Back in 1988, during the Iran-Iraq War, Iran placed about, I think 130 sea mines or something. Was it 130? Or let me see. I have it written up right here. So during the Iran-Iraq War, right here, where is it? Okay, during the Iraq War in 1988, Iran used about 150 sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz during the 1988 tanker war. Iran-Iraq War phase, damaging 30 plus vessels, including USS Samuel R. Robbins. And during that time, this new thing that I learned about, on July 3, you had the U.S. Winkins shot down Iran flight that killed 290 civilians. That was some stupid, fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, I heard you speaking about that. We have to remember, like, Iran back then was a lot weaker too. They just had a new government and that. So now it's different. They're more established now. You know?
Yeah, I know.
It was only a few years later, so they do it this time.
They have better advanced missiles. They can topple anything. They can go after anything.
See what happens. So all that bullshit that Trump was saying, oh, Iran is begging us for ceasefire, just looks like an idiot, you know? Because if they were begging, they would have just agreed now.
So he did order the blockade. I think he did give the orders to the army general, and we're gonna see a blockade coming in from, so I looked into the map as well. It's hard. I went back and forth with that black rabbi character, the son of a bitch, fucking idiot. I was focused on the map, and the map, it's tough. If they were to plant, let's say they do a block on, have the map right here pulled up. Let me see.
I mean, I'm actually looking at the map right now, and I'm very curious. Where are they planning to put the block? Like, which side?
So look, we have the Persian Gulf, right? The Persian Gulf, I put any mines in there. I mean, Persian Gulf is coming from, like, a stupid fucking map. Okay. So Persian Gulf is going to be empty. There won't be sea mines in there, right? The sea mines are probably going to be planted in Strait of Hormuz. And so Gulf of Oman, okay, that's still on the other side is Iran, one side, and the other side is Oman, and one side is Iran. And not to mention, even when it turns into Arabian Sea, you're still in Iran, like on the upper side. So the sea mines are going to be installed probably in Strait of maybe on this other side, maybe Gulf of Oman. And the Arabian Sea, they're probably going to shoot missiles at the warships. Now, this rabbi character, what he said, that they're going to, try to protect, any ships that are going in and out. It's impossible, man. It's freaking pretty narrow, the Strait of Hormuz.
That's what I'm thinking, like, and you know how, alright, for example, if this blockade was to happen, they're saying Iraq will be impacted. So if you have a look at the map, it's on the other side. How is the blockade even going to enter that?
Even I think they might plan. We don't know. So I looked into the details. They got about 2,000 to 7,000 sea mines, and they have sea mine sweeper. Okay.
And they're placed on the other side, so not the Persian Gulf, on the other side of Strait of Hormuz, right?
What's the name? The Gulf of Oman.
Gulf of Oman, yeah.
Yeah, they might plan something in Gulf of Oman, right? And to sweep up the sea mines, to sweep up one sea mine, it takes about 1 to 4 hours. And those sweepers, they run very slow. You see what I'm saying? They have to scan it, make sure they don't step on it. I mean, they don't, the boat doesn't go over it. So they have to be really careful. They have to go really slow. And as they're going slow, about 2, 3, 4 hours per sea mine, if they plant about 2,000 to 7,000 sea mines in there, you're looking at minimum about 6 months to a year. Until then, the global oil market will crash.
Yeah.
And it's going to fuck America over. It's going to fuck a lot of countries over. And a lot of countries are hurting as well. And I looked into the dealings as well for the, so far, been made the deals, the people paying $2 million yet. And they're still in talking stages with the countries. So I'm saying?
Amir, if I'm not mistaken, they are putting another layer of blockade on top of Iranian blockade, and they want to break Iranian control over the Hormuz Strait. What does it mean?
Yeah, this is what I learned, is they just want to block the Iranian ships. So they might put like a check. You know how they have it at the airport? They check you have to take off your belt, shoes, whatever. And if you're international, it's a separate line. If you're local, it's a separate line.
But they need to first break it, break the Iranian management over the.
Yeah. So, but they need to sweep up these the sea mines. And,
but let's say for argument's sake, they do all that and they allow the ships they want to allow to go through. They still have a problem with those ships going through the Strait of Hormuz.
No, America doesn't have a problem with the other ships going through it. America has a problem Iranian ships going through it. I think that anything to do with Iran. Like if let's say if Iran oil is getting transported, they're probably going to bomb that. They block anything that comes out and inside of Iran, which affects the Iranian economy.
Yeah, I understand that, but then there's another layer that is controlled, which is the Strait for Iran. So Iran can easily block any other ship going through. So what you're saying is the Gulf of Oman, they're planning on having a blockade there, somewhere there. They're going to block anything they're going to block anything that comes through for Iran. But anyone else is fine. But then let's say for anyone else, they're still going to have a problem to go through because of Strait of Hormuz.
Yep. So I don't know, man. We'll see.
I don't know if that's a smart strategy from that fuckwit, to be honest.
Let's see. So he said that. Yes.
So Iran could just allow anyone there. That's what I would do. I say, okay, since America's done this, then no one gets to go past.
If I was Iran, except China and Russia, the rest can suffer.
Yeah.
Including Australia.
Yeah. Well, I think there's got Singapore, some shit happening. Yeah. They're getting oil from there. They made some agreement from Singapore.
Apparently, they just discovered something in the middle of Australia.
It's going to take 7 years.
It took him thousands of years.
Fucking elbow. We got such a fucking dumb Prime Minister. Do you like my PTR? The guy that was wearing fake shit.
I love it. His outfit cost him $30.
Yeah, it's $130. Yeah, I don't know. It's a shit plan, I reckon, by the US. Not gonna get anywhere. I don't know. He's just having a tantrum like a child. Since you don't let us, then we won't let you. It's like two kids fighting.
He's acting like a toxic ex.
Doesn't even benefit anyone. Doesn't benefit US at all by doing this. This makes it worse.
We need to come up with a plan, Pearl. Stock up petrol and sell it.
I'm fucked because I own a company. I've got like 15 cars. I don't know how that's. My whole company is pretty much.
Start investing in gas instead of petrol gas.
Yeah, no, all our cars are diesels and sort of use and stuff. And yeah, like we're paying $4,000 a month. I know we're paying $4,000 a month for the cars, for diesel, petrol, whatever. This last month was $5,800. So $1,800 a month extra.
Diesel's gonna close.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'll accept it and I'll take it for the team. But I just don't want it to stop.
You can claim it, can't you?
Yeah. I don't care about that. I just care about if it stops. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Like we just run out. That's my concern. So, Iran's not going to give this up, right? You know, I think they'll be okay to survive because everything is made in Iran. So what's the next step? I mean, what do you think? What's the next prediction?
To be honest with you, Iran's armed forces said the U.S. imposition of restrictions on the movement of vessels in international waters is an illegal act and amounts to piracy. U.S. military says it will block all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, which means in about 8 hours. Today, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says talk with the U.S. in Pakistan failed because of Washington's maximalism, shifting goalposts and blockade. Israel's military bombards South Lebanon, killing at least 4 people in Marib. And Israeli soldiers seize all entrances to the town of Bint Jabil as clashes with Hezbollah continue. So now what's happening on the F-45? The U.S. military has said it will begin the blockade. All right. Trump announced the naval blocking of the Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of global crude supply normally passes. The announcement comes after talks ended on Saturday without a deal. Trump threat is the latest escalation in the war, pushing oil prices above $100 a barrel and rattling Asian markets amid fears of a prolonged disruption to global supplies. Israeli attacks on Lebanon continue while the U.S. and Iran are heading towards another face-off.
Also, Pete Hegseth was meeting up with the Indonesian defense minister to have U.S. military access in the airspace.
Yeah, but I can't believe it. I heard you say it's illegal. I mean, even what they're doing is illegal.
Yeah, well,
They're both illegal. Wanna come up, fascists? Come up. There's so many glitches in this fucking app. When you have a lot of people in the room, I can't see who raised their hand for some reason. Danish and fascists.
Hey there. Hey, do you remember when I predicted that the U.S. would put their own blockade on Hormuz?
I remember you owing me like thousands of dollars. Can you send it over?
I think you owe me some money, Amir.
This was me money. Where's my money?
Yeah. We had a bet on this. I don't know. Not that I like it. I don't think it's a good thing.
Haram to bet.
But I could see it coming. It's just games here. When you know the game theoretics of these situations, it's necessary for opponents to copy each other's moves. So yeah. Now this will not fare well with the Chinese, not like this. So I wonder how long this US blockade will sustain for.
We have Ryan here. He's a Raza Palavis. Come up, Ryan.
What it's going to cost the US as well to keep this blockade going.
Are you
You said, Mike, why did you ask earlier that if you're a Muslim or not? Do you hate Muslims?
No, I don't hate Muslims.
Huh?
No, I don't hate Muslims.
Okay, then why did you ask somebody in earlier today? Are you Muslim?
That's all. Perspective.
What do you say?
Because everybody looks through a different lens, right? Everybody's like, if I'm an American, I'm going to see things differently than an Iranian.
But that has nothing to do with Muslim.
Yeah, I think he hates Muslims.
Yeah, you sound like you're Muslim. You hate Muslims.
No, I asked if he is Muslim.
Muslims are some of the most peaceful people in the world, bro. It's Christians and Israelis that's the problem.
And there's many Muslims that are wicked and evil and do horrible things, rape women.
But in totality, it's usually Christians and Israelis.
Well, most Muslim countries, women are...
Bro, stop believing in the propaganda. You see, you just answered a mere question. Why you wasn't honest when you first came in? Yes, I hate Muslims. Why you...
Because it's not true. You want me to hate Muslims because it fits your narrative.
No, your rhetoric is I hate Muslims. They're terrorists and they...
Wait. So, Mike, why did you ask? Why did you ask if anyone was Muslim or not?
No, there was... I was in the room earlier.
Exactly.
Perspective, and I asked if they were I first asked if they were from Iran, but I don't know if the mic was on. And then I said, "Are you Muslim?" When they answered or whatever happened, I don't know, but that was all I asked. So I just asked.
Amir, I've got a question for you, actually. So Professor Jiang has predicted the Temple of the Rock will be destroyed at some point during this conflict. If the Temple of the Rock is destroyed, how will that impact the entire Muslim world in their view on this conflict, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so look, the Holy Kaaba has been damaged as well before. It has been, rebuilt or whatever. So the holy sites, they can be rebuilt. That's what I'm saying. But and I think, let's say, God forbid, if they do, let's say, if they're shooting a rocket, either Israel or Iran, they're shooting a rocket, and it does end up, attacking, it does sort of like hitting to the Al-Aqsa. I kind of feel like people, I think all these countries will probably be like, okay, understanding, we can rebuild it. I think that's the behavior they're gonna have. That's what you're gonna get. Mike, you keep on muting your mic. We can hear your background noise. I don't know what you're chewing on, bro. You gotta stay muted.
He's chewing on some Muslim hatred. That's what he's chewing on.
I don't know. He hates Muslims. He was literally asking the other guy. It had nothing to do with Islam or Muslims. He's like, oh, are you Muslim?
Which country are you from?
Muslims, I'd like to take this up.
I'm in Los Angeles right now as we speak. Do I sound Muslim?
What is your ethnicity?
Do I sound Muslim?
A little bit.
Okay. How does a Muslim sound?
Well, your name sounds a little more.
You retarded piece of shit, man. Garbage piece of shit. Yeah, you sound like a fucking, a piece of shit. That's what you sound like. You sound like a piece of shit Islamophobic cunt. Alright?
I'm not a fan.
As soon as you brought up that Islam, you were asking a guy, I was busy. I wanted to come off the fucking mic and curse you out. We're asking people, oh, are you Muslim? How does a Muslim sound like?
See that hatred in you?
Fucking idiot.
That is
You're just a dumb fuck. That's what you are. Yeah. You're giving me Islamophobic fucking vibes.
Then you probably shoot or kill someone.
Yeah. Go get lost. Get lost. Why are you here in my space?
That's why you're.
Just because I allowed you on the fucking stage, right? It doesn't mean that you have the right to speak. Get lost. Get the fuck out of here.
That's how evil you are.
Yeah, cunt. Get lost. Fucking dumbass motherfucking American bitch.
See, why you're so angry? That's hatred.
Okay.
That's hatred.
Right. Would it trigger you if I move you down? Let's move you down. There you go. How does that feel? Mike? Does it feel good? Sit in the audience like a little cunt. Thank you.
It's his only chance to speak.
Yeah, I gave him a mic. Has 6 followers, a brand new account, probably a troll or some sort, right? Motherfucking troll. Wants to ask people, are you Muslim? I sound Muslim. How does a Muslim sound like? Fascist? Fascist sounds Australian. I don't want to go down that... Fascist. Don't piss me off anytime because I go down that path with the kangaroo and I connect the people together.
Please don't. Not the kangaroos, not the stickies.
I did that with that captain guy. That was funny as fuck.
I'm living here, but I'm not Australian.
Okay.
Australia's in big trouble. I think they're going to run out of fuel. They're going to run out of diesel in maybe a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. And this is a big problem for transporting groceries. The April window for planting. Australia's in big trouble.
So we're going to hit recession by September. Average grocery right now, let's say $300. It's going to be $1,000 a week.
Inshallah.
Yep. And inshallah, I actually don't mind it.
But you know why I'm saying
we're doing it for the team.
Because for far too long, people in the Middle East have been murdered, essentially genocided.
100%.
And no single pocket. No
General, are you in your electric car?
Yeah, I'm in the car.
Electric car?
What's wrong with the electric car?
I don't mind. Look, I'll take it for the TA more, but I just can't accept. Well, we can't have natural petrol.
I understand the pain being felt.
General is feeling happy right now because he drives electric
But
car.
General, what about like our ambulance? All these things. They all use diesel. It's going to be a big issue. You can't say that. I don't mind paying extra. I don't mind paying extra for groceries and stuff like that. But run out of.
Let me explain.
Diesel.
Sister, let me explain why I'm saying this. I don't mind paying over the roof either. For far too long, our people have been murdered as what? Cannon fodder. Millions of Iraqis, not a single pain was felt in the West and in the countries that were responsible for it. Now, pain is being felt. So I'm glad pain is being felt because now people are feeling it. Your average person is feeling it in the pocket. And I'm feeling it as well in terms of groceries, whatever else. I don't care, to be fair. I understand people that are struggling with it, fair enough, but that needs to be taken up with your respective governments.
I do want to ask a question to, I think, Pearl and Layla, right? Layla, I think I probably know the answer to. Fascist believes in I think Wilayat al-Faqih as well, right? So the question for you guys, Pearl and Layla and Fascists, what's the more, Wilayat al-Faqih or paying high gas prices?
What do you think my answer would be, Amir?
I think you would support Wilayat al-Faqih, no? You'd be like, who cares about gas?
Personally, like for me, religion, right, is like a personal thing. For me, it's more spiritual than anything else. I don't look at it as a political thing, like Kim Matters, Ayatollah Sistani. But for me, my relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is between me and God. Like I don't look at it as a political thing. Like I want peace for everyone, regardless
So you
of
want
their
lower
religion
gas
or
prices?
sex.
You want lower gas prices?
No, I don't mind paying. I just don't want it to finish. I'm already fucking paying so much. I don't mind paying. Like, I'm happy to pay more.
It's not even gas
I'm
price.
happy to pay more. It's running out. It's going to add things like our ambulance, we work as care,
Electric scooter and need electric scooter.
We can't have an ambulance going with, there's a lot of stuff that we need it for.
But Pearl, even without fuel shortage, our ambulance service is shit. We had to call ambulance for that the other day and they're like, no one's available.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so the service is shit, everything is shit here, so who gives a flying fuck?
Wow. Emergency service needed. And also my line of work, we need.
You called an ambulance because you've been buying that expensive ass EVA?
It was for my dad,
you gotta calm down.
It wasn't for me. I'll never call an ambulance.
You gotta come down with the EVA. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think I'm happy for the prices to keep going up. Happy about that. Makes.
I can imagine.
So for you, it's gas prices. Nothing matters, Nick, Pearl. That's what I'm getting out of it.
I don't follow Wilayat al-Faqih. I don't go into religion as a thing. Like I don't believe I want to do this many prayers and I'll go to heaven or the strictness. I don't follow it that way. For me, it's more spiritual.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. So oil prices matter to you. Layla, what about you?
Yeah.
I've said it before, like, and I told you that, Amir, even if Wilayat al-Faqih was replaced with a Christian entity, the fact that they're against the Zionists and the West, I'll still support them. So I don't mind paying $20 a litre. I don't care about gas prices. Let it go on. Let the whole West suffer exactly what General said. Let the whole West suffer for the lives that were lost in the Middle East over the past 30 years. I don't give a flying fuck.
I got you. Thank you. And what about you, fascists? You tend to be more religious, even though you're Quran only. Can you tell us, what do you think about that?
Oh shit, is that the guy that I texted?
Come on, fascist.
The Quran only become more religious.
He always brought up Wilayat al-Faqih every day. I see it.
It's a bit more serious here than just gas prices going up. It's literally about the entire supply being cut off for diesel. Diesel being the more important fuel because that's what transports all the goods up and down the country. It's what keeps the economy moving. Literally looking at complete shutdown of this economy, potentially. Although Chris Bowen, who is the energy minister, has been making assurances that they've ordered in new supplies now from the United States. But it takes a lot of time for those ships to come to Australia, and the critical point's going to be in about 7 days from now.
So your religious state doesn't matter to you, the Wilayat al-Faqih system?
I feel like fascist is one of those people during COVID who was having a punch up at the supermarket for toilet paper. I was like,
no one will discuss my religious dimension. I think all Muslims should become Quran only so that there's no quibbling, there's no difference between Shia and Sunni. And there should
Okay, forget the Shia Sunni fascists. I'm asking you, does Wilayat al-Faqih matter to you more than the oil prices, or is it the oil prices more to you than the Wilayat al-Faqih system?
No, I think there should be a caliphate. I think there should be a caliphate.
Okay, so you do Wilayat al-Faqih matters to you more. Okay, so the gas prices you're willing to pay. Okay.
It's not willing to pay either. See, this is the problem. People think that the gas prices just keep going up. It doesn't just work like that. When the gas prices go up, it now means that a lot of businesses that are currently operating become unfeasible to operate. So even if the diesel prices went up to $4 a litre, that means a lot of businesses are going to pull out. That means you're going to get a lot less distribution network. You're going to get a lot less groceries going to different parts of the country. And the country just starts to slowly shut down. It's not just about prices, it's about the effect that it has.
Do you think with everything that's going to happen in regards to the economy, the beauty industry will be impacted?
The beauty industry?
Yeah.
I think it's going to skyrocket. I reckon it's going to skyrocket.
And now this fucking war's happening.
So I'm guessing you're a beauty therapist, is that correct?
Yeah, I just got approved and now I don't know what to do.
Well, I would think that beauty therapy is not really one of the essential
fascists in the makeup business, they use petroleum, by the way. There is some sort of thing.
Well, yeah, that's right.
So the gas prices, ladies, the makeup prices is going to go up.
Guys, it's not makeup. So obviously I use equipment that will, I need electricity. So obviously our energy price is going to go up as well.
We might actually see a reduction in electricity. Paradoxically, you might actually see a reduction in electricity prices because the systems that are used to generate.
Get solar panels if you're working from home, Layla. No help.
It's not just solar. I mean, Australia has abundance of coal, so if we're not selling the coal to
coal is bad for the environment. What are you talking about?
We're about to enter Wall Street. What environment?
No, coal is bad for the environment. Look, what you can do, Layla, and here. You guys can buy like manual charging things where you have to turn that little knob, right? You turn it for like 5 minutes. It gives you 30 minutes of charge. You seen those things? They used to have it on TV. You can find it on cheap for eBay. You just turn the little knob thing, right? And in Gaza, what they were doing, these people are so resilient inside Gaza. They built, the bicycle. what they did, they turned it into like a standing bicycle, and people would take turns, and they connected the wires to it, and it was literally producing electricity. So somebody will get on there for 10, 20 minutes. They had a big line, and they connected like, I don't know, 5, 10 phones to it to charge the phones. You know what I'm saying? This is how they would charge the phones.
I mean, you're talking to us like we're some white people that care about shit like that. You're talking to an Iraqi, an Afghan, Palestinian, I don't know, there's a Lebanese here. Like, you think we care about this stuff?
All around the world.
No, there are people that care. People that are, even the kids from either, whatever you want to call it, Afghanistan, India, Pakistan, China, whatever. The kids that are born in America or born in the West, they've never seen electricity go out like that. You see what I'm saying? Or gas price or whatever. And when the electricity does go out, they're panicking.
My kids have seen it. We've been in the elevator in Iraq, and the electricity went off. We have to be stuck there. So it's the normal for they've experienced it. So my kids are around. It's the best. We're like, what happened?
So I've been all around the world, and I've seen lots of countries and lots of different places. And I think I'm literally meaning everywhere in the world. I've been in Asia, I've been in Russia, I've been in Europe, I've been in Africa. And I can tell you categorically, living in Australia, they are some of the fattest, greediest, and most entitled racist pieces of shit on the planet. And you know what? I think the suffering will do them some good.
Yeah, no, I had this white lady, right? She full on Aussie, like full skimpy redneck. She was like Trump, so you never hear something like that from them. So it's good, everyone's went to.
But Fascist and Pearl, don't you guys think that, say, the population in Australia is 30 million? Our government should have done something and not rely on other countries for emergencies like that.
The governments, not only just in this country, because in this country, Australia can be forgiven for the fact that it's at the end of the supply chain of the world. But it's a common pattern everywhere that people are voting in stupid governments because people are stupid. There's too much credibility is given to democracy and the voting process. In the voting process, this is one of the reasons why I'm fascist, is because I don't believe in voting. I don't believe in allowing the majority of stupid people making decisions. It's a bad.
Fascist, you better start voting because you know who's going to be up there. I haven't voted for maybe 10 years, but this time I want to vote because we all vote because Pauline Hanson is going to be another Trump, and she's dangerous. That's like her.
If Pauline Hanson does get a good vote, a big vote in this country, if she gets any power at all, this is going to be a big problem with establishing trade and security agreements with China. And really, what Australia should be doing in the Asia Pacific is make better deals with China, not the United States, not Europe. The regional partners in Australia are the Chinese. And look, by the way, and this is another prediction I've made, Taiwan are now discussing peaceful reunification with China. And this is another prediction I'll make. Mark my words, Taiwan will make a peaceful reunion with China because they're neutral.
Now, if that happens, that initiates World War III because America doesn't want that to happen.
Well, it wouldn't matter if America wants it to happen or not. In the case where Taiwan chooses to peacefully side with China, America has its own other problems and fish to fry, really. But if you had the choice between choosing a wealthy partner or a poor partner, you're going to choose to go to the wealthy one, and this is the position Taiwan is in now. China is the better partner. China has the better security. China has the better economic security and economic calamity. Just for some stupid things called freedoms? Oh my goodness. They're really stupid, these people who think that just because they can do whatever they want, say whatever they want, watch whatever pornography they want, act like fucking idiots, that this is freedom. It's not freedom, it's just degeneracy. And for people claiming that what the United States has and what the Western world has is freedom is bullshit. It's just human degeneracy. And
fascists, don't make it sound so horrible. There's a lot of good people in the Western countries that live decent lives. Not everyone is so
Danish,
it sounds.
he's a good human being. Look at Danish.
Yeah, no, but let's not make it sound as if like every Westerner is like this horrible, ignorant person, right? There's a lot of good, decent human beings that live decent lives in Western countries. Right? That's right.
Yeah, he wants you to go to Iran, Danish. He loves Iran. Fascists, you love Iran, right? You love Iran, right?
I like.
And he said he's willing to live under dictatorship because he's a fascist.
No, he's basically a Trump, right? He's basically a Trump.
No, he's not Trump. Trump is
a fascist. He doesn't believe in stupid people having a vote or having a say. He will go ahead with what he thinks is good, right? Just like what you think.
No, Trump is not fascist. You're incorrect about that. Trump is not fascist. A fascist system is a socialist system, except the difference is that the hierarchy of decision making is not awarded equally to all members of the social system. In communism, what you have is equal distribution of decision making, and it leads to massive problems, such as what happened in the early days of China. So China has evolved into a more fascist society now, and the exponential growth of its improvement is largely attributable to the type of social hierarchy that exists in China now. The decision making is made by intelligent people, not just everybody. But no, Trump is not a fascist. Trump is a capitalist opportunist. I think that's probably the best way to characterize him. He's not, if Trump were to lay out his big plan, he's also into the genetic superiority stuff too. He thinks that, like entrepreneurs are born, like they're genetic, they're not just raised, and so he has this thing too. So what I would understand...
This is when he became Jewish.
Yeah, there is something there. There's something in
You heard about it, right? He became Jewish?
There's something in that, yeah, because I think...
But did you see the video?
No, I didn't see the video, no.
A radio host guy on TV introduced him to the world that Trump is the first Jewish president we have, and he nodded. He said, "Yeah." So that, and plus he's been to the wall. He's been to a whole bunch of other rituals that the Jewish people do, and I believe he's Jewish. His son-in-law is Jewish. His daughter converted to Judaism, and what else? And I think even his wife, is Jewish.
I think
the porn actor or Playboy actor, whatever the fuck she is.
Probably the better way to characterize him would be a Christian Zionist. They're an interesting breed, but effectively the Christian Zionists feel that this war in Iran is going to speed up the return of the Messianic age on some bullshit like that. But believe it or not, a lot of Americans actually believe this, that particularly that the outcome of this war will herald in the return of Jesus Christ. Funny, I mean, you'll see this. You'll see lots of Americans talking this type of crap on Facebook and social media. You'll see them talking about these crazy religiosity, psychotic ideas, religiously psychotic ideas. And so, but I mean, you look at Hegseth, and he's got that Jerusalem cross tattooed on his right chest. I mean, it's pretty obvious that the administration of the United States is heavily Christian Zionist at the moment. So yeah, I mean, there's a spin on the Zionism stuff too. I mean, you've got your garden variety Jewish Zionists. In fact, from what I gather, Orthodox Jews wouldn't even be technically Zionist. But then you've got the Christian Zionists who want what's happening in Israel to happen because it's going to bring about the Messianic age or some bullshit. But the thing about the thing about the underlying
Sorry,
psychosis.
fascist, before you continue, didn't Trump get rid of all the judges that he didn't like and basically everyone else that he doesn't like in any institution? What is that? Isn't that fascism?
No, that's not fascism. No, in fascism, what you have is the judges are there on the basis of merit, not on the basis of hand-picked selections. You've got this characterization of what fascism is based on Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler was not a fascist, okay? Let me just point some things out. Adolf Hitler was a National Socialist, okay? So he was nationalist, patriotic, bigoted, racist, and this is not necessarily fascism. Okay, Mussolini was fascist, okay, but under the pressure that he had with the Germany. In fact, did you know that Germans actually invaded Italy at the beginning of the Second World War? And Mussolini was effectively forced into becoming a Nazi sympathizer and a Nazi cooperator, and then eventually an ally of the Nazis. It's not that he necessarily wanted this outcome, but this is the outcome that was forced upon him. So fascism is literally, like if you look at the
your definition of fascism, where do you get it from? Is there a book that I can read maybe? Where's the source for this version of fascism? I'm very intrigued.
The difference, well, what I would suggest that you do is have a good discussion with your artificial intelligence. Just have a good chat with your chat GPT about what fascism is. Ask it, is fascism necessarily racism? Ask it, is fascism necessarily nationalism? Ask it, was Adolf Hitler necessarily a fascist? And then you can elucidate and expand on it yourself. Because ultimately, if you go back and you question your ChatGPT, is it true that fascism is really just a hierarchical social structure? Then you can get to the bottom of that question and you can talk that over with your LLM. LLMs are pretty good at seeing the sources, seeing the biased written history, and as they say, history is written by the victorious. So if you have, for instance, the monarchy of the United Kingdom, if you have, say, for instance, the Jewish capitalist banking who are opposed to Nazi Germany, and they charge them with being fascist, and then if they want them, you're going to see lots of fascism propaganda occurring for 50 years after that outcome. Okay? Mind you, I mean, let's face it, there are a lot of people now questioning whether or not Hitler actually had a point with what he was doing, right? And but of course, the Jewish banking system.
People like you.
What Hitler. No, I'm just saying that there are people who are actually making this claim. I'm not making this claim, but there are people who are.
Who are these people?
I've heard it a few times. I've seen it on social media.
Give me a couple of names, like credible names, people who are maybe.
I got to listen to a podcast of this American saying the same thing.
Yeah, people
yeah, tell me who are these people. Maybe give me a couple of names.
It wouldn't matter if I gave you. It wouldn't matter if I gave you some names for these people.
Because everyone is doing a podcast now, so I think it's important to know who's actually talking about these things, who is trying to advocate what Hitler was standing for, right? So I would like to know who these people.
I'm not advocating for anything, and I'm not advocating for Hitler. What I'm actually trying to point out is that Hitler is not a fascist, okay? There were elements of fascism that he appropriated.
Looks like we're not going to get anywhere with fascism. Fuck the fascism, I think.
Yeah.
And I do need to hit the bed because I have to go take care of some business in the morning. I mean later. And looking up more news. Looking up some more news. Looks like. Pope says he's closer than ever to Lebanese people. That is interesting. Pope Leo.
I just wonder. I wonder at what point Lebanon. I wonder at what point Lebanon.
Just hang on, precious, please hang on. Pope Leo has spoken out against the war several times in recent weeks, and his latest comments expressing solidarity with Lebanon. expressed its closeness to the people of Lebanon on Sunday, saying there was a moral obligation to protect them while calling on warring parties to seek peace. Lebanon was drawn into Middle East war last month as Israel continues to pound the country, with Lebanese authorities reporting more than 2,000 people will be killed in Israeli strikes. What else do we have? Yeah, Pakistan says no other way. Mideast prepares for more fighting as talks fail. What else do we have? Netanyahu says war with Iran not over yet. Attacks Erdogan. Netanyahu says war with Iran not yet over, while taking shot at Turkey's Erdogan. Yeah, I think he attacked him on a tweet. What else do we have? U.S. warships transit Strait of Hormuz and mine clearance up. That was they were told to get lost or whatever. What we'll see is how the hell they're gonna do a blockade. That would be UN demands accountability for war crimes in Middle East. UN agency on Saturday demanded an end to impunity for widespread international violations in the Middle East as casualties pile up 6 weeks into war unleashed by U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran. In a joint statement, the heads of multiple United Nations agencies said they were alarmed by the sustained violations of the rules of war and international humanitarian law in the region. Even wars have rules, and these rules must be respected, the statement from the UN Interagency Standing Committee said. The joint statement penned by UN Humanitarian Chief Tom Fletcher, along with the heads of the UN agencies for human rights, health, food, refugees, and children, among others, decried the soaring toll since the Middle East war erupted on 28 February. So we have the UN coming out, calling out for the war crimes. Somebody needs to be held accountable. What else do we have? Iran's supreme leader has severe and disfiguring wounds. That's the report. I don't know, man. Okay. Alright, looks like let's see what happens with the blockade tomorrow, maybe later today, and then I think we're going to learn more about it. So, anyways, any last words, Fascist? And then I got to end the room, bro. I need to hit the bed.
Yeah, last words. But I was just going to say one last thing. At what point is the state of Lebanon going to become a bit more decisive about Israel? Because, this, without blowing up this conversation, it's a bit like, imagine you have a neighbor, right, and he's annoyed about, say, let's just say a pest infestation on your property. So then he comes over to your property and starts bashing things around and laying traps and blowing parts of the house up because you think there's rats in parts of your walls and things like this. At what point does the owner of the house confront this neighbor and say, "Fuck you, man! Enough is enough. Don't keep coming into my backyard and chasing down your fucking bullshit."
Anyways, thank you for coming. I'll talk to you guys later today. I'm going to open up a fresh new room in the next 7 hours. Hopefully, we'll have some good news and they don't do blockade. Trump probably would back off. Thank you for coming. Take care, guys. Have a good one. Assalamu alaikum. And we'll be in touch.
And there's Simon Bar Jesus, and if we know the word means son, even if we know Jesus didn't have no kids, it's a legit, and it has been a legitimate debate for over 30 years.
How do we know that he ain't had no kids?
That's the point. That's why I brought it up. But when I tried to bring it up so we can deep dive it, I caught a lot of pushback. You know what I mean? Because the way that it was written and how they looked it up. But one of the things they came up with, they said, well, it's this cult organization that believe that Jesus had kids. And I'm like, that's my point. There's the reason why I could bring up the
cult.
Yeah, but it's still how they fuel their cult. They had to have information to fuel that. You see what I'm saying?
I think the historical Jesus had children, but the biblical Jesus is a different thing.
Yeah, right. You can't tell me somebody running around like preaching or whatever, prosperity and everybody. Like, I'm sure that came with a lot of pussy. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying?
Miss Vanessa, do you feel like you are deficient in potassium chloride? Potassium chloride.
Potassium chloride? Do I feel like Do I feel like I am?
Yes.
No. Well, how does that feel?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm saying, like, I asked you specifically because I know I figured you could answer because you be in them herbs and different things like that. And so I was wondering, did you come across the fact that you feel like you try to compensate for that salt, that sea salt?
Oh, no. I will, is it because you heard me talking about salt earlier?
I'm reading something.
Oh, well, no, because I make sure I stay up on that stuff, on my minerals.
But that's why I asked you, do you feel like you gravitate to hold on, let me Google it real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow.
And I'm getting tired.
Are you are up? Is this your hour or something? Is this when you're up?
I'm up tonight because my son, he had to leave to go to school, so he just left out, and I'm doing a little spring cleaning, so I'm trying to, the kids, my kids home, but it's spring break, so I'm working remote this week, so I'm just taking advantage of it. I'll probably be up late with y'all this week because I'm trying to take advantage of the time. That I'm tired.
I'm trying to find my son.
Why they got these kids doing school at 5 in the morning? Like, what?
That shit is sick. And no kid should be going nowhere in the dark.
My
yeah, that shit just sounds funny to me for a second. Yo. That shit is sick. Shit, no kid be going nowhere in the dark.
I feel that way though.
Yeah, it's crazy though.
That shit real though. Word, like why you waking kids up? Why you waking kids up out of their sleep and starting their day before the sun come out?
That's why I went to school mad every day. Every day I was mad.
And they say something wrong with them. Sleeping in class after lunch.
That's him.
Nigga done been up for 8 hours.
Free. That's important for your heart.
Yeah.
You don't want to be lacking on potassium. Magnesium is good for your.
I seen somebody almost die for that on the land when I was up there. One girl, she ain't had no she almost died because she ain't had no potassium.
That's crazy.
And I was out living on the land. They caught it just in time.
Did they have that Cisco account?
Huh?
Weren't they using Cisco or some shit to put all the food on the land?
Oh yeah, that was one of the SYCO. Yeah, that's Cisco truck. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like a food.
They was buying that shit wholesale. To provide. That's the same company like restaurants and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Niggas had a Cisco
Cisco account. Yeah, this shit crazy. Yo, these coats is out of pocket.
Sometimes them sisters were starving. Them sisters were starving sometimes, man. I'm telling
I
you.
heard niggas was sleeping in the same quarters as horses and shit.
No, it wasn't. No, it was a barn converted into court. It was a barn that got converted. Yeah. So like it like.
Yeah, but I'm sure it wasn't like top architecture. It was some bullshit, right?
No, it wasn't. I lived there, so I could tell you. I was there. Yeah, it was rough, man. It was hardcore. We called it the School of the Pyramids. Nigga, look, I remember 21 Savage dad moved up, right?
I heard about it. That's a real thing, huh?
Yeah. 21, he was up there when I lived up there. Right? Yeah, so
how the fuck? Cause there's people from they from London and some shit like that. Yeah.
Man, you know how large of a following York had in London?
That is crazy.
Yeah, man. The UK.
And he had such an impact. You know what I think? Like, cause it's a lot of artists. Like, fuck, you know, they call them rappers and all that. Artists, like just free thinkers that create things, creators that come from that community. And I wonder, like, would these people be who they were if they wasn't exposed to that?
It's kind of hard. I think that it would have happened, but a different way. You know, you got alternate reality. Because once something happens, you can't take it back. So if you went back, the only thing it would do would play out the same way, but a different way. Like, instead of me joining a cult, I might have been in the military for 20 years.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like no way out of it. Some kind of institution can, if it's necessary for your spirit to go to that kind of school, it's going to happen from somewhere. You ain't going to be able to stop it.
But when you got, like, okay, let's say 21 Savage situation, you got some parents, you got two I guess black parents that, you know, two young adults that's following this guy that created a cult out of Brooklyn. And these niggas is all the way in the UK.
Right. But you know how he got to the UK? Dr. York, he's a singer.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm saying, so, but I'm sure that this is a very small, tiny niche group of people that's following him.
Yeah, not
so. You know what I'm saying? Like, so not only are they believing in what he's talking about, they willing to reproduce and bring their family to this nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so the mentality of the parents and the parents, you know, accepting that school of thought and, you know, bringing someone to this world and raising them, it's like, I don't know, like does that exude in the art? Like that level of free thinking and creativity to even, you know, to even come up into some shit like that. Like, all them niggas, most of the niggas that come from the land, bro, them niggas be spooked the fuck out, bro. Them niggas be on some other shit, bro. Like, most of the niggas like, you know Phase One? The rapper nigga?
That sound familiar.
Bro, it's a few of them niggas, bro. You got, well, you know, Polite. Polite was on the land, I believe. He stayed on the land, too.
No, Polite never was on the land.
He wasn't on the land?
No, he lived in Brooklyn.
Yeah, he was trying to take over niggas' shit.
He did.
And that's shot. Then he shoot one of the sons.
He didn't do it, but somebody got capped. Yeah, he got shot in the ear or something. In the bookstore. Yeah,
Vanessa, it was referring to the cell salt.
Cell salt. Explain. I don't understand.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is that?
It say the 12 zodiac signs equal 12 cell salts. The 12 zodiac energies manifest into the physical plane as the 12 cell salts our bodies are created out of. We are in the womb for 9 months, therefore we are mineral deficient in 3 zodiac cell salts. In order to calculate the zodiac sign that you are deficient in, all you have to do is look at your sign and count counterclockwise 9 signs, including your sign as number 1. You should be left with 3 signs left. These signs are the minerals your body is mineral deficient in.
Holy shit. Y'all just proved one of my theories.
What is the...
I'm sick because for a long time I said that, like when you watch the clock every day, like on your wall, you could tell when it's time to do things or whenever, however you schedule yourself. So the zodiacs, and this is why I never isolate, like though I'm Aquarius, I don't isolate myself there because I think that as a human, I'm this zodiac, but I need the other 11 to understand the totality of life. Like if I need to go to war and get some shit done, I need to throw my Aries mask on. If I need to get money and be grounded and handle my business, I need to be my Taurus. You see what I'm saying? And I use these character types based on what I need. But from a deficiency point, I want to look at that because that might be the icing on the cake for me.
Yours says sodium chlorine.
That's what it said I would be deficient in.
But mine should be potassium. Is that why
yours is? Yeah, potassium chloride.
Sodium chlorine.
And yours, PJ, is sodium sulfate.
Well, I know I'm doing good there because I get my potassium from my fruit, and that's the best way to get it, through fruit and avocados. And I eat plenty of those. That's interesting. Well, that's why it's so good to be up on your herbs and supplements and stuff like that. Because I will kill a whole thing of pineapple during the day because that's how I get my sweets.
What was they saying about the Book of Enoch? What's the tale?
Basically, the Book of Enoch is supposed to have like a lot of accounts as far as how the giants operated here, the angels.
The archangels, that's what it said.
Yeah, it gets you to a lot of the details with that.
Tells you the archangels' names.
Yeah. But the thing about the angels, they all go back to El.
And they all go back to astrology.
See, y'all never heard, it's some books out there y'all never heard of, like the Non-Ball series by Afro Uno. Y'all never heard of Afro Uno, have y'all? These is the NASA Nupu people. They got real funny names. They're non-religious, but Afro Uno was like this type, you know what I mean? And he been said that humans, like all the zodiacs is based on 6 ether. He said we're non-ether beings. So he said eventually we would transcend even the zodiacs. That would be the goal, to transcend that.
Say that again.
The goal would be to transcend the zodiacs because we're really beyond them. If you look at the zodiacs, it's all based on animals and creatures that's confined to the planet. And they would term that as being under 6 ether rule. But to change to 9 ether, you would have to exceed outside the zodiacs to be the God being.
That's why it's this one room I be going to. He be trying to teach us how to defeat the zodiac, our zodiacs. He said the zodiac needs a place to live or dwell or to experience something, and so we can't allow them to control us.
Exactly.
Because it's beneath us in a sense. We become animalistic, whatever he was saying to you.
That's all, and all that's in the non-ball. I never heard of the non-ball shit. Yo, these joints is lethal, I'm telling you.
Every day he get on here is just simply to train and to make people aware of that. And that information. But he the one who told me about my moon sign being Aries and my sign Scorpio. He was like, "You're very dangerous." And he was like, "Don't have no weapons." And I started laughing because, like I was saying earlier, I use BB guns instead of guns.
This is Afro Uno, right? Afro Uno is the author of the introduction to the Nature of Nature Nature of Nature Book 1, an educational text published in 2022 focused on nature and the Ethiopian race. The book explores philosophical themes regarding the suns and nature and is available in ebook. Author profile. The author is associated with works exploring nature and African consciousness. But the information, somebody just published this book, but that book been dropped. Like we was reading the Nine-Ball before 2000. Nature by Nature. See, like when you was part of the York camp, those kind of books, those were like the plus lessons. That's the information that made you God in the organization. When you had that, you was one of the triad, everybody had to come see you. You see what I'm saying? So it was just one of them things, like the Black Book. He got all these different books that York circulated.
He turned that shit into like degrees, right? Like,
yeah. It was like and it was real structured.
When you get to the final degree, you realize that nigga saying that aliens about to come from the sky.
Well, see, first of all, Dr. York is a Cancer, right? You got to know this. And even in 1996, he said, listen, the new religion is going to be the extraterrestrial religion. Everybody's going to be on this extraterrestrial thing. He not only told us, he became a part of it after he said it. So that's the crazy. You know how he said how in the 48 Laws of Power, this subtlety, truth, you put the truth right in their face. He said it right there. He said that it was going to be the new religion, and then he took us through it.
I feel blessed. Like when I came across the Nuwapians, I was already like Sunni Muslim.
Yeah.
So I remember, like I've always seen like certain things, but I couldn't put it all together. But the first time I seen the literature, I was on 125th Street. You know how they got like different stands and shit, all the different coats and shit is up there. And the nigga had a bunch of books from Dr. Malachi York, but I didn't know who he was at the time for real, exactly. But just the titles of the books, it was Shirk. Cause I was a Sunni Muslim, you know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at some of the verbiage that he's using, how he's remixing some of the words, changing the letters around, all that. I'm like, yo, this nigga's stealing. He like stealing and plagiarizing shit and remixing it, turning it to whatever and making it blackface. You know what I'm saying? Like the shit was weird as shit, and like the consistent photos of him. I'm like, oh, like this is some Messiah complex, arrogant ass nigga. Shit is crazy.
If you look in your ear, cause I got a new baby and I like trying out all this new technology. I got this ear. What is it called? Some type of scope. Astro something scope. And you could stick it in your ear and it'll show up on your phone. And it looks just like a what's field? It looks like the Taurus field. Your eardrum.
Oh, you said it looks like a force field?
Taurus, T-O-R-U-S. Taurus field.
Oh, I don't even know what that is. Taurus field.
It's the center. It's the let me see if I can find. It's okay. So it's like electromagnetism. It's the center of the earth, so to speak.
Okay.
Look it up. You can see the diagram of it. it's just showing how, like, even the 8 and all of these different spaces that look like it as above, so below. So it's like showing me.
Oh, okay.
Well,
that's pretty deep.
Yeah. Because
that's because the ears deal with
it's a vibration. Right. And right, the sound is the vibration. Bounces against that energy. So.
The kind of the 2 circles, see the beings. You know, you see how them bubbles is? When I read I read a book by Naba Lamusa Moore the Big. He's an African shaman from the Dogon tribe. And he broke down, that's how life is. That's why you don't see a Cadillac until you see a Cadillac. Like, oh my God, I see Cadillacs everywhere now.
Until you drive one.
Right, because everything there's bubbles of reality all the way around us. So you actually change from bubble to bubble.
Thank you. That's what that quantum physics. Like, you just gotta get in that bubble.
Yeah, because you can't. Everything is happening at the same time. You just can't do it. So everything is separated by vibratory factors. So you got to travel and get into these circles to understand what's going on.
Which means you got to raise your vibration. That's why it's so important.
Raise it or lower it.
One or the other.
Because you might be going into a low vibration area. You don't
no cap though. I be thinking like drugs.
Ooh,
drugs is what do that to you.
Yeah, because that mushroom, that's why it's called the Liberty Pack. Because that mushroom is sure free. That mushroom in this book is depicted like a sperm, and then your spine that connects to your brain is the same depiction of the Liberty mushroom. That's why when they told the story of Adam and Eve in the garden, for some reason in my mind, I was like, oh, they didn't eat an apple. They ate a mushroom. Mushrooms is the only fucking... in our mind, we thinking that it's one tree. It wasn't one tree. It was the mushroom tree that grew all over the fucking garden.
Yeah, that's why they was running from God and all that. Remember, they was running from God, hiding and shit. That's all in their mind.
We was taught it was the poppy
exactly.
seed. In the Sahuf, in ancient tech, we was taught it was the poppy seed. They got high off the poppy seed because they come from the eastern part of the world.
Mushrooms don't grow there?
Poppy seeds, the heroin.
Oh. Do it look like that?
So
let me see what it look like.
They tried, the poppy seed, I think, looks like the apple. This is how they got it, because it looked like the Chinese apple. This is how the apple story got in. But the poppy seed and the Chinese apple look alike.
What's your high like?
Well, I don't know. I've never done it. You can ask them niggas in Kensington.
Oh, you know, nigga. No, let me see.
You know, screaming.
I see them niggas nodding. I know that.
Right, so that's the only reason okay. It don't look like a tree though. But I see what it look like.
See, I learned a lot of this when I was studying Islam, and these stories come up through the Sahuf. See, there's a group of books called the Sahuf that's around. A lot of people don't have them, and they give different accounts of what happened with Adam and Eve in the garden and how it was the devil, and it was actually the apple that they bit into was a drug. That's what we was taught back then in the 90s, that they had got influenced. That's what made them aware and let them know they was gods. And
it's gotta be a mushroom still for me. Cause my thing is, I done been places and I see that mushrooms just can grow any and every fucking where, but they look like little ass trees. So I was like, man, they ate the mushroom. That's what they ate, and they went on the whole universe. We're still in that. We're still in that trip. We are the result of the psychological trip that the Bible talks about, esoterically. That's what this is. This is the result of it. So
we now know that was when we was born.
Right, that's how we
Period.
was born. Exactly. Because if our power is to think of things and is created, then they probably saw a lot of versions of their own self out there. And now it's about a bunch of people out there, because anything. I think by them being the super beings, whatever they think had to come into fruition, because that was the beginning of the mind.
Exactly.
And that's why it was supposed to be sacred and well kept, taken care of, because whatever the fuck you think is gonna happen.
Yeah, so when you go, there's a book out by Prince Michael called Black Root Science. So this is like some self-proclaimed, shaman, right, that is in Kenya. And he's, you gotta watch him. He on like Facebook and stuff like that. And he's into stones and minerals, so you can invest with him and all kind of stuff, which I don't do none of that. But he brought out some information from the mountains of Kenya, and it talks about that, how initially, one day I'm gonna read some of it. It talked about how we initially incarnated, like we incarnated ourselves, a certain amount of beings, and we create everything. And in this book, it says that the animals didn't even eat each other until humans started hunting them. He said it was a time there was no murder. The only thing that was that would eat fish would be like crabs and small creatures after big creatures died. But initially, everything was herbivores, right? And then once humans started hunting, it changed the mental, it changed the matrix, and it changed the mentality of the creatures on the planet. We did that in our creative mind.
In our creative minds, exactly. Because we needed them to kill off each other to keep us safe.
But that's still thought. I didn't think about that, but you can run with that intuition. It's safe right now to kind of theorize and walk through it, because this guy, these books, that there's no hard, we can't say that's a hardcore fact, but it matches up with the typical biblical story about how things came into existence. So it wouldn't be far-fetched that us as energy beings, right? Because you can think, if you close your eyes right now, in the conversation that you have in your head without talking, that's what we did.
That's what we did. And that's why I said we created our God, because that was almost the only time that is described that Adam heard God.
Basically, we got trapped in ourselves.
I like that. We got trapped in the fucking mind.
Well, you know what's ill? When I was a part of the camp, Dr. York put out a tape called Let's Trap the Devil.
But then remember, it takes it back to what I also read about the trap cells in this layer of reality.
You know what? When he used to say that, I used to feel like we was the devils he was trapping. I just never told nobody. All them years I was in the organization, that statement always bothered me. Because he would say, see, we got to trap the devil, so an organization like this becomes a shining point. And then when the devil comes, we trap him.
It sounded like it was esoteric, meaning to trap those thoughts.
It was us. We was trapped.
I don't know the whole experience, but I found
it. But you know, I'm the person going through it at the time, and he's the master saying it. And when you look at the result of all the things he done, when you go back and look at that, then that makes sense. You could essentially say he was trapping souls, especially when, like the Nawapian camp will run a circle. They'll start out as Indians, Egyptians, Freemasons, back to Christians, back to Indians, back to Egypt again, and they move in a circle. That's why don't nobody know who Dr. York is. Like every few years, he's changing the face, changing the uniform, changing the ideology, changing everything. but he's coming back because he always come back. You see what I'm saying?
So do you believe he's innocent, Mace, in your personal opinion?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Oh. Because I've heard so many stories, and
let me tell you why I don't.
Believing that he was.
Tell you why?
Yes.
The reason why I don't is because I took time to actually listen to the victims' testimonies for hours. And when you listen to them and you listen to the other side, it's a lot that just don't match up. The details that some of them, like, let's take Ida. I listened to Ida talk for about 3 hours of telling their accounts. And I can't even repeat the shit that she said right now. But you get what I'm saying? And like, y'all can listen to this stuff is all on the internet, these conversations. So like, if people really want to deep dive it, you just got to go listen to the testimony. You got to listen to the victim. See, my thing is that Dr. York got over 100 kids, right?
That's
so, yeah.
That
so
amazing.
And I personally know a lot of his kids, right? Mm-hmm. So when that incident happened with Dr. York, nobody was getting beat up. Don't y'all find that strange? If somebody blamed my dad for some shit like that, I'm fucking you up. Right. And there's gonna be no questions. Not only that, it's probably gonna be some heads rolling. I could tell you, nobody got messed up. Only one person I seen get smacked with a stick when he questioned the fact that Dr. York might be guilty, and somebody whacked him. Wow.
That was some caught, wasn't it? I hear his teachings really stuck with you, though, didn't they? You took away.
Well, actually, it did later, but when I left for 5 years, you couldn't get me to say it in a Wapian word because I had to totally disregard everything I learned and start over because I knew that there was a lot of plagiarism and a lot of the information was crisscrossed. I started seeing this. I was like, man, I can't even read and study this shit and regurgitate it because a lot of it's going to be wrong. So I had to start my whole mission all over again. And once I got correct information, now I can go back and pull all that 20-something years of information I learned from Dr. York and put things in perspective.
Mm-hmm. I understand. 20 years?
Yeah.
With him for 20 years?
Yeah, I joined in 91. And I
left.
You
were physically around him?
In the last 4 years, in the last 2 years, well, I could say the last, I lived on the land where he was at for 4 years, but 2 of those years he went to jail. So I was there 2 years with him, and then he went to jail, and then I was up there for 2 more years before the marshals came and said, we confiscating the land, y'all gotta leave.
That is totally interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, I was on the gate when the marshals came too.
Can I break down the understanding of, because, I'm always, the advocate of darkness, but can I break down the word innocent? Please.
Oh, innocent. You mean you ain't got no sense?
It means you don't got no sense. Exactly. And if you have no sense, that means you have no perception of feeling, sensation, awareness. You have no general awareness of understanding of something.
You can't relate. You can't relate.
Huh?
You can't relate.
You can relate, but you don't understand. You can't use your senses. Your judgment. It makes no sense. Okay. So when you say someone in no sense, when they're in no sense, that means they know. They have their senses. They were aware. But when someone is, not innocent, that means they weren't aware, right? And I just think that, that's a common understanding. And so when we know that we experience these mental delusions and cognitive dissonance or like you said, that not having the right perception, but the right information that, you know, basically this is what's going on. And then we just identified that potentially that's how we were even created. So maybe one thing unconsciously goes back to its origin, which was that mushroom trip. Going out of one's mind. Great day, dopamine.
What's happening, Joe?
Still be asleep. I don't know. He's in the room. Well, yeah, I didn't know that you had close contact with him like that. This is the first I'm hearing that. So if anybody would know something, you would.
Well, that's why. This is why, Vanessa. This is why I be beefing with like Kufu and them. Like he don't have the time that I have. Like how you gonna come in and try to tell me what's what? And I was there. I was one of the teachers. Like but the reason why they do that because what we talked about earlier about the 48 laws of power, you set up circles of influence to keep everybody from coming together. So we always had a saying, I mentioned this before, you keep everybody fighting so that they won't turn on the Pharaoh. So essentially the Pharaoh the whole time is causing the mix up and it keeps everybody from unifying to come together against him. Because even when we read about the stories of the Anunnaki that he taught us, right? And they were mining gold. Remember, we was created to mine gold. But one of the incidents that happened in this story is that the slaves got tired of that shit and they rebelled. This is even in ancient stories. And he was teaching that story to us, which let me know, okay, well, how do you keep that from happening? You keep everybody mixed up. You keep everybody fighting against each other. You know what I mean? You just keep that motion going, and that's what happened. So you create generation gaps. You create gender wars. All this is created and designed so that...
Well, you know, Mace, you know I'm such an interviewer.
Right.
So now, after you said that you were up close with the situation, let me ask, initially, what drew you to his, are you guys calling it a cult?
Well, I just say organization. People call it is a cult organization because it does have religious practices.
I just don't want to offend.
Well, cult is just culture.
Okay, okay, you're right. So, what initially attracted you to it?
It was pictures.
Since it came out to be something so long drawn out, sounds like he has some really good, deep teachings that I keep hearing on this app. I didn't know about him until this app. So,
yes.
Sounds like he has some good sound areas in his teaching. So, what you said, pictures?
Yeah, pictures drew me in. There was the artwork. The artwork was off the chain. And when he showed pictures of like the prophets, I just thought they was real people. I was like, yo, how the fuck he get these pictures? And it was like, you know, he's a seer. He was like, they be pulling him in.
He's a seer as well?
Yeah, they were saying he's a seer, so he would like, you know, help the sisters describe. It was all kind of stories generated around it. He was pulling them out his head in dreams. But all the artists were women. Yeah, a lot of the women were. A lot of the artists were women that were working in the office that drew a lot of the pictures. One in particular was a part of the case, which was Ida. She drew a lot of the artwork. She was an artist.
You said you met Ida?
Yeah, I met her. I mean, I didn't have no personal relationship with her. I mean, we cool now because later after the case, I end up like talking with her online more, talking to her on Facebook, stuff like that. You know, listening to the interviews. She was running around crazy. I didn't know what was going on. And they were saying that she was a demon and all kind of stuff. That's how they do. They labelize you so you don't really get close to them. But they be the ones that be exposing and blowing the whistle.
Yeah, that's...
Because she was already demonized when I moved up there.
Like, stay away from her.
Yeah. And me, see, like, I had an intention. So once I got to the land, I didn't try to get closer to York. Like, of course, I'll talk to him outside, do some work, talk to him already. All right, Pop, I'm going to do this, woo, woo, woo. But I wasn't one of the ones that went to dinner with him. I didn't jump in the car with him every day. Like, it was a squad of people. When he went out with like 30 and 40 people at a time. And I never got invited. I always was on guard. And I never wanted to go because I knew.
It was probably in your best interest.
Listen, this is what I knew. The closer you get to the sun, the hotter it gets. So when I figured that out, I picked me a space and I stayed there.
Gotcha.
And I had position, I had power. I was third in charge in the lodge. So like I found comfort in my area. I didn't have to be all up in his face every day like other people did.
I feel you.
And he had 100 or something kids. So my thing was, like, why would I try to, like, be his son and he got all these kids? And I just thought that was weird to me.
You're talking about biological.
Yeah, he got 100 biological kids. Why the hell am I going to come there and try to be his son? That never made sense. And this is why there was a lot of beef between a lot of Dr. York's kids and members.
That's
but
wild.
Dr. York himself, he was causing some of these beefs, though. Huh?
No, go ahead. I didn't say.
I was saying he caused some of the beefs. He's the master chess player.
So he was bringing the attention.
Yes, I'm telling you. Nobody wants to believe. Well, they say it all the time. They be like, oh, that's just a master teacher. He got to do his thing. So we justified it. The madness is happening in our face and we justified it because we be like, the master teacher, if you can't hang, you need to get off the ship, bro. You weak. So it was all these template responses set up to get in your head.
Wow. How long was his organization running?
It started in 1967.
Oh, wow.
By the 70s, he was chartered. The charter around 70, between 70 and 72, that's when the organization was chartered as Ansar Allah Community.
Now, was that a 508?
No, we never did that because we wanted to have control. When you do a 501c3,
I didn't say 501c3. I said 508.
Oh, we ain't do none of them.
Okay.
We ain't 50 nothing.
We want to stay independent.
Exactly.
Keep the government.
But what does it mean to be chartered?
To be chartered, it was just he's listed as a religious organization.
How was he listed if you didn't do none of that?
I think he got listed as like a church, a regular church during that time.
It probably was a 508. You should look it up.
It probably was, but it didn't concern me during the time. I came later during the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, and we had different charters and things then. And then I also was a part of the lodge. The lodge was chartered. The lodge was chartered with the state of Georgia. Actually, we actually got chartered through a group out of California, but we operated in Georgia. We just basically went in there and strong-armed Freemasonry. Our organization was so big, like we had 400 men in the lodge from around the world.
How old is he today?
I think York he should be getting ready to hit 80. His birthday is on. Yeah.
You cut out when his birthday.
Oh, sorry. I said his birthday is on June 26th. He should be about 80.
He's not a chimpanzee.
He was born in 1945.
Okay. I don't even know what
he's a Leo.
No, he's a Cancer.
Oh no, yeah, he's a Cancer.
Cancer, okay.
And he said that in the book. He said he was born under the month of Cancer because cancers are good domestic breeders. They're homebodies. They believe in family. They take care of their family.
That's where the crab in a barrel theory.
That's dopamine.
Yeah.
Dopamine is a cancer.
Yeah, I know.
And he's like,
I was real intentional. Listen, I knew exactly what I was getting into when I came to this room because I use character types. I use character models to navigate. So when I seen Dope and I listened to him, remember I was a part of the room for about 2 months before I even said anything. Because I was watching. I thought it was...
I remember.
Yeah, it was... I was like, who is these niggas?
I remember you did. You just came up. I knew you knew Dope, but you just came on stage. You just chilled.
Yeah, and
but I was like that when I first came on here.
Yeah, after a while, I just saw that Dope had all the formulas, and he had the same mentality as Dr. York, but not with the corruption. You see what I'm saying? It's flat out like that's why when Kimberly be talking, I keep mentioning when Kimberly be talking about these archetypes and stuff like that, I always push back because I'm so, and that's part of the nature of me. I like to be my own creator also, so I'm not gonna let somebody come on me with some new shit. I'm gonna find it myself. But what she talking about, I've been navigating and using for years. And that's how my picking this room was very intentional. I was studying rooms one after another. I was like, man, and the last room I was getting ready to mess with that I can't mess with was 40 Acres, and because I can't mess with Eugene.
Yeah.
I just think that he's disingenuous. It's just his whole approach to knowledge, and from him being a part of the NUI, and I just have a lot of suspicions about them with that the original black man, the Asiatic, that whole Asian doctrine is an alarm for me. And because Sheikh Dawood exposed Master Fraud Muhammad, how it was two of them, I don't mess with them. It was two Master Fraud Muhammad. And they killed the real one in prison and replaced him.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, this is all in the book. Sheikh Dawood, he the one that Dr. York was under, and that's how he found all this stuff out. I got the book sitting right in the box. It shows you the police profile. Like, you can do the book is all, it got the whole layout for you. Got police records, fingerprints, everything.
Wow.
Yeah, so a lot of these organizations, I don't be messing with, man, because I be knowing they on some BS. And then when I seen them make that move with Scientology, that was it. I was like, they just repeating the same thing that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did. He had a light-skinned guy. Now Farrakhan got a light-skinned guy. You see what I'm saying? Not in that capacity, but they bring these people in as influencers. Like, why would you bring a guy like him into influence your organization? And, Corey tried to justify it with Dianetics. I'm like, man, listen, man, nobody has better psychology over black people than black people. And that's the bottom line. So what you think of Vanessa?
Oh, I was on mute. I didn't know I was on mute. And I was saying I agree with you.
Okay.
I was on mute. I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, we had some good bills in here this morning. We was going through everything. We talked about Africa and Bambaataa. We talked about NASA and the moon mission. And
believe they went to the moon?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, okay, good. I was got nervous.
They man, you ain't watched them Neil Armstrong interviews when they be harassing him and that nigga be lying?
Neil Armstrong is from Ohio, and about 40 minutes from Wapakoneta is where his suit is, in a museum. And I took my grandchildren, I had all of my grandchildren maybe 2 summers ago, all at one time, and just was trying to find little things for them to do. And so I took them down to the museum, and I just was going through there like, really, this is such a hoax. But you know, I was just like, there's no way something like this could make it. You know, I'm like, they really.
How the fuck they gonna go anywhere and not steal something and bring it back? You know they lying.
Cause you know they steal every goddamn thing.
I was looking at the space suit that's all on you know, on display there, part of the rocket, and I'm like, jeez, what a lie. But it was something I took my grandchildren to, but I wasn't trying to make them believe it was true. Not at all. Not at all.
Man, I went to the Air and Space Museum in DC. I was in there cussing the whole time. I was like, what the hell is this shit? I was looking at people. Listen, you know, I'm an asshole. I'm in that joint. I'm like, do y'all believe these niggas took this shit to the room?
Yeah, I'm terrible. That's my daughter. My daughter's like, Mom, do you have to? I'm like, listen, Linda, I'm not gonna lie. What?
Yeah, man. I was like,
be quiet so you can believe what you want to believe. Okay.
It's a lot of aluminum foil and cardboard boxes, boy. I mean, like, I'm a builder. Like, I build for a living. I went to school for auto body and repair, right? I've welded. When I was in Mayor's Summer Youth, I was taking tool theory. I'm just getting into this thing. Like, I've been building for a long time. I could look at I could look at an object and tell what it can take and what it can't take. What kind of pressure it can take, what kind of heat. Like, you know this stuff after you're doing it for years. You know, like, I've been working in welding shops and stuff like that. So I'm like, it's no way in hell them niggas made it to the moon on that piece of shit. There's just no way.
I know.
And I watched the takeoff, and I seen them curve like they always curve. Like, we gonna act like we don't see that they're curving now. Like, they start out going straight up, and then you see them slowly but surely curve.
But didn't one of the astronauts admit it?
I don't know. I've listened to a couple speeches so far.
Yeah.
And it was just a lot of. Yeah, you gotta listen real good. Well, I put a T-shirt. You ain't see the T-shirt I had in my PTR earlier? I'm gonna
have to come in late night. I don't know. I think I left kind of early and got some rest. But y'all be going deep.
Yeah, it's the only time I can get in.
Oh yeah, NASA. Yes.
You see, it says obey NASA.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that. This is the snapshot I took off the TV show, Leave the World Behind. And this was the scene when they were standing in the backyard and the mom was looking out the window. And I was like, what the hell? And I was chicken. And I thought that was the oddest thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Between obey NASA and turning God backwards to be dog, I don't know which one is worse.
But what's the meaning? NASA means something.
It means deceiver.
Yes.
Free looked it up.
And we looked that up some years ago. Yes.
And so check out how close the word is to the Hebrew word or the Arabic word kanas. The kanas means the whisperer. That's who Eve talked to in the garden. The kanas, the whisperer. They don't call him a snake when you get into Arabic. They call him the whisperer. And this is how it picks up that he was a man. But either way, it's just the fact that the word kanas means whisperer and NASA means deceiver. They're real close.
Right. Yeah, when I realized that, I think probably about 3 years ago, we were looking that up. I'm like, something so huge, what a definition for the word. It's like it's all in your face.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're telling you right now, hell yeah, we're making shit up. And all you do is tell the people and they're going to believe it.
Yeah, there's a section in the 48 Laws of Power that operates on that. And actually, we talked about it earlier tonight. I think Free read it or something, and it actually explains how they just put the truth in your face. They just like how I got this PTR where it says obey NASA. That's one of them cases. Like they literally playing in the public face. But that's part of the 48 laws of power. To put it in your face, the truth will be so close to them, they won't believe it. They be like, oh, this can't be real.
And then it's how they test the water to make sure they magic is still working. If they fall for this shit, we still got it.
Like going back to the moon. You know, India went first. India went to the moon last summer, or the summer before last, and nobody paid it no mind.
But they really went?
Well, that's what they said. That's how I knew that India, see, India, those are the white people. They are the spellcasters. And that's why in our studies, we always talk about them, and we look at, see, the thing in our studies, we got to remember India was also a powerful empire, especially in the 12th century. You see what I'm saying? But we don't be making a correlation. They involved in a lot. And once they went to the moon, I knew they was part of the bullshit. Anybody that's a part of the space program is a part of the bullshit.
But what is the moon? Remember, I just was reading about the moon.
Yeah, I forgot what you said. What you said specifically, moon is the mother or.
But basically, they broke it down to money, mood, month, like how it's incorporated in all these things. And so, though they're saying moon to us, what are they really saying? What's the esoteric value of moon? Because it's in your face, so we're thinking moon that's up in the sky, but it may not be that. They may be monitoring something, or there may be some money maybe every time they go to the moon, they're printing money or something.
Well, I could tell if you hang out in the flat earth room, they broke that down. They gave some good information. That's why I like hanging out in there sometimes. But they said that the whole space program is they just washing money.
Yeah.
That's it. Every time they go somewhere, that's money that they filtering and taking and doing something with. That's exactly, you said that. Your intuition is all on point.
Yeah, they use it to fund their black projects. The shit they don't know about.
Interesting. Wow. Hey, Say.
Yeah, they
Morning, everybody. I'm gonna just listen for a minute. I'm getting ready for work.
Cool.
Great day.
Yeah, man, this is it's some funkiness going on out this joint, boy.
Well, they say if something is free, you the product, so.
You're right. There's something, yeah, it's crazy. If something is free, you the product. How about it? The test ground.
That's something, because I think there's a few people that don't believe that the earth is flat. So I kind of try to stay away from the conversation because people don't want to talk about it. They rather just attack about it. So if you're going to have that approach, just believe what you want.
I always say everything that people believe about the round earth is no different than religion. You just trust in data that they're telling you. So if you're going to do that, why not give both sides a chance? It's just that simple. I say this all the time. One side is pseudo. Hell, you might as well give the other side a chance.
But there is a question that I do have that I always wondered. What does it matter?
I'll tell you why.
Let me give you that. Why did they lie? Why do they need to lie?
To warp your perspective.
Yeah, because listen, space, because right now everybody's brain is in space or in the sky or in the heaven. If people were grounded, the phenomenons that would be created, like there would be natural phenomenons created, because when people sync up, phenomenon happens, energy shifts, things start happening, colors start popping out. I'm telling you, I seen it. When I joined the community, I seen all this stuff happen before my eyes, different anomalies, beings walking in the hallway, walking through the hallway, the shadow people. We would have family meetings about it. Everybody was seeing this shit. So I just know if the earth is, if we all understand the plain view of earth, then we would extend out. Do you know the kind of missions that would happen? People would just want to keep flying until they can't fly no more. And nobody has done it. You see what I'm saying? The same way we going in the ocean. Like, it's a once you understand the truth about the earth, it's a mentality that goes with it. It's a consciousness. It's an energy that goes with it. Like, you can understand that the earth is governed by gravity, which you don't understand, or you can listen to my perspective, what I think that the earth is stable in a magnetic pressure, meaning two of the same energies pushing against each other creates a space in between. You get what I'm saying? The space in between is where we live, called Earth. And everything, as far as gravity's not real. Everything that hits the ground is governed by mass versus speed. How big you are is going to say how fast you're going to fall to the ground. And how hard you're going to fall. That's what it, you know what I mean? And the only reason that each mass is governed by its own mass, that wouldn't be possible if we was all living on gravity. Like, we all would be governed by the same thing. Like, the birds wouldn't be flying either. How would they break gravity? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And birds are actually levitating. Bees levitate. They don't even fly. Because the bumblebee, the bumblebee, his wings are not even proportioned to his body. So this is why it's important to learn the truth about the earth, to understand the science and magnetism that goes with it, because it connects to the body. If you understand that, then you can tap into other potentials. But you can't do that if you believe that you're going out of space. You know what I mean? Like, literally, like, when people look up, I know people that's scared to look up because they believe heaven is up. Did y'all know that?
They're afraid to look up because they believe
because a lot of people are doing publishment and they believe heaven is up, so they don't look up in that capacity. They don't, like, sit there and stare at the stars and wonder. I know a couple people like that. They were actually terrified.
I need to stare in the stars. Your mind just travel when you just sit in a place and just enjoy looking
But
out.
that's the danger. You see the dangerous part about that? Because you become ungrounded. If you don't understand your value and the value of your planet and how it operates, then as you gaze out into the stars, the puppet master is going in your pocket and in your head. The same, remember the cartoon? Remember the cartoon when Daffy Duck get hit in the head? What's the first thing he saw? Planets and stars.
So let me ask you this. Whose dream did we buy into? See, because there's a world dream, and somehow we bought into it, because that's the only way that it can exist. So who historically do you think, outside of the Adam and Eve theory we came up with in the mushroom, because that doesn't really it doesn't correlate with the slavery mentality or the hindrance of the things that you're talking about. So what did we buy into? What was the dark magic? What was the abracadabra?
The darkness of religion. The hexagon.
The hexagon.
And the three major religions based on the worship of El and how it's associated with Saturn and the crown, which is the 6-pointed star, which is the hexagram. That's the trap right there. Everybody's trapped right there in darkness. We still in the Genesis story. In the beginning, God created that. It was void and darkness. That's where the whole world is at. And we bought into that dream. So because we in that void, they are allowed to switch it and add and change at any time. Because we're always in a creative state.
Right. That's our superpower, right?
Right. Instead of creating, we're being created. We're being controlled.
And that's why we paying attention to everybody giving Trump this Christ thing, whatever, but maybe it was Kanye West, because even when Kanye West came out and was like, I'm a God, he shook. Like when he started saying it, I started saying it because I just didn't know I had permission to say it. But when he gave me permission to say it,
That's deep.
Yeah, that is fun. Yo, I appreciate your honesty too, because that means that you just came into this not too long ago. So it's like, yeah, I'm feeling that.
Yeah, and so when that happens though, what I'm saying is, like, when I think about Kanye West and what he keeps trying to tell us and he keeps trying to show us is it's amazing because it's working. Basically, what I'm saying is like it's working because the more that we can get into the light of things. Because remember, he has a song called Ultra Beam, Ultra Light. Like, he's like, I'm Ultra Beam. Like, I'm already there. It's almost like Dr. King saying, I've seen the mountaintop. I know what the promised land looks like. He's saying the same thing. And so, but when when you are entering now this phase where the truth is alive, okay, now the truth is alive, and we begin to become, like, that's what made me say it. You said we are being created instead of being the creators. Now we give ourselves permission by professing with our mouths. Like, it's like we're taking the baby steps into this transition, and that's why I believe that we're going into the golden age. I'm like, it's happening. It feels like it's slow, but Kanye has confirmed, it's already happened. We good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really follow and trust. It's an unconscious trust that I have with Kanye. You know what I'm saying?
I can dig it too, because he's like one of my favorite people. Plus, he a Gemini.
Like me.
Yeah, he a whistleblower. He gonna tell it. He gonna get his and give you yours at the same time.
And then with him being Kanye West, naming his daughter North, it's like how I said how I started doing the same thing with my children's name is like he giving us directions. You know, it's like
I don't think that he named his daughter North. I think somebody else did. I think the chief did.
His handler?
The chief.
Who's the chief?
They all speak about the chief. The chief is like the head cult leader. Whoever pulling the strings. Somebody like with Dr. York. Dr. York used to do that all the time. Name people's kids. And that name North and Blue Ivy, that's not shit you name. No normal person is gonna do that. Like, that's something that you finding out. And on top of that, he creating a brand. You know what I mean? He already creating a brand. They creating a straw man. That's the straw man. Them names are straw man names.
When she named her child Blue Ivy, everybody was looking that up, researching it, and
like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
But when you dealing in these cults with these cult energies and you get closer to people, that's what be going on. Now, he might have did it.
I believe he did it.
Yeah, he might have did it himself because he on that level to be a cult leader. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he all the way there with it. He's been in the billions. By the time you get there, your mind is like
there too.
Like, I can't even fathom what it's
your
like.
Your mind is up there with the billions.
when you got $1 billion and you moving around, that's a whole nother
level.
Yeah, because I know what it felt like to move around on the level I did. You know what I mean? Traveling around the world a little bit. It's a certain consciousness, a certain air that comes about you. You know what I mean? And Kanye that's my guy. That's my guy.
Yeah, I like him too.
Yeah, when he came in, he's like, "Oh God," and I think that was good. I think that was good for all young people needed to hear that. Now I'm not on that now, but as a phase in transition, people going through life and traveling, I support it. I support people feeling like that.
And it's more of an observation. I don't think it's a feeling. It's an observation because then that's how I was able to throw away the Jesus mindset. I was able to enter into the Kabbalah and understand the duality of things. So you begin to observe yourself, because if you think you're God, then what does, then it puts you in self-awareness. Like, it's just a transition, that's all.
It is, because then, like me, so am I a guy now? I kind of dropped the title.
Yeah.
I don't really use it no more. I don't even like using man right now. Like, to be a man, because like you listen to society, everything is contaminated and everything is like being ridiculed. Men is no, like the idea of what a man is so contaminated now that I just moved away from it. Because I don't want to identify with the vibration that go along with it. You know what I mean? And the chaos that go along with it. So it's like slowly but surely, as I grow in awareness, slowly but surely I start shedding these little titles. And this is for my own, this is only for my own self-growth. Like, well, people say, well, what does that do for you? It keeps simplifying things. I want to simplify things down to its first point. I want to reduce it to its smallest level, because in that state, it's just easy to digest.
It's the low, so like we said in the red, in the lowest common denominator, if you fractioning it out, is easier to digest because it's slower.
Well, to a degree, because slower can be fast. So, and this is how I'm gonna show you the example how slow can be fast. Like, you can spin a tire, right? And you turn the wheels on the spoke, and you can see them, but they move so fast that you don't see them no more. Like, it might be still now. You see that the same way when you're in a plane, you up there on that plane, when you get up there in the air,
you don't feel like you're moving, right?
Exactly. So like that whole thing, that's why earlier today I tried to, you heard me mention, I said, there's no difference between, I said, the spiritual world is physical.
Oh yeah, you never finished your thought though.
Yeah, and the whole thing is the understanding that, because there really is no separation. This spiritual world and the physical world, like when you hear people say they felt the spirit, right? Well, how'd you feel it? How'd you feel it if it's not physical?
Because they didn't feel it, they just don't have a name for what they felt.
Well, you felt something, and if you felt something, that means something had to touch your nerve endings to get a reaction.
Okay.
You can't respond to nothing. If you felt the spirit, you hear people say, I felt the spirit. So what it usually comes with that, goosebumps, your hairs rise, chills down your spine. What you're feeling is energy. The presence of the spirit is energy. Now, I myself have meditated for long periods of time with my gaze halfway open. I used to do this, right? And I would see white mist come in over my hands and touch my hands. So
but it sounded like it was astral projecting.
Yeah, I've seen the spirit touch me before, so like I know it's physical. And I also walked into a bathroom where you ever see like the ghosts on the apparition spirits on Indiana Jones. Well, I walked into a bathroom in Pittsburgh, and that happened to me in real time. I was scared as hell, trying to pee, trying not to pee on myself, and I had mist flying around my head, flying in between my legs, where my nuts is at. So I'm like tripping. And this happened in real time.
Wow.
Yeah.
But does that mean that it's spirit?
Physical. Yeah, well, it's energy. See, we have all these terms for things just for the sake of identification.
And wouldn't it be matter if we could feel it?
It is matter. There's no such thing as space.
Oh, but you're trying to say that matter and spirit is the same.
It's all the same. Anything that occupies to take up space. But the reality is there's no true space because everything in between me and you is the molecular world. And if I walk up to your face right now and I wave my hand, in space, you're going to feel the wind or the particles and elements that are there push against your face. You get what I'm saying? So essentially, we live in an underwater environment. We live in an aquarium. Our whole environment is water. And the air that we breathe is water in a less dense form. It's vibrating faster. And it manifests as air.
But why did we stop calling God El?
Why did we stop calling it El? Well, that happened in the 10th century with Paleo-Hebrew. Remember, Yahweh came in. This is the assertion. This is synchronicity at its finest, right? Where now things are being hijacked and flipped around, and El is pushed out, and Yahweh is put in the replace. But El is still there because we use it all around us. We call it electricity, El. We call it element. We call it elementary when we go to school. You see what I'm saying? We call Mikael. All the L is still there the whole time. It's the undeniable fact that L is the head of the pantheon. They tried to hide it, but you can't hide it. You gotta put it in there. You can't tell your story without telling the story of L. So this is what happened.
So just like we spoke about New World Orders and moving and things into transition, because history is written the way it's written, but is there understanding that maybe it was a New World Order and that the people needed to begin to do things like, because they talk about Yahweh and the breath and the lungs, and you saying that we are an aquarium, and maybe it's like we needed to learn something different we were no longer in the I am, basically, because that's what L was, the I am, right? So we understood, now we're here. We're like, okay, I am here. I exist in this body form. How do I operate in it? And so that's when the Yahweh came about, and that was to teach the fish how to breathe underwater, how to, swim, how to perform in this body. Now we into the I know. Okay, I know that I can exist in this body, and I know, the things that are around me, etc., etc. You get what I'm saying? So it's like we still have to go around that whole zodiac. We still have to go through these phases, and the Saturn I think I gotta better understand that Satan Saturn energy.
That's why Saturn has a ring.
Yeah.
To keep you going around the ring. Keep you on the circle.
Right. And you said earlier that someone told you that you said Afro something told you that
Afro Uno.
Afro Uno.
Yeah, Afro Uno. Afro Uno. Transcend zodiacs to be on top of it.
To transcend the zodiacs, because otherwise we're in that cycle, that circle.
Yeah. Yeah, that Afro Uno joint, that's it. Yeah, them little books, they kind of ill.
Yeah, because, like, my purpose is to transcend. That's what I do now. Like, I'm not here to do shit on this. Like, my earthly... That's what, I don't know, some people say, I'm so, like, not compassionate and all this other stuff. Because I don't really have no business in the realm. All my business is getting out of the realm. So it's like, I really try to focus on, like, what does that mean? Like, I'm here to transcend this realm, like, for real.
Yeah. Well, I tried to do it when I first learned about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like in my early years in the 90s, I think I talked about I was trying to leave. Like I was having some deep experience. Like I would fall asleep. I fell asleep. Right, we was working in the house. We bought a bunch of property, and we was building some new houses for the community in Pittsburgh. And I was in there working, and I was just kind of like, we was always tired. 3-4 hours a day standing guard. You always comatose. And I like laid down for a minute, and man, I got caught up into something for a second, and I'll tell you what I heard and what I felt. I heard the sound I heard was the boom, boom. And every heard that sound, my whole body was vibrating. And I'll never forget that feeling and that sound.
Sounds like he was projecting.
That's what I was saying. That's what I keep hearing, is that he's constantly astral projecting.
And I might have heard. I heard the sound, that sound. Boom. It was like a giant heartbeat. That's what it was like. I'll never forget it. So, yeah, that was just, we talking about just trying to leave. Yeah, I was stimulated by the
L.
Who's that?
Also, that's what kind of caught my attention. Excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
No, you good.
When y'all was talking about the L, like it rose an eyebrow because I was studying the Kabbalah, and when you're talking about the Merkaba, talking about the Kabbalah, when the L represents the Malkuth, that's on the tree it represents the bottom or the descendants. You know what I mean? So as an L, you've descended from the heavens there, and from what I've read, the transition going back up would actually just basically just tapping into that frequency again, because it's not like there's no time really. According to how these things are written, there's really no time. It's a frequency we pick up to get these pieces of information. It's like the universe is consistently streaming, I guess, from my perspective.
Yeah, that was a good build.
That's how we end up. That's how we project every night. We can like literally leave unless you calcify your frequency somehow. Some people do drugs, some people drink, and it kind of like blocks them off. It keeps them in this realm. But constantly meditating, like I said, you feel it when you're describing the feeling between the sense. It's like touch, smell, taste. Those senses are like are frequencies that are connected to us, and we give them life. Hey, what are you doing? That's my son bugging out back there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get in there. Yeah, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a good build, facts. Because the other thing I was also, realizing when I started doing frequencies, and you just like listening to them, and then trying to just vibrate. Period. The AEIOU, and why they never shared the Y and the M, because they'll say AEIOU, and sometimes Y, because when you get to that M, that's like the base, that's the lower, that's Earth, that's Saturn. That's your lower, that's the lower of the low.
You said when you get to M?
M is the lowest frequency, is your low, it's your red chakra.
I didn't know how that M got associated with the red chakra. That's interesting. But that would make me like question some things. So the M is the 13th, right? And it also represents mate, you know what I mean? So
the seed.
Yeah. It also represents mother. Like that's the first.
Yeah, exactly.
Children, they say that out first. So most faith, the ones that say that first, it usually be a little higher in consciousness, because it takes a little more energy for you to put your tongue to the roof of your mouth and do the da sound. It takes more of a conscious effort to do it. Outside of the ma, but ma is more maternal and it comes from the soul, so it's gonna come out like that.
relate Mother to Earth. Mother Earth.
Right. What letter is M when it comes to numbers? 13. Okay. So we understand the number 13 and the significance of 13 compared to where we're living at on Earth. You understand why that has been brought into our resistance and our existence of where we're at in this Earth right now. So there's certain secrets, laws. As humans, it's your job is to decipher these things within your own self, in your own consciousness, within your own reality. But once we start exposing these things, then we start losing the magic of it, because certain things are just meant for you and your own self to comprehend. And then from that is how you're able to understand the earth that you're living in on a personal level. You can't save the world. You can only gather information that will benefit you and grow you. And with that information, you can explain to people on how they can get to their information without exposing the truth of things. Because what happens is that people cannot understand everything that's presented to you when it is coming in real time. You have to give people time to get the information, let the world kind of gravitate that information inside of individuals, and then they'll be able to understand it. In other words, everyone isn't on the same page of understanding at the same time. So you gotta spoon feed people in certain ways. And then where the ego come in at, because people get some information, they feel like they gotta just tell the whole world. But no, the information that was given to you was meant for you to understand. It's not for you to try to get everyone else to understand. This is why a lot of people do not get the full understanding of their truth, because they're ready to let everyone know what little truth that they come across. It's like they're so excited. They came across this information, now I gotta tell the world. It's not the way it should be. The way it should be is that you're gathering information for yourself, within yourself. And then you'll be able to have a clear understanding of the world that you're living in. That's why they say people are narcissists, egotistical, because they get information and they're ready to share the world, and that's why people call people crazy, because you're sharing information that you're not supposed to share. This is where you become a narcissist in so many ways, because you're storing information to people that do not understand it, and it's not meant for them to understand. It's only meant for you to understand.
Well, the Bible depicted that, right, with Moses and with all of the different people who tried to save everybody. They were, they were shunned, and they were asked, to be left alone, because these people wanted to operate within the realm of their understanding, because, everything you just said.
So it brings back to the occult. What they say is not everything's for everybody. And everybody can do it. Like I said, it's based on frequency. From my perspective, if someone is attracted to something and they learn it that they were meant to know it. We don't determine that. The universe does. What is the occult? What do you mean by that? What's the occult?
Culture.
I was asking him. Yeah, my definition, occult, yeah, it comes from culture, but it's also like what they did as hidden knowledge. Like a lot of these, I say, different society schools of thoughts have levels. Like you reach, and like, they have degrees you reach through the thing. So that's your time in that school of thought. You have levels you reach to gain your mastery, or whatever they call mastery in that school of thought is considered. And what happens is, like, the man uses these degrees, these positions to control politics and things, things of the lower realm, things that's happening here. You know what I mean? It's sad the information is being held like that, because there's people that have real potential that never gets to those particular levels, because there's a dominant hierarchy. I've been a Freemason for 9 years now.
You believe it's a flat earth?
My whole life, it was a master mason. My mother was a Eastern Star. These things I have been to go to Masonic meetings, and I grew up and told myself, before I step into masonry, I have to learn masonry. I have to know what masonry is about. So I've done years and years of studies before I became a mason. I wanted to make sure that my mind was going to be ready for information. So when I did study masonry, I didn't just study the good side of masonry. I studied the bad side of masonry also, quote unquote, the bad side, or the opposite of what I would consider good. But it's all the same, because it's all reaching for the same goal. So when I decided to become a Freemason, my understanding of masonry has been inside of me since a kid. Something I've always been, like, attracted to. I used to go to my mother Mason at the lodge when they had the women and the men in the same building, the Eastern Stars and the Masons. I didn't understand, but I knew they all had white on. Now I understand, but at the time, it kind of got me interested. I was always interested. My other people that was around, youngers, they was never into it. It's something that kept me.
Yeah. Answer that lady question.
That's hard to do. When I got home, that's hard to do.
Do you believe it's a flat earth?
Let me finish right quick.
Answer the question, then you can finish. We don't know where you're going if you answer that question.
Hey, y'all have.
Yeah, all right, Jamal Jr.
That went out. I wanted to ask a Freemason if he thought the earth was flat.
Yeah, meaning you don't know the truth. You can't tell you. All you gotta do is sit there and tell you some goddamn stories.
What I wanted to do was finish my thought. That was the only thing I wanted to do. Out of respect, without being cut off in the middle of me speaking. It's the only thing I wanted. But y'all can have it. My ego does not have to talk.
Okay, let your spirit talk and tell us if it's a flat earth.
He just want to run his mouth and say a whole bunch of bullshit.
Let your soul service this
Who's
morning.
that talking? Who's that talking?
Uncle, let your soul service.
No. Who just said something? Because I'm
You ain't gonna tell me you ain't gonna do shit about it. Tell us the answer to the question.
No. Who is this talking right now? Who's this talking? What's the goddamn name? Who the f is this talking right now?
That retarded ass nigga ain't my uncle. Fuck that nigga.
Uncle, this is Kimberly, and I appreciate that you're sharing the knowledge with us, and for them to be disrespecting you, because I also understand you in the hospital, and so you're gaining strength back right now for this person to come into the room and start.
He ain't sharing no goddamn knowledge.
Shut the fuck up, okay? And learn to goddamn self-control. At the end of the day,
Hey, can somebody remove him right now? Can somebody remove him right now?
No.
Remove him right the fuck now.
We're not going to remove him.
You can't remove the family. Why don't you relax right now?
We're not.
I'm about to remove him right now. I'm at the bar to remove him.
Right. Come on, guys. Let's just back up.
We're not going to
No, I'm not going to allow nobody to come in here and bring all this bullshit energy.
Okay, but hold on. So, Uncle, what's happening is that we're just trying to not let you censor yourself. That's all. You're doing fine. We're we're having a conversation, and because you're Mason, but we were talking about. Okay, that's fine. We were trying to understand. We were quiet to see where you were going.
I talked about him.
No, listen. Because I agree with you.
You ain't talking about me.
Well, Uncle, this fix. You know we love you and we understand everything that's going on right now. So we were talking about Masons, and because you're Mason, we felt like you could probably add to the conversation. That's all.
Yeah, because he can't, that mean he one of them blind ass Masons, to follow this with the fuck shit. So nigga, fuck you and whatever you talking about. You ain't dropping no goddamn knowledge.
You see how you trying to make this personal and act the next
It's okay. You get the rest.
Who the fuck you talking to, motherfucker? You don't know who the fuck you talking to.
Calm down. This is a test. This is a test.
This out of y'all, nigga. We're supposed to be scared of your bitch ass. That's why your ass in the hospital. That's why you're in the hospital.
Don't be worried about me. Who's this motherfucker? Let me find out who the fuck.
I ain't your daddy. You ain't my uncle, dumbass nigga.
Y'all tripping, okay? It's too early.
Uncle, you was giving too much energy.
Too much, Uncle. And Spirit, this is our family.
I don't even know how this motherfucker is my friend. Let me delete this bitch ass motherfucker.
It ain't that serious.
Please, just block me, nigga. Block me.
We're just trying to get to the information.
Bitch ass motherfucker.
They've been going on this. They've been in deep diving since early this morning. So they were just trying to keep it going. I mean, it's been really good dialogue. All right.
You know what, Vanessa, if somebody is sharing and everybody's been talking all this time and he's decided to come and share, why can't they let him finish sharing?
Because, Flawless, we heard this all before, and it's okay to say good morning and reminisce. But we know where it's going to go.
Distracting from the actual knowledge that's being dropped, drawing attention to his motherfucking self.
No, actually it wasn't. He never really got the chance to get it out. I've never heard him talk about it. So I would have loved to hear everything he had to say.
And people egos would not allow a person to say anything. And they feel like the people with egos feel as if they just gotta be the motherfuckers. I sat here and listened to y'all speak for viewers. Just sitting here listening. And then I said, hold on. Then I decided to speak. And as soon as I speak, I got some motherfuckers want to cut me off about 5 minutes of me to talking. The shit is fucking disrespectful, and the shit is about to make me not want to come back in this goddamn room when I see certain people. I swear to fucking God, when I see certain people, I would not come in this room. My pride, my ego does not have to come in here. Does not have to come in here. Does not have to come in here.
How about if you just shift here, pivot, and go
Answer
back?
the question.
Yes.
To the flat earth.
Hey, homegirl, I would, not you, but she know what I'm talking about. What's her name again? Leah.
He still ain't gonna answer the goddamn question.
Not you, this bitch ass motherfucker, and what's her name? Yeah, you know, what's her name? She changed her name.
Free?
Huh?
Are you talking about Free?
Yeah. Like, Free, leave me the fuck alone, and you down there, leave me the fuck alone. I swear to fucking God.
I'm not doing nothing to you, Khalid.
Leave me the fuck alone.
I'm not doing nothing to you. See, that's why I poked you, because you wanted to sit there, and for as long as everybody was getting along, you was fine. But as soon as somebody want to get along to get ahead, you catching the attitude. You can easily insert the answer. Listen, you can insert the answer and still talk about whatever it is that you was talking about.
Cut me off in the middle of me talking.
You want to argue.
Your little ego feels you can just cut me off in the fucking middle of me fucking talking. Who the fuck is you to cut me the fuck off?
I ain't cut you off.
You don't cut me off in the middle of me fucking talking.
No, I didn't.
I don't even like this man. I don't even like this man at all. And I was really interested in whatever he had to say. And you didn't cut him off.
Actually, no, I didn't. Spitfire cut him off.
Yeah, Spitfire stopped him.
I moderated is what you heard me doing.
I'm a
Well,
motherfucking
at the end
moderator
of the
too.
day, he was still talking and you allowed this man to interrupt him as a moderator.
No, at the end of the day, it's
Yes,
just
it
the
is.
end of the day.
That's your goddamn ego. And don't bring your fucking ego around me.
Listen. It is really and truly at 7:20 in the morning, not this serious that it, come on, let's just back up about 10 faces and get off of who did what to who. Are you going to answer the question? Do you want to finish your dialogue, Kayla? Do you want to pick up and finish it?
No, y'all go ahead.
There it is.
You just said bye 5 times and still talking.
Man, leave me the fuck alone, goddammit. I swear to fucking God, leave me the fuck alone. You always fucking with me.
Yeah, that was them bitch ass Masons too. So they can open their mouth and tell you a whole bunch of motherfucking lies. Shut up, nigga.
Maze, when you gonna intervene, bro?
So I just put the apron in the PTR, and the apron kind of answers the question, because this is a mastermind apron, and inside there they show the sun and moon, so it kind of like adds to
the firmament.
Yeah, you could just see what's going on. Nobody don't have to answer.
Okay.
But like with Spitfire, why do we want to? I understand what your contention might be, but like that's why we made a couple of new rules. Like
because he bragging about he a Mason, his mama was a Mason. He come from a long line of Masons, but this nigga don't know no Masonic knowledge. So what the fuck does that mean?
Bitch, nobody brag about shit, you little bitch.
I could dig it, but I wanted to
fuck alone.
I wanted to see where he ended it at.
Leave me the fuck alone, motherfucker. I'm not fucking playing with you. Keep me about your fucking mouth, motherfucker.
It sound like you deflected, Uncle. Come on, you deflected.
I swear to fucking God, motherfucker, you better leave me the.
Wow. Wowee. Okay.
Stop licking that phone.
Okay. Y'all, you know what?
Yeah, quit sniffing that cocaine, nigga.
Okay.
Yeah, but when does it end?
Maze, let's stay on track. Tell me more about your PTR, please.
So the PTR.
It's not going to speak, and we're going to leave that alone so we can move on. Okay.
Can you go through like the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4?
I swear to fucking God, leave me the fuck alone. I'm not fucking saying it no more.
Stop cursing yourself before you get left alone. Stop.
You leave me the fuck alone. Stop telling me what the fuck to do.
Can you go through it like the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4?
In that situation, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 is just I just see the 4 pillars, so I don't know what those 4 pillars might be symbolizing in there, but I don't know. I'm pulling it up. The only key on is the black and white, of course, and the sun, the moon, and then the eye. The eye is important, you know, the watchful eye. You know what I mean? And I think that watchful eye might be a third component within our atmosphere. You know how we got an hour hand, we have a minute hand, but we don't have a second hand time scale. And all the in Hindu mythology talks about the dragon who chases the sun and swallows the sun, but then its throat is cut and then it comes back out its throat. So that the sun coming back out its throat is like how the eclipse works. You see what I'm saying? So it's been a long theory that there's been a third component within our atmosphere that helps time scale. That third component is what causes the eclipse. So it's not the sun and moon covering each other, it's a third object that's covering. Now, if you look at during the new moon, when it first split, that first little hairline crescent that come out, if you look at the 3 circle, it looks like a dark spot over the moon.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta catch. So if the moon is 10 feet across, right? When you look at that object and then that crescent, it looks 12 feet. You get what I'm saying? You can start seeing that pattern is not a complete circle. It's elongated because that object is passing by or passing through. You get what I'm saying? So those are the things I always looked at.
And what's the cycle of the eclipse?
Huh?
What's the cycle of the eclipse? Like, what does it correlate with? What's the cycle of the eclipse?
What was I correlating it with? This third object. And it
No, I said, what's the cycle of the eclipse? Because I'm trying to correlate it. I'm trying to correlate with
what the eclipse. Well, we're not actually saying that. We're talking about the moon. When the new moon comes in, that's when you see that. And of course, what's that? Every 28 days. Still, you get that movement, and you actually see it. I watch it all the time because I'm trying to figure out the math on it. I'm like, listen, every time I look at this, I see the separate circle. But you only see it right after the new moon. Yeah. But those are things on the board. Like the main thing with this the Freemasonic apron is just giving a perspective of Earth. And like I said, this one says in plain sight. And like I said, if you look up and you do a search and you ask, are humans limited to a plain view of sight, it's going to give you a whole breakdown of how that works. So my whole beef is, if we take away technology, we take away the movie script, people that accept a more plain view perspective of Earth is going to have way more data and information than someone who believes the Earth is round. Everything about the round Earth, you have to depend on somebody telling you from a pulpit, just like religion. And we talked about it earlier. We already said that the sun is 3 million miles away, but at the same time, in Islam, the 93rd attribute of Allah is the light. So what are we seeing there? Are we seeing a true miracle of Allah? Or are we seeing synchronicity? Are we seeing how leaders come together and hijack information to make about their own persuasion and their own agenda and their own policies? Yeah, and then, I wouldn't expect, to act. That's the whole thing about Freemasonry. That's most of the time they're not going to give, like you said, like I told you, information is not for everybody. So amongst their circles, they determine what comes out and what doesn't, and they have their right. But me personally, I believe a lot of the stuff that I learned in the foundation of Freemasonry, really, honestly, it should be taught to the general public because it ain't nothing deep there. You know what I mean? The deepest stuff that we talking about is deeper than the stuff that's talking about.
But it will make you think and use all of your faculties and not just following some motherfucking idiots because they're in a motherfucking organization. That part.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, Freemason becomes a part of the religious backing because all three books sit in the lodge. Like, they all there. And that's why when we had this conversation, like, if I bring up something like when I brought up Simon Bar Jesus, when I brought that up, if you look from a Masonic or occultist perspective, you're going to see these things pop up because these books are Freemasonic books. The Bible is a Freemasonic book. Holy Bible. I broke that down before, how Holy Bible is Holy by Bill, meaning B-I-L-L, because Holy Bible and Bill is another way to saying William, which is why you go to Psalms 46. You go 46 letters down, you find Shake, and you go 46 letters up, you find Spear, and you get Shakespeare. So all this stuff is right there in our face. These are all Masonic books, and they have Masonic meanings. So if I bring up something in a room about Jesus having a son, and I get all this clap back, but this is why, because people not reading into these different sacred orders where these stories come up at.
So is Jesus' son Will I Am?
No, but I'm not saying he actually has a son, but according to linguistics, that would be an issue and a question that's posed. Does he have one? Because this individual, his name is Simon Bar Jesus, and when you translate that, that means Simon, son of Jesus. And some they say son of Joshua, right? But Joshua is a trick because Joshua is another way of saying Yahshua or Yahshua, which is Jesus again. See what I'm saying? There's no way around it. So this is why, you know.
You do Bible codes? You do Bible codes?
I could say I do in a
I use the Bible codes. So
because that's what that Psalms 46. That's a Bible code.
You give me a blast from the past. I've not done that in forever. Okay.
And so,
can I ask him a question real quick about the Jesus thing? A lot of different religions, like the Muslims, they call him Esau, and I was wondering why was that? Even though there is the name Esau in the Bible,
Well, they pronounce it Isa. The Muslims pronounce it as Isa, not Esau. It's Isa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but can we go back to that part where you was talking about, okay, you said by Bill, so Bill is William.
Yes.
And I heard Will I Am.
I see where you going with it. It's free for you to play with, you know?
You know, like that will be done.
Exactly.
And so the will I am.
Yeah.
And the Bible, and then you turn to Shakespeare, and that's why I kind of got lost, but that's what I heard. But I also heard be ill. Because we talked about the religion.
Mm-hmm.
Being the illness that we're formatted in.
See, my grandfather is a big time Shriner in Philadelphia, and was when he died. I'm talking about big time. He was a Shriner when I was a kid. Like I'm 58 now, and I remember when my grandpa became a Shriner, I had to be about 8, 9, 10 years old.
What's a Shriner?
It's another level of Freemasonry.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what's the difference in the word?
Yeah.
Why Shriner versus Freemasonry?
Well, you know, when you hear these different orders, they're based around religious principles. You hear shrine, so you know it's pertaining to shrines and worship. Like all this stuff is connected. Now, I'm not an actual Shriner, so I couldn't tell you a whole bunch about that part of Ben, but I was purposely kept in the Blue House for a position. When everybody's getting raised up and crossed over, I was left in the house because I took a position in the house.
Carbon 12, you wanna come to your mic? Okay.
Carbon wanted to say something?
Yeah, Carbon said Psalms is about David, not about Jesus.
Nobody ever said the Psalms was about Jesus. Hey, what about what we found earlier, the whole Hebrew alphabet in the book of 119? How many people don't know that? I bet you a lot of Hebrew Israelites don't know that one, huh? The whole Hebrew alphabet sitting right in one Psalm 19. For all my people that like pushing the Bible, you read 119, you get your whole alphabet from beginning to end.
It's scattered throughout the Bible.
No, they all ordered. Once you get to one Psalms 119, it's going to start at Aleph, Daleth, and it's going to go on. You're going to see Meme, Kof, whatever I can remember now. I'm starting to forget them. Yeah, but they're all there.
I can ask y'all a question real quick. So, Mace, especially with you being a Freemason.
I'm not, and I'm not an operating Mason.
Operating Mason.
Yeah, I've been left.
For sure. My uncle is a Mason, and when I was younger, I was considering joining. It seemed like one of the faster tracks to networking and success, but I was really interested in the spiritual concepts. The power behind the power.
Right.
And what I found is that you got to go up to the 33rd degree and pass really to get that real information. And I wonder, what is the benefit for everybody else besides money and status? Like, is there any spiritual power inside these lodges today? What is it? You know what I'm saying? Is it performative?
The one I did, because the organization, like I was part of the Nawapian camp during the time, so we had the ancient Egyptian order during that time we had AEO and the lodge operating at the same time. So we had a spiritual backing, we had rituals, we had meditations, we learned about different cosmology. You learn things. So it did. If you get with some good people, you can get some good spiritual backing. But I would say if you was thinking about joining, man, I would say do it. Learn what you can learn. You know what I mean?
But don't the Masons? His question was about the spiritual, but don't they just compile a bunch of members? As long as you believe in something, and then
take an oath of secrecy to keep the knowledge from the people, to keep them ignorant.
I know. It doesn't come across like that though. That's not how
schools are like that. Not everybody, not all schools are taught them like that. Like the brother was speaking about the Nawapians. That's on Hart Street in Brooklyn, I believe. Like the school, and then I lived across the street from the school actually for a while, and I didn't know anything about it. Just seen all these the intricate designs on the building and stuff like that. That's what attracted me. And the brothers in there was they weren't hiding information. They were wide open where they were literally hey, if you want to learn this, here you go. And there's more information on it. You come up in the school. And I would run into them in different places in the city, and they were really open to sharing information. It wasn't like that. I ran into brothers that were lodges that really held certain things, or they just didn't know. You know what I mean? So, and the brothers that I did run into that ran with them, they didn't have an issue sharing information or pointing you out towards books or anything like that.
Yeah, the thing is, the most what they gonna point you to is to misdirect you from getting to the truth. Because once you find the truth, you're gonna start blabbing the truth, and then they gotta take you out. That's why that nigga would not answer the question and kept distracting to me. Type shit.
Oh, I woke up at 4 o'clock.
That's why I seem like that. I knew. I woke up at 4 o'clock and I ain't been. Once I woke up, I was up. I said, this nigga is still up. Nah, I went to sleep. Yeah.
So you guys weren't in talking a whole lot before I came in then.
Oh yeah, we've been cooking since like.
Oh yeah, we were.
4:30.
Yeah,
Pull me up. Free pull me up.
But yeah, me and RJ was in here. That's how we changed the title. Cause that's when you came in when we was talking about the
Santeria.
The Santeria.
Yes, yes you were. Okay.
I just put that link back in the chat again too. Somebody wanted to see what Santeria was and get a brief breakdown, how it's connected to the Yoruba culture, and how the deities correlate to Yoruba deities, which each name is.
Yeah, definitely. Like I'm into Haitian voodoo.
Okay, yeah.
And when I was like years ago, my family, like 'cause I'm Haitian, a lot of my family members they basically pointed out that a lot of the deities that are in voodoo and Yoruba and everything like that, they are the same deities, and that they had to hide them in Freemasonry in different sections of life. Basically, it's the same belief systems, and they know it's the same entity. So they kind of like matched them up and paired them together, looked at who was who, what was what, and put them into their proper perspective so that they can continue practicing without any disturbances from the slave master or whatever.
Yeah, see, the whole Freemason thing, you could, like with that, I don't even know what I wanted to say about it.
But what's crazy is I was in a room this week where they was talking about, you know why they bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Because they were getting ready to eliminate all the Mason temples in their countries. So that's why we went to war and bombed Japan. What? The Mason ass niggas. Yeah. They had a whole YouTube video there, a good breakdown. Many. And check out the room I was in, Minnesota's Bar and Grill.
Oh, I'm a part of that. That was the first room I joined when I came to Clubhouse.
So they were going to get rid of all the temples?
Yes, ma'am.
Japan was. And why?
Because they wanted to give the people the knowledge. Because they figured out what was going on. And then again, the Nagasaki nigga snakes. Think about it. Again, the language tells a lot.
I heard that too. I heard that too. And if you look at just look at the Japanese art and all the art actually throughout the entire Asia, they all have like these checkered boards and these like little Masonic symbols in them for thousands of years. So like I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. I'm not sure if that's true, but I know when you put everything together, yeah, it adds up.
You know, in Germany, while all that shit was going down at the same time, they was definitely trying to get rid of the Bolshevik element. Now, I'm not sure how Freemasonry is associated, but the reason I bring it up is because obviously the Japanese fought on that side. What I didn't know at that time was that the Japanese was actually considered Aryan, so like honorary Aryans at the time. And so that may play something into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, are Freemasons and Aryans connected? Are they against each other?
I remember the Knights Templar and all these people were ordained to protect these guys. So they're basically, it's an arena basically. It's like you have two sides all over the world. Like you had original people in Japan that actually taught the spiritual things, and then you had people that didn't want people to have these pieces of information. They felt like it was too chaotic, or whatever. So the majority of these people are royalty or considered royalty. They're royalty from Japan, royalty from China, royalty from Africa, royalty from. Those are the quote unquote elites. They've always been elite and control. Like they've always been there, you know. So it's disturbing when I'm hearing it now. They're like, damn, they're bombing their own country just to keep control. You know, it's
country will do the same. So, Sid, you want to say something?
Nah, I'm good. I'm still on my way to work. Nah, I'm good.
Oh, I see you put in the chat. Well, damn. I say the same thing. Well, damn. A whole war because, wow, I want to really look into that. That's very interesting.
What part you wanted to look into, Vanessa?
The whole, war with Japan.
Oh yeah, the same thing with the Iraq War because they had to destroy a lot of the tablets. Because during the time of the Iraq War, there was a big push into Babylonian and Sumerian information that was going to bring some stuff out. Started blowing stuff up.
That's crazy. Wow.
Maybe we would have found out about the Khazars back then.
Yeah, way before. Huh?
Yeah, like they be disturbing when we get.
That's good.
Who the Khazars was, but I couldn't put it together back then in the 90s when it was coming out. And to be honest, I wasn't interested. I was really, to be honest, esoteric information that a lot of the historical information about that stuff, I kind of like pushed it to the side. I would read it, I would teach it sometime, but that wasn't my thing. And my whole thing was the spiritual aspect. Getting out of here, transforming. That's all I was concerned with. So now I gotta do a total recall on the different names and stuff like that. That's why Dope Room was good, because he went over the Khazars. I was like, oh, I know who it is, but I didn't know how they played the part. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Now I know how they play. I see how these niggas been connected. I see they've been involved with, and most of the wars in that area they were involved with, and still. And the same people, we know for sure that this came up in World War II, right? What was going on before World War II was party century. Berlin was the poppin' city. You know, everybody was pulling up, and no, we not doing that no more. And this launched into the a lot of times that's for them to go in hiding again. They disappear. You know what I mean? And then they back up. So now here we go again. And now everybody's getting on to them. And we right at the brink of war.
That's wild.
And on top of it, how is it that we at war and then we taking trips to the moon? Where's our priorities at? Like, this is how you know your government is a kids.
Hey, look over here when I'm over here fucking up shit.
Yeah, you think they really went up there, man? That's a gag.
No, we don't.
Oh, good. We already went over it. Yeah, the word NASA means deceiver.
Could it be because there's a bigger war up in the sky? See, the war we seeing over there might be a small war. See, but there's a war up in the sky that they not telling us about, and that we don't have anything or no idea of, you know. So
yeah, once I heard there was wars in the heavens, I no longer want to go to heaven.
So that's right. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. So that's why those scriptures said that there will be wars and rumors of wars. See? So our wars that we hear just rumors. You know, some of them just rumors. Everything ain't what it out to seem. So that's why we have to know the time and have to act according to the time.
So you believe them scriptures?
Say what?
Or if it's a war up there in the sky, it's most likely aliens instead of God fighting himself or itself. It's probably not that. Because, like, why would a 4 billion year old God fight itself over the skies of Earth?
this the thing. See, that's the thing. We have a misunderstanding of God. So we think. Be quiet. Hold on. So a misunderstanding of God. We think no flesh or nothing exists forever except energy, like someone said earlier. So that energy, it has to have a conduit. So that energy in the beginning always dwell in something or someone. So when we understand that concept, now we know that this energy is manifested in something or someone. And so now, because this whole thing is taking place because of who wants us to stay in power. That's all it is power. So and power is energy. So when we understand that, it's even within ourselves, there's a war going on within ourselves. Some of us want to do better, and some of us tired of doing good. So it's a struggle going on with two different energies, a negative and a positive energy within ourselves that we battling. So therefore, it's the same thing on a bigger level or micro level. It's an energy that is fighting, that is manifested in something or something. And like someone said, it's energy, it has matter. See, although it might be small where you can't see it, that doesn't mean that it's not there. But it's physical. So, but that's all I have to say, really.
And I understand where you're coming from. I mean, as above, so below. We have intuition, and so the things that we deal with, we project those outside of ourselves, right? We deal with internal struggle. We deal with insecurity, resource insecurity, and all the things, and we create narratives that make us allow us to understand that from a global level, right? We may associate these things with a non-material entity, which I understand, right? But to say that, God is, or the flesh is different from God, yes, but what does God manifest itself through, which I would argue is every single thing in existence. I don't think there are a chosen select few of angels that are come down here on chariots. I believe God is made manifest in all of us, and so I'm not Abrahamic, if you could tell. I'm not Abrahamic.
No,
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what you're saying has some truth to it. God dwells, a piece of him dwells in all of us. You correct. But his totality will dwell as something, one or someone, in his fullness. So we're taught that when the black man and black woman come together, it is Allah. See, we just pieces. But when we come together, then we come and make up that one. So, but there has to be an example of full power that we are capable of to possess if we do come together and unite. So, yeah.
Dominique, that's the dopest shit I done heard for the last 5 hours. I've been listening. I want to let you know that sounds so out to me. And that's what we need to get back to as far as individually, we need to become a union within ourselves. And my body of work that I'm releasing talks about, for instance, the masculine and the feminine. When those two parts of yourself come together, the brain begins to harmonize itself. The brain begins to see itself as not only the origin of itself and its behaviors, but it also starts to see how it plays out in the real world, and how someone was speaking about synchronicities begin to line up. And so we usually just disconnect from it. We say, oh, this was a good day. shit, the Most High was on it. We give away our power when we don't realize that we are in a place right now, especially to see and to create simultaneously. And so I want to tell you that I would love to have a side-by conversation with you, because this is what we have to do as individuals. We are looking outside of ourselves for answers, and the answers is within us. And until you become whole as an individual, meaning your body, your vibrational body, and your physical body becomes so animated that everything in the physical world starts to show up more than just a synchronicity. Patterns begin to show up. You begin to operate as a creator. And we spend too much time trying to get with somebody else that's going to make us whole than to work on ourselves so that two whole people come together. So I'm with you with everything that you just said as far as us being able, when you think about God and his energy, her energy, the energy is spread out all amongst everything. Everything on this planet is vibrating. But are you able to see it? And so when we look at cognition, all of us are operating at different levels of awareness. And so I just want to just jump in and just say I'm listening to what you're saying, and it sounds very sound to me. And it's a place that we need to begin to start to look at is what is our real power? Do we have it? You don't know that, and that's something that you need to go down. I want to throw out some other teachings because I studied under the Rosicrucian. I don't know if y'all familiar with the Rosicrucian order. I also studied under the Astarian order. I also studied metaphysical, and I possess the 24 books of the Zohar. And all of these same things is getting you to look at yourself and also look at your connection to the cosmos. And so all of the religions, whether it's Christianity, Muslim, or the Jews, they have a mysticism side to it. So at the very minimum, humanity is operating at an elementary level of understanding. But the veil is breaking, and we saw that during COVID, when we came together in groups like this to see that although we may have some differences, we all have had experiences that we can now come together and try to broaden our perspective of the world that we was once just cuddled in. If you just lived in your town and that's all you knew. So now we're spreading our awareness. We are making connections. But that process is a long process. You don't just wake up. You have to wake up. You might go back to sleep because life comes and just throws you a whole salad. And now you're off trying to deal with the white man's life when your inner guide is telling you that there's something more. So that internal struggle is always there too. Do I believe what the world is putting on the TV, or do I believe what my eyes are showing me? And so I really can appreciate even someone like Caleb, where he was trying to say that the work happens over time. You give a person just what they need, but they got to go in the world, get beat up by the world, be transformed by the world, meditate, do things. That's a gradual process.
Yeah, it's a bullshit-ass process.
It's a what?
It's a bullshit-ass process that people shouldn't have to go through when they're surrounded by other people that possess the knowledge already. So what is this uniting? How are you uniting with people and you ain't sharing information? Oh, you need to learn that on your own. That's being selfish, that's being keeping secrets and shit. Anything is good shouldn't be no goddamn secret.
Well, I just feel like everybody's on a different journey. I had to join the Rosicrucian. I joined the Astarian. These are memberships, but I had to do the work. That's why I'm getting ready to publish 3 scientific discoveries.
What is the Rosicrucian?
The Rosicrucian is another. Look it up online. You can join.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to ask.
No. I want you to look it up. It's a secret order, and they come.
Just like I said, if it's a secret, it ain't no goddamn good.
Can you just shut up? Because everybody.
Nope, I spit fire. That's what I do.
The whole world. I do believe that we should have been taught some fundamental things about how our universe is constructed, but that was left out of just the general population. Just didn't get access to that kind of knowledge.
Why? Because they were too busy working and slaving for motherfuckers who had the knowledge, and then they trying to sell them some shit that we don't need to buy. I wouldn't buy shit from this bitch.
Well, that's your motherfucking problem. That's your problem. That I had to get what I had to get at the time. Just like you would go pay for a seminar, you would go pay for a motherfucker.
No, the fuck I wouldn't. No, the fuck I wouldn't.
You know what? I'm not here to argue with you, sir, because ever since your energy been in this room, you've been disruptive. You just
no, that's another lie. I'm only disrupting when people start distracting from knowledge and trying to sell some of they trying to peddle they bullshit.
How you teaching there?
I ain't teaching shit. The universe teaches. Observe if we're keeping secrets, motherfucker. That's what. That's how I teach. I don't keep secrets.
Your experience. Are you creating something to teach the culture? Because that's what the fuck I'm doing with all my lived experience, and I had to pay for it. I even paid $100,000 trying to be.
See, you wasted your money.
Bringing all that to the goddamn. All you want to do is argue. The information is disseminated all over the world. We had to buy Bibles. We had to buy books. We got to buy courses.
But I thought the pieces of God in us, so the word of God is in us. What the fuck we need a Bible for? Confound your retarded ass.
The information. We still have to gather the knowledge, and we have to put it in a structured way so that people can evolve. People are still dealing with terror. They are dealing with fucking trauma. People are at different levels of awareness, and they need to be fed differently. Everybody's not the same.
Everybody can saying this piece of God. So yeah, we are. No, we ain't the same. We ain't the same, but we all got a piece of God. You need to learn to access, and you ain't gonna access if there's a group of motherfuckers keeping secrets and selling secrets.
Bring that out of people besides telling them in their face.
Okay.
You contain God. You gotta
Hold on. Because you guys are just going back at each other. No edification is coming out. So I have just one question so that I can go look this up on my own. Can you say the word what you were a part of one more time?
Rosicrucian is what she was trying to say. She ain't even say the shit right. This is a member of.
It don't fucking matter.
It do fucking matter how you get another of the shit you can't even fucking pronounce. Ain't you crazy?
I'm done.
Guarantee you when I publish these goddamn papers, they gonna be a scientific discovery. I can tell you that much. What are you doing, sir, for humanity? Besides running your mouth. What are you doing? Show your motherfucking receipts. What are you doing? You ain't doing shit. Our information has been spread all over the world. And we are coming into this knowledge. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're in the Matrix, Spitfire. Spitfire, you're in the Matrix.
I think I'm studying on
Okay, I'm gonna hold on one moment. I need to mute him. Oh shoot, what happened? Oh, okay. Everybody saw. Okay, say it again. Is it eyes?
It's Rosicrucian, and I studied.
No. Hold on, Kimberly, hold on. Eyes was saying something. What were you saying, eyes?
Yeah, it's Eve. I was saying that,
Okay.
Yeah, Eve. Like, Eve Saint Laurent, it's French. But I was saying that, with the, and I understand, but there's, how can I put it? sister's saying everything isn't for everybody. Everybody has their own level of understanding and their own beginning start. Like where you're at on your level, I was there probably like 10 years ago, felt like I had to tell everybody F the Masons, but then you're gonna run into people that need those particular, not every teacher is for every student. There's teachers that are there for specific students, and there's people that can't learn outside of ways. You know, they have to be in nature, or they have to be in the classroom study, or they have to be in front of a computer. Everyone, that's not up to you to determine that. The universe is like huge. The creator creates and fashions everything in existence to see everything in every perspective. So her little, my little vision from of the world. This is what I see. There's people that see the complete opposite, and I have to respect that. Understand that. All the information is.
Everybody's going into the
all there. It's for everyone. You know what I mean? And I understand what you mean by when they have information. There's certain people that this information ain't safe in their hands. Some people, when they get the information, they'll go and create terror through the world, and you see that as well. So that's why I look at these people, these degrees in place.
Okay, Eves. The fact with you saying that this information may not be safe in some hands, but we're on Clubhouse, so and we're going room to room. People move from room to room because they want some knowledge. Okay, she said a word, Rosicrucian. I've never researched that, and I will because I was instructed to immediately.
Yeah, I'm a Rosicrucianist.
Okay, then will you help me understand? Can you help me? Just give me a snippet.
Briefly, Rosicrucianists are not quote unquote religious. It's mainly a spiritual journey, and study everything from metaphysics, Kabbalah, you name it, like everything. The tree of life, the tree of religion, we study it all. And we come with and there's no like, how can I put it? It's not a racial thing, though the information comes from original or how would you put it? Original people of the planet. You know, people what they call aboriginal, whatever you want to call it. That information comes from original people. So and we've never had a sharing. It's just that there's always levels to everything, and we understand that as well. You know what I'm saying? So like when the sister brought out, like I said, I don't usually tell people I'm a Rosicrucianist because it's so much there's so much that comes with it, and it's a responsibility. Usually, like Rosicrucianists are actively, they're active in the community, they're active in the spiritual world, they're active everywhere. So,
but it's not something Abrahamic.
Right. Well,
they actively deceiving every motherfucking body else. That's what they actively fucking do.
When you say Abrahamic, right? We gotta understand that the people that go under that term Abrahamic, they made the choice. There was somebody that taught Abraham about God. You know, so like I don't get into that whole concept because it's all information that we all should be privy to using and recognizing and assessing whether it's something that is privy to life or not, whether you need it to be yourself or not. But so if we didn't do that, like there's no we don't push away any information. We kind of take what you said and assess it.
It's important what you say before you go forward that some ideologies, some frameworks are diametrically opposed, right? So like Egyptian mythology is as similar as the Bible would like to appear, is diametrically opposed to the Bible. The underlying assumptions and axioms that makes a Western philosophy are separate from Eastern philosophies, right? Just even as idea of good and bad.
It depends on your interpretation.
Well, interpretation helps play a lot, right? But the reason I say that is in Western philosophy, you have this metaphysical or logical good and bad that is constantly being in conflict with one another, whereas in Eastern philosophy, it's diametrically opposed. It's 180 degrees opposite, where balance and connectedness and universality, for lack of a better word, is the primary assumption. So these things cannot fit in a central or in a unified dogma or doctrine, right? Where good and bad are forever separated, and where there is no such thing necessarily as good and bad. So we have to take those things into account. Something like the Rosicrucian order is Hermetic, not Abrahamic. So Hermeticism is a variant of ancient Egyptian mythology that was taken by the Greeks and turned into, right? So Rosicrucians means the order of the rosy cross. It's very alchemical, but this is why their Christians are not alchemical. Egyptians are alchemical, like the black arts. This is what Christians are opposed to. They call it the fallen angels. It's the knowledge that the fallen angels got.
Right. It's difficult because I've been in some Christians that are Rosicrucians, because like I said, it's not really a religion. I look at it as a school of thought. The books that I received, the teachers, the scholars that I've encountered, they don't really go into the religious viewpoints of it. It's more of a it's definitely Hermetic, and of the teachings are from Egypt. Dealing with alchemy and things like that. Definitely, I'm not disputing at all. But I don't see anyone not studying Abrahamic as well. We don't oppose it. We study it as well.
It's definitely possible, and I'll mute up after I say this. It's definitely possible to study both, but you have to take into account that it's like studying, fluid dynamics and mechanical, like fluid engineering and mechanical engineering. These are two similar models, but they're different. One handles fluid, which is completely different from material or solids. So that's the
Definitely you got to take into account. You definitely got to take into account the different, like it's two different physical things. Though. If you're dealing with mechanics, there's no there's different physical principles behind it. Like when you're dealing with a water or liquid has its own principles. So each like that's what alchemy is about. Solid, liquid, and gases. Each of these things have their own rules and how they move around the universe.
The other thing I want to say is just like any other thing, like a college degree, you're going to be an initiate and you'll receive your orders, but you're going to be you have to do what I call the soul journey work, the journaling, the going within, the meditations. It's just about getting your, I would say getting your body prepared for evolution, getting your body prepared to evolve, your consciousness to expand, your perceptions to expand. You're doing eye exercising, learning how to become a good listener so that you can learn how to decipher noise from signal. Right? Because we are perceptive beings. The world as we know it is evolving. Are you a person that has raised your vibration enough that you can spot trends, that you can see into the future because you have learned to train yourself to recognize patterns? Or what I'm developing under the mystic data scientist industry, or my build is the idea is for you to develop within your own trust mechanism. Can I trust my instinct? Can I trust this feeling right now that I'm walking into? We get glimpses of it when we walk into a room, just like me, and I can feel that some shift happened. Some shit just blew up before I walked in here. So now I'm listening to the group dynamics. This is what these orders should be doing, is helping us to tune in, not ourselves, to harmonize ourselves, so that the world around us begins to look different. Instead of being pessimistic, you can be optimistic, because why? You've tuned your frequency to possibilities versus lack. And you can stand in lack and still find what's possible in this situation.
So the idea would be, these are trainings that I say we should have gotten. And the kids, they have it, but as parents, we shut them out. We shut them down. We don't cultivate. Imagine, we don't cultivate when they say they have an invisible friend. How do you know their invisible friend is not God? But they can see it. But we all say to a God or a force or something that we can't see. Like me come in the room, I know I'm talking good sense, but I'm labeled as crazy. This is a cognition issue. This is a level of awareness issue. This is what you're privileged to. This is how you perceive the world. And all of us are perceiving from different vantage points. I'm not saying we're wrong. All of us are right from our lens, our perspective. But to say one person's information is better than the other person's information, we can't do that. And the disrespect that goes on in this room, I am appalled because I've been on here since 3:30. And the way that y'all treated Caleb, knowing that he's in the hospital, that he has to raise his voice, I'm sorry, I have to.
You and Caleb, then leave, bitch.
You motherfucker, you can sit on it. That's what you can do.
Yo, come on.
You can sit on it. But needless to say, the idea of this guy, can I finish talking? This guy came here for therapy, from what I can see. This is his group that he's choosing to come back to, and he's sick. This is our brother, no matter what. This is our brother. And he was not able to speak in this group because we got fuckheads that will get off the microphone, try to derail him. Where was the grace? Knowing that he's in a recovery and to raise his voice. Yes, I heard his story. But if I have to get, because he finds peace coming in here, he was ran out of here. We need to be looking at ourselves and how we treat people. Kimberly, you need to put a name on that, because when you speak like that, I think you're talking to me. No, I'm not. I would never dismiss. It was the whole group. It cosplated it. It was a lot going on.
No, it wasn't. It was me.
And it was you too. It was you too.
The brother was building about masonry. I was actually listening. I was acting in the conversation.
Yes.
And
all he had to do was answer the simple question.
Yeah, but
all you need to do is learn.
And all you need to do is learn how to fucking talk without disrespecting women in the room and talking a bunch of shit, Spitfire. Cause I tell you, I'm fire to do anything. Don't come in my room disrespecting nobody, nigga.
All right.
Good morning, everybody.
Great day, sir.
Hey, you can put that.
Spicy ass bitch. That's what you could do.
And you raisin and stick it up your spicy ass. That's what you could do.
Oh, I think he's wiped out. All right, I just didn't want to go back to that conversation, but I guess we had to go back to it. Now, here we are.
Yeah. Put that hand, that spicy ass hand, you put that hand up your spicy ass, nigga, since you wanna be all spicy this morning talking shit to people. Disrespecting women and disrespecting people, like, you want drama this morning, it sound like. So you stay your spicy ass in hell down there, nigga. Nobody got time to be fucking around with you disrespecting people. We about to shut this room down now. This room been open too long.
Okay.
Before I open a new room, what happened last night with Gigi and Terminator?
I was not here, love.
Anybody know?
I got a back chat.
Yes. What happened with that?
She started again. I tried to cut it out. You came back in. The conversation about him and conversation at first. You're cutting out, to Q. Oh, hold on. So when she came back in, and I was talking to me and
Nikki was talking, and he got in a conversation or whatever. He wasn't saying nothing at first. Gigi was in and out. And then started talking.
So the girl came in starting.
Afterwards, what was the question? Damn, I can't even think of the question. It literally happened the same way. He was actually talking to the book. He was talking at her. And then Gigi come off the microphone. She was like doing nothing. Just spoke of my business. And they wound up getting into it some more. And she grew both of them. She got that back up. Him and Gigi got into it. He got put back down, and she told somebody just not to let him back up. I went to sleep.
So the girl and Terminator was arguing.
Yes, they wound up getting into it. Yes.
There was a long silence. If you want any chance to rebuild something, I continued. This is what happened.
Y'all had a topic going, or it was just freestyle?
It was about the first they were talking about love and.
No, I mean the room. The room had a topic going, or was they just chilling and freestyle?
It was just freestyle. She wound up talking about what she was going to do to him. And Tom was like, bitch, bring it on. I like to carry. She started threatening him, and he clapped back on that one.
All right, well.
It was necessary. I replied.
Don't bring that girl back on stage. Everybody that's a moderator in here, no, don't bring her on stage. Leave her ass down in the...
Finally, thank you, my lord. No problem. Thank you.
Let him try. We met at a different coffee shop. That was already there.
No problem. Every time it disrupts, and I got accused for making that call, and I knew it was a just call, but I'll say nothing else but thank you.
Alright.
Now, I was talking to Nikki, and she jumped in, and I'm like, what she said did not make any sense. And then she started talking about respect, and if somebody cuss you or call you at your name or something like that, that's on them, and they got to chew that up. And I was like, so I asked her, is that a two-way street? And she's like, yes, it's a two-way street. I said, so that day you came in there and started calling people out their name, that means you got to chew that as well. She was like, yeah, but it doesn't mean like, hey, y'all read it. And since I just said it don't count, some stupid shit.
Why did it cause Gigi and Firm to go at each other? Because I got a back chat saying that I'm blocked out of the room.
Yeah, she knocked him out. When he got let back up, she was like, you hear her talk like that white I tried to stop the whole thing before it happened. And she was like, why would you keep putting me down there? This bitch is threatening me, and you keep putting me in the fucking... We call her a bitch. Which I found hilarious, because we just had that conversation about people being disrespected on the stage. You can't just pick and choose who you let get disrespected. You let other people get disrespected, and that person can stay on the stage. As soon as you get disrespected, that person got to get kicked out the fucking room. That's what I said, the fucking double standard. That's what I said, we needed to go ahead and we needed to get that shit straightened out, because you can't just say it's okay to disrespect a mod, one of them, but you can't disrespect me. You see what I'm saying?
If there is a way forward, I will walk it. Dad.
But yeah.
You will answer it.
She said she got real heated about that.
I told her. Life
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah, I got a back chat saying he's blocked her. I'm like, come on.
It happened the same way.
And
they were talking.
This one person is the common denominator. So I'm glad Dopamine finally made a call.
Yeah, and she was jumping in conversations,
nobody was really talking to her, especially me. I wasn't talking to her. When she jumped in, I wasn't talking to her or Gigi. When they jumped in the conversation, I muted myself up and I just waited to later when they shut up, I went back to talk to the person I was originally talking to.
Exactly.
And yeah.
That's the only time I spoke to. The only person I did, the only time I spoke to her specifically is when she put her foot in her mouth. When she was talking about if you cuss at somebody or something like that, when you disrespect somebody. I was like, make sure that's a two-way street because ain't that what you did to us? Exactly. Gonna say y'all. Yeah. And say y'all, you didn't even know me. And you say y'all some sensitive bitches.
But real reconciliation.
And then she tried to walk that back. And then when she started saying, Gigi wound up telling her, like, I just had to do this for you. I done did with people, got in trouble with people with this, that, and third, and look how you acting. Yeah, because you was wrong the first time, you wrong again.
I hope this reminds you that you are enough.
Understood. Yeah, I'm actually glad I wasn't here because the last time I thought I was a liar. I was lying like we were all in cahoots, and I didn't like my sister saying that to me because everybody knows I don't care enough to lie.
I got enough fucking sisters.
I'm too much of an seasoned adult to lie on this app about anything. If I put you down, I'm gonna say I put you down. If I kicked you out, I'm gonna say I kicked you out. Whatever it is, I'm not going to fabricate anything, especially to appease dopamine, because in this room, I answer to him because it's his room, and I'm going to try to run the room accordingly, and I'm going to always be consistent. So for my sister to assume or imply that I'm just going along with you all, when we were all in the room, we knew what happened.
But peep this shit. After that whole situation, guess what they did? Had the same similar conversation, and everybody was talking about personal business. You can't say one.
Yeah. Inconsistency.
Yeah, that's the hypocrisy I was talking about.
Yeah. That's got to stop.
Pick and choose who can and can't talk about certain shit.
And these rooms are not cookie cutter rooms. Every day is going to bring a different flavor. We switch up on a dime in our conversations in these rooms. So some rules just don't need to be made if you're not going to be consistent with them.
My term is my
you feel in a certain way.
And I would let him back up, but he did go too far, and I tried to stop it like Dope said. He got glued because he did what Dope said not to do. That's the reason I did not let him back up. That's my point.
But was Term being provoked?
After the fact, yes, but when I tried to stop it before it went too far, he didn't listen. I even muted him. He didn't listen.
Because, Terminator for the last 2 days is sitting by, listening that people have a whole conversation about him and this person, and he stands silent because he's like, y'all make up your own narrative. I know what the truth is.
When I told him not to say nothing, like you did, just let it the fuck go. Talking about it ain't gonna fix it. What's done is done. Before that shit hit the fan. Motherfuckers start fanning the fucking fire like they wanted to hear this shit. I was trying to change the subject and everything. But I can only do so much. Like I said, y'all gotta stop on the group, both of y'all. Y'all gotta stop. Like I'm trying to follow this dope room, these rules.
Yeah.
So when he came back up and he was mad, I said, fuck this shit. I ain't got time. I'm not gonna.
Why is she threatening him when she clearly says, I now have a husband or some foolishness she said?
No, she ain't got no fucking husband or nothing like that. She ain't got. I'm trying to figure out what she did. She's so smart and she's just mad.
Why is she threatening Terminator? Why is she threatening him?
Because she done came here and couldn't find out this helper. So she was talking to some old man and told him he done bought her a car. He done told her to go get an oil, keep her oil changed, this, that, and third. She didn't do it. She almost locked her fucking engine. He had to come meet her at an auto zone to put all this stuff in the car. And he was like, well, what's the fucking point to this story? The point to the story is when he came and paid for the oil and did that to the car,